Content summary asterisk. The enigmatic youth, Xia Luo, fortuitously acquires an energy entity that enables him to ascend to a higher civilization. From that moment, he embarks on a journey of mythic proportions, slaying formidable extraterrestrial beings and setting forth to conquer the cosmos. Chapter 1. This is me, Xia Luo. 18 years ago, dark clouds loomed ominously, resembling a giant hand that obscured the heavens. A middle-aged couple wore smiles, yet tears streamed down their faces as the wails of a newborn echoed from the woman's arms. Heavens no, we need him. 18 years later, within an ordinary secondary school, Class 3 of the senior year boasted over 70 students. Despite the overcrowding, the classroom remained relatively tranquil, save for the faint murmurs of conversation. Xia Luo rested his arms on his head, unable to find slumber. With tousled hair, he surveyed his surroundings. Some students dozed while others fixated on their phones. Frustration etched across his brow as he propped his chin and succumbed to wandering thoughts. Moments later, the bell rang, shattering the stillness. A cheerful girl approached Xia Luo. "Xia Luo, let's go together." She waved. Her name was Zhu QiQi, with lustrous black hair, exquisite features, and a remarkable figure. As fellow boarders, Xia Luo nodded, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and swiftly exited the classroom. "Wait for me," Zhu QiQi exclaimed, dashing out of the classroom, her skirt fluttering, captivating the attention of boys, for she was among the most beautiful in the class. "Xia Luo truly doesn't know how to appreciate," remarked Lan Xiaobo from the back row. "He has a bit of charm, but what else does he possess?" retorted his classmate, Yang Xiaoluan. Xia Luo hurried from the building, followed closely by the breathless Zhu QiQi. Xia Luo, can you guess how many power banks I collected today?" She beamed at him. "Not a clue," Xia Luo replied, barely glancing her way. "You blockhead, I'm utterly speechless," she feigned annoyance. Unperturbed, he continued walking, bidding farewell to Zhu QiQi upon reaching his apartment. With a soft click, the house flooded with light. He carelessly tossed his backpack aside, prepared a bowl of instant noodles, and scrolled through short videos. After shedding his clothes and taking a shower, he collapsed onto the comfortable sofa, opening a long-neglected game on his phone. With a sudden click, the lights extinguished. Lying in bed, eyes closed, sleep eluded him once more as he succumbed to restless thoughts. When would this monotonous existence cease? Zhu QiQi is stunning, and Xia Luo is quite handsome. They truly make a perfect pair. The thought flushed his cheeks. It wasn't that he disliked her. Rather, his timidity hindered his understanding of romance. He felt as though his only merit lay in his looks, and the sight of couples embracing stirred an uncomfortable pang within him. A chilly breeze swept through, reminding him he had left the window ajar. He hastily closed it, relieved, and returned to bed. Just as he settled down, he noticed a shadow at the very spot he had just vacated, standing eerily still. Swiftly, he maneuvered to the light switch, fixated on the apparition. "It's not a ghost, it's not a ghost," he chanted inwardly. With a flick, the light illuminated the room, but the shadow had vanished. "You gave me quite a scare." He flicked the light off again, and the shadow reappeared in an instant. With repeated flicks of the switch, he found himself in a bizarre game of light and shadow. There are no ghosts in this world, he reassured himself, closing his eyes and allowing his mind to wander freely. Stealing another glance, he observed the shadow more carefully. It distinctly resembled a person. Though obscured, its large head, naturally drooping arms, and particularly long legs were discernible. He swallowed hard. His mind raced. What if this world truly has ghosts? Will it tear me apart? Unbeknownst to him, anxiety lulled him into an uneasy slumber. The shadow raised its hand, and a blinding red light engulfed the room, only to vanish as swiftly as it appeared, taking the shadow with it. The morning air was refreshingly crisp. Don't kill me," he shouted, bolting upright in bed. Dawn had arrived. Phew, it was just a dream. Relieved, he tidied his bedding and hurried to the bathroom, pondering how he had inexplicably dreamt such a nightmare. Stepping outside, he noticed the sky was not fully bright, and beneath the street lamp stood a petite figure, Zhu QiQi, clad in a thin dress, shivering as she puffed warm breaths into her hands. He regarded her with exasperation. "You finally emerged," she said, a radiant smile gracing her lips. Together, they ventured to a nearby breakfast shop. Finding an unassuming spot, Zhu QiQi sat across from him, eating while casting glances his way, occasionally laughing. "You seem a bit off today," she remarked, licking her lips. "Really? Perhaps it's due to poor sleep. I bet you're cold." You definitely need someone to warm your bed. He chuckled awkwardly, causing her cheeks to flush. He carried her backpack, escorting her to school. Zhu QiQi, a budding entrepreneur, carried an array of power banks, as her beauty attracted requests from classmates needing to charge their devices, an endeavor that yielded a staggering income of 100 yuan weekly. While many girls sought his assistance, he declined, unwilling to help. Back at school, he endured the tedium of 5 uneventful classes, dozing through them. His introverted nature meant few engaged him in conversation, but this morning his sleep quality was superb. Upon awakening, he noticed classmates gradually exiting the classroom, spotting Zhu QiQi embroiled in a quarrel with Lan Xiaobo, who sported a buzz cut. Approaching, he inquired, "What's the matter?" They stared at him, halting their dispute. Zhu QiQi took his hand, forcefully pushing past Lan Xiaobo, who stumbled aside as she led Xia Luo downstairs, her hand firmly gripping his. Lan Xiaobo gaped. This guy can actually talk? He mused, watching Xia Luo's retreating figure. He said, "You're dull, foolish, and introverted," which is why I argued with him. They strolled to the soccer field, her hand remaining intertwined with his, her warmth eliciting envious glances from younger students. Wow, what a match made in heaven. Hand in hand, they traversed the campus like a couple, though was she leading him, as he found their stares unbearable. "Zhu QiQi, could you let go of my hand?" he asked, exasperated. "Just a few more minutes," she replied playfully. Upon arriving at his home, she finally released his hand, watching him as he entered. Turning back, he caught her shivering in the cold, her gaze fixed on him. "Would you like to come in for a moment?" he offered. She suddenly froze for a moment, then hurriedly walked in. The cold wind blew gently as I closed the door. Zhu QiQi sat on the sofa, operating the electric heater that I was reluctant to use. I stood beside her, momentarily unsure of what to do. "Xia Luo, come sit." She shifted slightly to make room, and I awkwardly took a seat, feeling quite out of place. "Do you live alone?" "Yes, my parents aren't home." "Oh." An awkward silence enveloped us, rendering the atmosphere somewhat uncomfortable. "I'm hungry. Can you cook?" "Ah, yes, I can." Then I understood her implication. "I'll go make dinner. Please wait for me." "All right." She flashed a sweet smile, causing my heart to flutter. I then made my way to the kitchen, heated oil in a pan, and added the slices of beef I had cut, surprised at how skillfully I had done it. After a while, I called out to Zhu QiQi in the living room. "Dinner is ready," as I presented her with a steaming bowl of beef rice. "Wow, it smells amazing," Zhu QiQi exclaimed, her eyes widening with anticipation as she gulped. She eagerly grabbed her bowl and began devouring the food, and I could tell from her enthusiasm that there would not be enough rice. While eating, I scrolled through short videos and stumbled upon one that caught my attention. The first image was of a boy's back. I glanced at my own clothes, then back at the boy in the video, comparing it with my home's decor. "Oh my goodness, is that me? That's my house," I thought to myself in disbelief. The video's caption read, "Finally in my idol's home. Wow, 100,000 likes. So many comments." I stole a glance at Zhu QiQi, who was still furiously piling beef in her mouth, her lips glistening with oil. The next image featured a side profile of the boy, his long hair partially covering one ear, thick eyebrows, deep-set eyes, a prominent nose, and a stubbled jawline that exuded charm. Chapter 2. The Mysterious Woman. Today is January 2nd, 2022, and there is shocking news breaking. Our Polar Star Space Station has detected a signal from a location 1 light-year away during the early hours. Experts, after precise calculations, concluded that it is an electromagnetic signal emitted by an intelligent entity. The expert team received this signal and found that its source is rapidly approaching Earth. Our country will unite with others to formally welcome our extraterrestrial friends. History will remember this day. I skimmed through the article, feeling an unsettling sense that this was not a good omen, my imagination conjuring images of alien spacecraft bombarding cities. "You exist deeply in my thoughts, my." The ringing of the phone interrupted my musings. "Hello, son. Your dad and I are heading to the capital for a trip." It was my mother. I responded half-heartedly before hanging up. After sending Zhu QiQi off, I began my afternoon nap. Upon waking, I followed Zhu QiQi to school, drifting through 3 classes before heading to a restaurant. "I want to eat at your house," Zhu QiQi stated without hesitation, followed by a few female classmates. My viral video had garnered me several admirers. As we entered the gym, I told them, "Don't follow me. I'm going to play basketball. We're just here for fun. No one is following you," one of the younger girls replied. Helpless, I paid the fee and changed in the locker room. When I emerged, I found the girls watching me play silently from the sidelines, which was quite awkward. "Xia Luo, Your video has surpassed 500,000 likes. One girl exclaimed. I wanted to ask them if they weren't tired of just standing there. The unremarkable solo game finally concluded, and they happily returned to school. Xia Luo, let's skip class tonight. Zhu QiQi pulled me aside. Huh? Why? I have a friend whose birthday it is today, and she invited me to her party. Why should I go? Well, she has many friends from the social scene, and I'm worried about safety. Reluctantly, I agreed to accompany her. Her friend was wealthy, having rented an entire bar with luxury cars lining the street. It was around 7:30 p.m. when Zhu QiQi and I presented our invitation and entered. The deafening music inside was hard for me to endure. A glamorous and alluring woman approached. QiQi, you made it. Who's this? She looked at me, a glimmer of surprise in her eyes. I was about to introduce myself as Zhu QiQi's classmate when she chimed in. This is Xia Luo, my boyfriend. I gazed at her in confusion as she shot me a series of suggestive looks. Hello, Xia Luo. The alluring woman extended her hand, and I shook it. I'm Zhu QiQi. She introduced herself. It turned out they were relatives, and they looked vastly different. Zhu QiQi was the epitome of a pure, beautiful girl, while Zhu QiQi exuded the allure of a sultry woman. After some small talk, I realized I was truly out of my element. I barely managed to endure until 8 p.m. when the party officially began. Welcome, friend from all corners of the world, to Shasha's birthday party, announced a young man in a suit. I surmised he must be Zhu QiQi's boyfriend. Let's welcome our star, Xia, and wish her a happy 19th birthday. At 19, she looked quite mature for her age. As the raucous birthday song faded, a massive cake was brought out from backstage. Zhu QiQi sliced it into countless pieces, distributing them among the attendees, filling the air with laughter. She carefully approached a buzz-cut man with a bowl in hand. Xiaoji, please have some cake. She appeared somewhat intimidated by the man, named Xiaoji. Noticing my gaze on him, Zhu QiQi quickly warned me. He's a figure in the underground of Luocheng. I nodded. He was clearly a gangster. The next scene left me utterly astounded. Xiaoji wrapped his arms around Zhu QiQi's waist, sipping red wine with one hand. Xia, feed me. I can't free my hands. He leered at her. Could he be Zhu QiQi's boyfriend? No. She seemed to want to break free from his grasp. Xiaoji, you're drunk. No, I'm not drunk. In a moment of clumsiness, he accidentally knocked over his glass, shattering it on the floor, and his free hand began to reach for something inappropriate. I watched in disbelief as the suited young man rushed off the stage, grasped Xiaoji's shoulder, and whispered something in his ear before discreetly slipping thick red bills into Xiaoji's pocket. I'm just teasing you, Xia. Xiaoji grinned, revealing yellowed teeth, then released her and sank into a sofa, pulling out an unknown black cigarette. I observed all of this, and so did Zhu QiQi. She appeared visibly irritated. We sat together in a corner, eating quietly, feeling as though we were out of place among the crowd. An overly cocky young man approached me, casting a disdainful glance my way. Hey there, beautiful, he smiled at Zhu QiQi. Hello, she replied with a forced smile, casting me a desperate look for help. Yet, I had no idea how to intervene. The rogue continued to engage Zhu QiQi in conversation, and she was clearly growing impatient. She rose and took my hand, addressing the rogue. I am going to the restroom. Then, under the rogue's furious gaze, she departed, and he made a phone call. Help me out. She went to the restroom. Why would you bring me to the restroom? I gazed at her hand holding mine. You wait for me at the door, she replied with displeasure. As I stood outside the women's restroom, I awkwardly observed the girls entering and exiting. Hello there, handsome, one girl greeted as she emerged. You seem a bit unfamiliar. Hello, I'm just a student, I replied, meeting her gaze. After engaging in a brief conversation, I found the idle chit-chat rather uninteresting, my eyes wandering restlessly. Suddenly, a fleeting red shadow darted past a nearby corner. What manner of speed was that? I excused myself from the girl and pursued the direction of the red shadow. Upon reaching the corner, I noticed the red figure cross from another path. My curiosity piqued. I had completely forgotten about Zhu QiQi, following the shadow until I unknowingly stepped out of the bar and into an alley. The red shadow slowed, finally halting in a darkened area devoid of light, emanating a faint red glow. I realized it resembled a floating spherical object. Noticing it remained still, I approached, drawing within an arm's length, yet nothing transpired. Could this be an extraterrestrial device, surveilling Earth? What purpose would it serve to come to a bar for surveillance? I reached out to grasp it, but the moment my fingertip made contact, the sphere emitted a blinding red light. Instinctively, I shielded my eyes with my arms, feeling a sharp sting until after 2 or 3 seconds, I slowly lower my arms to see. A cold, icy visage stared back at me. The face was almost pressed against mine, sending a jolt of terror through me. I collapsed onto the ground. This was arguably the most embarrassing moment of my life. A ghost, sitting in a puddle of murky water. I detected the scent of a filthy drain. Suddenly, I realized that panicking in the presence of a ghost was futile, and I gradually persuaded myself to remain calm. Before me stood a figure, alarmingly close. I had no idea how she had materialized. It was a girl with short, blood-red hair, cascading just to her shoulders, with delicate brows and a prominent nose. Her large eyes bore crimson pupils. Undeniably, she was strikingly beautiful, yet her expression was chillingly indifferent. She donned a form-fitting white bodysuit that resembled armor, dazzling in the darkness. She silently gazed at me, utterly still. "Are you an alien?" I awkwardly rose to my feet, shaking off the dirt from my hands, but she offered no response, merely continuing to observe me with a complex glimmer in her eyes. My fear began to wane. After all, how could an alien resemble a human? Could they even comprehend Chinese? "Well, if you won't speak, I shall take my leave." I waved my hand before her, yet she remained unresponsive. Turning to depart, I had barely pivoted when a powerful grip seized my shoulder, a surge of intense red light emanating from behind. Just as I turned, my eyes widened in shock, consciousness slipping away. In the darkness of the alley, silence reigned, oblivious to the presence of 2 individuals mere moments prior. Zhu QiQi emerged from the restroom, yet she could not catch sight of Xia Luo. "Xia Luo, where have you gone?" Zhu QiQi fumed, stamping her foot as another girl approached. If Xia Luo were present, he would surely recognize her. She was the one who had just flirted with him. "Looking for Xia Luo?" He told me he was heading back, she said, pinching a cigarette between her fingers and exhaling a puff of smoke. "Do you know him? Did he really leave?" Zhu QiQi was skeptical, reaching for her phone. I was just kidding. He just followed me to grab a drink," she replied slowly. "Who knows? That guy's allergic to alcohol and might be passed out on the sofa. Actually, he called out your name, Zhu QiQi, before he fainted, so I came looking for you," she added languidly. "Take me to him." Zhu QiQi felt a tinge of gratitude. Could this dense fellow finally be coming around? She thought, following the girl. Unbeknownst to Zhu QiQi, the girl in front of her wore a sinister smirk. Chapter 3. The apocalypse awakens. A biting cold wind swept through, and I gradually pried open my eyes. A wave of excruciating pain engulfed my entire body, and my mind spun in a dizzying whirl. Struggling to prop myself up, I found myself in a dog-like posture, wiping the viscous liquid trickling down to my chin. This sensation felt wrong. It was not mucus, but blood. As my vision slowly returned, a wave of horror washed over me. I was standing atop an enormous stone. I stifled the pain and surveyed my surroundings. What is this? I gazed up at the sky, a myriad of colors shimmering and twinkling. It was the cosmos. I stood beyond the confines of Earth. Had I perished, and was this what they referred to as the afterlife? My memories began to resurface. I vividly recalled being seized by that woman-esque grip on my shoulder, and in an instant, we vanished from that alley. Subsequently, my mind felt as if it were swelling, and I became oblivious to everything, only to awaken here moments later. As I wandered about, I discovered a colossal sphere looming ahead. My God, it was Earth. I opened my eyes wide, unable to believe what lay before me. Beside the Earth, a massive black hole appeared, warping space, from which emerged an object resembling a charred corn cob. Upon closer inspection, it bore an uncanny resemblance to the spacecraft depicted in films. Its size was beyond imagination. Wasn't it a distance of 1 light year? Indeed, the theory of wormholes. Suddenly, a multitude of tiny corn-like vessels appeared from the spaceship, advancing toward Earth at breakneck speed. This was undeniably a dire omen. Before long, the azure planet began to exhibit a crimson hue, drenched in blood. The small ships gradually returned to their mothership, which then released various unfamiliar vessels into Earth. Resource plundering. The thought struck me like a lightning bolt. Had Earth perished? I could scarcely fathom this reality. Was I dreaming? Then, I heard a sound behind me, and turned to behold another azure sphere materializing before my eyes. Similarly, space contorted, and a black hole formed, from which emerged a magnificent technological starship. It was far more striking than the previous corn-shaped vessel, and like its predecessor, it dispatched numerous small ships toward the blue planet. Would the previous scene repeat itself? However, it did not. Moments later, a screen materialized before me, leaving me no time to ponder its origin. A piercing scream echoed as the fractured earth split apart, revealing the ruins of cities scattered across its surface. A man, clutching his abdomen with one hand, walked along the street, his face a mask of terror, glancing back as if evading something. Was this truly Earth? A chill ran down my spine. Neither of these two planets resembled our world. A cold voice resonated from behind me. I spun around to find her, the woman who had brought me to this place. Who are you? I demanded, my anger flaring. She fixed her gaze upon me, and after a prolonged silence, finally shifted her focus. I am Dongsheng, she replied. Her tone still icy. You will be all right. Take me back. Witnessing the annihilation of a planet is indeed a profound anguish. She approached me, grasping my hand and parting her lips. Why? I felt a perplexing confusion, yet she remained silent. The constitution of a Type 1 civilization is inherently frail, unable to endure two spatial transfers. She regarded me with an indifferent gaze. What does a Type 1 civilization mean? I had not finished my inquiry about spatial transfer when she abruptly pinched my cheeks with her thumb and forefinger, compelling my mouth to open involuntarily. In that fleeting moment, I perceived her as if on the verge of speaking. With her other hand, she produced a capsule from an unknown source and thrust it into my mouth. The capsule was crystalline and emitted a faint luminescence. I was unable to vocalize. A flash of red light manifested, and in the next instant, I found myself in that alleyway, with Dongsheng having vanished without a trace. This time, indeed, there was nothing amiss. The sensation of pain had diminished. I felt an unusual comfort in my body. Even my senses seemed heightened. Oh, Zhu QiQi. Initially, I was genuinely concerned for her. That ruffian was hardly a benign presence. A disheveled individual burst into the bar, exuding a foul odor. Numerous young men and women pointed at me, and some even called for security, creating an overwhelming sense that she was in peril. I disregarded the consequences and dashed into the women's restroom, banging on the door, causing the women inside to shout in surprise. I collected myself but found no trace of her, so I rushed out of the restroom. What are you doing? Stop right there. Two security guards brandished batons at me. I surged through them, toppling them to the ground. The bar erupted in chaos. Such an act would be utterly uncharacteristic of me. It must be the side effects of that drug. Where are the security guards? Seize that lunatic. Isn't that Charlotte? Which Charlotte? The girlfriend of that young Master Lai. Distinctly far away, I could hear them. In an instant, I leaped onto a table, executing a perfect 360-degree flip and landing gracefully, causing those two to retreat in fear. I could scarcely believe my own audacity. Tell me, where is Zhu QiQi? I demanded, gripping one by the collar, sensing my strength gradually waning. She is on the second floor, in young Master Lai's private room. He stammered in terror, helpless. I released him and ascended the stairs, knowing she was in danger. Passing numerous doors, I found most ajar, but when I forcefully kicked open one that was tightly shut, I stumbled upon a couple engaged in unspeakable acts. Oh no, I had kicked the wrong door. I flashed them a smile and fled. It wasn't until I reached the next room that I noticed several bare-chested men coming and going. This time, I had truly had enough, following young Master Lai. Savoring every night, ha ha ha. A foul-smelling individual collided with them, causing utter disarray. The cries of distress echoed. I quickly glanced inside. Zhu QiQi couldn't have been violated, could she? On the sofa, several men and women lay inebriated. I spotted the ruffian leader, Chao Guo. And there too was the infamous young Master Lai, holding a woman, while a bruised young man in a suit lay sprawled on the floor. Who? What is happening? The young man standing at the entrance gazed at me, but I paid him no heed. I charged forward and forcefully toppled the grinning Master Lai, then grasped the shoulders of the girl, Zhu QiQi. Is that you? I exclaimed in astonishment. Releasing her, my eyes roamed over her bare form, and I involuntarily swallowed. Sharon? What are you doing here? Her face was tinged with fear, clearly unsettled by my actions towards Master Lai. You need to leave quickly, she urged, pushing me. But I remained unmoved. Where's Zhu QiQi? Planning to flee? Not a chance. You must be tired of living. Master Lai had risen, his face twisted with resentment, seizing a bottle of beer to hurl at my head, prompting the others to respond in kind. As the bottle descended towards me, Zhu QiQi closed her eyes, bracing for the impact that never came. I caught the bottle effortlessly with one hand, rendering Master Lai unable to strike or retract his arm, inciting his fury. Brothers, teach this fool a lesson, he bellowed. What is happening here? At that moment, Brother Chao spoke up, as they were all inebriated and utterly unaware of my sudden appearance. Brother, he hit me. Master Lai's expression was one of rage. You dare strike my brother? Do you know where you are? Brother Chao shouted. I had no desire to waste words with them. If you wish to die, come at me, I shouted back, delivering a punch to the wall. To everyone's astonishment, The ceramic tiles caved in, shards scattering everywhere, leaving the crowd petrified. Brother Chao's mouth fell open in disbelief. Is this the strength of a mere mortal? Minutes passed in silence, all eyes fixated on me with expressions of shock as I strode directly towards Master Lai. Where's Zhu QiQi? I demanded. She's at the Calixiang Hotel, he stammered in fear, room 4 on the 6th floor. Under the watchful eyes of the horrified onlookers, I departed slowly. When I reached Calixiang to find Zhu QiQi, she had already penned her last words. Sharon, you are truly wonderful, she cried, sobbing uncontrollably while clinging to me despite the foul stench. Your hand is bleeding, does it hurt? It wasn't until I arrived at the hospital that I learned I had severed 4 fingers. Fortunately, they had been too cowed to realize where their misplaced courage and confidence stemmed from. Otherwise, my life might have been forfeit. As the anesthetic wore off, I felt an excruciating pain coursing through me. My body, unlike that of an ordinary person, would likely heal in a few days. The doctor declared the surgery a great success, even suggesting it could make the news, but I declined. As the impending exams approached, my classmates doubled their study time. One morning, the sound of eager voices filled the halls of the second high school. Since that day, my demeanor transformed from a quiet, introverted individual to a vibrant, cheerful presence, astonishing my friends and classmates alike. Notably, my features had become more refined than those of the average person. My memory and physical prowess set me apart from the norm. I never encountered the woman named Dong Sheng again. To be honest, I am grateful to her, though I remain oblivious to the nature of the drug she administered. The Internet's classification of civilizations pertains to intellectual capacity and the degree of brain development. Among other factors, I continue to harbor concerns regarding the arrival of extraterrestrials. Zhu QiQi transferred to the city's top high school, reportedly sponsored by a certain underworld figure. She wept for a considerable time upon her departure. My sole concern was being bestowed with the title of the school heartthrob. I dribbled the ball, spun past my opponent, leaped with fervor, and executed a powerful dunk, landing amidst a chorus of cheers. I accepted a towel from a blushing junior and expressed my gratitude with a smile. This lad truly exuded arrogance, as Lan Xiaobo stood at the court's edge, fixated on me. Brother Gu, after the exams, let's deal with his other hand, Yang Xiaoluan remarked to Lan Xiaobo, mimicking a chopping motion. I am acquainted with a notorious thug named Master Lai. My cognitive abilities and comprehension have evolved from my former self. During my leisure from basketball, I immersed myself in books. Indeed, I, Xia Luo, have triumphed. As the sky gradually darkened, many began to notice this phenomenon. On January 13th, a spatial distortion appeared near Mars in the solar system. Today marks the final examination day of the first semester for the seniors. Everyone was diligently answering their papers. Lan Xiaobo cast a glance my way, thinking, how can someone who is at the bottom of the class act so nonchalantly? I could not help but smirk inwardly. When the results are released, won't I have ample opportunity to mock you? Haha. After the exams, returning home, I increasingly felt a sense of difference from others. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Could this be the disparity of civilizational levels? Chapter 4, The Creator. Have I transcended to a level 2 civilization? What might a level 3 entail? What of levels 4 and 5? Truly, I should have asked Dong Sheng a few more questions back then, so as not to remain so half-informed. Yet, why did she show me the alien invasion? Was she prompting me to confront an entire extraterrestrial race? Is this some sort of jest? A document arrived on my computer. The examination results were out. Without a doubt, I had secured the top position, even ranking among the best in the city, all achieved in just 10 days of effort. During the graduation ceremony, Lan Xiaobo sprang forth. Class teacher, I suspect Xia Luo cheated in the exams. He has always been at the bottom of the class. How could he possibly come first? I request a re-evaluation from the school. It was evident how furious he was that I had claimed second place. With aspirations in my heart, even a humble chicken can become a phoenix, I imparted to him earnestly. Humph, what audacity for a cheater. Lan Xiaobo retorted angrily. He then informed me, 6 o'clock, Chang'an Forest. If you don't come, you're a coward. I chuckled and nodded in agreement. On the 15th, a wormhole fully formed, and an enormous silver spacecraft emerged from within. Nations worldwide broadcasted this momentous event live. On screen, this colossal craft hovered in the void, watched by many with varied expressions. As I watched the live stream at home, the spacecraft bore little resemblance to the black corn Dong Sheng had shown me, yet it was similar to another vessel, exuding an unmistakable aura of elegance and advanced technology. Countless individuals were glued to their phones, staring at the screen, yet no action transpired. Hours passed without movement, prompting many to exit the live stream. Were they toying with us, the inhabitants of Earth? The spacecraft emanated a sense of lifelessness. Xia Luo, what are your thoughts? Zhu QiQi sent me a message, and I sat there, contemplating. I replied to her and walked to the balcony, gazing up at the sky where the stars twinkled. I calculated the position of the spacecraft, lost in thought. The number of viewers in the live stream dwindled significantly over the course of several days, and the spacecraft remained motionless. The United Nations decided to send a team to visit the space station, piloting a spacecraft towards the stationary vessel at a sluggish pace, which was already the limit of their capabilities. 10 days later, the explorers arrived near the spacecraft in search of an entrance. After several hours of searching, they discovered a point of entry, though the specifics of their ingress remain unknown. Upon entering the spacecraft, they found that it had effectively blocked electromagnetic transmissions, severing all communication with the space station. As the explorers navigated through the vessel, they realized that not all areas were devoid of signals, and upon re-establishing contact, they found that the messages received by the space station were largely incomplete. Time passed slowly as the explorers continued their search, and the people on Earth gradually lost interest in the matter. The spacecraft was too vast to ever reach the control room. One explorer's signal was transmitted, indicating that their supplies of food and essentials were running low, prompting a decision to return. In their explorations, they discovered a spherical mineral within the hull, crystal clear and translucent. 10 days later, the explorers returned to the space station, replenishing their resources in preparation for a second exploration. However, an unexpected incident occurred. Several explorers from different nations fell gravely ill, each exhibiting distinct symptoms, necessitating their return to Earth. The explorers journeyed back together, parachuting into the Great Rift Valley in South Africa, where they were located and subsequently transported back to the United Nations base. Their various findings were delivered to the base before they returned to their respective countries for treatment. The United Nations obtained images of the interior of the spacecraft and found no anomalies, initiating research on the peculiar mineral. The area was desolate. It was a ghost ship. On February 8th, the United Nations temporarily declared that several explorers had died under mysterious circumstances. The following day, all personnel aboard the space station perished, and communication was severed, plunging the United Nations Control Bureau into chaos. On February 10th, the bodies of the Earth explorers vanished, hailing from various nations, all of which were under lockdown. The following day, February 11th, turmoil erupted across the globe, the cause shrouded in mystery, possibly the result of a virulent outbreak, exacerbated by sensationalist media. I reside in a quaint county named Luocheng, where society remains relatively stable and harmonious. My parents are stranded in Beijing, unable to return, leaving me to languish in solitude. Perusing martial arts manuals and occasionally practicing strikes against the sandbag in my room, uncertain of their efficacy. The onset of the academic season has cast a pall over countless students. News reports indicate that the sun has vanished in the southern hemisphere, and the northern hemisphere is shrouded in an even deeper gloom, with clouds rolling ominously, yet withholding rain. The overcast sky has dampened spirits, leaving everyone somewhat despondent, anxious, irritable, and impulsive. February 20th marks the most extraordinary day of this month. Under the dreary sky, rain fell, a pale crimson, imbued with a sour scent. Today has plunged many into despair, delivering both physical and spiritual blows. Cries of anguish and heart-wrenching wails reverberate through households. Life has turned bloody. Calamities and disasters manifest simultaneously. The streets are littered with disordered vehicles, some bearing large gashes, others engulfed in flames, though soon to be quenched by the rain, while some have lost their wheels entirely. In the midst of panic, the world descends into chaos. People huddle in their homes, securing doors and windows. Parents, stay far from danger. I picked up the phone, relieved that they were still reachable, and proceeded to dial other numbers. This was a peculiar liquid, unlike anything I had ever encountered, capable of permeating human skin and inducing bodily mutations. Certain cells or tissues could be stimulated or transformed by the liquid, leading to alterations without cellular demise, allowing the mutated cells to persist alongside their normal counterparts. However, this liquid proved ineffective for me. When I attempted to apply it to my arm, I merely detected a slight sourness, followed by an absence of effect. Seated on my balcony, I had a direct view of the street. My residence was nestled within a small community with few neighbors. On February 21st, the street seemed quieter than the day before. As I savored my homemade steak, I noticed a disheveled woman with unkempt hair, her expression vacant, mouth agape, and clothing in tatters, aimlessly wandering about. Strikingly, she possessed arms that were unusually long, dragging on the ground and leaving a trail, with green liquid trickling from the corners of her mouth. Aside from her elongated limbs, She bore no other physical discrepancies from an ordinary person. Before long, power was lost in Luo City, severing all communication with the outside world, and even the internet system faltered. The reasons for this calamity remained a mystery, as if it were the apocalypse. Indeed, it felt like the end of days. Food supplies were dwindling. I had to venture out to gather provisions, scouring my neighbors' homes for anything useful. However, this also posed the peril of being attacked by mutated beings, which I referred to as zombies. Some of these zombies were still human but had undergone mutations. I called them the creators. In the darkness, a figure groped about, and upon switching on a flashlight, a woman clad in a tight black suit hunched over cautiously, illuminating her path. Ahead, she spotted a rice cabinet, its contents spoiled. Clenching the flashlight between her teeth, she opened a black bag with one hand while using the other to scoop rice into it. Suddenly, a tall shadow appeared around the corner. She swiftly extinguished the flashlight and crouched down, concealing herself, revealing only one eye to observe. The shadow emitted a series of guttural sounds, akin to a bull's heavy breathing. It seemed to glance in her direction before turning to leave. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. She thought to herself, remaining in the darkness, continuing to scoop, the surroundings eerily silent. Fear crept in, yet she persisted, determined to fill her bag. Just as she turned, a massive shadow loomed behind her. The creature let out a low growl and lunged forward. Panic surged through her as she shouted, withdrawing a steel rod from behind her to brace against its neck. Yet the shadow lunged, its long nails piercing the rice bag. Becoming momentarily stuck, the rod pressed against its neck, their positions alarmingly intimate, and unbeknownst to her, the flashlight flickered back on, illuminating a grotesque, green-faced visage with bulging eyes that churned her stomach. "You repugnant creatures!" She bellowed in fury, yet felt utterly powerless. As the monstrous teeth inched closer to her delicate face, she resignedly closed her eyes. Who would engage in such indecent acts with zombies in broad daylight? A voice echoed, and she felt the oppressive force upon her dissipate, causing her to abruptly open her eyes. The zombie was thrust aside by an unseen power. "Ah!" The enraged creature quickly rose and lunged toward me. I smiled. Grasping a hefty cleaver in both hands, I executed a precise arc, severing the zombie's neck with impeccable accuracy. Its body continued to charge forward, and I delivered a swift kick, sending it sprawling. "You are the creator," the woman exclaimed, rushing to grasp my hand. "Thank you." In truth, I had known of her existence for quite some time, having observed her without a single tear shed. This particular zombie possessed night vision capabilities. No need to thank me. It is merely a mutual exchange. Releasing my hand, I approached the corpse, piercing its body with the cleaver to extract a spherical object. She gazed at me, astonished, as I placed it into the pouch I carried. "Which base do you belong to?" she inquired. "I do not belong here," I replied, preparing to depart. "Creator, you can join our base. There are many like you." "It is unnecessary. My purpose here is to seek something. Our base also harbors many ordinary people. There are even many of those spherical objects in your possession." I smiled at her, the dim light casting shadows on my weathered face. I followed her out of the large supermarket, the dark clouds having completely dispersed. Today is March 28th. The crisis has persisted for over a month. I have resided in Luocheng for quite some time, with few survivors remaining, all stationed at Luocheng No. 2 High School, which has transformed into a small base. This marks my second day in the municipal district. "My name is Jiang Sun. How shall I address you?" She sat in a vehicle, gazing at me from the side. "Xia Luo, the Xia from summer, and Luo from the adventures of Luo Luo." I chuckled and turned my gaze toward the desolate cityscape outside. She momentarily paused before realizing. We are only 2 hours away. Zombies wandered all around us, including some with extraordinary abilities. Cellular mutations have enhanced certain functions, such as the exceptionally swift zombies, dubbed lightning. There are also powerful zombies, mountain beasts, and those that can fly, known as heavenly dragons. Within them resides a spherical object resembling a crystal, transparent and luminous, which ordinary zombies lack. In fact, it is called crystal source, a mysterious mineral that provides energy. When a creator consumes the crystal source, their abilities are augmented, akin to leveling up in a game. Ordinary individuals who consume the crystal source might evolve if fortune favors them, though the odds are exceedingly slim. Conversely, those unfortunate enough may meet a swift demise. Chapter 5. Jinjiang Base. At long last, we arrived at what appeared to be a desolate expanse. Yet a grand structure loomed ahead. We halted the vehicle. It turned out to be the Military Armament Department base, encircled by a massive black fortress wall, both thick and lengthy, patrolled by armed soldiers wielding real firearms. We traversed a path lined with thorny barricades to reach the iron gate. "Halt! Who goes there?" The soldiers raised their weapons, aiming at us. Can one not discern that we are indeed human? I mused. Jiang Sun, a subordinate of the Tang men, produced a wooden token. The captain examined it meticulously, nodded to the other soldiers, and then lowered his weapon. He is my appointed creator. Please grant us passage. As he will conduct the necessary inspections, Jiang Sun addressed the captain, who then turned to me with a nod of acquiescence. A little over a month had passed since the outbreak of the zombie apocalypse, and this newly established base was astonishingly vast, truly a testament to military prowess. As we entered through the towering walls, a straight thoroughfare unfolded before us, intersected by cross streets. The sparse vehicular presence belied the expansive space, and the bustling throngs of people were a sight one could scarcely imagine. We must undergo disinfection, otherwise, entry will be denied, Jiang Sun stated. Upon reaching a rudimentary decontamination station, I observed that the personnel were heavily equipped, for any contact with the virus carried by the zombies could result in infection. Jiang Sun methodically stripped off her garments, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. What was happening? It was only when she stood completely unclothed that she explained. It is unavoidable, such are the regulations. The staff proceeded to spray her with a specially formulated disinfectant. You, a man, would not be more concerned than a woman. Would you? She remarked, her expression tinged with resignation. I could only stare in silence, speechless. Am I allowed to wear undergarments? I inquired. Absolutely not. They replied in unison. Resigned, I reluctantly complied, shedding my clothing, revealing numerous scars on my back, among which 5 deep claw marks nearly penetrated my flesh. Jiang Sun regarded my bare form in silence. Just a fortnight prior, I had been in Luo City, on my way home when I encountered a mountainous terrain. Just as I was about to slay a creature amidst the peaks, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky, and a black celestial dragon descended in a furious swoop, nearly claiming my life. Severely injured and teetering on the brink of unconsciousness, I was fortuitously saved by the timely intervention of others. After the disinfection process, Jiang Sun escorted me to the headquarters of the Tang men, where I was to meet a junior leader, after which she returned to submit her completed mission. There were 5 departments, each comprising over 100 personnel. You are quite impressive, the junior leader remarked, patting me on the shoulder. Though I cannot ascertain your specific type of creator, perhaps a nascent one, am I correct? From this day forth, you shall be designated Tangmen Subordinate 050. He handed me a wooden plaque. Having chosen our Jinjiang base, you are expected to adhere to the rules. Do not presume to elevate yourself above others simply because you are a creator. What is my immediate task? I asked impatiently. Tasks will be assigned to you. Currently, the Tang Gate refrains from meddling in trivial matters. You must find your own accommodation. After bidding farewell to the team leader, Jiang Sun returned to her dwelling, stating that inquiries could be directed to the leader, as she needed to care for her younger brother and mother. I felt like a headless fly, aimlessly darting about. Observing the bustling street filled with laughter and joy, one would hardly perceive it as a scene of impending doom. Food is the most pressing scarcity at the base. While abundant underground water alleviates concerns over hydration, food serves as a common medium of exchange. The ordinary workers under the Tang Gate earn a mere 3 slow heads a day, while the creators manage to produce only a pound of rice, utterly insufficient for sustenance. Upon entering the slums, the atmosphere starkly contrasted with the vibrant streets. Buildings lay in ruins, with shattered foundations littering the ground, and the more intact stones having been repurposed to construct the base's walls. Before me stretched an expansive flatland, leaving me to ponder how such a monumental project could be realized in such a brief span of time. Numerous tents, permeated with leaks and lacking in basic comforts, dotted the landscape, some even resorting to laying blankets directly on the ground. Many elderly, frail, and ill individuals wandered about. It is said that countless illicit transactions occur here, with the base indifferent to the plight of the residents, revealing the depths of human depravity. I witnessed a man compelling his wife to sell herself. Yet in this apocalyptic reality, I felt utterly powerless, living in a slum devoid of electricity, food, or shelter. In pursuit of food, many risk their lives to join factions, undertaking perilous missions that offer little opportunity for ordinary individuals, often resulting in disappearance without a trace. Nevertheless, some ordinary individuals exhibit great courage, like Jiang Sun. The majority of supplies brought back are surrendered to the faction, elevating the status of the creators significantly. In truth, I am not a creator, but merely possess strong capabilities in various aspects. I consider myself a second-tier civilized being. To locate Zhu QiQi, it is impractical to inquire one by one. I must seek out leadership to galvanize a collective effort. Thus, I approached the head of the Tang Gate. Having heard that he had ascended in rank, now referred to as the Master Controller. When I eventually beheld him, it was evident he was indeed extraordinary, instilling fear in those who met his gaze, though not in me. I encountered him in the headquarters square, where 50 creators assembled to receive his command, suggesting a mission was imminent. The aura exuded by the Master Controller silenced the crowd. The creators, typically brash, dared not utter a word. As I fixed my gaze upon him, a rotund individual beside me tugged at my sleeve. "Brother, do not stare at the leader like that. Just days ago, I witnessed him kill a creator with a single punch," he whispered. "Is he truly that formidable?" I inquired, lowering my gaze. "Indeed. It was originally a group of 50 creators under the Tang Gate," he replied, glancing at the leader and hastily falling silent. "Creators, you embody the glory of the Tang Gate. This mission entails acquiring 1,000 crystal sources, averaging 20 per person. Those who exceed this quota will earn the privilege to converse with me once. Now go forth, creators, and return home in 2 days. The privilege of speech is reserved for the worthy, such as the stature of the Master Controller." We were organized into teams of 4, seated within a convoy of jeeps. Behind us were our weapons, for sharp steel blades for 12 teams of 50 individuals. "What about the surplus 2? I inquired of the stout fellow in my team. "They are formidable beings, a duo composed of the strongest members from the Tang sect, rumored to soon ascend to the rank of controllers." "So, what type of creator are you?" I casually chatted with him. "I am a strength creator," he replied, gazing out the window at the fields of rapeseed, avoiding my gaze. "And you?" "I'm not quite sure," I laughed. "You're quite honest," he chuckled in return. In our team were 2 girls, though they preferred silence. In contrast, the stout fellow and I were truly conversational companions. "We are indeed kindred spirits, just like Uncle Baoya," he bellowed with laughter. The 2 girls frowned in annoyance as we reached the outskirts of the urban commercial district. We came to a halt, all clad in uniform attire emblazoned with the Tang sect emblem. Observing the scattered, ordinary zombies around us, we grasped our weapons, each equipped with a pistol, holding only 20 bullets, along with our steel blades. These zombies would disregard the creators as long as we did not provoke them. The stout fellow hefted his steel blade, while the 2 girls secured theirs at their waists, resembling valiant heroines. I slung mine across my back. "How do you identify aberrations?" I asked. "They possess a kind of bracelet that flashes various colors upon encounter. It's called a crystal source bracelet," he explained. "The rules of the Xinjiang base dictate that friendship comes first, competition second. The team must work in unison and never abandon a comrade." The 2 girls remained silent, listening to the stout fellow boast about his exploits, scaling mountains, defeating dragons, and outrunning lightning. "Look, doesn't he that resemble a gorilla?" He pointed to a spot. I turned my gaze to where he directed. A colossal gorilla-like zombie clung to the wall, scratching its head. My perceptive abilities surpassed those of any ordinary human. I could discern the capabilities of an aberration in a mere second. This was undoubtedly an aberration. I watched as the stout fellow foolishly pointed at it. "You don't seem right," he remarked. The 2 girls paid no heed to the aberration, their bracelet indicators unlit. The aberration crawled sideways in our direction, yet they remained oblivious. "Clearly, you've never encountered an aberration," the stout fellow quipped as he approached it. "Be careful," I shouted to the stout fellow who was running ahead. In a moment of urgency, I drew my pistol and aimed towards him, startling him into a crouch. "You little rascal, are you trying to ambush me?" he exclaimed. The aberration, struck by the impact, was knocked off balance and fell near him. "Wow, you scared it into falling." The stout fellow rose. "Get away from it. It's an aberration," I yelled. "Oh." The aberration stood up, roaring angrily and charging at the stout fellow. Bewildered, he stared at it before finally realizing the danger and bolting away. The 2 teammates also recognized the threat, raising their guns to shoot. "Wait, its skin is tough. We can't waste bullets." I drew the steel blade from behind me, yet how could they, in their arrogance? Heed my words. Amidst the echoes of gunfire, I merely managed to momentarily impede its advance. I witnessed the rotund figure strike the aberration squarely upon its forehead. Yet it remained unscathed. The stout man, astonished, exclaimed, "How can it be harder than diamond?" He shouted as the creature's claws whistled menacingly towards him. The stout man nimbly retreated, dodging blow after blow. "If you do not intervene, I shall meet my end here," he fumed, wildly swinging the steel blade. I hastened forward, striving to identify its weakness, aiming for its neck. However, the aberration suddenly pivoted, its blood-red eyes fixated upon me, emitting a thunderous roar. My blade struck its arm, producing a sound akin to striking iron. I swiftly withdrew, intending to deliver a decisive blow to its neck, but it unexpectedly spun around. Initially perplexed, I was soon thrown to the ground, clutching my chest in pain, for it possessed a tail adorned with a spiked mace. In my fall, I observed two women ensnared by a lightning-fast creature, which eluded their attempts to deal a significant blow. In over a month, I had never witnessed such a scenario. Is this a tactic? I pondered. The stout man managed to slash the creature's chest as it turned, yet the gorilla aberration remained unharmed, retaliating with fury. Suddenly, a blazing red figure descended from the sky. It's the celestial dragon. Watch out above you, stout man, I shouted urgently. Chapter 6, surrounded on all sides. Its crimson wings formed a fiery arc in the air. Stout man, above, I cried, raising my pistol to fire at the celestial dragon. The stout man relinquished the hilt of his blade and dropped to the ground, prostrating himself. The celestial dragon missed its strike and soared back into the sky, vanishing amidst the somber cityscape. Yet, the gorilla aberration seized the opportunity, its massive fists crashing down upon the prostrate stout man. He glanced at its enormous fists and gulped. I immediately leapt, aiming my steel blade at the base of its tail, causing it to recoil in pain. The stout man seized this moment to roll aside, disregarding the foul water, and raised his steel blade, striking the gorilla aberration squarely on the forehead. I loosened my grip, astonished to find that I had severed its tail. Aim for its neck, I shouted to the stout man, but he was struck by its wildly thrashing arms, staggering back several steps, causing his steel blade to fall once more. This is an evolved beast, I suddenly realized, alarmed, as I watched the stout man cough up a mouthful of blood, his face etched with fear. No wonder the wristband had failed to activate. Perhaps the stout man was my only friend, despite having known him for only a few hours. I regarded him as a brother. At that moment, witnessing his severe injury ignited a fury within me, augmenting my strength. Having survived for over a month, I had slain more than a dozen of these beasts. The gorilla aberration turned, roaring at me, its fists transforming into claws as it lunged toward me. I swiftly surveyed my surroundings and fled. Though the beast's speed was not particularly swift, it closely pursued me. Brother Xia, we shall meet again in due time. The corpulent man perceived my sudden sprint and mistakenly believed I intended to abandon them. Before me loomed a moss-covered stone wall, where I deftly placed one foot in a hollow, subsequently propelling myself upward. Yet, the force of my movement caused my body to shift backward. The mighty gorilla watched my vanishing form, halted in its tracks, then gazed skyward with wide, astonished eyes. Armed with a steel blade, I descended from above, producing a raspy sound of slicing as the air filled with the pungent scent of green blood. Upon landing, I turned my back to the grotesque beast, which now teetered on the brink of collapse, its neck oozing a continuous stream of green blood. I approached the corpulent man. By the heavens, Charlotte, you are incredible, he exclaimed, frozen in astonishment as he witnessed the gorilla's neck severed cleanly, its head soaring into the air. I assisted him to his feet, my gaze falling upon the two approaching women. The lightning had vanished, and tranquility returned, the dragon of the day not reappearing. I sensed an unsettling atmosphere. Moments ago, there was not, yet suddenly, several aberrations emerged. Why had the weakest lightning been able to ensnare them? It was midday, the breath of spring neither hot nor cold. I simply applied some medicine to the corpulent man's wounds. In this apocalyptic world, medicine was a precious commodity. We painstakingly extracted the crystal source from the headless gorilla, a task requiring considerable effort. QiQi, codename, robbery. One of the women extended her hand toward me. Charlotte, I replied, shaking her hand. Only those with formidable strength earn recognition. They believed that the previous version of me could only be a hindrance, capable of decapitating a second-tier gorilla, a thought too audacious to entertain. Brother, you aren't the controller, are you? The corpulent man inquired, perplexed. Actually, I am just an ordinary person. I chuckled lightly. Keep dreaming. It seems this mission is imperative to complete. The corpulent man, momentarily forgetting his injuries, wore a jubilant expression. In the span of a month, not only had many advanced, but the aberrations had also evolved. We paused briefly to regroup. Having completed merely 1/8 of our mission, we set our sights toward a higher vantage point. Many fail to accomplish their tasks and resort to attacking their comrades, the corpulent man remarked. Thus, we must exercise caution with the Song and Yuan factions, as they have always been at odds with our Tang faction. The 5 factions of Xinjiang, Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing, held little disparity in power. Observing the grotesque array of zombies, we decided to pair off for swift encounters. Ensuring not to stray too far apart, the corpulent man and I, Robbery, and her female teammate. The lower-tier aberrations posed little threat to the creators, as they were akin to zombies, weak and devoid of intelligence. Standing atop a derelict building, the corpulent man and I surveyed the scene below. The women had chosen a nearby school, infested with zombies, their uniforms presenting a comical sight. One grotesque aberration, muscles bulging, was voraciously devouring half of a zombie's body, a truly grotesque spectacle. The corpulent figure whispered as he regarded me, and I, in turn, contemplated the sight of him recently devouring a substantial chicken leg, leaving naught but the skeleton behind. The rotund gentleman exhibited an unexpectedly genteel manner while eating. Yet upon catching my gaze, he appeared displeased. I observed the aberration mimicking the act of swallowing. An opportunity presented itself. I leapt down abruptly, plunging my blade into the creature's head. The portly fellow also descended, skillfully wielding his steel knife to sever the vertebrae at the creature's back. After enduring our combined torment for a while, it succumbed in a manner most perplexing, perhaps pondering why it had merely sought to consume a zombie and whom it had offended. Splendid. The 30th one, the rotund man exclaimed with delight. Just 10 more, and we shall reunite with them. As dusk approached, the heart of the city transformed into a realm of terror. No, this is too perilous. The night harbors countless night foxes and celestial dragons, and we possess no advantage. I conveyed to the rotund man. Thus we made our way to the nearby school, where the campus lay eerily quiet. Surely, they have not encountered any peril? We had established a signal for danger, each equipped with a flare gun. Yet no signal was visible. As we searched, blood. The rotund man gasped. It is human blood. He crouched to touch the ground, confirming that they had indeed faced danger. Following the trail of blood, we arrived at a teaching building that resembled a character in the shape of a. Faint sounds of gunfire echoed, and the blood trail ceased. They haven't bled out, have they? The rotund man lamented. Unless they were all consumed at once, there should be some trace left behind. I surveyed the surroundings, concluding that they must have temporarily evaded peril and tended to their wounds. At the stairway lay several corpses of zombies. Not far ahead, I called out, Huji, Huangli. The rotund man shouted, drawing the attention of countless zombies towards us, while we were positioned on the 5th floor. Be quiet. I admonished him fiercely. Attracting danger towards us would be disastrous. Nightfall gradually enveloped the campus, with numerous crawling zombies emerging. This particular type of aberration could scale walls and dig, often referred to as crawlers. After a while, a beam of light suddenly pierced through the classroom across from us. It was Huji. The rotund man exclaimed in surprise. We beheld her standing alone behind the flashlight, her expression devoid of emotion. Something is amiss. I instructed the rotund man to halt. The heist is an elite from the Tang sect. She would not commit such an error. I gazed at the source of the light. Knowing full well that we were in danger, she must be aware of the aberration's phototropic nature. What if they are confident? The rotund man furrowed his brow. Do you see how many crawlers are below? I gestured with my chin towards the ground. What shall we do, strategist Xia? I entrust you with a task, Wang Xiaoping. I smiled as I gently patted his bewildered head. A bald zombie, with a vacant expression, stumbled up the stairs, its lips adorned with blood-stained glasses. Suddenly, a tremendous force yanked it into the darkness. Numerous crawlers, attracted by the light, began to ascend toward the 5th floor, their guttural sounds echoing throughout the campus. I stood not far from Xia, who remained motionless. Glancing across to where we had come from, I heard noises below, sensing that the crawlers were nearing my location. With a loud bang, all the crawlers halted, their gazes fixed downward. One bald zombie, wearing a yellow hard hat, had its glasses dangling from its lips, the lenses shattered. It was desperately sprinting, a signal flare emitting intense red light lodged atop its head, while thick smoke billowed around it. In an instant, all the crawlers leapt from the 5th floor in pursuit of the zombie. If one listened closely, they could hear the pests exclaiming, "Chase after the fat one." I turned on my flashlight and shone it into the classroom where Jia was located, discovering a corpse lying in the corner. It was Huangli, her flesh from the chest to the navel entirely devoured, presumably by a single bite. Jia was being throttled by a hand, her eyes tightly shut. The owner of that hand was pinned beneath a jumble of desks, rendering its form indistinguishable. The rubbery creature, capable of stretching its body at will, was unmistakably the one suffocating Jia. I approached her, contemplating how to sever the tentacle. Observing her pallid complexion, I realized she was likely on the verge of death. Any delay could be fatal. Gritting my teeth, I raised my steel knife and aimed to cut the tentacle, only to find it had vanished. With a thud, Jia collapsed helplessly to the ground. At that moment, the fat one appeared at the doorway, panting heavily. There's a rubbery creature pinned down here. Find a way to distract it. I'll go save Jia. I dashed to embrace Jia, regretting my earlier decision to ascend. The fat one, wielding his steel knife, grumbled. I rushed to the doorway, lifted her eyelids, only to find them clouded over. I laid her down and attempted chest compressions, yet to no avail. Gazing at her ashen face, I closed my eyes and began mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Time lost its meaning, but eventually, I paused and noticed a slight improvement in her complexion. I lifted her to a safer location and returned to the classroom, only to find the fat one standing there, his face ashen, his eyes wide with terror. Indeed, he too had been seized by the hand around his throat. Without a moment's hesitation, I swung my knife, feeling the satisfying sensation of impact. The long tentacle was severed, and the fat one broke free, collapsing to the ground, propped up on his hands, coughing violently. The rubbery creature beneath the desks seemed enraged, shaking the furniture violently. I quickly helped the fat one to his feet, and we bolted from the classroom, hearing the sound of many creatures crawling back. The insects are returning, I exclaimed in alarm. The fat one, regaining his composure, pointed upward. A dragon-like claw clutched a severed head, and the signal flare atop the hard hat had extinguished. Roar! At the end of the classroom corridor erupted a thunderous roar. Chapter 7. The Ever-Changing Anomaly. Before us loomed a formidable mountain. Behind us lay a rubbery expanse. Above us soared the celestial dragon, and below wriggled the serpents. I furrowed my brow and remarked, "The roar from across is that of a mountain beast. I'm afraid we must make our peace here. As the verdant hills remain unchanged and the flowing waters persist, let us reunite in the spring, summer, and autumn of our next lives." The hefty fellow chuckled. I hoisted the unconscious Hui Dai onto my back, rapidly devising a plan. From the 5th floor, even the most fortunate of creators would suffer broken limbs upon descent. Yet, I could manage the leap alone. However, abandoning the hefty fellow and Xia would render my life unbearable. There was but one course of action left. I spoke gravely. In the darkness, a muscular aberration roared as it charged toward us. It was the strength-based anomaly, the mountain beast. I raised a flare gun and fired a shot skyward, signaling the hefty fellow to eliminate the mountain beast. Meanwhile, Xia was gradually regaining consciousness. I instructed her to hold on tightly as the hefty fellow and I surged forward, both blades clashing against the mountain beast's fists. Bang! A dull thud resonated through the air. At the Golden River base, there exists a saying, better to confront 3 lightning strikes than to face a mountain beast. The hefty fellow gritted his teeth and declared, "Today, we shall fight to the bitter end." I spoke solemnly as we were forcibly repelled. "To the death," the hefty fellow roared as he charged forward. I drew my handgun, with a dozen bullets remaining, casting caution to the wind. "Find an opportunity," I shouted as the commotion around us intensified. "This beast's fists are harder than a diamond." The hefty fellow bellowed in fury. In the feeble light of the flare, I saw his steel blade was already battered and nicked. The hefty fellow was sent sprawling by the mountain beast's blow. Just as I prepared to fire, a gunshot echoed nearby. Bang bang. 2 shots struck the mountain beast, causing it to lose its balance. It was Xia who had fired the weapon. Before I could revel in this good fortune, I felt a tug on my leg, sending me crashing to the ground. It was a serpent. The weight on my back lessened as Hui Dai leaped down. I grimaced in pain and extracted my leg, while she wielded my steel knife and severed the head of the serpent that had ensnared me. The hefty fellow had risen, intent on finishing off the mountain beast and perhaps snatching the crystal source amidst the chaos. Now is not the time for that. We must flee, I shouted, as the 3 of us dashed toward the direction from which the mountain beast had come, disregarding its chaotic rampage. Swarms of serpents emerged, emitting low growls. In this corridor, we had no sense of direction, merely stumbling blindly as if a blind cat had encountered a dead rat. This way, the hefty fellow pointed towards a darkened area, where an iron door led to the staircase, locked tight. With a swift motion, he cleaved the lock with his battered blade, splitting his steel knife in 2. Even if we burst through this iron door, it may buy us some time. I hastily secured the door, and almost simultaneously, countless serpents rammed against it, producing a series of muffled thuds, akin to a herd of wild buffalo charging at the iron barrier. We leapt down the stairs in a comical, yet perilous manner, reaching the 1st floor without incident. The hefty fellow stared blankly ahead. We had not had time to observe our surroundings earlier, and now a sense of dread washed over us. Surrounding the teaching building was a horde of colossal, rotund zombies, each at least several times the size of our hefty companion. "Run!" In a moment of sheer panic, Butterfly exclaimed that the zombie, known as the bomb, was a foolish variant that detonated itself to attack others. A mere touch of its venom would seal one's fate within seconds. The plump man and Butterfly fled, surprisingly creating distance between us. The night was rife with unseen peril. I yearned to pursue them, but found myself utterly drained. A sharp pain radiated from my back, my forehead drenched in cold sweat. Ever since the celestial dragon had clawed me, I had been plagued by intermittent, excruciating pain, compounded by a recent injury from a reptilian creature. I collapsed to the ground, agony etched on my face, when I noticed the bomb had inexplicably spotted me. Major Xia, what the hell is wrong with you? The plump man shouted frantically. I gritted my teeth, enduring the pain as I crawled forward. My waist pouch unfastened to reveal dozens of crystalline sources, vibrant and shimmering with soft light. I hastily grabbed a handful and stuffed them into my mouth, a remedy I had discovered for alleviating my back pain. After a moment, the discomfort subsided enough for me to rise. I intended to rush towards the plump man and the others when suddenly a force seized my arm. In the chaos, my steel knife was long forgotten. The owner of that force had eyes glowing red. It was a ruse. In the darkness, it came and went like a shadow. Realizing my peril, I felt a sharp sting as it sliced my arm, blood gushing forth. But I was not defenseless. I delivered a swift kick to its midsection, causing it to release me. I quickly surveyed my surroundings. The darkness obscured my vision, yet I discerned that this was the campus, the ground relatively clean. With no weapon at hand, I had no choice but to engage it in combat. However, it appeared to be vacant. A trickster, this variant excelled at ambush, often striking from behind. Indeed, I felt a gust of wind rush past me. A typical creator might have succumbed to such an assault, but I was no ordinary creator. In an instant, I crouched low and executed a sweeping kick behind me. I struck true. The trickster fell to the ground, and I swiftly rose, delivering a forceful kick to its forehead. A cacophony of sounds erupted around me. The reptiles were descending. I furrowed my brow, noticing that the bomb had positioned itself between me and the plump man. The sensation of being surrounded by foes was all too familiar. The trickster lay helpless beneath me. I seized it, locking its body with both hands, and charged toward the horde of bombs. Hee. The plump man and his companions emitted laughter, watching my approach. I summoned all my speed, closing the distance to just a few meters from the bombs. The trickster could break free at any moment. But I focused on the towering bombs, seeking an opening. You fat fools, go ahead and explode, I taunted, spotting a gap in their encirclement, while the reptilian creatures had caught up behind me. The plump man and his companions, seemingly provoked by my jest, grew furious. Their movements were sluggish, posing no immediate threat. I nimbly weaved through their ranks, inciting their wrath to a boiling point. Boom. With a resounding bang, I realized that a bomb had detonated. Employing a particular tactic, I immediately turned my back to the deception, which let out a wretched scream as it succumbed to the poison. A foul stench pervaded the air, reminiscent of someone stuffing their mouth with moldy feet. Another series of explosive sounds shattered the ground beneath us. The creatures were all caught in the chaos, writhing on the ground in agony. It was a high-stakes gamble. Aside from a scratch from the trickery, I remained untouched by the venom. A smile crept across my face as I discarded the ruse onto the ground and finally made my way to the portly fellow. Observing them, I noted they were not idle, but rather surrounded by a horde of ordinary zombies, which piqued my curiosity. Commander Xia, the woes are beyond words, the portly man exclaimed. Run, find a safe place. I urged them. Forget about them, retreat. We immediately dashed toward the school gates, bursting forth from the campus. I swear I'm never returning to that school, the portly man panted. You used to say that often, didn't you? I remarked, gazing into the darkness ahead. We stood at a crossroads, and just as the portly man was about to speak, I silenced him with a wave of my hand. From the shadows emerged a diminutive figure, her head disproportionately large. In an instant, I sensed that she was a variant, yet there was something peculiar about her. She possessed enormous ears shaped like those of a mouse. She approached us, mere meters away. I had never encountered such a being before. Heavens, is that the transmuting butterfly? A voice of terror echoed from behind me. Chapter 8, The Four Kings of Songmen. What is the transmuting butterfly? The hefty man had already taken the lead in inquiring about their departure, while Hu Dai shook her head in the darkness. What is the rush? Just watch how I handle this, he declared, rolling up his tattered sleeves. The silhouette before us instilled a sense of impending danger. Perhaps it would be prudent to take a detour, as this was clearly not an adversary to be trifled with. I watched the figure warily. Advisor Xia is quite right. Let us extend mutual respect, I suggested. The hefty man faltered, wary of an unending conflict in the future. Suddenly, the figure across from us erupted into laughter. A sound reminiscent of a young girl, which ignited my fury. Could it be the sinister antics of some rival group? Yet, in an instant, she vanished into thin air, leaving only dissipating black smoke in her wake, causing the hefty man to jump in alarm. Once again, silence enveloped us. We surveyed our surroundings once more, confirming her disappearance. Enough of this. Let us remain vigilant and find a safe place to rest, I urged them. Shortly thereafter, we stumbled upon a relatively clean hotel. "Greetings, miss. Could you please provide us with 3 rooms?" The hefty man addressed a female zombie locked behind the front desk. We managed to secure 2 tidy rooms, likely untouched since the apocalypse, though a few scattered, non-threatening zombies lingered nearby. After tending to our wounds, we began to inventory our supplies. Their crystal source bags had gone missing, the whereabouts unknown, while the hefty man still possessed his, totaling over 30 pieces. I had no intention of confiscating my private crystals. Additionally, there were 2 firearms with a total of 30 rounds, a steel knife, and a badge from Tang Min, specifically the 040 model belonging to our former female teammate. Huang Li. The life of a creator was not as idyllic as one might imagine. Missions were seldom dispatched. The hefty man munched on a somewhat moldy steak. I had only undertaken 2 missions myself, both aimed at securing food and medical supplies. I shared a room with the hefty man, while Hu Dai occupied the adjacent one, absently consuming whatever food she could find, reflecting on the day's harrowing experiences. The presence of that peculiar little girl, the anomaly, was like a thorn in my heart. Her ears resembling trumpets. Wait, trumpets? Could it be? An answer dawned upon me, which I resolved to share with them the next day. "Charlotte, how many anomalies have you slain?" The rotund fellow suddenly inquired of me. "Have you ever calculated?" "It should be quite a lot." I shook my head, my gaze resting upon the spare desk lamp. "I see your unwavering composure in the face of danger. You possess the valor of a true hero." "I have single-handedly vanquished over 10 lightning creatures, 5 behemoths, and 1 mountain serpent," he proclaimed, extracting a cigarette and taking a puff. I nodded, acknowledging that the lightning creature is the weakest among all aberrations, merely possessing a swifter pace, posing little threat. The celestial dragon is the most formidable to slay. The creator has no means to contend with it, the rotund one articulated. Unless one were to provide me with a rocket launcher, adorned with a pair of robust, muscular wings and razor-sharp talons. Unbeknownst to us, we gradually succumbed to slumber. A blood-red sky bore witness to a black celestial body as I wandered aimlessly across this dim earth. Suddenly, a hand emerged from the soil, clasping my calf tightly. I looked down to see this bloodied hand, and upon closer inspection, I noticed a bracelet adorning the wrist. "My God!" I exclaimed in shock, dropping to the ground and desperately digging. At last, I unearthed the figure, but why was she facing away from me? I turned her body with my hands, and my eyes widened in horror as a grotesque face with a greenish hue and sharp fangs suddenly sprang to life, sinking its teeth into my neck. Startled, I awoke in a cold sweat, realizing it was morning. The rotund fellow beside me stirred, his face marked with annoyance. "What madness has possessed you, Charlotte?" I nearly succumbed. "Succumbed to what?" I wiped my brow. "Nothing," he rolled his eyes. It had been quite some time since I had experienced a nightmare. Perhaps last night's exertions had taken their toll, as I had arranged a meeting with Butterfly. There are far too many aberrations in the city. Our initial plans were not well coordinated. The little girl aberration from last night could potentially command the zombies, possibly having evolved a level of intelligence. When in Rome, do as the Romans do, I thought, and thus sought 2 sharper weapons. Morning is indeed safer than night, on the roads. One scarcely encounters those shadowy aberrations such as the trickster, night fox, and crawlers. The night fox is a feeble aberration with night vision capabilities, while the trickster is stronger. Where there is a night fox, the trickster may not be found, but where the trickster resides, the night fox certainly exists. During the day, lightning creatures are far more commonplace. Aberrations also prey upon zombies, consuming flesh and blood, as well as crystal cores, to facilitate their evolution. Advanced aberrations will hunt lower-tier ones. Thus, we need only remain in areas dense with zombies to swiftly accomplish our tasks. We soon acquired several crystal cores, which led us to relax too much. Engaging in idle chatter. Using incendiary devices to divert the crawlers. "You truly are a genius," the rotund fellow exclaimed. "By the way, is that how you awakened Butterfly?" "The flashlight was activated just before she suffocated. Otherwise, she would have perished," I replied. "You little rascal, did you seize the opportunity to plunder?" he accused. "Alas, my dear rotund friend, you have committed a subjective error in metaphysics. Were it you in my position, I would have acted without hesitation." Moreover, she herself seemed unconcerned. I chuckled. "Your words ring false. By the way, I too was once grasped around the throat. Did I not also lose consciousness? Is it not absurd for the corpulent one to wipe his mouth in such a frenzy?" I exclaimed in anger, as I observed him gasping on his knees. With a swift motion, I plunged my blade into the chest of the formidable opponent, extracting a perfectly round crystal core, the 20th of its kind. A total of 56. The corpulent one remarked. "Only 4 more to complete our task, though I feel somewhat remorseful towards Huang Li." Let us procure the remaining 24, I suggested to Hu Dai. Otherwise, we could return to the school. There are plenty to be found there, Hu Dai replied. In the vast expanse of the campus, countless corpses littered the ground, the stench unbearable. Before long, I stumbled upon the body of a deceitful creature, riddled with holes, the crystal core nowhere to be found. I crouched down, my voice heavy with dread, gazing into the blood-red eyes of the creature, recalling the dream I had that very morning. Perhaps some mischievous classmate took it to play with. The corpulent one speculated. The bomb utilizes its own crystal core as energy. It would be impossible to locate them. How did Huang Li meet her demise? I inquired suddenly. A second-tier lightning creature, likely the one that attacked her when we first engaged the second-tier behemoth, Hu Dai responded somberly. While we were dueling with the rubber creature, it suddenly struck Huang Li. I shot it in the head, and only then did it vanish. But I accidentally got ensnared by the rubber creature. And that is when you arrived. Approaching several reptilian corpses, I noted they had been deliberately turned over. This appears suspicious, I informed them. It does not seem like the work of the aberrant species. At that moment, a noise emanated from above. Let us ascend and investigate, I suggested. Stealthily making my way up. The rubber creature, having been pinned beneath the table for an entire night, was now bellowing in a frenzy. The sound of gunfire rang out, striking the creature's head. Come out, you wretched being. Still making a racket, despite your ignorance. A coarse voice directed towards Huang Li's corpse in the corner. And yet another crystal core retrieved. What a serendipitous find. A sharp voice exclaimed. Ha! This time, we shall secure first place. I desire 10 exquisite trophies. A frail voice chimed in. So be it, let us conclude. A magnetic voice declared. Monkey, dig it out. The coarse voice commanded. There are a total of 134 cores, said Bo Xiao. Lend a hand. The corpulent one and I crouched against the wall, eavesdropping on their conversation. The voices were somewhat familiar. They belonged to the Jinjiang base, though they were not members of the Tang sect. If they are from the Dogsong sect, I shall make them regret it. The corpulent one clenched his fist. Regardless of whether they are from the Song sect, we must reclaim what is rightfully ours. We exchanged a knowing smile, lightly bumping our fists together, as 4 figures emerged from the classroom and made their way around the corner of the staircase. I noted one resembled a gorilla, another a monkey, while the third appeared somewhat frail and the last had protruding teeth, truly peculiar. Gorilla, your singing is utterly dreadful. The monkey shouted from behind. I wasn't singing, it was Bo Xiao. The coarse voice, belonging to the gorilla, retorted. I certainly wasn't singing either. In a moment of chaos, a figure known as Big Brother abruptly turned around upon hearing a shrill call. At that instant, the portly man appeared, stationed near the entrance of the classroom like a sentinel. I remained concealed in the shadows of the ceiling, unnoticed by them. Watch your back. A gorilla brandished a steel knife, directing its menace towards a figure named Butterfly. Ber Shah swallowed nervously at the sight of Butterfly, clad only in a black strapless garment. Fearing exposure, we hastily shed our own clothing, forming pairs that braced against Butterfly and the portly man. This is outrageous. Are you attempting to intercept the 4 kings of the Song sect? The monkey exclaimed. You foul monkey, you dare to call yourself a king? The portly man guffawed heartily. You fat fool, you'd best perish. The iron-faced monkey drew a pistol and fired. By the heavens, this has turned deadly. I mused, relieved that we might avoid excessive force. The portly man nimbly retreated into the classroom, with the monkey and his buck teeth advancing like a slaughtered pig awaiting its fate. Curse you, monkey, he spat. In an instant, I descended, delivering a powerful kick that sent Ber Shah crashing to the ground, unconscious. Utilizing my momentum, I launched a fist at the bewildered monkey, pouring every ounce of strength into the blow. Even a titan would falter. He staggered, his weapon clattering to the floor. As he fell back, his head colliding with the wall, blood gushing forth. Chapter 9. The performance of Wang Chuanqiu. In that fleeting moment, I had incapacitated 2 adversaries. But the gorilla raised his pistol, aiming at me. With a deafening bang, he howled in agony, the weapon slipping from his grasp as a gaping wound appeared in his hand, crimson blood gushing forth. It was Butterfly who had fired the shot. The buck-teeth swung his knife with precision, but I sensed military training in his movements. Seizing the handgun from the ground, I hurled it at him, yet he disregarded it, unwavering in his assault. Come at me, I cried, launching myself off the wall with incredible speed, propelled towards the classroom's barred window, and with one more push, I soared into the air. By the heavens, not this trick again. The portly man poked his head into the classroom. The buck-teeth was momentarily stunned, having never witnessed such a spectacle. However, I was unarmed, and thus swiftly grabbed a spiderweb-covered electric baton, striking down upon his head. The buck-teeth raised his blade to shield himself, shattering the baton into fragments. Seizing the opportunity, I sought another weapon to continue our duel. In truth, it need not be so complicated. With the gun raised towards the buck teeth, I exhaled in relief. Were it not for their presence, I would have struggled alone to reclaim the crystal source. The buck teeth raised both hands, yet the knife remained poised, still searching for an opening. "What on earth are you?" he began, but before he could finish, his eyes rolled back as he collapsed, a result of the portly man stealthily striking him from behind. We exchanged smiles, clapping our hands together. These dogs of the Song sect have finally faced their comeuppance. With a hearty laugh, the stout fellow approached the monkey. Unzipping his backpack filled to the brim with crystalline resources, many of which were harvested from the abominations we had vanquished the previous night. 134 plus 56 equals. He grinned broadly. 190 pieces. We shall divide them equally, 30 each, and submit 100. Indeed, you are quite clever, Xia Luo, I replied. This way, we remain inconspicuous while subtly enhancing our strength. The stout fellow expressed his admiration and took a moment to deal a blow to Song Meng's mutt. Finding solace in the act, upon returning to our modest jeep, we celebrated the successful completion of our mission. Though the death of Huang Li cast a shadow over our spirits, many creators had perished during the task. The stout fellow gazed at the desolate cityscape. Death is commonplace in this apocalypse. I hope you all can come to terms with it. Comrade Xiao Wang, your words resonate deeply. I, Xia Luo, am thoroughly convinced. I smiled at him. Xia Luo, what exactly is your backstory? Butterfly, seated in the driver's seat, suddenly inquired. I was a lone wanderer from a nearby county. Drawn here in search of someone, I replied candidly. Who is it you seek? She asked, turning to glance at me. A beautiful high school girl named Zhu QiQi. I responded with a smile. Oh, pretending to be noble, are we? The mask is slipping. The stout fellow exclaimed. What are you thinking, you overweight fool? She's my classmate. I retorted. A classmate? From 20 years ago? They exchanged incredulous glances. Hey, she's a classmate from the present. I protested, dumbfounded. No way. With your long hair and bushy beard. I thought you were 40. The stout fellow laughed heartily. At that moment, I, too, sported disheveled hair and an unkempt beard. Butterfly in the front seat chuckled as well. I'm only 18. I'm actually quite handsome. You know, I shot back at him with a glare. Ha ha ha, by the heavens. You are hilarious. The stout fellow laughed so hard that tears streamed down his face. I never expected you to be this amusing. If only I hadn't lost my ID. Otherwise, you could have seen my handsome face. We continued to laugh heartily, the base drawing nearer, as the road leading to the main city had been meticulously cleared. Yet, for some unknown reason, our vehicle's speed began to diminish until it came to a halt, unable to proceed. The tires have blown, Butterfly informed us. The front tires are all flat. An idea struck me, and I glanced at the stout fellow, who returned my gaze with understanding. We exchanged a smile and a fist bump. This was the outskirts of the city, surrounded by grass, small trees, and fields of wild rapeseed flowers. A gentle spring breeze wafted by as the warm sun began its descent. A green jeep roared down the road, colliding with a tattered zombie with a resounding thud, scattering its remains in all directions. The driver of the jeep, a rugged man known by the codename Gorilla, had a bandaged hand. Damn it. Should I encounter this bearded man again, I shall ensure his utter destruction. A piercing sound emanated from the individual known by the codename Monkey. His head was swathed in an abundance of bandages, leaving only his facial features exposed. In the back seat, both Bo Xiao and Bao Yi remained silent. The dilapidated jeep, which lacked a proper cover, was jostled by the wind, causing Monkey's head to throb painfully. Look, there's a wild man ahead, exclaimed Xingxing, reducing the vehicle's speed. Hey, selling crystal sources. Large and round crystal sources. A rotund figure with a green face, adorned with rapeseed flowers, shouted from the roadside. I had been lying in ambush in the adjacent rapeseed field, stifling laughter. The jeep halted not far from our position, and I signaled for Hu Dai to follow. What should we do, big brother? Xingxing queried Bao Yi. The crystal sources we just seized from those worthless fools at Qingmin are far from sufficient. Puffing on a cigarette, Bao Yi replied, Xingxing, Bo Xiao, let us disembark and take a look. Thus, the three of them exited the vehicle. It's them. What a narrow path. I parted the tall grass, raising an eyebrow. Due to Monkey's diminutive stature, he glanced towards the rotund figure, causing me to overlook the fact that he thought I had knocked him unconscious with a single punch. As the rotund man noticed their approach, he rose to his feet. Greetings, esteemed sirs. He bellowed, grinning widely as he displayed several crystal sources in his arms. May I inquire if you wish to purchase crystal sources? They eyed him warily, with their bags slung protectively across Bao Yi's chest. Who are you? Xingxing demanded, drawing his steel knife. At the sight of them, the rotund man exclaimed, "You are from the Songmin faction of the Jinjing base." With a flourish, he continued, "I am merely a humble farmer, fortunate enough to have some connections with Master Lan." Their suspicion deepened upon hearing that he knew their leader. Master Lan hails from Chang'an Town, which happens to be my hometown. I produced a jack and placed it beneath the jeep, preparing to elevate it. The reason for not driving the vehicle away directly was that each car was unique. The Tangmen had their vehicles, and the Songmen had theirs. Inside the jeep, Monkey sensed something amiss as the vehicle continued to ascend. He glanced downward, and sensing movement, he peered up, only to see a head wrapped in white skin emerge, with blood-red eyes glaring back at him. "Ah!" Monkey cried out in terror. Instantly, I landed a punch squarely on his forehead, and just as I intended to subdue him, I discovered he had already lost consciousness. "Monkey, what is going on?" Xing shouted back at the vehicle. Drivers often instinctively leaned towards the right, while the rotund man had veered to the left, creating a diagonal distance of several meters. "No worries. The wind is just too strong." I pinched my nose and mimicked Monkey's voice. They frowned at the vehicle, sensing something was off. The rotund man, noticing their unease, hastily declared, "Esteemed sirs, I recently encountered several individuals from the Yuanmen faction. Their demeanor was exceedingly vile." With great fervor, he continued. A woman and two men, carrying a large bag of crystal sources. Bo Xiao's face flushed with anger. "So it's a few Yuanmen dogs. We must return immediately and expose their thievery." The orangutan, filled with rage, gazed at his right hand, completely unaware that he and his companions were also thieves, especially that oily-haired man, whose skills were anything but ordinary. Observing that the rotund fellow had once again managed to deceive them, I swiftly joined Butterfly in removing the wheel on the right side. "Esteemed gentlemen," the rotund man chuckled, "I shall now take you to the place where I keep my treasured crystal source." However, they remained unmoved, sensing that something was amiss. The rotund man produced a crystal source belonging to him. "Behold, gentlemen, I possess quite a few of these high-quality crystal sources." He then tucked it away again. The orangutan cast a glance at Tooth, urging him to follow. "If you deceive us, we shall end you. Fear not, I assure you. These are magnificent and substantial crystal sources." I hoisted the tire and signaled to the rotund man, who immediately understood. He led them into the fields of rapeseed, not far from the road. Suddenly, the rotund man's eyes widened in alarm. "Someone is on your vehicle," he exclaimed, pointing directly at the jeep. They spun around to see a monkey dangling from the front left seat, and with a resounding splash, it fell into a concealed, elongated river beside them. "Tricked," Tooth seethed, raising his gun and firing into the river, unleashing a barrage of shots. "Return and rescue the monkey. Forget about these savages." When they reached the vehicle, the monkey was still suspended. "Wake up, you idiot," Brother Xiao called out, shaking the monkey and delivering a slap. Finally, the monkey regained consciousness. "It's them. That fat man and that foul-bearded scoundrel," he roared. "I swear, I will see them ground to dust." Tooth pounded his fist against the door, leaving a dent. "Let us go. Catch them." He propelled himself onto the vehicle, but Brother Xiao stood frozen. "Brother, we're missing a wheel," he exclaimed, perplexed. "Replace it with the spare." "Do I need to teach you?" Tooth thundered. "Brother, we only have one spare. We're down 2 wheels." The cursed thieves. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a beautiful red glow in the west, we sped along the highway in the Tangmen military jeep, with visions of those magnificent crystal sources dancing in our minds. "Ha ha. Fatty, you truly are a remarkable character." I laughed heartily, for you cannot fathom the absurdity of their discussions behind me. The rotund fellow jested about wanting to silence those who opposed him, which was simply hilarious. Had it not been for his commendable swimming skills, he might have found himself queuing at the southern gate by now. After a considerable time, we returned to the base. Chapter 10. The creators ring. Upon our arrival at the creators' encampment, we were greeted by the sight of numerous individuals who had returned. Even though only 2 days had elapsed since our departure, a multitude of teams had already come back. We submitted our crystal cores and received 2 large sacks of rice, along with an abundance of both meat and vegetarian provisions. Due to the ongoing expansion of the base, 5 towering buildings had been completed, and the headquarters allocated us dormitory-style accommodations, residential towers reaching several stories high, with 4 individuals sharing a room and ample space remaining. Each small team became a fixed unit, and soon the creators' ranks would be bolstered by the likes of myself, the rotund fellow, and Butterfly. To my astonishment, the leaders seemed to have gained insight, recognizing the potential of the creators, which left the rotund fellow in awe. Ordinary humans, eager to procure rations from the base, flocked to construction projects to secure their daily meals. Meanwhile, Regular military personnel banded together to scavenge for supplies such as food and medicine. The teams formed by the creators supplied the base with crystal cores, while the military units relayed messages and communicated with higher authorities. The scientists, housed in vital laboratories, were of utmost importance, as the base's energy supply was derived entirely from solar power. Today is April 5th. Upon my return, I intended to consult the head of the base, seeking his assistance in mobilizing the populace to locate Zhu QiQi, yet I have received no updates. Seated upon the couch, I perused a comic book provided by the upper base, one copy per person, reportedly produced by a national-level facility. Unsurprisingly, the illustrations depicted various mutant species, each accompanied by detailed descriptions, prompting my silent musings. Notable among them were lightning, mountain climber, and diamond, all ranked from the weakest to the strongest. I turned to the final page of the mutant descriptions, where I encountered the entry for the divine sword, an entity of profound strength with enigmatic abilities capable of wielding weapons. Gazing upon the frail depiction of the mutant known as Sonic Wave, I was astonished to realize that this peculiar being could command those of lesser strength, such as zombies, characterized by a diminutive physique and disproportionately large ears. Could it be that the extraordinary mutant I encountered that day was indeed this one? The entry for the 1,000 transformations, the Corpse King, was succinctly summarized in just 4 cryptic words, leaving much to ponder, with no accompanying image. 1,000 transformations refers to the Corpse King, capable of a myriad of metamorphoses. The rotund fellow spoke in vague terms, leading me to suspect that this was merely a theoretical construct of a formidable adversary, as no one had yet encountered it, a mere conjecture. With eager anticipation, I flipped to the next page, eager to delve into the explanations of the creators. Initially, a diverse array of creators is introduced, highlighting their formidable combat capabilities and the various pathways to becoming a creator. The first method is mutation caused by toxic rain. The second involves infection by zombies, and the third pertains to atmospheric mutations. Additionally, a newly announced ranking system categorizes creators by star levels. A 1-star creator possesses the weakest combat strength among all, while a 2-star creator demonstrates enhanced abilities across the board, significantly amplifying their specialties. The 3-star creator stands as the most powerful, capable of defeating more than 10 1-star creators of the same specialty. There are also 1-star controllers, 2-star controllers, and so forth, all exhibiting immense strength. Controllers, also known as second-tier creators, ascend further to become third-tier creators, referred to as challengers. A first-tier creator can easily handle creatures of the same level, but as the strength of these creatures increases, so too does their rank. Higher-tier creators find themselves unable to contend with equally ranked advanced creatures. Thus, we will exploit our advantage for as long as we can, should they grow in strength. We must steer clear of them. As time swiftly passes, we must expedite our strength enhancement. I squint, contemplating the power distribution above. A 3-star, second-tier behemoth could effortlessly obliterate our base. The data presented derives from experiments conducted by scientists at the national base, alongside some unresolved mysteries. Providing relevant clues and reporting through multiple channels can yield substantial rewards. A power-type creator must consume 50 crystals of matching strength to level up, as other crystals prove largely ineffective, their quantity being inconsequential. Furthermore, the higher the star and tier levels, the greater the number of crystals required. It seems reminiscent of my childhood days spent in internet cafes engaging in quests. Wasn't this a ploy to ensnare players? On that day, the provincial base dispatched several hundred super bracelets, graciously distributed to all creators, aptly named creator bracelets. These devices facilitate rapid identification of the star level, tier, and type of creatures through sight, taste, and sound, while also objectively analyzing their combat capabilities. It appears the scientists have truly exerted themselves in their endeavors, I reflect. Indeed, in the apocalypse, one must study zombies. Otherwise, would we still ponder whether the chicken or the egg came first? Let us go for a walk. We have no tasks at hand, I suggest, rising. Would I care to join? A leisurely stroll through the streets can be quite delightful. One should not confine oneself to the confines of home all day. I merely rinsed my hair, which had long awaited such attention, and shaved my beard. Would I? Clad in a form-fitting, midriff-bearing leather jacket and denim shorts, with her hair tied in a high ponytail and a light touch of makeup, appeared strikingly beautiful. The plump fellow, named Wang Chuanxiu, a local from Xinjiang and a 23-year-old undergraduate, donned unremarkable casual attire. His thin, short eyebrows framed large, expressive eyes that conveyed an endearing innocence. However, those who truly understood him recognized the disparity between his appearance and his intentions. He resembled a character from a television drama, designed to enhance the atmosphere. A versatile creator. He once claimed that the effects of all the crystal sources he consumed were indistinguishable. Initially, he believed himself to be a power creator. Hu Dai, on the other hand, was a reactive creator, skilled in shooting and stealth. I considered my own abilities to be of little significance, corresponding to the trickery and duality of the crystal sources I possessed. As for me, I was indifferent to crystal sources, having consumed an unknown quantity, yet remaining relatively weak. This could perhaps be attributed to my status as a second-tier civilization individual, or perhaps I had yet to discover a suitable crystal source. Nevertheless, I often felt that my anger could enhance my strength significantly. "Good grief!" exclaimed the plump fellow, astonished as I emerged from the restroom. "Is that really you, Xia Luo?" His incredulity was palpable. "Actually, I am not Xia Luo. I am your father," I jested, playfully delivering a light punch to him. I then turned my gaze to Hu Dai, who looked particularly lovely today as she donned a tattered denim jacket and stepped outside. We resided on the 9th floor. Quite high up, but fortunately, there was an elevator. Upon reaching the 6th floor, the doors opened to reveal a couple entering. A one-star creator named Jin Chong and another one-star creator, Jin Zhu. The screen on their wristbands displayed their status. They stood before us, and I overheard. I heard the 4 kings of Songmen were robbed. A young woman softly remarked to a young man, "What are the 4 kings of Songmen? Merely 4 useless individuals." The young man scoffed. "They only bully the weak and fear the strong. Unlike our elder brother from Yuan Men, who embodies righteousness. Among the 4 sons of Jinjiang, 2 are affiliated with Yuan Men. Should the opportunity arise, we shall switch allegiances." The stout man wished to deal with these 2 traitors from Tangmen, but I advised him to let it be, as they serve no purpose. The 4 sons of Jinjiang are as follows: Yuan Long, a first-tier creator from Yuan Men; Yuan Feng, also a first-tier creator from Yuan Men; Song Jiang, a first-tier creator from Songmen; and Tang San, a first-tier creator from Tangmen. Each possesses a codename, such as Robbery for Tangjia and Fat for Tangpang. Although the Ming and Qing factions have their own first-tier creators, their strength pales in comparison to those of Jinjiang. The Jinjiang base has been expanding significantly, with its center transformed into a commercial district, where crystal source has become a high-end equivalent. This is due to the fact that people have discovered effective methods for advancement. Creators who do not affiliate with factions or armies refer to themselves as free individuals, obligated to submit a certain quantity of crystal source to the Central Guidance Office each month. However, those of us with assignments are exempt, while ordinary individuals lack the means to contribute and thus are naturally excused. As the economy experienced rapid growth, the welfare of soldiers below rank 050 in Tangmen increased. Yet the dangers persist. The mutation of the atmosphere has allowed some late bloomers to gradually evolve into creators. The trio arrived at a gourmet sales center, with the lower level consisting of a food street. It seems that after the apocalypse, my life has become even more delightful. The stout man held a large skewer of barbecue in one hand and a milk tea in the other. With so much meat, it could very well be from Mount Pan, I observed as I watched him devour his food. Suddenly, he paused. "What you said seems to hold some truth." People thronged the streets, laughter filling the air, resembling the bustling food streets of the pre-apocalyptic era. Suddenly, I noticed Hudi fixating on a particular spot. Following her gaze, I discovered it was a high-heeled shoe store. Indeed, women universally possess an affinity for beauty. Hudi, of similar height to the stout man, who stands above 1.75 meters, could easily reach 1.8 meters if she donned high heels. "Do you desire them?" I suddenly asked her, startling her. She shook her head, claiming they wouldn't suit her, while I noted her canvas shoes accentuated her long legs. I said, "Summer advisor, you've stumbled upon a chance to woo the young lady." The stout man exclaimed, "You're courting none other than Miss Hu. You truly must be tired of life." Hudi shot a glare at him, prompting him to quickly fall silent. We sampled a myriad of local delicacies, the majority of which were referred to as Jinjiang flavors. A finely dressed young boy dashed through the crowd with barbecue in hand, while the 3 of us were negotiating prices at an ice cream stall. Suddenly, a cry pierced the air as the young boy tumbled to the ground, bursting into tears. "Oh dear, young master, are you all right?" An elderly woman sprang from the crowd, scooping the boy into her arms as he sobbed. The young boy struggled vigorously and leaped out. Upon witnessing this, the 3 of us presumed there had been some form of collision. On the other side, a girl resembling a university student appeared utterly terrified, helplessly gazing at the boy. Her white attire was stained with a patch of red oil. "I didn't do it on purpose," she exclaimed, nearly on the verge of tears. "Butler, she hit me." The boy pointed accusingly at the girl, while an elderly woman's eyes reddened with fury. "How dare you strike my young master?" I shall end you. The elderly woman revealed a hand, wrinkled and adorned with long, sharp nails, distinctly a creator. I am from the Tang sect. Please do not kill me. The girl retreated in fear. It is precisely you Tang sect dogs that I wish to slay. The elderly woman yelled in wrath, her hand clawing at the girl. The girl, being merely an ordinary person, could not possibly contend with a creator and immediately shut her eyes. Just as I contemplated intervening, a gust of wind swirled beside me, and Hu Dai had already dashed forward. Who are you to obstruct my enforcement? The elderly woman glared at the tall figure before her, who was none other than Hu Dai. The girl, noticing the creator's ring adorning the woman, felt a flicker of hope. Two-star creator, Songhua. Hu Dai regarded the ring. Two-star creator, Tang Jia. What are you doing here to protect the little one? The elderly woman let out a boisterous laugh. Chapter 11. An unexpected task. Anyone with discerning eyes knew who was there to protect the child. As soon as the elderly woman finished speaking, she lunged forward, flailing wildly. Hu Dai, an elite of the Tang sect, was more than capable of overcoming this elderly woman. In an impressive display, Hu Dai leapt, her right leg striking the elderly woman's palm with force and precision. With her left leg now poised, she spun and delivered a swift kick to the elderly woman's head. What a spectacle! I couldn't help but exclaim. The elderly woman, caught off guard, was sent sprawling aside, her face smeared with blood, which sent the crowd into a frenzy, fleeing in panic, fearing for their own safety. Such altercations were uncommon in affluent districts, and many had never witnessed such a scene. The young boy stood frozen, his tears forgotten. He had never encountered such a spectacle. As he was the one who usually bullied others, who dared not retaliate. The elderly woman, seething with rage, rose to her feet. Do you know who we are? Hu Dai turned and glanced down at the Tang sect girl, whose eyes were filled with desperation. Does the Tang sect truly wish to engage in war with the Song sect? The elderly woman bellowed. Enough of your wails. If you wish to fight, let us do so. Is our grudge not yet settled? A stout man slowly approached. Two-star creator, Tang Pang. The elderly woman eyed his ring. And I am here as well. I stepped forward, holding an ice cream cone beside Hu Dai. One-star creator, Xia Luo. The elderly woman sneered coldly, wiping the blood from her lips, glaring at us as she hoisted the boy into her arms. You may be numerous, but I hope you will participate in the Battle of Jinjiang. With that, she turned her back, the boy casting a resentful look at us. You little brat. The stout man raised his chin defiantly and gestured rudely at them. Are you truly a member of the Tang clan? I inquired, observing the slightly flustered girl. She hastily produced a wooden plaque inscribed with Tang Clan Unit 092. Greetings, little junior sister. The stout man reached out, attempting to ruffle her hair. She gazed at the creator wristband on his thick wrist, her expression betraying a hint of yearning. Having left the girl behind, I recalled that any bullying could be reported to the headquarters, whereupon verification would lead to punishment for the offenders. Thus, the old crone would not be overly arrogant. What is the Battle of Jinjiang? I asked Butterfly, for the stout man was oblivious. The Jinjiang base held friendly contests among the 5 clans, establishing rankings. How trivial. All I desire now is to locate my parents. I wonder how they are faring in the capital, whether they are alive or dead. Upon returning to the apartment, night had already fallen. I reclined on the sofa, ennui enveloping me, while I spotted the stout man on the balcony, gazing at the scenery. Be wary of the heavenly dragon snatching you away, I jested. It cannot lift me, and besides, the base is equipped with high-voltage wiring. I joined him on the balcony, leaning against the railing, my gaze drifting over the illuminated base. Before us lay the bustling food street we had visited earlier, to the left, the industrial zone, and to the right, the headquarters of the 5 clans, with the square thrumming with life and the military district aglow with brightness. In stark contrast, the slums were shrouded in darkness, housing the largest population. I ventured into the kitchen to chop meat and vegetables, planning to prepare a grand feast alongside the stout man, who boasted of his culinary skills from his days at a 5-star hotel when poison rain had descended. Observing his deft techniques, I recognized he was not merely boasting. He combined the cooked beef with chopped scallions, added orange peel for flavor, a spoonful of sesame oil, and a dash of star anise powder among other ingredients. While he pressed the cooking button, I meticulously sliced the lamb, arranging it neatly. I spread tomato sweet sauce over the cabbage, layered the lamb slices atop, sprinkled some ginger to enhance the flavor, and slathered mustard before rolling it all up. Tada! The sweet lamb and cabbage rolls are complete. Your skills rival those of 5 years ago, the stout man exclaimed in astonishment. This is delightful. What do you suppose will happen if we join Jingyuan? Suddenly, his eyes sparkled with excitement. Oh, stout man, you truly are remarkable. You conceive of things even deities would not. I laughed heartily, when suddenly, my wristband emitted a series of shrill alarms. Butterfly also appeared abruptly, her face grave. This is dire. The base is on alert. The stout man turned serious. We rushed breathlessly towards the Tang clan headquarters, where we found many others had gathered. The wristbands had ceased their clamor. Yet the base was still illuminated by yellow alert lights. Stout man, what is happening? Is it an alien incursion under the cover of night? I have no idea. Alien invasions trigger a red alert, and I have never witnessed a yellow alert before. The stout man wiped the beads of sweat from his brow. We then observed a figure clad in Tang clan attire approaching the elevated platform, the very place where the leader would address the assembly. And that individual was indeed the leader. Is everyone present? Deputy, please conduct a head count. The aura of authority radiated from the leader as the creators stood in perfect alignment, swiftly adjusting their demeanor. I am Tangmin 050, assigned to the final position in a formation comprising 5 rows of 10 individuals each. However, the ranks were not complete due to the loss of 8 creators in the previous mission, including Huang Li and their companions, having discovered methods for advancement. Many have risen to the status of 2-star creators, with several even attaining 3-star rank, suggesting they have discreetly amassed numerous crystal sources. Why, one might wonder, are we gathering at such an hour? What events have transpired? It is common knowledge that the Battle of Jinjian is imminent. The leader, facing us, exuded an air of solemn authority. A provincial official had come down specifically to oversee the competition, yet unforeseen incidents had arisen. This official was compelled to return to the main base immediately, but the creators assigned to escort him had already departed from Jinjian City for other municipal bases. Thus, a new task has been assigned to you. This mission is critical to the survival of the entire base. It must be completed. Your mission is to escort the provincial leader to the provincial government base. Execute now. The crowd was taken aback. Setting aside the considerable distance between the provincial base and Jinjian base, the time required for this journey could allow even the aberrations in the fields to breach the defenses of Jinjian base, let alone the urban aberrations. Report, Chief. A robust man with a bushy beard addressed the leader. He was a 3-star creator, Tang Long, who will protect the base while we are away. The leader laughed heartily, and his aide stepped forward. Have you forgotten that the leaders are all controllers? Are you questioning the decisions of your superiors? And no, I merely sought clarification for my concerns. He replied, bowing his head humbly. Prepare yourselves, commanded the chief, Tang San. Follow my lead and depart immediately. The crowd dispersed. I located Fatty and Butterfly, observing that many wore expressions of discontent. Then, a strikingly handsome young man with flowing long hair ascended the platform, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful and alluring woman. He cleared his throat and proclaimed, everyone, follow me to the armory to collect your weapons. We depart within 10 minutes. He is Tang San, the creator of the Samsung, accompanied by his girlfriend Tang Ling, also a creator of Samsung. As I observed Tang San, I discerned that he was an exceptionally formidable individual. His gaze belied a seemingly harmless demeanor, revealing a feral intensity within his eyes. Shortly thereafter, hundreds of individuals emerged in the square, comprising the creators from Tang, Song, Wu, Ming, and Qing, along with nearly 100 jeeps, forming an immense convoy. Among them was a large vehicle adorned with white paint and emblazoned with the words, Lingnan Base. The urgency of this mission was unexpected, leaving many in a state of confusion, and it was rumored that we would advance along the city's national highway toward the province. A larger city indicated a greater number of zombies, and an abundance of zombies suggested an unfathomable presence of aberrations. The colossal convoy stretched like a dragon, illuminated and bustling with noise. The captains of the 5 gates were all assembled on the leadership's vehicle, which was vast and equipped with almost everything imaginable, its tires resembling remarkably durable treads. At this moment, the captains of the 5 gates were seated around a long table made of redwood, alongside the leader and his secretary, along with several assistants, totaling over 20 individuals. Present were Tang San and Tang Ling from the Tang Gate, Yuan Long and Yuan Feng from the Yuan Gate, Song Jiang and Song Yu from the Song Gate, as well as 2 creators from both the Ming and Qing gates, culminating in a conference of 12 Samsung creators. The leader, named Song Bo, had a secretary named Xiao Ji, who was a 1-star controller. The meeting's agenda focused on how to swiftly and safely reach the Lingnan central base. Despite lengthy discussions, no viable solution had emerged. Song Bo leaned back in his chair, contemplating why, despite his position at the central base, he was hastily summoned back. The cancellation of the Jinjiang battle was indeed regrettable. Deputy Captain Song Yu glanced at Song Jiang. Under the intensive cultivation from the central head, had the battle not been cancelled, Song Jiang would likely have easily defeated Yuan Long and Yuan Feng, if not surpassed them. Why not hold the Jinjiang battle during this return trip? Suggested a leadership assistant. We could transform the internal conflict into an external battle against the zombies and aberrations. A glimmer of excitement lit up the eyes of the crowd. Indeed, this was a splendid idea. The assistants then proceeded to prepare the rules for the competition. At the rear of this long convoy, I found myself alongside the plump fellow and Hu Dai, with the advancing convoy ahead and the wilderness surrounding us in a cloak of darkness. The creator convoy, composed of over 100 individuals, left countless zombies bewildered. They were not the deceased, but rather mindless mutated humans. How many aberrations and zombies existed in the world? No one knew. It was uncertain what could possibly impede this convoy. Chapter 12. The Pillar of Heaven. The plump fellow gazed out the window, spotting a broken little shack in the distance, flickering with an unstable glow reminiscent of erratic electrical currents. A shadow flitted past. Does it seem like someone is there? Following his gaze, I wondered, could the aberrations have evolved to manipulate electricity? It should not be. It is merely a survivor. A whistling sound echoed through the sky, where the moonlight was dim, yet many could discern the darting red and green lines in the heavens. They were indeed the heavenly dragons. At this moment, they appeared in flocks, evoking a sense of foreboding in many minds. In a Song-style jeep, a middle-aged man with prominent buck teeth sat in the passenger seat, while behind him were the monkey and young Master Bo. The gorilla in the driver's seat was laughing at the buck-toothed man. Hey, look at that monkey. What a sight. It's killing me. You bastard. Such a sight indeed. The monkey glared, his head wound, almost healed. Look at your crooked nose. Ha ha ha. Enraged, the monkey considered throwing a punch at the gorilla but thought better of it. One strike might send all four of them to the underworld. Speaking of which, that fat, smelly bearded man should be in the convoy as well. Young Master Bo, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, squinted his eyes. Certainly. Aren't they just looking for an opportunity to eliminate them? The monkey clenched his fist and leaned out to gaze out the window. Just as he turned his head to the right, he suddenly felt a lethal sense of danger. He quickly retracted his head, and in the next moment, a Yuan-style jeep sped past, barely grazing the side of theirs. The monkey broke into a cold sweat, instantly filled with rage. Gorilla, take him down. The monkey was almost bouncing with fury. At that moment, a shiny bald head emerged from the rear of the Yuan-style jeep, reflecting the dim light of the night onto the faces of the monkey and his companions. The gorilla had to shield his eyes from the glare, his fury igniting as he slammed the accelerator, cursing loudly. The monkey leaned out once more. Hey, you bald donkey, I'll take you down. Just as he reached for his gun to unleash a volley, that ominous feeling returned, and he quickly withdrew his head. Another jeep suddenly charged out beside them, nearly colliding. The monkey was beside himself with rage, his face turning crimson. Ah, this is exhilarating. Butterfly, I never imagined your driving skills were this remarkable. The fat man danced with glee, grinning from ear to ear. Despite the convoy being a large procession of vehicles, they were not tightly packed, allowing them to race freely. Even Butterfly's typically stoic demeanor had a hint of a smile at the corners of her mouth. I feel like the people in that car we just overtook seem familiar, but I didn't think much of it. Suddenly, a furious roar echoed through the night. After a prolonged, safe journey, the convoy finally encountered its first trouble. A massive tree loomed in the center of the road, its roots sprawling across the national highway. What is going on? How did this tree get here? One scout was perplexed. Did this tree crawl here to block the road? Can trees move? Another scout questioned in confusion. Or was it brought here by someone? How could that be? This towering tree must weigh as much as a small mountain. Who could possibly move it? A seemingly authoritative scout stepped forward, gazing at the colossal tree before him, its roots entwined with the road, appearing so vast that it would take several individuals to encircle it. In the darkness, it loomed like the thigh of a giant, its top obscured. Yet the moonlight felt significantly dimmed. The convoy would arrive within half an hour. We should detonate explosives, perhaps? Explosives? That would be akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. The leader, resting his chin on his hand, scanned the terrain with his flashlight. What then? This is truly troublesome, one scout lamented. We shall circumvent it, carving a path beside. That is our only option now. The leader was reprimanding several scouts when a piercing scream echoed. The group was taken aback, the leader furrowing his brow towards the source of the sound. It was Xiao Zhuang. Quickly, the group hurried over, but could locate Xiao Zhuang nowhere near the immense tree. Here, there are bloodstains, one scout exclaimed. The scouts possessed formidable strength. It was rare for an anomalous creature to swiftly eliminate one of their own. The leader advanced quickly, illuminating the surroundings with his flashlight, yet found no trace. Could it be that Xiao Zhuang was slain by a second-tier dragon? His expression grew grave, instinctively glancing upwards. His eyes widening in horror as 3 sharp branches pierced his eye sockets and mouth, blood splattering forth. On the white, massive armored vehicle, Songbo took a deep drag from his cigarette, staring at a tablet computer. The small base at the edge of the provincial headquarters was gradually succumbing to a coordinated assault by anomalous creatures. The number of these entities was unprecedentedly terrifying, with numerous third-tier creatures emerging. A provincial order mandated that all bases unite their forces to combat the approaching army of anomalies. Songbo's expression was solemn. Only their provincial department was privy to this information, while the heads of the city bases remained oblivious to the rapid depletion of resources at the Lingnan base. They could not withstand the onslaught of the anomalous army. Summoning all creators from city-level bases to resist the anomalous forces might be the only viable solution. The 3 of us were in relatively high spirits, speeding past a line of vehicles. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, the cars ahead multiplied, leaving little room for overtaking until we ultimately slowed to a halt. It was midnight, the national highway lit brightly, with many creators disembarking, chattering excitedly. As if an incident had occurred. Let us investigate, I suggested. The vehicles were parked orderly to prevent chaos. What the? Is that a tree? A voice called from ahead. What is happening, scouts? Where's the road? ISNT that a Scout-S vehicle? But where are the people? No sign of roadwork either. Ah, look, there are bloodstains. Upon hearing the commotion, we rushed over, and what lay before us was astonishing. A gigantic tree stood tall. Its trunk a bronze hue, the bark riddled with deep grooves that sent shivers down my spine. This tree must be hundreds of meters high. It is truly terrifying. I looked up, but it was pitch black, the top invisible. Could Commander Xia truly be so unnerved by a mere tree? The stout man stepped forward, bouncing on the protruding roots of the tree. With a swift motion, he struck a piece of bark with his machete and illuminated the area with his flashlight, yet found nothing of significance. This appeared to be an ordinary tree, presumably an oak. The tallest trees, belonging to the cedar family, reach merely around 100 meters, and it was inconceivable for this one to be so robust. The butterfly remarked to me that perhaps it had mutated due to the rain. I concurred, pondering how an ordinary oak could attain such height. Combined with the mysterious disappearance of the explorers, this raised suspicion. Stout man, step away from the tree. Something is amiss. I shouted, illuminating him with my flashlight. To my astonishment, he had vanished without a trace. Alarmed, I wondered if he had been consumed by the tree. Stout man, respond if you receive this. Stout man. A voice echoed from afar, unmistakably belonging to him, emerging from the direction he had disappeared. We hurried towards the sound and discovered a large hole behind the protruding roots. The stout man was struggling within, the opening spacious and deep, and he clutched a slender vine. I quickly retrieved a rope from my backpack, but he hastily let go of the vine, his face etched with terror. Even Commander Wang has met his match today. Ha! Quickly, pull me up. This vine will ensnare me. The stout man gasped, flustered and frequently glancing around, having lost track of his flashlight. Look at you, in such disarray and chaos. I hereby announce the revocation of your position as Deputy Commander. Revocation or not. Just pull me up. He appeared genuinely troubled, prompting Hu Dai and me to exert all our strength to hoist him up. The depth was only a few meters, but the stout man was heavy. I saw the vine ensnaring people. He thought I was skeptical and raised his arm to reveal a torn sleeve, his arm marred with bloodstains. My expression turned grave. Indeed, the colossal tree harbored dangers. I also saw the body of an explorer, just as the stout man finished speaking. A blood-curdling scream pierced the air. Amidst the ensuing chaos, more screams erupted. The scene turned frantic. Beams of light revealed slender branches in the sky, striking at the creators who ventured too close to the roots. Retreat. Move away from the base of the tree. A commanding voice boomed. The 3 of us dashed away. Realizing the gravity of the situation, evidently, all the explorers had perished beneath this giant tree. Other creators were also fleeing in panic. A burly man rushed past me towards the convoy, and I turned to shout a warning. Be careful. But it was too late. A branch pierced through his skull, splattering brain matter across my face. Wiping my face, I yelled to the stout man and Hu Dai, hurry. Watch your heads. This thing feasts on brains. Those corpses had branches embedded in their skulls. As the hefty man shouted, we safely returned to our previous parking spot, far from the roots of the tree. Chapter 13. The Strange World of Alien Species. The branches of the colossal tree should not reach us. There stood a figure atop the white armored vehicle. It was Songbo. Everyone, remain calm. Return to the vehicle and seek another route. Clearly, this path is no longer viable, he urged. This tree, known as the Titan, is an unusual alien species. As long as we keep our distance, we shall not suffer any harm. The Titan, indeed an alien, suggests that this apocalyptic world is not solely subject to human mutations. I administered pain relief to the hefty man, as with the creator's physique. He would soon recover without the need for any disinfection process, unless he were poisoned. He simply tore off the sleeve on his left arm, revealing a stout arm adorned with numerous scars. Although he presents a simple and playful demeanor, he is genuinely loyal and courageous when the occasion calls for it, which is why I consider him a brother. Comrade Wang Chuanxiu, due to your repeated violations, the organization has imposed a written reflection of 10,000 words upon you. Do you have any objections? I observed from the passenger seat as he sat in the back. No objections. I willingly accept the punishment, he proclaimed, his head protruding from the window as he surveyed the surrounding area, confirming that everyone had returned. Currently, we were heading towards the fields, which, while flat, were overgrown with weeds. One misstep could lead to a calamity in the river. How did you fall in? Hudai inquired of the hefty man. When I first fell, I thought I had just slipped. But lo and behold, there was a hand entangled around my ankle, as you all witnessed. The vine I clung to was that very hand. The hefty man animatedly recounted his experience before his eyes widened in sudden realization. Hey, I suddenly spotted a dozen corpses. Precisely those of the Pathfinders, along with a few others. Most alarmingly, I noticed the massive branches beneath me writhing like a giant serpent burrowing into the earth, akin to fingers probing through tofu. Upon hearing this, an icy dread enveloped me. Could those be the tree roots penetrating the soil? Hudai glanced at me, and we exchanged a long, anxious gaze, sensing a grave predicament. With a deafening explosion, a colossal hand pierced through a jeep, causing it to explode mid-air, leaving many in a state of shock. Without my prompting, Hudai slammed on the accelerator, maintaining a speed that was scarcely slower than before, while other jeeps also surged forward, splattering mud in their wake. One giant hand after another punctured the vehicles. Those who were not killed in the explosion succumbed to sheer terror. The ground trembled violently as a massive hand nearly grazed us, propelling the jeep beside us skyward. With a thunderous crash, countless sparks erupted in the sky. Despite our audacity, the three of us turned pale. The leading jeeps broke through the barriers and surged onto the highway, reaching the rear of the Titan. After a brief interval, we too managed to escape, narrowly preserving our lives. The white armored vehicle followed suit, its body riddled with dents, evidently having endured significant attacks. Alas, what a harrowing experience! The hefty man exclaimed with relief, and we all exhaled a sigh of relief. It seemed this ordeal had claimed numerous souls. As I glanced at the wristband, it was already 3 o'clock. No wonder there were so few anomalies. Who could possibly contend with such a colossal creature, devoid of any apparent weaknesses? The armored vehicle, painted in white, was a scene of chaos, with papers fluttering about and cups shattered on the ground. The intelligence was erroneous. The higher-ups had utterly failed to comprehend Optimus Prime's method of attack. Secretary Xiao Ji was infuriated, as the one in control. He felt quite unsettled to be at the mercy of such a life form. Beside him, Songbo wore a grim expression, remaining silent. In a Yuanmen jeep, the atmosphere of the peak creator permeated through the window, where 2 figures resided, Yuan Long and Yuan Feng. Brother, what do you think? Yuan Feng inquired from the passenger seat, revealing her long, fair legs. Observing the situation, there was not a hint of fluctuation in her eyes. In a Song-type jeep, designated for Song Jiang and Song Yu, the gravity of the current mission weighed heavily on Song Jiang's lips, which curled into a sinister smile. This task is a pivotal opportunity for our transformation. In another jeep, belonging to the Qing Min, 2 women, both 3-star creators, were present. Yen, have you heard? One of the women spoke. Hee, let us watch and wait. In the Ming Min jeep, 2 men remained silent, having not uttered a word throughout the night. Representatives from the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties had dispatched 2 individuals each to form a new exploratory team, maintaining a 20-minute distance from the convoy. As dawn broke, we found ourselves in a place called Luocheng. Luocheng was merely a small county, and the scavenging would not take long. I observed the 2 of them. Butterfly, do you need to rest? I asked. No, it won't affect the search, she replied, shaking her head as she jumped out of the vehicle. The small town remained as dilapidated as it was when I had departed. Many houses had collapsed, and the ground was strewn with remnants. The convoy had dwindled to just over 40 vehicles, yet nearly 200 people remained. Searching this small town was a straightforward endeavor. I led the fatty and Butterfly to my home, where everything was neatly arranged, albeit covered in a fine layer of dust. Butterfly went to take a shower while I stared blankly at a picture frame, with Fatty busy cooking in the kitchen. Butterfly's parents had long since passed, and she had learned to fend for herself alongside her younger brother. With the arrival of the toxic rain, her brother had transformed into an anomaly, losing all sense of self and attacking his sister, who had once cared for him. After her brother's death, Butterfly had kept his crystal source with her for several months, never letting it out of her sight. Fatty, an orphan, had always been remarkably clever. Otherwise, he would not have survived to this day. I silently gazed at the photograph of my parents holding me, their faces radiating love, wondering how they were faring. I placed the photo into the waist pouch I carried and tidied up their room. 3 hours later, we gathered in the square, organized our supplies, and set off once more. There were still some survivors from Luoqing's second high, but the convoy had no intention of taking them in. And I was powerless to change that. This was the end of days. Heading southward, the sun gradually ascended higher in the sky. I gazed up at the white cloud ship in the cosmos, pondering when we might embark on an exploration. A massive bird soared across the sky, gliding above us. A creature of the same anomalous nature. Vibrancy gradually emerged upon the ground, as a cat grew to the size of a steed. Its sharp fangs exposed, and its azure eyes fixated intently on the convoy traversing the road. It settled down, utterly unperturbed. This feline appeared to be a benign mutation, devoid of the predatory instincts of aberrant species. Even among cats, there exists a creator. The rotund man wore an inscrutable expression as he gazed upon the colossal cat in the distance. The drab world began to emanate an unusual vitality. Before the next life, one could reach Lingnan within a day. However, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, peculiar obstacles hindered the journey, leaving no one to ascertain how long it would take to arrive. The man stroked a Type 95 rifle in the vehicle, tenderly, as if caressing his own child. In the distance, Honghe City, renowned for its industrial prowess, boasted a wealthier economy compared to other regions, yet it also bore the burden of environmental issues. With notably poor air quality, and even aberrant species seemed to evolve in this direction. A male zombie wandered the streets, each breath releasing a plume of white smoke from its nostrils. Its right hand bore elongated claws akin to those of Wolverine, while its left hand appeared entirely ordinary. A series of footsteps echoed, yet it remained oblivious. Die! A shrill cry rang out, and the zombie's head soared into the air, its body collapsing. As a young girl emerged. Sister, sister, look, I've slain an aberrant. The girl beamed with joy as she turned to the rear. She appeared to be around 8 or 9 years old, while the woman behind her looked fully grown, clad in a crimson robe, her golden eyes sparkling. The woman lifted the girl, her face radiating affection as she playfully pinched her cheek. Good sister, you shall become the finest creator in the future. The woman smiled sweetly. Yea, I will surely surpass you, sister, and then I will protect you. The girl giggled. Thick smoke billowed around them, its origin indistinguishable. A bizarre aberrant with scarlet eyes observed ahead. Upon seeing the girl, it displayed surprise, but upon noticing the woman, terror crossed its face, prompting it to flee. This aberrant was none other than the 3-star ghost Mist. Good sister, you play here for now. I'll be right back, the woman said, releasing the girl without a hint of concern, and she turned toward the spot where the aberrant had appeared, vanishing from sight. The girl joyfully picked up a sharp curved blade and plunged it into the zombie's body. However, before long, the woman returned, holding a gleaming crystal source. She called out to the girl affectionately, then, in an instant, inserted the crystal source into the zombie's corpse with astonishing speed. Sister, this is its crystal source. For you. The girl presented the shining crystal source to the woman. Thank you, my dear sister. She replied, her gaze fixed at the end of the road. Chapter 14. The Lingnan War Arrival. Honghe City. What a dreadful environment. Who could possibly endure this? The rotund man complained, looking up at the sky. We'll reach Liuzhou soon. We won't be stopping here, I said, frowning as I surveyed the surroundings. Honghe City had not been this polluted during my previous visits. This place is unfit for prolonged stay. The stout man squinted, as if he had perceived something. Everyone, quicken your pace, echoed the voice of the announcer. Soon, dozens of vehicles sped through the city of Honghe. Oh, I've been discovered, the woman mused, standing by a window in a tall building. That stout fellow is quite remarkable. Is it the Xinjiang base? Intriguing. What's wrong, sister? Who are they? The little girl gazed up at the woman, her eyes gleaming with a crimson hue. Hee, it seems I must join the fray, the woman said, her lips curling into a breathtaking smile. Sister, I want to join too, the little girl exclaimed with excitement. All right, I'll take you along, the woman replied, a flash of crimson flickering in her eyes as she grasped a crystal source in her hand and swallowed it whole, giggling as she swept away in her cloak. The little girl, her crimson eyes now vacant, was left bewildered. How could her beloved sister have killed her? Her legs gave way, and she fell, her face forever etched with confusion. Meanwhile, the stout man in the vehicle squirmed restlessly. Comrade Wang, there are no epilepsy medications in the car. Please refrain from having a seizure at this moment. I chuckled at the stout man, who seemed entranced. Deputy Xia, I feel as though something is watching me. He turned to look out the window, but nothing was amiss. Stop daydreaming. Do you want me and Butterfly to each give you a slap? She's coming. She's coming. She's here. The stout man's face contorted with terror, gradually becoming disoriented. Noticing something was amiss, I slapped him sharply. Ah, who. The stout man regained his senses, appearing to return to normal. Comrade Wang, you haven't been possessed, have you? I stifled a laugh, observing the large red handprint on his face. All right, that feeling is gone. The stout man sighed in relief, calming down while Butterfly and I shared a secret laugh, completely unaware of his oblivion. After a considerable time, noon arrived, and we reached our next destination, Liuzhou City. Liuzhou was far larger than Jinjiang, and traveling here was not without its dangers. This city also housed a significant base known as the Luqing Base. Strangely, the creators of the base were nowhere to be found, seemingly off on some mission. A leader of the base, wishing to travel to Lingnan, hitched a ride and donned an announcer's device to recount the history of this base to alleviate the creator's boredom. The founder of Luqing Base was named Lu Rulong, an active major general in the military and a 2-star controller, on the verge of breaking through to 3 stars. His son, Lu Tian'a, was the strongest of the younger generation, also a 2-star controller. Those who heard this could not help but gasp in awe. Indeed, the base boasted profound heritage. As we passed through Xinjiang, a giant fish carcass floated by, and the leader remarked, "Fortunately, you saw the belly of the fish, otherwise, a frontal view would have terrified you." The crowd scoffed, but was nonetheless curious about the giant fish's demise. Upon leaving Liuzhou, a woman appeared on the bridge. Her golden pupils and blood-red robe complemented by flowing hair and exquisite features. With a smile, she vanished from sight. We arrived at our destination, Guiwu City. The journey had been smooth and tranquil, and we reached safely. Surrounded by towering skyscrapers, there existed a dilapidated area where an aberrant creature hung ominously from a gaping hole. Within that hole lay a chaotic office, with shards of glass occasionally plummeting to the ground. The creature glared defiantly at a passing jeep below, unperturbed, and suddenly leapt down. Its massive form crashed into a Tangmin jeep, resulting in an explosion that instantly obliterated 4 lives. On the mountainside, the onlookers, observing their wristbands, hastily drew their firearms to shoot. The creature, with its colossal fists, remained unscathed atop the vehicle, the bullets merely bouncing off its iron-like skin. It abruptly leaped onto another moving Mingmen jeep. "Damn it, get down here!" a man shouted in fury. In the next moment, a gigantic fist came crashing down, shattering the jeep's door, sending the vehicle careening uncontrollably towards the roadside. The man inside was rendered silent, while the others scrambled to leap from the vehicle. With a thunderous roar, the creature unleashed its might, and its fists descended like meteors, obliterating the jeep entirely. Meanwhile, I and the plump who died drove ahead, blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding behind us, with the plump man snoring loudly. We were nearing Guiwu City, not far from Nanning. I idly gazed around, the cityscape presenting a dismal gray. I retrieved a crystal source, rubbing it thoughtfully in my hand, and recalled a visage as cold as ice. The sound of dragons howling echoed as distant battle cries mingled with screams, shaking the very earth. Green blood gushed from the creature's eyes as it succumbed, its body collapsing slowly. Song Jiang swiftly extracted its crystal source with a wicked grin, pocketing it before leaping into the vehicle. Our final destination, Nanning City. On our journey, we encountered numerous aberrant entities, exceedingly formidable, yet we forged our way through with sheer strength. Following a white armored vehicle, we navigated around the city center, hearing the distant clamor of war. Why is it so intense? Have they deployed tanks? The plump man exclaimed in astonishment. He opened the sunroof, poking his head out, only to see thick smoke billowing nearby, with countless flying aberrations swirling in the air. A chilling sense of danger locked onto his head, prompting him to retract swiftly. A dragon-like creature clawed at the vehicle, leaving 6 deep gaseous sparks flying. The plump man gasped, "That nearly cost me my life." As we passed through the bombarded surroundings, it had transformed into a true wasteland, with piles of rubble lining the streets and blood staining vast areas. Nanning City lay within a plain, and we could glimpse the towering city walls not far ahead, the East Gate Base, one of the sub-bases surrounding the Lingnan base. Upon entering the East Gate Base, We learned that the West Gate base was under siege by a horde of aberrant creatures. The Lingnan base and other bases had dispatched a significant portion of their forces to fend off the invasion, yet it remained a precarious struggle. Could aberrant creatures unite? It was not surprising, as I recalled reading about an aberrant capable of controlling others. But would there be 1,000 transformations? The 1,000 transformations belonged to the Corpse King. As we entered the Lingnan base, we were struck by its astonishing vastness, a sprawling expanse that seemed unfathomable, akin to a city on the brink of apocalypse. Songbo hurriedly made his way to headquarters, where his assistant promptly assigned us our tasks. By the time we reached Nanning, the sun was setting, casting its golden hues toward the direction of war. Hu Dai wore a solemn expression, and the stout man appeared grave. Entering the fray meant that life and death would be our constant companions, and only formidable strength could ensure our survival. The Lingnan authorities mandated that no creator could abstain from the Shiman battle, with dire consequences awaiting those deemed deserters. Our group wore grim visages. Realizing that we were not alone in our predicament, our Xinjiang base had been betrayed, and creators from various municipal bases had been summoned under the unyielding military decree, leaving us with no recourse. Eccentric creators clad in bizarre attire surrounded us, most of them of lowly rank, mere one-star creators, rushing toward the Shiman base as if marching to their doom. A wild-looking man brandishing a machine gun pointed it at me. He was a 3-star creator. Hurry over to support. The Shiman base is on the brink of collapse. Move quickly, or I'll shoot. His threats hung heavy in the air. The stout man, incensed, clenched his fists, ready to retaliate, but I restrained him. Steady, my friend. Let us act with prudence. I patted his shoulder and proceeded toward the Shiman base, with them trailing behind me, while the gunmen continued to menace others, prepared to fire at the slightest sign of dissent. Before the Shiman base, several colossal aberrations formed a menacing circle, their enormous, leathery wings and armored exoskeletons rendering them impervious to harm, towering even above explosives, serving as living shields. A rocket plummeted from the sky, striking the very center of these shields. Sensing the impending danger, their wings unfurled in a defensive half-circle, but when the fiery projectile detonated against their toughened wings, it was akin to an ant shaking a tree, utterly ineffective. As the wings folded, a diminutive zombie emerged from their midst. A grotesque yet oddly endearing creature resembling a small girl, with ears as wide as an elephant's. Countless zombies surged forth, tearing apart everything at the Shiman base. While the monstrous aberrations wielded splintered timber, their crimson eyes fixated on annihilation. The aerial combatants faced the Tianlong, a nimble adversary, its tough hide proving resilient against the onslaught of helicopters and fighter jets, transforming the sky into a chaotic battlefield. A dragon-type tank was caught off guard as one of the aberrations leaped onto it, brandishing clawed appendages that savagely tore through its armor, resulting in horrified screams from within. To the creators, the zombies were but insignificant insects, yet their relentless numbers widened the chasm of despair. The front line continued to falter, and the Shiman base succumbed entirely. A man, blood trickling from his lips, clutched a machine gun, relentlessly firing into the sea of zombies. Damn it, even if I must perish today, I shall take one of these beasts with me. A man, filled with laughter, leaped into the sea of zombies, clutching 2 grenades. The explosions erupted, yet they did nothing to halt the relentless onslaught. Countless valiant souls laid down their lives for the base, their final moments echoing with joyous laughter. At the rear of Shiman base, I took aim with my Type 95 rifle and dispatched several zombies with precise shots. Beside me stood a hefty man. While not far away, Hu Dai lay in ambush. Our shared sentiment was clear. Only a fool would venture to the front lines. Little did we anticipate that Fatty believed becoming a creator would render him invincible. It was only today that he realized there are greater forces beyond the heavens and greater beings beyond humanity. The setting sun illuminated the faces of every creator, awakening the primal instincts within. A figure clad in white leaped into the horde, and with each step, heads soared into the air. It was the White God. "Charge, brothers!" bellowed a one-eyed man, his other eye a gory pit. "The White God has arrived. Kill them." Another man, wielding a sharp knife, plunged into the sea of corpses. Fight alongside the White God, together in life and death. Yet, as soon as he charged, he was torn apart by a monstrous creature. Fight alongside the White God, together in life and death. The crowd cried out, all leaping into the fray. Fatty and I stood in shock, staring ahead as the man in white brandished his white sword, glimmering in the fading sunlight, cutting through the enemy with ease. "Damn it, he is stealing the spotlight. I can't take it anymore," Fatty declared, brandishing his machete and rushing towards the horde. Chapter 15. The collapse of Ling Nan in the face of such audacity and skill. What could a mere hefty man hope to achieve? I shouted for Fatty to retreat, drawing my own machete to follow him into the fray. At the forefront of Ximen Base, a woman in a red robe perched atop a shield's wing, oblivious to the chaos below, her narrowed eyes fixated on Fatty, disregarding the man in white. After observing for a while, a smile crept across her lips as she basked in the last rays of the setting sun before vanishing in an instant. A cannon from Lingnan Base emerged, launching projectiles into the center, remnants of bodies soaring into the night. Creators, return. Do not linger on the battlefield, echoed a voice. The man in white leaped into the air, calling out, while effortlessly decapitating a massive creature. Upon hearing this, Fatty and I turned and fled, yanking Hu Dai along with us. The man in white held the rear, while the rest of us retreated. Barely half of those who had initially charged forward returned. Our ammunition had long been depleted, and we made our way directly to the medical bay at Lingnan Base for treatment. Fatty's arms were bloodied, covered in horrific claw marks, while my hand was split and new wounds marred my back. Hu Dai appeared unscathed, as did the man known as the White God, though he bore a coat of green blood. Fatty learned a valuable lesson this time. He would never again escort the leaders into danger. The battlefield stretched vast, with people scattered, and I had no knowledge of the fate of others from Jinjing. Lingnan Base intensified its firepower, forcefully driving back the sea of zombies, ushering in a moment of tranquility. Those who did not participate at the front lines remained on duty, while thousands of us took our respite. Silently, I gazed into the distance, observing as the undead collected the bodies scattered on the ground. A grave realization struck me. Within this ocean of corpses undoubtedly lay a leader. If that leader were to be eliminated, the horde would surely collapse. They could not be oblivious to this fact. Baishan approached unexpectedly, greeting me with a nod. Though you are merely a one-star creator, your strength is commendable. His eyes sparkled with an air of arrogance, stirring an unshakable discomfort within me. And you, Baishan, a two-star controller. I retorted. He laughed heartily before departing. Soon after, a corpulent man approached, remarking that Baishan seemed somewhat defiant. Baishan's eyes brightened as he paused, directing his gaze toward a figure clad in a delicate white dress, who was inquiring about something. Baishan approached her, performing an ancient gesture of courtesy. I am Baishan. Might I inquire what you seek, young lady? If I possessed the knowledge, I would be delighted to assist. I am Xin Jiao. Have you seen this person? She produced her phone, revealing an image of a rugged man in the midst of battle. Baishan appeared momentarily taken aback, turning his head towards me. Xin Jiao's gaze followed suit, and I was filled with confusion as she suddenly dashed over. Baishan frowned, his eyes fixated on me. At last, I have found you. Xin Jiao grinned foolishly in my direction. Do we know each other? I asked, bewildered, only to be tugged by the corpulent man beside me. Of course, if it weren't for you and this gentleman, I would have perished at the hands of the aberrants. She suddenly turned her attention to the corpulent man, who chuckled in a silly manner, seemingly enamored by Xin Jiao. Oh, now I remember, I said, scratching my head in embarrassment, while Baishan's expression hardened from a distance. Xin Jiao, a two-star creator, with twin ponytails cascading down her back and golden eyes that radiated elegance, possessed a striking figure, particularly her face, which drew one in like an abyss. She exchanged pleasantries with a nearby butterfly, her golden eyes brimming with allure. Baishan clenched his teeth and departed, an aura of danger emanating from him. Much like that of Xin Jiao in her delicate white dress, her approach to us was undoubtedly intentional, though she appeared similar to others. I could discern the calculating glint in her eyes. We returned to the temporary base of the Tang clan, which had dwindled from over 40 members to just over 20. Tang San and Tang Ling were present, and surprisingly, both had ascended to the rank of controllers. The corpulent man remarked that they must have taken some illicit substances, engaging in dubious dealings. In the short term, returning was not an option, so we resolved to fight to the end in Lingnan. These crystal sources are the rewards bestowed upon us by Lingnan. Let us share them. Tang San reassured everyone. Soon, a small truck arrived, unloading barrels of crystal sources before our astonished eyes. Xin Jiao, standing beside me, was equally captivated, having joined the Tang clan and assigned to my team. My heavens! This is the foundation of the grand base. Each person receives a barrel, containing dozens of crystals. 1,000 individuals shall benefit. The crowd was filled with both astonishment and joy. Was this not the very basis for conquering the sea of corpses? In truth, the quantity of crystal sources was far from adequate. To say nothing of battling the army of aberrations, the sea of corpses could easily exhaust us. They began to exchange the crystal sources that suited them best. We inquired of Shun Jiao regarding her type of creator, to which she replied that she was omnivorous. A team of 4 with 3 omnivorous members. How peculiar. They gradually consumed and digested, their strength slowly increasing, with several individuals breaking through to the realm of controllers. The rotund fellow devoured everything in mere moments. The excessive compression of energy nearly caused his demise, yet he managed to endure, his face flushed. Advancing to the pinnacle of a 3-star creator. Hu Dai stood as a 1-star controller, while Shun Jiao also claimed the title of 1-star controller, and I, a 1-star creator. Good heavens, is this fairness? The rotund fellow nearly burst into laughter. Indeed, we were the Tang sect, the lowest tier in terms of strength. However, only I comprehended my true capabilities. Even if 3 1-star controllers were to confront me, I would not tremble. In the dead of night, the enemy remained silent, and many understood this to be a precursor to an impending storm. Li Yong, a sturdy man, sat atop a tank's tread, igniting a cigarette and inhaling deeply as the chilling wind swept by, the moonlight casting a glow upon his back. He pondered how, despite enduring such a prolonged conflict with the enemy, he had yet to perish. Surely, divine providence was at play, promising brighter days ahead. Suddenly, he noticed the shadow beneath him shifting, perplexed as he had not moved. In the next moment, he felt himself soaring into the sky, the ground below erupting with bright red blood. After a while, the base alarm blared, summoning everyone. Their readiness had escalated. Yet it remained impossible to withstand the onslaught of the sea of corpses and the Aberration Army. The first wave consisted of the Aberration Army's assault, led by the Night, Trickery, and Night Fox, commanding hundreds of aberrations. The Night was a type of aberration nearly invincible in darkness, possessing formidable abilities across the board. Before long, the frontline tanks were obliterated, and the artillery in the rear, along with rockets atop the city walls, became the mainstay of defense. The second wave brought dozens of bombs targeting the northern gate of the base. The bombs joyfully entered the base, executing their suicidal destruction, leaving the northern gate severely damaged. The third wave saw the sea of corpses attacking the southern gate, which barely held its ground. The fourth wave involved the sword-wielding aberration leading the army against the eastern gate, inflicting substantial damage. At the Lingnan headquarters, an elderly man with a white beard and a military cap sighed, surrounded by high-ranking military officials. "General, it seems we must initiate the contingency plan," a lieutenant general stated gravely. "With 2 top-tier aberrations, our chances appear slim," a major general lamented, his troops nearly depleted. The old man, a 3-star general, held the highest rank, and all were bound to heed his commands. "Activate the contingency plan. Advance towards Jiangnan." We, the Tang sect, stood resolutely at the eastern gate, gazing at the formidable figure before us, feeling an overwhelming sense of helplessness. It was the sword of God, though it possessed a physique akin to that of an ordinary person. Even its claws lacking the flash of lightning, its assaults shattered our ranks. Armed with a sword, it effortlessly eliminated 3-star controllers, appearing as if teleporting into our midst, leaving a trail of fallen bodies in its wake. This was the 3-tier aberration, the Sword of God. More than 200 individuals were suddenly reduced to merely a few dozen. As I gazed upon that dark silhouette, a surge of fierce combativeness surged within me. However, reason prevailed, reminding me that I was no match for it. Reluctantly, I turned to flee with the stout Hu Dai and the delicate Shun Jiao. Unbeknownst to us, the gaze of the divine sword was fixed upon us. It made a slight movement before unleashing a massacre right where it stood. Damn it, this truly is the divine sword. No wonder it is deemed invincible. The stout one was enraged. Fortunately, we were swift in our escape, otherwise, we would have met our demise. I wore a grin, for all that lay ahead was fleeing. Shun Jiao's eyes darted around, yet we were oblivious. "Where shall we go? Today, the base has completely fallen." Her tone was laced with trepidation. "But what of our captain? We have not seen him since we received the crystal source." The stout one furrowed his brow. "Damn it, he must have fled long ago." The stout one bellowed in frustration. "We shall head to the headquarters," I declared to them. Thus, we made our way towards the headquarters, distancing ourselves from the East Gate base. Chapter 16. The cave. It appears that even deserters must find their way. I have no desire to fly into the flames like a moth. What deserters? Were we not here for leisure? The stout one maintained a serious demeanor, eliciting laughter from the 2 beauties. We reached the center of Lingnan, where ordinary people, despite their anxiety, continued to believe that the base could hold its ground. As I contemplated the impending slaughter they would soon face, a flicker of sympathy arose within me, yet I resolutely proceeded towards the headquarters, seizing opportunities as they arose, saving what could be saved. Throughout our journey, Shun Jiao Jiao frequently cast glances at the stout one, until he suddenly grasped her hand. I knew you were extraordinary. Speak. Do you fancy the stout one? The stout one exclaimed with fierce playfulness, baring his teeth. Shun Jiao Jiao frowned in disdain, withdrawing her hand and moving closer to me. Xia Luo, is Wang Chunqiu out of his mind? She pointed at her own head. I erupted into laughter, amused by the stout one's flustered expression. Comrade Wang, the reform has yet to bear fruit. Please ensnare yourself. Xia Luo, the stout one's heart is truly wounded. You have chosen the wrong side. The stout one fumed. I caught a glimpse of Shun Jiao Jiao casting a pitiful glance in my direction, and I felt an almost enchanting sensation. Enough with the antics. We are in peril. Hu Dai hastened over, taking Shun Jiao Jiao's hand as they moved past. Isolate the stout one. The stout one shall ignore you. We continued our journey to the headquarters, which was imposing, guarded by armed sentinels below. Truly impressive. It bore the essence of a protective umbrella corporation. I marveled at the towering edifice before me. Halt. Who goes there? The guard aimed his weapon at us, merely a one-star creator. We are creators from the Jinjiang Tangmen, seeking an audience with the leaders. I presented the Tangmen wooden token, unsure of its efficacy. Denied. The leaders are in a meeting and will not see anyone. The soldier did not even spare us a glance. I exchanged a knowing look with Hu Dai, then addressed the soldier. The front line cannot hold. The aberrants are nearly upon us. What are you doing here then? The soldier whistled, seemingly attempting to summon assistance, yet after a considerable wait, no one appeared. He glanced back, utterly bewildered. At this moment, Hu Dai stood behind him, her presence as elusive as a shadow, moving with the swiftness of lightning. The stout man kicked open the heavy door, shattering the glass with a resounding crash, illuminating the surroundings, yet revealing an eerie desolation. Indeed, this cunning group had long since vanished, their escape routes to the sky now sealed. The sole remaining possibility lay beneath, suggesting the existence of a hidden underground passage. Though its precise location remained a mystery, we decided to split up in our search, intent on thoroughly scouring the first floor. I soon discovered that they had already absconded with all vital documents, leaving only a clutter of discarded papers upon the desks, and even the computers had been wiped clean. On one monitor, two familiar figures appeared. I recognized them instantly. One was the girl with the prominent ears I had previously encountered, known for her sound waves. The other was Shun Jian, the strongest among the, aside from the enigmatic and unpredictable Qianbian. After an extensive search, I realized they had hastily departed as well. A half-filled cup of hot water lay abandoned on the floor, and all the surveillance cameras had been smashed, rendering our pursuit nearly impossible. Just then, a few figures crept in, and by now, we had regrouped and were concealed in the shadows, observing them. The sight of them filled me and the stout man with delight. 7 individuals in total. Song Jiang, Song Yu, the buck-toothed one, the gorilla, the monkey, Bo Shao, and an unfamiliar woman. Song Jiang and Song Yu were notoriously cunning. Following them would surely lead us to the hidden door. The stout man whispered in delight, while Shun Jiao Jiao smiled, her gaze akin to that of an amused spectator. Song Jiang, with his long hair tied back into a ponytail and 2 loose strands framing his face, exuded an aura of danger. He approached a leftward intersection, while we remained on the right, watching intently. As Song Jiang caressed the wall, he struck it with a forceful palm, causing it to sink unexpectedly, leaving the stout man in astonishment. They silently entered, and after a brief interval, the wall ascended once more, concealing any trace of a hidden door. I rushed over, striking the wall with my palm, and the hidden door reappeared. I quickly beckoned for them to come over. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from outside, and our expressions froze in disbelief. Had they breached our defenses so swiftly? Those ordinary individuals were beyond saving. With a sigh, I urged them to enter while I followed. Just as the door was about to close, a hand reached out from the corridor, startling me. I instinctively drew my blade. But the voice that called out was urgent. Brother, wait for me. Pull me in, I want to escape too. A bumbling, bespectacled man appeared. Yet the hidden door was nearly shut. With a swift closing of his eyes, he leapt forward but found himself caught, unable to pass through. Seeing the door almost closed, I yanked at his hair, pulling him down just in time as the door sealed shut behind us. Behind us lay a brightly lit corridor. Where did this fellow come from? The stout man pondered in confusion. Thank you, noble hero, for saving my life. The frail, bespectacled man clasped his hands in gratitude. He explained that he had fortuitously passed by and overheard news of the army advancing towards the center, prompting his desperate flight to this location. Passed by? I narrowed my eyes, skeptical. Well, that is, he stammered, clearly beginning to panic. Speak the truth to fat master. The hefty man growled. seizing him by the collar and lifting him up. "Spare me, fat master. I beg for mercy. I will tell you everything." He was set down, trembling in fear, terrified that the large man would take his life. One-star creator, Pudding. I glanced at the wristband. "You've been following us all along." I warned him. "You are doomed for daring to trail Fat Master." The hefty man feigned an intent to kill him. "Fat Master, please spare me. I am merely desperate to escape. I do not wish to be torn apart." He hastily opened his waist pouch, revealing a trove of sparkling crystal sources. "These are offerings for you, esteemed gentlemen." He smiled, adjusting his glasses. The hefty man's eyes gleamed. He was in dire need of breakthrough crystal sources. "When did you start following us?" I frowned at Pudding. "When we dispatched that soldier, he was as defenseless as a lamb to slaughter." I stared in disbelief at Butterfly, who shrugged and simply stated, "I only knocked him out." How could a one-star creator follow us for so long without being detected? "I am a sensory-type creator. I can see far and hear well." He chuckled awkwardly. "Gentlemen, we must flee. This passage is about to constrict," he exclaimed, startled. Suddenly, the hidden door was struck, and the aberrant creatures managed to breach the interior. We had to hasten our escape, as the passage indeed began to narrow. Even if the hidden door was breached, they could not enter. I surged forward, following the hefty man, with Butterfly, Shun Jiao Jiao, and Pudding trailing closely behind. After a lengthy run, we entered a cavern where the lights had dimmed entirely, and the passage behind us had fully constricted. We gasped for breath. This was an artificially formed cave, yet a chill emanated from within, suggesting a naturally occurring cavern deeper inside. We began our descent, gradually acclimatizing to the darkness, with the sound of dripping water echoing nearby. "Master, this cavern is a labyrinth. Choosing the wrong path could lead to our doom," Pudding suddenly remarked. "Is this your sensory ability? Are you confident you can lead us out?" I inquired with keen interest. "Indeed, I can hear the airflow within," he replied with unwavering confidence. "Is that so remarkable? Then you shall take the lead, but do not play tricks on us." I feigned a threat. "Of course, but I require this esteemed fat master to protect me, and those two sisters as well." He flashed a broad smile. Does this brat look down upon me, Xia Luo?" The hefty man, Butterfly, and Shun Jiao Jiao snickered quietly. My expression darkened, yet I was powerless, for he too possessed a wristband. "Allow me to protect you. You better behave." Yes. In a certain section of the cavern, Lord Jiang." "When can we make our exit?" the monkey asked, feigning humility. "Silence, you chatterbox." The gorilla glared. "Oh." The monkey rolled up his sleeves, but was halted by Bo Xiao, who whispered something. "Since we have a map, there is no need to rush our exit." Song Jiang ambled slowly, his speech mirroring his pace. The buck-toothed man and Bo Xiao exchanged glances, but said nothing. Deeper within, "Brother, shall we kill it?" Suddenly, it was Yuan Feng and Yuan Long, the dual masters of the Qingmen. If I were to consume this crystal source, my power would undoubtedly surge. I grasped a crystal source, its texture rough beneath my fingers. Ever since I had allied with them, my strength had remained an enigma. The plump one claimed I possessed the prowess of a 3-star creator, capable of eliminating second-tier aberrations. Hu Dai believed that I had yet to find a suitable crystal source to ingest. My powers were too chaotic. However, she asserted that while she might struggle in a fair fight, she could certainly ambush me. It appears that by concealing my true strength, the world perceives me, Xia Luo, as a weakling. Chapter 17. The interminable ghost flower. We found ourselves in an underground cavern, the paths unknown, winding like a serpent into the depths, or perhaps into the abyss. Our group followed Pudding, traversing a particularly rugged stretch of ground, where the stones were sharp and slippery. A moment's carelessness could lead to grave injury, and water flowed tumultuously beneath our feet. "Are you reliable, kid? We've entered several caves, and it just keeps getting more sinister," the plump one exclaimed, tugging at Pudding, nearly causing him to stumble. "Fat Master, we've only been walking for an hour. There's still a long way to go," Pudding retorted, looking quite aggrieved. "Only a short distance? That makes sense. The further we go, the safer it becomes." I narrowed my eyes, sensing something ahead. Pudding and Shun Jiao Jiao noticed it simultaneously, halting abruptly. We raised our hands, but there was no response. "There's something ahead. The breathing is particularly loud," Pudding remarked, puzzled. "I heard it too. It's terrifying." Shun Jiao Jiao clutched Hu Dai's arm. I drew my machete, the surroundings eerily quiet, though the sound of water flowed nearby. The darkness made it difficult to showcase my skills. Yet, the presence of my companions instilled in me a sense of fearlessness. We began to advance, the breathing growing more pronounced. "Who is there?" I called out, my voice echoing through the passage. The breathing ceased abruptly, only to be replaced by a hissing sound from the opposite side. "Is it a snake?" the plump one queried, perplexed. No, it must be a mutated lizard. I replied gravely. It was highly likely we had stumbled upon a lizard's lair. Shun Jiao Jiao trembled, seemingly terrified. It's just a lizard, right? Jiao Jiao. Watch how Fat Brother provides you with a sense of security. The plump one chuckled and prepared to charge. I hastily followed suit, and soon, we spotted a long, dark silhouette not far ahead, clearly possessing limbs. Indeed, it was a lizard, and quite a large one at that. The shell of this lizard was exceptionally tough. Gunfire would be futile against it. As the apocalypse unfolded, many weapons became increasingly obsolete. Firearms were no match for close combat. Approaching the lizard, it attempted to flee. But its movement was sluggish. My eyes gleamed. This creature was certainly gravely injured. Without hesitation, and under the astonished gaze of the plump one, I struck down the lizard with a single blow to its head. It was not surprising to encounter a severely wounded lizard. As many had ventured through this dark door before us, I extracted its crystal source. This creature likely possessed the strength of a 3-star first tier. Shun Jiao Jiao let out a sigh of relief, her eyes sparkling with admiration as we continued forward in silence. Wait, Pudding suddenly raised his hand, inadvertently striking the plump one in the face, causing him to fume with anger. There's some commotion ahead. It sounds like a fight. Pudding furrowed her brow and adjusted her glasses. I intercepted the stout fellow and approached Pudding, hearing nothing in particular. Could it be Song Jiang and the others? Shun Jiao Jiao inquired. It's possible, but uncertain, I replied, gazing into the obscurity ahead, feeling somewhat bewildered. I shall take a look. You all stay alert, Hu Dai declared. Stepping into the darkness, and we followed her, ever vigilant. I tucked a strand of hair behind my ear, my expression grave. Hu Dai excelled at blending into the shadows. Akin to a flawless assassin, her prowess formidable. In the depths of this area, illuminated by light, for individuals confronted a massive mutated lizard. This creature evidently possessing the strength of a Tier 2, 3-star variant. Remarkably, the 4 were no weaklings. A man and 3 women united their strength to slay the beast, successfully extracting the crystal core before departing. After a while, a figure approached stealthily, observing the carcass of the mutant, which was significantly larger than the previous one, and continued onward. A foul stench wafted through the air. Pudding grimaced. Then we beheld the enormous corpse lying nearby. Fortunately, the terrain was spacious enough to accommodate it. The ground smeared with repulsive green blood. Let us hasten our exit. I feel rather unwell, Shun Jiao Jiao remarked, covering her nose. I shot her a disapproving glance. She had shown no signs of distress on the battlefield, yet here she faltered. I urged Pudding to quicken our pace. Perhaps those we encountered were not foes. Meanwhile, in another cavern, an ape bore a large bag filled with crystal cores, the spoils of his lizard hunts. Yet, at that moment, fear etched across his features. Song Jiang's might surpassed his expectations, the aura of a 3-star controller compelling him to kneel, and the same held true for the other 3. Song Jiang squinted, a wicked smile gracing his lips, as his dual blades danced through the air, toppling yet another mutant. Hu Dai closely trailed behind the quartet. We are being followed. The woman from Qingmen frowned, having noticed long before. Oh, bring her down. Let us see her intentions, Yuan Long replied, a smile spreading across his face. Arms crossed over his chest. Hu Dai recognized them and overheard their conversation. Fleeing could mean danger, yet remaining could pose an unknown threat. Yuan Long and Yuan Feng held a commendable reputation at the base, lacking the ferocity of Song Jiang. Thus she approached them without hesitation. Tang sect? What a coincidence. Yuan Long remarked, observing Hu Dai. Yuan Long sported a buzz cut, his features well-defined and his gaze sharp, a 2-star controller. The others were also 2-star controllers. Tang Jia, a subordinate of the Tang sect, unintentionally followed without malice, Hu Dai stated calmly. Is there anyone else? Yuan Long tilted his head. For others remain, Hu Dai replied. Still composed. Let us proceed, do not follow us. They turned and departed, and Hu Dai breathed a sigh of relief, quickly concealing herself. Behind them, the claws of the dragon were a mere 3 centimeters from my neck. The stout fellow animatedly recounted to Shun Jiao Jiao. With lightning speed, I severed its head. Although Shun Jiao Jiao appeared incredulous, a sweet smile emerged on her face, enchanting all around her. You are truly beautiful, Pudding suddenly interjected. Shun Jiao Jiao smiled at him and expressed her gratitude, while the chubby fellow wore a face of jealousy. Watch your step, don't break your neck. We still need you to get us out of here, got it? Hey you. I smirked and shook my head, glancing at a stone over there, from which Hu Dai emerged. It was Yuan Long, Yuan Feng, and 2 captains from the Qingmen team. How did they end up together? Hu Dai merely followed for a brief moment, and upon noticing nothing amiss, she was detected. After several more hours of travel, We had already covered dozens of kilometers. It was likely dawn outside. We had evaded Yuan Long and several other groups, and at last, we emerged from the cave, deep within the mountains. Finally out. I was almost suffocated in there, Shun Jiao Jiao complained. By the way, where are we? We've been heading northeast, right? The chubby fellow gazed at the morning sun. Let us continue heading northeast. Our destination is the Jiangnan base. I unsheathed my machete. Traversing through the jungle posed dangers akin to those in the heart of the city. For the bizarre creatures lurking in the wild were no less than those found in urban areas, though it remained uncertain whether these creatures possessed crystal sources. Shun Jiao Jiao drew her curved blade. Each time we beheld this weapon of hers, a chill coursed through us. The chubby fellow and I wielded the machetes issued by the Jinjiang base, while Hu Dai brandished a short blade, displaying greater agility. Our battle against the trees was relentless. They lacked sentience and devoured humans solely by instinct. We remained resolute in our northeast direction, recklessly charging forward, for every moment of hesitation brought forth peril. Wow, there's a gigantic flower ahead, the chubby fellow exclaimed, astonished as he gazed into the distance. There stood a flower as thick as a tree trunk, its petals casting shadows across the ground, exuding immense danger. Pollen scattered invisibly, while long, slender tendrils emerged from its core, dripping with crimson. Stay away from that cursed flower, I shouted, severing one of the tendrils with my blade. Hu Dai swiftly vanished into the thicket, while Shun Jiao Jiao found herself encircled by 4 or 5 tendrils. The long tendrils coiled like serpents, and despite her twisting and slashing with the curved blade, she could not fend off so many. With a sudden leap, I dashed to her side, slicing off one tendril that fell to the ground, still writhing, but posing no real threat. The chubby fellow was accompanied by Pudding, who could only watch helplessly as the colossal flower relentlessly assaulted him. Enraged, he roared, cleaving through tendril after tendril. Let us get out of here. The pollen is toxic. Pudding covered her mouth and nose, heading towards Hu Dai. In a moment of inattention, the chubby fellow was ensnared by a tendril that wrapped tightly around his considerable frame. Commander Hu, he exclaimed, his face turning crimson from the pressure. Chapter 18. The great-scaled divine python Hu Dai descended from above, her short blade slicing through the air like a stream, causing the chubby fellow to tumble to the ground as his machete clattered beside him. Shun Jiao Jiao and I heard Pudding's plea and turned to beckon them as they vanished into the jungle. We navigated a wide arc, finally distancing ourselves from that flower. The chubby fellow and Hu Dai soon followed, with a visibly terrified Pudding trailing behind. The expressions on everyone's faces were grave. The attacks from these botanical anomalies were truly formidable. After half a day of laborious travel, we encountered yet more aggressive plants, all of which fell before us without exception. Why are these plants so formidable? Perhaps further investigation is warranted. I stumbled upon a smaller carnivorous plant, standing a man's height, exceptionally ferocious, with butterflies and Puddings observing the surroundings. The stout fellow and I flanked it, yet it appeared to be of little effect. The carnivorous plant resembled the head of a hippopotamus, and once it latched onto a body, it would undoubtedly cleave it in two. I concentrated the energy from the crystal source, delivering a decisive strike, the air resonating with a sonic boom. After several exchanges, I shattered the plant's gaping maw, which fell to the ground, twitching sporadically. The stout fellow and I relentlessly hacked away at its roots, creating a gruesome scene, with Shun Jiao Jiao joining to assist. At last, we uncovered a verdant crystal source nestled within its roots, resembling a ball, particularly unsettling. Xia Luo, can this crystal source be consumed? Shun Jiao Jiao queried, equally perplexed. It should be edible, perhaps I should give it a try? I said, regarding them with uncertainty. Xia, I can see a scheme in your eyes. You intend to hoard it all for yourself. The stout fellow exclaimed. I paid him no mind and swallowed it whole. Initially, there was no reaction, leading me to believe it was ineffective, but suddenly, darkness enveloped my vision, and I collapsed, my body plummeting downward. The stout fellow, quick-witted, caught me and shook me vigorously. Xia Luo, this is it. He poisoned, he done for. Just then, I abruptly opened my eyes, startling the stout fellow, who hastily released me. Damn, it was merely an act. You truly scared the life out of me. At that moment, I felt an intense heat coursing through my body, energy surging uncontrollably, overwhelming every inch of me. A sharp pain radiated from the area of the crystal source, and I fell to the ground, my head pounding as if it might explode. I trembled, fists clenched, gradually rising to my feet, delivering a punch that shattered a nearby tree into fragments. I struggled to contain the explosive energy, smashing successive trees, including an exotic variety. They looked on in astonishment, believing I had lost my sanity, and quickly retreated. After a while, my body began to stabilize. The energy from the crystal source invigorating me, and the pain subsided. I felt my strength ascend to new heights, even sensing the air flowing around me. A first-tier controller. Xia Luo, they marveled at my wristband. Yet, it was not over. I sensed another force within me. Closing my eyes, I endeavored to perceive this power. Suddenly, I felt as though I had entered a realm of bliss, my entire being trembling with pleasure. A voice echoed in my mind. Your first talent is, return to dust. This voice was familiar yet cold, but I could not recall its origin. Who are you? Where are you? The voice did not return, nor did it elucidate the nature of this talent. Return to dust, what purpose does it serve? Is it to bury my foes into the earth? How is it utilized? The sensation of comfort faded, leaving a profound yearning. I opened my eyes, feeling the energy surging within me, and I believed I could confront the divine sword. Even if I could not triumph, I could at least endure. Witnessing their astonished expressions filled me with joy. I too was capable of advancement. Stout fellow, let us exchange blows. Use all your strength. I raised an eyebrow at him. Very well, perhaps you should dine with Fatty for another 2 years. He swung his fist towards me, and I felt an overwhelming force surge within me, prompting me to retaliate with a punch of my own. With a resounding thud, the hefty fellow staggered back several steps, eyes wide in disbelief as he exclaimed, "How is this possible?" He might later claim that he was unable to withstand my blow, but certainly not to the extent of retreating so many paces. Although Fatty is not a creator of immense strength, one must not underestimate his power at our level. Nevertheless, my punch utilized merely 5% of my strength, indicating that in my normal state, I possessed the prowess of a 2-star controller. After a brief adjustment, we set off once more. Fatty consumed the crystal core of the exotic wood that I had shattered with my flurry of punches, yet he displayed no discernible change. His previously hopeful expression darkened as he remarked that it might only be suitable for me. The presence of 4 controllers emanated from us, causing several weaker exotic woods to remain motionless. I clutched a crystal core, pondering the identity of the voice echoing in my mind. Reflecting on the women I had encountered over the past few months, I realized that I was not well acquainted with many, save for Hu Dai, Xin Jiao Jiao, Huang Li, and Jiang Sun. Prior to them, there was Zhu QiQi and a few junior classmates. Suddenly, my gaze faltered, and the crystal core slipped from my grasp. As a revelation dawned upon me, it was her. Xia Luo, what troubles you? Hu Dai inquired, her concern palpable. Oh, it's nothing, just a fleeting thought of someone. By the way, do you all know what talent is? I retrieved the crystal core from the ground. The group looked on in puzzlement, though a flicker of intrigue crossed Shun Jiao Jiao's eyes. Which one? I might know a bit, Pudding interjected. A creator is akin to the legendary cultivators of old, although no one has substantiated the existence of ascending to the celestial realm. Talent is a unique ability belonging to an individual, a specialized skill. You must have watched too much television, Fatty scoffed, unable to believe such tales. Do not dismiss it, for I am from Dongzhu Base, where the leader is the Terminator. Pudding asserted with utmost seriousness. His identity remained shrouded in mystery until now. The Terminator is capable of flight, just like the aerial techniques depicted on screen. The group stared in astonishment, realizing that this was indeed the Terminator. No wonder the divine sword could slay 10 foes in a single strike. The talent of the Terminator enhances strength. Those who would normally be unbeatable, once utilizing their talent, experience an unprecedented surge in power. Fatty was electrified by this revelation. The ability to soar through the skies would grant him unparalleled freedom. Beside him, Hu Dai remained composed, while Shun Jiao Jiao wore a gentle smile. However, I was engulfed in confusion. Was I not a controller? Where then did my talent originate? Moreover, I lacked the ability to fly. In truth, controllers do not require sustenance. Hence they do not tire easily. Yet Pudding had been gasping for breath along the way and had stumbled several times. Finally, we encountered a significant obstacle. A colossal serpent lay in the woods, its crimson eyes and golden-brown body stretching several dozen meters long, resembling a locomotive. Its gaze locked onto us, prompting an immediate dispersal. Pudding darted behind a tree, Hu Dai vanished, and Shun Jiao Jiao maneuvered around. Fatty and I had no choice but to confront it head-on. It hissed menacingly, its tongue flicking, a palpable aura of menace directed at us. The massive creature twisted its body and lunged at me. I furrowed my brow and managed to evade its strike, yet felt utterly at a loss. Fatty found himself in a similar predicament. With gentle words, one strikes at the serpent's most vulnerable spot. I could only beckon the hefty one to leap upon its massive form. Yet, the hefty one vehemently accused me of fat discrimination. I jumped beside him, swiftly evading the serpent's gaze. compelling it to fixate on the hefty one while I aimed for its Achilles heel. The serpent lunged at the hefty one, who narrowly dodged its strikes, drenched in perspiration. I leaped onto the creature's body, but its scales were exceedingly smooth, causing me to lose my footing and slide down. I kicked off a nearby bent branch, swinging my blade downward with all my might. The full force of a 2-star master surged through me, shattering a single scale. But Hu Dai and Shen Jiao were still unable to find an opening. I fell, and the hefty one was nearing exhaustion, left to flee for his life. "Hold on, hefty one," I shouted, urgently summoning Hu Dai. I continued to utilize the trees for leverage, launching myself into the air. My blade struck precisely at the vulnerable spot. Fortunately, this serpent's realm was feeble. Otherwise, even 10 individuals would be insufficient to combat it. My blade pierced through the exposed area of its scales, and Hu Dai descended from above, thrusting her blade into the same spot. I caught her to prevent her from slipping. My feet were wedged between 2 of its scales, and I hurriedly loosened my grip. Hu Dai maintained a calm demeanor, her feet also secured in the scales, as she methodically sliced through the serpent's skin. The hefty one was utterly fatigued, gasping for breath, cursing my name. Trapped in a corner with the serpent's head merely 3 or 4 meters away. He turned, closed his eyes, and began to count. 3, 2. The serpent's head lunged, but faltered just half a meter from him, its tongue extended, eyes wide open. 1, breathe. The hefty one exhaled in relief, having narrowly escaped death. The serpent's head had collided with him, trapping him in that corner. I was astride the serpent's back, holding the crystal source, initially believing it lacked a crystal source due to its diminutive size. Embarrassed, I scratched my head and apologized to Hu Dai, who seemed unconcerned. "Commander Xia, pull your brother up." The hefty one called from afar, and I had almost forgotten him, thinking he had perished. "Comrade Wang, your contributions in this battle are invaluable. The organization promotes you to vice commander. Do you have any objections?" I laughed heartily. "No objections." Chapter 19. Visitors from beyond night fell. We emerged from the jungle into a small village, its shape unchanged but devoid of vitality. We approached a larger house, intending to spend the night there. The hefty one rummaged through a warehouse and found an enormous battery pump, powering the appliances, illuminating the only house in the mountain village. After a day and night of travel and fierce combat, everyone was in poor spirits and in need of rest. Hu Dai and Shen Jiao went to bathe, while the hefty one prepared a meal in the kitchen. I sat on the balcony, gazing at the starry sky. The aftermath of the toxic rain had yielded results. Suddenly, Pudding remarked to me, "What is the reason? The crystal mines brought back by the explorers are the crystal sources, and coincidentally, they are of an alien origin. The tri-stage alien crystal source cannot adapt to the natural dissipation of air, transforming into energy that pervades the Earth. This energy has altered our world, unveiling a cosmic pathway to the stars. It may sound implausible, does it not? I am a distinguished student from the national level Dongzhou laboratory. There is no need for doubt. The bodies of explorers dissipated in a similar manner, did they not? Indeed, their forms mutated, becoming indistinguishable from the crystal source. After months of research, we have concluded that before long, this world will truly transform into a realm of cultivation." As I gently rubbed the crystal source with my hands, thoughts of her surfaced, and a smile involuntarily emerged. "What are you smiling about?" "I speak the truth," I replied. Pudding, sitting earnestly beside me, gazed up at the starry sky. The next day, the 5 of us found a van in the garage of a relatively affluent family in the village. It fit us perfectly. Butterfly took the wheel while I occupied the passenger seat. The hefty fellow sat in the back, with Shen Jiao and Pudding in the middle. Pudding had somehow procured a laptop, utterly engrossed in it, hardly casting a glance at Shen Jiao's long, fair legs beside him. Yet the hefty fellow occasionally stole glances from the rear. The roadside was vibrant, unlike the desolation before the end times, with wild cats, dogs, horses, cattle, snakes, and rabbits frolicking about. Perhaps this was a form of beauty in the aftermath. I gazed out the window, lost in thought as we headed northeast, nearing the Jiangnan base. In the solar system, space twisted, and a vortex formed in the void, from which a platinum-colored spacecraft emerged. Inside the vessel, a general spoke, on the left. "There is a death cruise. Should we take measures? The cloud ship? Investigate it. Additionally, we can send students into the examination area." "Understood, General." Candidates. Please note, target is the water spirit star. Examination rules are as per the star network information. One by one, small spacecraft advanced towards the Azure planet, while another batch headed towards the massive cloud ship in the distance. Let us hope this exam yields more practitioners of the Starpath realm. General Hill pondered how many might succeed. A beguiling female voice chimed in from behind. "My Lord Mira, I believe at least 300 will pass. On Earth, at the Jiangnan base, the senior admiral sat on the sofa at headquarters. We are deeply culpable regarding the Lingnan base incident. No matter. Our weaponry was scarce to begin with. There is no need for self-reproach, another admiral replied, hands clasped behind his back. What must come will inevitably arrive. 2 days later, on a national highway in Shandong, we encountered no significant dangers. At most, we faced some weak hybrids. Suddenly, Pudding looked up, adjusted his glasses, and hurriedly reported, a meteor. Look, don't be so dramatic. It's annoying, the hefty fellow grumbled, distracted by the view of beautiful legs. I gazed at a magnificent streak of fire in the sky, with a spherical object falling in the direction we intended to go. My curiosity prompted endless speculation about what it might be. It is a satellite, clearly made of steel, Pudong declared with pride. I suspect it to be a meteorite. So perfectly round. The rotund fellow scoffed, convinced of his own correctness. I have a feeling it should be an extraterrestrial spacecraft. Shun Jiao remarked gravely, her expression betraying unease. Ha ha ha, Pudong and the rotund fellow laughed heartily, insisting it bore no resemblance. Only I furrowed my brow, sensing an ominous presence. Beside me, Hu Dai was equally curious about the nature of the object. It crashed in the distance with a thunderous boom, sending stones flying. We disembarked and hurried to investigate. It had landed behind a small mound of earth. As we cautiously climbed up, a pungent odor wafted through the air, and flames erupted around us, thick smoke billowing skyward. The crowd was faintly stirred, eager to discern who would be proven right. Suddenly, Pudong raised his hand, signaling for silence. At that moment, we were nearly atop the mound, just a few steps away from a clear view, yet everyone froze in place. A water spirit star, it feels rather intriguing. We gazed in astonishment at the sight before us. A man clad in white battle armor stood with his back to us, hovering in the air. The Terminator. The rotund fellow blurted out instinctively, leaving everyone in stunned silence. The man in white armor turned, a mocking grin on his face as he descended to the summit of the mound, surveying us with a condescending gaze. Indigenous people, greetings, he sneered, as though addressing mere supplicants. Was he truly an alien? Arrogant and haughty. A 2-star Terminator, the rotund fellow gulped. You possess wristbands as well. How amusing. He raised his hand and tapped his wristband. The Star Awakening realm, and yet your combat power is not displayed. How utterly laughable. He burst into laughter. It appears the Star Realm is your utmost limit, is it not? 5 little indigenous folk? Silence enveloped us. We knew we stood no chance against him. Even if 5 3-star controllers were to arrive, the outcome would remain unchanged. Kneel before me, indigenous wretches. The man's fury ignited at our silence. I would not hesitate to obliterate you. With a mere wave of his hand, a luminous orb manifested, exuding an otherworldly aura. Suddenly, he unleashed the essence of the Terminator, causing Pudong to buckle under the pressure and kneel immediately. The other 4 gritted their teeth in defiance. Hu Dai and I exchanged glances, and in that instant, we summoned every ounce of our energy to break through the oppressive force. Damn it, I will slay you. The rotund fellow charged forward, eyes ablaze. Hu Dai vanished, and I drew my blade, channeling every bit of crystalline energy for a powerful strike. The man sneered, launching the luminous orb that struck the rotund fellow in the chest, sending him hurtling back to the ground, his clothing shredded and chest scorched. He didn't perish instantly? A glimmer of confusion flickered in the man's eyes. He then delivered a crushing blow to Hu Dai's chest. She too suffered grievous injury, spitting out a mouthful of blood, unable to rise. What a pity for this little beauty, huh? Witnessing their dire plight ignited a surge of fury within me. Die, I warred. The man's gaze sharpened as he unleashed another strike, creating ripples in the air, forcing me to stagger back several paces. Oh, you managed to withstand a blow from me. How intriguing, he mocked with a derisive smile. Let us see if you can withstand another blow from me. Energy fist. His palm radiated energy, solidifying into a formidable presence, a lethal intent locking onto me. My expression turned grave as I summoned all my strength to strike. With a resounding crash, my blade shattered, and I was sent flying by the shockwave, blood spilling from my mouth. It seems you possess considerable strength. The man remarked with intrigue, yet suddenly recalled another presence he sought, the concealed woman. That elusive figure was Shun Jiao, who now descended from the heavens, clad in a crimson robe, wielding a curved blade. I could hardly believe her audacity. Xia Luo, let us join forces to vanquish him. In return, I ask a favor from you in the future, she commanded. With a swift strike, Shun Jiao's blade connected with the man's back, causing cracks to appear in his white armor. Another ominous aura erupted, the aura of the Corpse King. The man conjured a white longsword from thin air, repelling Shun Jiao with ease. His previously mocking demeanor was replaced by a serious expression. Star Realm, 3,000 combat power. Xia Luo, did you hear that? Shun Jiao exclaimed. I understood her intentions, yet I was astonished to discover she was indeed the Corpse King. Very well, let us eliminate him first, and I will heed your request. I replied, forcing myself to rise despite the pain. The stout fellow had stealthily circled around, while Butterfly lay incapacitated due to her grave injuries. The silver crescent blade shimmered in the sunlight, but the man's white longsword consistently countered her attacks. My anger flared as I concentrated all my might into a punch. The man hastily dodged, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Instant kill. Shun Jiao's golden eyes turned crimson, exuding a bloodthirsty aura, her speed becoming almost ethereal. Talent? You, the Corpse King, possess talent? The man questioned, bewildered. Let us see whose talent reigns supreme. With a surge of energy, the man's white longsword erupted with might, each swing releasing condensed energy. Yet Shun Jiao was undeterred, her form becoming nearly invisible, as if she had vanished. I swung my fist once more, and to my astonishment, he did not evade this time. My punch landed squarely on his chest, pushing him back a step. He retaliated with a sword strike. But the recoil was more severe for me, forcing me to retreat several steps, my fist trembling, narrowly evading his lethal blow. Let this be your end. The stout fellow suddenly appeared behind the man, who was locked in fierce combat with Shun Jiao. He struck the man's back with his blade, shattering the white armor. Yet the man remained unscathed. Damn you, soldier. Die! He bellowed, striking the stout fellow, who was sent flying, spitting blood mid-air, and collapsing unconscious upon hitting the ground. My fury intensified, a sense of powerlessness reddening my face, compelling me to channel that mysterious force within me. Return to dust, I intoned, uncertain of what would transpire. The man suddenly froze, his swordplay slowing. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Jiao struck down upon his longsword. Instant kill. The lethal intent locked onto him. And as he began to recover, disbelief washed over his features. The silver crescent blade pierced through his chest, spilling crimson blood. Chapter 20. Slaying Trell the man. Consumed by rage, condensed his energy into a tangible force and struck Shun Jiao, causing her to plummet from the air, spitting blood. How could you injure me? I shall ensure your demise. He shouted, drawing back his longsword to thrust it forward. Damn you, Guichin! I roared, my fist crashing forward in a furious blow. My anger surging to an intensity of 88%. The man's gaze faltered, his movements slowing as if time had decelerated. Shun Jiao spun and severed the longsword from his grasp, while I landed a punch on his back. As he regained his composure, terror washed over his face, and he coughed up a mouthful of foul blood, collapsing to the ground in tremors, clearly gravely injured by my strike. How could this be possible? His eyes began to glaze over as he spat out more blood. I picked up the longsword and pointed it at his head, aware that we were all nearing exhaustion. You are merely at the Star Awakening realm. How could you possess such talent? He exclaimed, a mixture of anger and astonishment. Should you wish for death, I shall grant it to you. You have already been defeated. I cursed vehemently. Defeated? Huh. I am a young elite of the immortal Star Nation. I cannot be defeated. He laughed mockingly. I gathered my energy, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent as I swung my sword fiercely. The man's eyes widened in fear, revealing his arrogance and pride. It became clear to me that he was nothing more than a cowardly youth. Thus, both Shun Jiao and I released our killing intent, knowing he would inevitably divulge information, especially after my punch had nearly shattered his spine. What do you wish to know? He retorted in anger. Who are you? How did you come here? What is your purpose? I inquired in a low tone. I am Trell, a candidate from the immortal Star Nation, monitored by an Imperial general aboard a flying ship. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. The buy-in ship? I asked. Huh, that is merely a death cruise. The purpose of coming to Water Spirit Star is for an examination, aiming to enter the Star Crossing realm within a year using the resources of Water Spirit Star. How many are taking the exam? I pressed, my tone serious. Huh, 1,000, he replied with a grim smile, particularly unsettling. What is your strength? Shun Jiao suddenly asked. Me? Just average, huh? If the general knew you mingled with the Earth and Corpse Kings, he might annihilate your planet with a mere wave of his hand. I glanced at Shun Jiao, who narrowed her golden eyes and shrugged slightly. What is that device on your hand? I queried, pointing at his wristband. An interstellar communication wristband. Abbreviated as StarNet, he explained. This is a void ring, used for storing items. A fine item. Hand it over, I commanded darkly. This belongs to me. Connected to my bloodline, he retorted. Submit the medicine, I insisted. He waved his hand, producing several spherical objects resembling crystal sources. Do not deceive me, or I shall ensure your death, I warned. I took the crystals to feed to the plump one, witnessing his rapid recovery as he awoke. Though the crystal energy would require time to replenish, I also administered some to Hu Dai, who similarly regained consciousness and began to recover slowly. Do they, like you, indiscriminately slay ordinary people? I asked again, brandishing his sword at him. Perhaps. Everyone is different, he replied. The strongest young generation of the Star Nation has their examination right here on this planet. His pursuers will eliminate all life on this planet. I gazed solemnly into the distance. This was the true apocalypse. Shun Jiao Jiao also furrowed her brow in contemplation, while Terrier squinted, quietly gathering energy in his palm. Charge palm. He suddenly leaped, unleashing a strike of returning dust. I coldly exclaimed, condensing energy within my fist. Instant kill. Shun Jiao Jiao's figure vanished. I intercepted Terrier's charge palm, which forcefully pushed me back several steps, while he could not evade Shun Jiao Jiao's crescent silver blade, his head soaring into the air, his body collapsing to the ground. As I pondered how to deal with him, he unexpectedly seized the moment of our distraction to launch a sneak attack. It appeared these elite candidates were blindly arrogant. At that moment, in the solar system, Terrier is dead? So soon? A tall man before the screen gazed ahead, scoffing. Pride and arrogance ultimately lead to downfall. On Earth, at the Dongzhou base. Atop the Dongzhou Tower, there lay an expansive platform, the headquarters of the Dongzhou base. Situated dozens of meters above ground, a man clad in white battle armor stood with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the distant Pearl River and the cities along its banks, flanked by a group of green-uniformed base leaders, who were currently kneeling. At the Beiping base, 3 individuals adorned in white battle armor descended, facing the Beiping leader, the 3-star Terminator Zhang Tian. Without uttering a word, they drew their weapons, unleashing a force akin to a nuclear explosion, engaging in a 1-against-3 battle without losing ground. In the western regions, a pack of desert wolves was struck by a sphere of light. There remained scattering, as crystal sources ascended into the air. A figure clad entirely in white battle armor emerged, adorned with peculiar scales. He raised his hand, and a map materialized from the star network, the western regions turning green. In northern Russia, a graceful silhouette stepped out from a spherical spacecraft, her light blue hair cascading down her back, her vivacious blue eyes curiously surveying her surroundings, the icy expanse. She lifted her hand, causing parts of northern Russia to be tinged green. At this moment, numerous locations on Earth were enveloped in patches of green light. Confined to the star network map, not only green but also splashes of red, indicating areas yet to be conquered by the candidates. On the outskirts of Jiangnan, I drew forth Terrier's star network and the void ring, donning them on my hand amidst their bewildered gazes. I truly did not expect you to be the corpse king. Are you truly an aberration? Hu Dai remarked, glancing at the standing Shun Jiao Jiao. By what right are we considered aberrations? Out of 1,000, one may be a creator, indicating that the creator is the flawed one. Shun Jiao Jiao scoffed. You are the aberrations in the toxic rain. What qualifications do you possess to judge us? Zombies lack reason. Aberrations revel in slaughter. Such is the nature of aberrations. The chubby one fixated on Shun Jiao Jiao. At that moment, Shun Jiao Jiao, draped in a crimson robe, her long hair billowing, her golden eyes exuding an intense chill and eeriness, stood formidable. Welcome, user Terrier. A melodious female voice unexpectedly resonated from the star network. I was taken aback as the star network suddenly displayed a black screen, revealing the control panel. Upon accessing the examination progress, the screen transformed, unveiling a planet adorned in vibrant reds and greens. Indeed, it was Earth. Adjacent to it were several buttons, terrain marking, other candidates' locations, hidden candidates' positions, and other functionalities. I promptly marked the terrain, signaling my occupation of that area, and soon, the Jiangnan territory of the Huaxiao region transitioned from red to green. Observing the vast expanse of Earth now dominated by others, I noted that the Beiping base remained red. There were 1,000 candidates, with 997 still alive, indicating that 3 had perished. How could I unlock another void ring? I searched through the star network. By dripping blood, I could cancel the contract, and then again drip blood to establish a new one. At that moment, the chubby one and Shun Jiao Jiao were about to engage in a brawl, and I hurried to intervene, reminding them that they were comrades, despite her being a corpse king. I sliced open Trell's corpse and dripped a drop of blood onto the void ring, which emitted a white light. I added a drop of my own blood, causing the white light to vanish, and I harnessed the energy within me to activate the void ring. With a hum, I sensed the contents within, several diamond-shaped crystals resembling crystal sources, alongside a collection of miscellaneous items, weapons, books, and flat crystals. I thrust my sword into Trell's chest and retrieved his crystal source, feeling a searing energy in my hand. What is it? I directed my gaze towards Shun Jiaojiao. I am Hongyue, known as the Thousand Changes, and indeed, I am the Corpse King. Hongyue stood atop a mount. I noted your presence back in Hengshui City. My purpose is to investigate Wang Chuanqiu. Over these days, I have found him to be nothing extraordinary, merely an ordinary person. Upon concluding, she shot a fierce glare at the chubby one. I hope that when you meet your demise, your bodies will be delivered to me. Regardless of the means you use, I expect you to uphold your promise. Since our exposure is inevitable, let us part ways. Chapter 21. Scheming against aliens, she smiled wickedly and left before we could respond. I discerned that there was no malice in her eyes, although her gaze was frigid and her aura ominous. Very well, I shall honor my promise. I called out to her distant silhouette. Goodness, what a tragic love between the living and the dead, the chubby one remarked with complexity. Shut it. I hope she can join us in resisting these invaders. I swallowed the crystal source in one gulp, feeling a surge of energy within me, yet devoid of the previous pain. Gradually, I absorbed the crystal source of the Terminator, and after some time, a hint of brown manifested in my pupils, a mark I could not erase. I sensed a power that would soon transform my body. Closing my eyes, I felt my aura explode, startling the unconscious Pudding from his slumber. The Terminator. Pudding exclaimed in disbelief, having witnessed me ascend. Wow, you can fly now. The chubby one gaped, his mouth agape. Hootsai gazed up at me, her face breaking into a stunning smile. 3-star controller. I raised the corners of my mouth in a smile, extending my arms wide, as some colorless crystalline fragments descended. Indeed, they were the crystals from the Void Ring, known in the Star Network as blue crystals. We continued our advance towards the Jiangnan base, the Star Network map indicating a solitary occupation. Trier, what are your intentions? A message from the Star Network arrived, sent by the one who had seized the Jiangnan base. Carl, I have something for you. I gazed at the screen before me, unable to suppress a hearty laugh with the rotund fellow beside me. Is it a woman? The women on the Water Spirit Star are truly enchanting. A message came through. Indeed, we shall discuss it further upon our arrival. I sent over a photograph of butterflies. You know well my preferences. Very well, I shall assist you with that matter. The rotund man brandished a silver longsword, one I had procured from the Void Ring, while butterflies bore a silver dagger at her waist, and I wielded Trier's longsword. At the Jiangnan base, a youth who appeared to be around 17 or 18 sat on the sofa in the headquarters, swirling a glass of red wine. Is your nation's strongest known as Zhang Tian? He inquired, observing the man kneeling before him. Indeed, he is the leader of the Beiping base, one of the 5 saints. The man was battered and bruised. This individual was one of the 5 saints of Huaxia, Zhouzhan, a 1-star Terminator. Humph, how dare these mere ants proclaim themselves as saints? The man scoffed, embracing a nearby maid and kissing her passionately. Were it not for the slight value you still hold, I would have extinguished you indigenous folk long ago. Zhouzhan clenched his fists in frustration, yet he was powerless. He could not contend with the man before him. On Earth, there were no more than 7 individuals possessing Terminator strength, 5 of whom hailed from Huaxia, while the man opposite him commanded at least 1,000 such powers. For the safety of his compatriots, he endured the humiliation and knelt, vowing that he would one day repay these lofty beings. Finally arrived, go little bitch. Prepare a clean bathroom. He retracted from the Star Network and ascended into the sky. Yes, master, the maid responded, her face pale with fear as she hurried away. This maid was, in fact, one of the 10 great generals of Jiangnan, a 3-star controller, now reduced to the status of the man's slave. Bai Shun glared furiously at the figure soaring above in the square. The power of a 3-star controller was but that of an ant before him. Why has he yet to appear? The man frowned. He is the one I contacted, Carl. Carl stood atop a building, with a small stream abundant with green lotus leaves flowing beneath him, and an ancient bridge nearby. I stood upon the bridge, with butterflies at my side. Carl flew over in confusion, scrutinizing us, his gaze igniting with fervor as he beheld butterflies. But Master Carl? I respectfully bowed to him. Where's Trier? He landed directly before butterflies, who remained calm. Master Trier just hastily departed. He must have pressing matters, instructing me to present a gift to you. Carl was exceedingly excited, just about to seize butterflies when he glanced at the Star Network. Carl, come quickly. Urgent. It was the rotund man, sending a message from afar. Carl furrowed his brow, trying to disregard the message. Assist me in vanquishing foes, 2 blue crystals. The rotund fellow sent another message. Wait for me. Carl soared into the sky. Might I accompany you? I wish to serve both of you, I said respectfully. Very well, with a loyal hound like you. Triel is indeed fortunate, Long-Air chuckled, instructing Hu Dai to remain in place. In Carl's eyes, I, a mere 3-star controller, was nothing more than an insignificant insect, utterly devoid of threat. He seized my shoulder and propelled himself towards the chubby man. In the garden. Triel, where are you? Carl bellowed, tossing me aside. Suddenly, a disheveled, portly figure burst forth from the garden, his attire tattered and torn. Carl, the chubby man exclaimed, wide-eyed with fury. Do you recognize me? Where is Triel? Impatient, Carl was about to wave away the chubby man. Yes, right behind you. The man suddenly shrieked. Instinctively, Carl turned around. Guichen. My deep voice echoed in his ear. Caught off guard, Carl had no time to prepare or summon energy. Then, with a resounding boom, the sky erupted in a crimson mist as Carl's headless corpse plummeted to the ground. How ruthless! The chubby man gasped, swallowing hard. Elated, the two of us exchanged high fives and began to seize his belongings. At that moment, 2-star networks simultaneously flashed a message. Triel has slain Carl. At the Dongzhou base. Atop the Dongzhou platform, a man chuckled. Has it begun so soon? He gazed into the distance. In the western regions, amidst the desert, a peculiar face emerged on the phosphor sheet. Candidates across the globe received the news. Triel has slain Carl. In the Jiangnan garden, I, Fat Master, now possess a star network too, huh? The chubby man revealed a gleaming smile. He consumed the crystal source, firmly grasping the blue crystal, and began his breakthrough. Before long, his aura exploded and stabilized. He had become a 3-star controller. Am I too heavy to fly? He pondered, bouncing around, leaving me and Hu Dai in fits of laughter. You can only fly once you've reached the holy level, essentially becoming a Terminator, Pudding remarked, eyeing the headless corpse. What about him? The chubby man pointed an accusing finger at me. How would I know? Pudding replied, bewildered by the chubby man's ire. Stop pretending to understand. The chubby man scoffed. We entered the Jiangnan base, which was significantly larger than Lingnan, on an entirely different scale. The crowd gazed at the 4 of us with terror as they beheld our star networks and the void rings. Where is Zhou? I inquired, halting a pale-faced man. He pointed in a direction, indicating that was the headquarters. Thank you. I smiled at him, leaving him astonished. I wrapped an arm around Hu Dai's slender waist and hoisted the chubby man, soaring into the sky amidst the fearful gazes of the onlookers. Shortly thereafter, we arrived at a large encampment surrounded by warehouse-like structures. We landed and entered the stronghold, where the rooftop came into view. The 4-story building was hollow, each level featuring platforms for individuals to stand upon. At that moment, Zhou stood on the 2nd-floor platform, glaring at us. You are Zhou? The stout man inquired, arms crossed behind his back, scrutinizing Zhou. The 3-star controller, Wang Chuanxiu. Are you Earthlings? Zhou instinctively glanced at his wristband. 3-star controller, Xia Luo. 1-star controller. Hu Dai? Indeed, we are Earthlings, from the Beijixing base, I replied with a smile, finding the conversation reminiscent of dialogues with high-ranking officials before the apocalypse. I never imagined that mere days could bring such a transformation in strength. What about those things? His expression softened slightly as he regarded the star network of the stout man and me. We eliminated 2, I stated. You, what gives you the right? He furrowed his brow. Are you, an old man, looking down on us? The stout man retorted angrily. Does Fat Grandpa need to record the battle? We killed Trell and Carl. Perhaps all the candidates are already aware, I said, settling onto a sofa. We must cleanse everything around Jiangnan. Your duty is to reassure everyone and protect them as much as possible. As Earthlings, I will ensure they pay the price. With that, I wrapped my arm around Hu Dai's slender waist and soared into the sky with the stout man. A complex expression flickered in Zhou's eyes as he watched us vanish from the Jiangnan base. The 3 of us had learned the fundamental techniques within, including basic boxing and energy manipulation techniques like the wave palm. The nearest base to us was Chonghang Base, a provincial stronghold, manned by only 1 candidate. Both the stout man and I concealed our positions. She could not possibly detect us. At Chonghang Base, the headquarters was strewn with charred corpses. A red-haired woman clad in white battle armor stood under the sun, surrounded by kneeling creators. Wave palm. Suddenly, a menacing aura surged from behind. It was the stout man. The woman vanished from her spot, her expression one of confusion. How could he use the wave palm? Where did he come from that I didn't notice? What a beauty! The stout man gawked at her perfect form. Where did this fat fool come from? Die! She yelled in anger, unleashing a palm strike. Both engaged in the wave palm simultaneously, and the stout man was sent flying, crashing through the glass and plummeting down. Overestimating oneself, she sneered, rushing forward. but the stout man had vanished. She quickly retreated from her position. I'm right here. He suddenly chuckled from the staircase. Enraged, she struck out, and he quickly dodged. Die. She leaped down the stairs. Returned to dust. I had already laid in wait, launching a palm strike. Chapter 22, Xia Luo, the Flaming Sky. The palm struck the woman's chest, shattering her white armor, debris flying from the staircase. You killed Carl, she exclaimed, her eyes wide with fury, spitting blood. I drew forth a white longsword, thrusting it towards her. Stop. Don't kill me. The woman screamed in terror as I pierced her chest with my sword, blood gushing forth, and even I felt a pang of cruelty. Yet, I glanced at the heap of corpses, resembling charred remains, and my gaze hardened. Mercy towards the enemy was not an option. I am indomitable, the woman bellowed, her eyes losing their sanity as I withdrew my sword. I cared not for your demise. Down you go, I smirked, hoisting the corpse and descending the stairs. Look, the female demon is dead. A creator stared at me, his face frozen. The crowd below looked up, witnessing me descending with the lifeless body of Ona in hand. At that moment, the candidates on Earth were transfixed by the star network. Trier has slain Ona. Who among you is the strongest? Step forward. I called out, urging them to rise. A man stepped forth, a 2-star controller. Hand over 300 crystal sources, and you shall become the leader of this Chonghang base. I grinned, watching them, and after a brief pause, I joined Fatty and Butterfly. Fatty was eager, occasionally letting out wild howls, believing I would grant him Ona's crystal sources to help him transcend to the Terminator level. Though the breakthrough was not particularly challenging, it required the appropriate timing rather than mere energy absorption. I bestowed the crystal sources upon Butterfly, over 300 crystals centered around her. Grasping a blue crystal, she swiftly consumed Ona's sources. Before long, the ground's crystal sources transformed into fine ash, and Butterfly's aura surged to unprecedented heights. She had become a 3-star controller. These candidates were not from influential families, hence low-tier blue crystals were scarce, with purple and red crystals virtually absent. A radiant smile graced Butterfly's lips, nearly compelling me to embrace her. Our next battle awaits at the Guangdong Fujin base. I soared into the sky with them, racing towards the horizon. At the Guangdong Fujin base, a towering figure sat atop the headquarters, overlooking an endless ocean, while creators knelt throughout the base. Lord, the sea monsters have attacked the base. A frightened 2-star controller knelt before him. Heh, let me show you the true disparity. The imposing figure surged forth from the base. With a wave of his hand, a colossal palm imprint materialized in the air, crashing down upon the densely packed sea monsters below. Soon, every single one of them met their end. A bunch of trash. The man laughed maniacally, commanding his subordinates to gather the crystal sources before returning to the high-rise. He settled on the sofa and activated the star network. Suddenly, a plump figure appeared from the stairs, hastening towards him. Master, I've arrived. The fatty strode forward, but the man frowned. Who are you? The man suddenly noticed the star network and the void ring in the fatty's hands. I am your fatty. The fatty yelled, striking out with a palm. The man's eyes narrowed as he countered with a palm strike of his own. With a thunderous bang, a shockwave erupted, sending the fatty flying and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. What audacity to challenge me. The man turned and struck Hu Dai, sending her short blade flying, while she was knocked back by the force of the blow. Do you really think the two of you can kill me? He laughed heartily. And there's me, Gui Chun. With all my strength, I unleashed a palm strike, the energy as solid as steel. Flame God. The man's expression hardened as he withstood my attack, seemingly unscathed, though his armor was shattered. Our expressions grew serious. This fellow was far stronger than the previous 3. Is that your talent? He asked, fixing his gaze on me, sensing that his speed had significantly diminished. I held my head high and drew my white longsword, unleashing a sonic slash. If you were a candidate, you should have thought about fleeing the moment I activated the Flame God. Yet you know nothing of me. You are but a native. He was engulfed in a seething, red, gaseous energy, absorbing my strike. So it was you who killed those candidates, haha. No wonder you talk so much. I continued to swing my longsword, the energy forming sword chi, while the man brandished a large red blade, striking down upon me. I was forcefully sent flying, stabilizing my form high in the center of the base. The man, bathed in red energy, pursued me with the resilience of a volcano. Facing him felt akin to standing before the sun, radiating an intense battle intent. You have the right to know my name, Lihua Xinghua, Yin Tian. The blade descended, carrying with it searing heat. Your combat power should be around 4,000, I remarked gravely. The star-tracking realm is child's play for me, Yin Tian replied with a grin. You, a mere star-starting realm warrior, dare to challenge me? Even those top students from the star realm would shy away. Star source swordsmanship. I cried, unleashing a multitude of sword chi. Fire god descends. The flame god's great blade struck towards the sky, tearing a massive rift in the air that gradually widened into a circular hole. Within it, the temperature soared to that of the sun, as spheres of light exuding an extremely dangerous aura began to descend, aiming directly at me. What the hell am I supposed to do? I thought grimly, hurriedly attempting to reposition myself. This guy was far more formidable than I had anticipated. However, the speed of those spheres was astonishing. I could only swing my longsword in defense. Damn it, I underestimated it. I muttered, sheathing my sword and turning to flee, bracing against two fireballs that obliterated my clothing and charred my skin. Oh, trying to escape? Yin Tian frowned. He held the utmost disdain for those who fled. Fire god slash. A massive red blade of energy surged towards me, its power akin to that of the fire god itself, certain death if I took it head-on. Yet, I turned back and unleashed several sword chi strikes while calling out, Goei-chun. The blade's speed diminished, shattered by my sword chi, and the shockwave from the explosion propelled me away, allowing me to fly off into the distance. Yin Tian smirked at the scene. He had no regrets about coming to this Shui Ling star examination. Not long after, I wiped the blood from my lips and rejoined the plump Hu Dai. We had surmised that Yin Tian was formidable, but we hadn't expected him to be this strong. We had suffered a significant setback, and the plump one was severely injured. Yin Tian had triumphed over Teal. In the realm of the Star Network, a message has emerged, revealing the arduous journey towards constructing a prosperous and harmonious society. I let out a bitter laugh at Dongzhou Base, on the Dongzhou platform. Ah, Trier, how amusing. In the deserts of the western regions, did the blazing sun fail to vanquish this individual? How intriguing. In Central Europe, at the Archangel Cathedral, has Trier truly lost his senses? To challenge the blazing sun, I'd rather confront the enchanting night than face the blazing sun, for the enchanting night possesses far greater strength. Please, cease your calls. I would prefer to confront that individual in West Africa, deep within the primordial forest. Why has the blazing sun not perished? Why? Trier, I shall end your existence. In Latin America, within the sanctum of the Holy Maiden, it appears that the blazing sun shall not find himself in boredom. Is it you, Trier? How captivating. In the frigid expanse of northern Russia, a graceful figure crouches, caressing the head of a seven-colored deer, her cerulean locks swirling in the wind. Her exquisite visage adorned with an unparalleled smile. Sheng'er, let us depart. A man clad in purple armor gazes at the woman before him. Mei Yi, could you perhaps refrain from following me? The woman, her countenance serene, shows no inclination to part ways. Sheng'er, look, the blazing sun has already begun. The man playfully nudges a snow-white twig beneath his feet. It matters not. I am in no hurry. If you are, you may proceed ahead. The woman gazes into the clear, seven-colored eyes of the deer. Then I too am not in haste, Sheng'er. I shall accompany you, the man replies with a smile. He approaches, and together they caress the head of the seven-colored deer. Chapter 23. Breakthrough of the Star Mirror. 10 days have elapsed since Trier's defeat at the hands of the blazing sun. Many have concealed their whereabouts, only able to glean information from the Star Network regarding which territories have been claimed and which remain untouched. Yet, the formidable ones have not hidden themselves, such as Locke at Dongzhou Base, Oxos at the Desert Castle of the Western Regions, the Blazing Sun at Chongqing Base, Cain at the Sanctum of the Holy Maiden in Latin America, and Oaksar in the Cherry Blossom Garden, not to mention the indomitable Yuchi, among others. Curiously, the Beiping Base remains steadfast. Surrounded by green barriers, it stands as the sole red barrier in the vicinity. Yulu and Barbara soar through the skies. Beneath them grazing herds of cattle, while distant icebergs stretch into the horizon. Your Highness, shall we depart? It is so cold here, and there is not a hint of scenery, Barbara remarks, observing the petite figure clad in a green dress beside her. I have never beheld mountains of such height. All capped with ice and snow, Yulu exclaims, entranced, scolding the nearby figure in a vegetative state. Our nation's trees surpass these mountains in height. Barbara descends alongside Yulu, landing beside a yak. These calves are truly adorable. Yulu, unable to reach the yak's mouth, stretches her hand in a futile attempt. On the distant hillside, Xia Luo, there are two over there. The rotund figure squints and calls out to me. Such keen eyes? They are not even donned in armor? I descend beside the rotund figure. We spent several days recuperating, only to discover that the candidates had concealed their locations, while those commanding in populous areas were exceptionally formidable. Even the three of us were no match for them. Thus we had no choice but to seek opportunities in remote regions. Your Highness, shall we depart? It would be unfortunate to encounter them, Barbara stated solemnly. We are merely here for a tour, with a test on the side. Besides, is this place not sufficiently remote? Xia Luo retorted, rendered speechless. That seems to be the case. Barbara scratched her head with her green hand. Greetings. A cold voice emerged from behind them. Barbara instantly turned around, shielding Xia Luo with her body, trembling uncontrollably. I was at a loss for words. Was it necessary to be this frightened? After all, I was merely at the late stage of the initial realm. While the two of them were stars, what was there to fear? Is that you? What do you intend? Barbara questioned warily. Do you recognize me? It seems Yin Tian has exposed us, I said, releasing the fatty and the butterfly. In the past few days, we had slain countless aberrations and consumed numerous crystal sources, nearly reaching the threshold of the star realm. The fatty and the butterfly, blessed with exceptional talent, had mastered numerous techniques within just a few days, thus they were not intimidated by the early stages of the star realm. You would do well not to harm us. Barbara's voice was low. I am curious how you managed to escape from Yin Tian. Xia Luo interrupted Barbara, seeing that they neither intended to strike nor flee. I was puzzled. What was going on? Were they still keen to converse with me? It's all about the explosive power. The fatty grinned, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Your Highness did not inquire about you, you blundering fool. Barbara furiously pointed at the fatty. Your Highness? We all raised our eyebrows in curiosity. Was this their source of fearlessness? Which star nation do you hail from? The butterfly inquired, activating the star network. Humph. The Xia Star Nation, Xia Luo declared proudly, while Barbara placed her hands on her hips, exuding confidence. We were left speechless. Were these 15 to 17-year-olds devoid of intelligence? My planet was on the brink of doom, and I still had no concern for their prowess. Xia Star Nation? I've never heard of it. I've heard that even the indomitable Princess Yuqi from the indestructible Star Nation is at the late stage of the star realm. How come you are only at the initial stage? I crossed my arms, scrutinizing them. Humph. They are consumed by bloodlust, constantly engaging in battles, while I cherish every flower and blade of grass. Xia Luo's face flushed, her delicate finger pointing at my head. Your Highness, let us flee. He is too shameless and may pose a danger, Barbara whispered into Xia Luo's ear. Hey, you don't know how to control your volume, do you? I can hear you, I exclaimed, exasperated. Charlotte, stop wasting words with them. Fatty's breakthrough is paramount. The fatty said, cracking his knuckles. Your name is Charlotte? Do you truly intend to kill us? Xia Luo was enraged. Retreat to the iceberg. Do not let them inflict harm on our comrades. Xia Luo gritted her teeth and slapped Barbara. If you are a gentleman, then follow us to the iceberg for a fight. Barbara pointed at us with 3 outstretched fingers. At this moment, not only was I stunned, but the rotund fellow was equally taken aback, and even the butterfly was at a loss for words. What was happening? Were we to harm the bovines? This group of yaks from the highlands? What are your names? I inquired with curiosity. I am Xia Luo, the sole daughter of the plant leaf king, she proclaimed, her vibrant green hair standing tall. I am Barbara, the only servant of the plant leaf king's only daughter, Barbara asserted, hands on her hips. Ha ha. The rotund fellow could no longer contain his laughter. What are you laughing at, you fat fool? Barbara retorted with indignation. To be honest, I was beginning to have second thoughts about killing you. I glanced at the chuckling butterfly. It seemed you still feared my father, huh? Xia Luo sighed in relief. The Leaf King is indeed a formidable star envoy, Barbara remarked with a smile. Go on, I won't inform my father, Xia Luo said, her green dress fluttering in the wind. Who said I was leaving? I descended, furrowing my brow as I glared at Xia Luo. What more do you want? You cannot defeat us, Xia Luo said, a flicker of terror flashing in her eyes as she took a step back. In her understanding, even the strongest in this examination venue treated her with utmost respect and care, akin to a beloved sister, particularly that blue-haired lady. What now? Of course, we shall take you for ourselves, the rotund fellow declared menacingly. Barbara shielded Xia Luo, drawing forth her vine to launch an attack. But I effortlessly swatted it away as one would a mere fly. Before long, 2 individuals sat back to back on the ground, bound by vines and unable to move. The star network and the void ring had vanished, and the 3 culprits had departed. The 2 were indeed Xia Luo and Barbara. Wah! I must tell Sister Shunger that they are truly shameless. The rotund fellow successfully broke through to the starry realm in a small town, becoming a 1-star terminator. He let fall grayish-blue crystal dust, the crystal source dissipating into the air. The blue crystals were scarce, and although Xia Luo was a princess, her supply of blue crystals was pitifully low, which made it easy for Carl to fall into a trap over just 2 crystals. As I watched the rotund fellow slice his arm with a knife, I scolded him for being foolish, only to be astonished as I witnessed his arm healing at a visible speed. This is my talent, longevity, he said, his expression devoid of emotion. What expression is that? Is having a talent not a good thing? I chuckled. Ugh, I thought I might acquire some extraordinary gift, like awakening from a spring dream with icy water. The rotund fellow replied, speechless. However, he could finally fly, declaring he was tired of being carried by me. You are next, I said, gazing at the butterfly, who responded with a breathtaking smile. Beneath the West Qing Highlands, in the nation of Galamang, on the beach, a man reclined on a sun lounger, clad in sunglasses and exposed skin. In one hand, he held a bottle of yellow drink, and in the other, a smartphone, with earbuds plugged in, oblivious to the cries of seagulls nearby. This was a small base, largely free of aberrations, allowing the beach to be bustling with people, indifferent to the apocalypse. No one paid heed to the man on the sun lounger. A ball struck his leg, prompting him to lower his gaze, causing his sunglasses to slip slightly, revealing a pair of blue eyes, facing a small boy. I apologize for inadvertently kicking you. The young boy chuckled. It's nothing, let us proceed. The man continued humming a tune. Surrender the void ring. A gleaming silver blade hovered menacingly beside the man's neck. Damn, I've barely ventured 100 meters since I descended. How did I suddenly encounter such misfortune? The man was at a loss for words. Step aside quickly. You are disturbing my view of the beautiful women. The man remained unmoved. I noticed the star network and the void ring on the adjacent table and swiftly took a drop of blood before departing. I truly wonder if they are candidates. Their personalities are so peculiar. My curiosity deepened. It was only later that we discovered some candidates had no desire to take the exam, compelled by familial pressure, particularly those of lesser strength. The brutality of the examination existed solely for the exceptionally gifted and formidable individuals. The rules dictated that a breakthrough to the star-piercing realm within a year was deemed adequate, a breakthrough within 6 months was excellent, and within 2 months was classified as elite. Conversely, those of lesser ability were only required to achieve a breakthrough within a year. Elites would receive substantial resources for cultivation within the empire before entering the Celestial Academy's examination hall, where the trials were far from trivial, as they faced the specter of life and death at any moment. However, successfully gaining admission to the Celestial Academy would bestow upon a candidate lifelong glory and the status of a genius. Thus, we refrained from excessive cruelty, recognizing that they too were there to combat the aberrations, unless they became excessively unreasonable. QiQi successfully transcended to the star realm, achieving the status of a 1-star Terminator. Presently, our disadvantage against these candidates was the lack of advanced cultivation techniques, such as those akin to Yin Tian's methods. The three of us soared together. A formidable force indeed, though there remained some difficulty in confronting late-stage star practitioners. Over the course of 2 days, we successively seized the void rings from the three of them, amassing a considerable trove of items, including private garments belonging to a girl, which I handed to QiQi, only for her to disdainfully remark that she did not want something used by others. 16 blue crystals and 1,000 energy sources surrounded me. Through the absorption of energy, my body underwent a transformation once more, accompanied by the familiar pain. Yet, I managed to control myself, my eyes burning as though scorched by fire. After a prolonged moment, I suddenly opened my eyes to reveal black pupils composed of 2 rhombuses, the upper being red and the lower orange. The pain dissipated, energy suffused my body, bringing forth a sensation of comfort akin to a previous euphoric experience. Your second ability is Divine Ring. A cold voice resonated in my mind. Winter Song. I instinctively called out, opening my eyes wide. What has happened? QiQi landed, concerned. I succeeded. Haha. I responded, gathering energy in my hands. Wave palm. I struck the surface of the sea with a forceful blow. The ocean's surface caved in, water erupting skyward, creating colossal waves around us. The plump fellow and QiQi had also attempted it, but their might was nowhere near my own. Chapter 24, The Dustless Squad. My talent is illusion. As you have witnessed, what about yours? QiQi inquired with curiosity. I am uncertain about one, but the other is Divine Ring, referring to the ring itself. Though I am unsure of its utility. I raised my hand, and a fissure in the void appeared, startling all three of them. Is this not a technique of Yin Tian? An object emerged from a crack, and as I reached out to grasp it, the fissure vanished. A cultivation chip? Where did it come from? I felt bewildered, and they were equally perplexed. I understood. The fat master comprehended. The rotund figure exclaimed with excitement. Advisor Wong, could you elucidate this matter? I turned my gaze towards him. You must have engaged in quite a bit of mischievous activities. The fat master chuckled. This divine ring must be specifically designed for thievery. It reminds me of a tale from ancient Western lore about a devoted angelic believer. She yearned fervently for a pair of angelic wings. On her birthday, she made a wish to possess those wings, and upon opening her eyes, A pair of pristine feathered wings appeared out of thin air. Subsequently, she donned the wings and spent an entire night in passionate embrace with her beloved. I regarded him with exasperation, shaking my head. Why does using the divine ring not consume energy? When the dust of return is utilized, it expends considerable energy. With a limit of 5 times. I glanced at the void ring, which contained nothing but some miscellaneous items. I observed as the crystal sources vanished without a trace. What is happening? Over 100 crystal sources. The divine ring. I raised my hand, yet nothing occurred. Could it be that utilizing the divine ring requires such immense energy that my body cannot withstand it, necessitating the absorption of external energy? The Star of Annihilation? Such a grandiose name. The Fat Master had already inserted the chip into the star network. With a thud, he collapsed, rolling his eyes. What happened to him? QiQi looked on in confusion. He must have entered a state of enlightenment, as the star network suggests. I shrugged, waiting for the Fat Master to awaken. A day passed. Surely, hasn't he perished? It has been so long. I kicked his body, but there was no response. On the 3rd day, I found myself on the beach, watching seagulls with QiQi. First move, the absolute dust palm. Suddenly, the Fat Master soared into the air in the distance, striking a palm against the palm trees. The shockwave exploded upon impact, causing a multitude of trees to topple like withered grass. Oh, impressive. What about the second move? I laughed, crossing my arms. Hee. I haven't mastered that yet. The Fat Master shook his head, leaving me speechless. Hurry up and learn. He withdrew the chip, and I caught it and inserted it directly. I settled onto the ground, and an extraordinary energy surged into my mind. Upon opening my eyes, I found myself in a pitch-black realm, facing a middle-aged man in a red robe with dark hair. Another star realm? Is there no one else in this world? A voice resonated with authority, emanating from the red-robed figure. Are you the renowned Star of Annihilation? I clasped my fists in reverence. Indeed, since you are aware of my name. You must also be familiar with my deeds. The man turned to face me. Anomalous I clan? His expression flickered momentarily before he shook his head. The younger generation is not well versed. Please do not take offense. I replied respectfully. The middle-aged man was momentarily speechless. Then what do you mean by renowned? My name is Annihilation. Long ago, I ascended into the star realm, achieving legendary status. In the star realm, I shook the heavens, vanquished countless powerful adversaries, and extinguished innumerable corpse kings. Due to an overwhelming power, I was ensnared by petty individuals, leading to a bitter downfall that leaves my heart unwilling to accept. The Western FA family of the inner cosmos lured me into a foreign realm to vanquish foes. Just as my strength began to wane, I was ambushed from behind. The discourse of Annihilation grew increasingly fervent, and inexplicable scenes emerged in my mind. Annihilation met his end at the hands of several formidable adversaries, including his closest friends and those from the depths of the Western FA family's cosmos. Annihilation was merely a brilliant rogue cultivator, capable of swallowing mountains and rivers. Invincible and transcendent, wielding the Annihilation palm. The convergence of myriad paths into stars, obliterating the cosmos, manifested in the void palm. I suddenly opened my eyes. The sky had darkened, and the rotund figure and butterfly were feasting on grilled fish. The first stance, the Annihilation palm, uttered in a whisper, I unleashed a strike. The coconut grove, previously shattered by the rotund figure, was once again struck and reduced to mere fragments. The second stance, the void palm, resonated with the thought of emptiness as I executed a palm strike, producing an ethereal shadow of my hand. The wooden shavings, combined with some soil and gravel, were transformed into flying ash, causing the ground to sink by a meter. These two stances formed a combination technique. The effectiveness of the second palm was only apparent when it followed the first. The drawbacks were significant, yet when paired with the returning dust technique, they became a perfect match. There were several other palm techniques I could not currently learn due to my insufficient power and realm. Butterfly and the rotund figure approached, extolling my remarkable talent for having mastered 2 techniques. The chip had grown thin, and I entrusted it to Butterfly, believing it could be utilized one last time. The palm techniques of the Annihilation Star God were exceedingly direct, suited for sheer strength, lacking the subtlety of a Star Master's techniques, making them more appropriate for me and the rotund figure than for Butterfly, who preferred stealthy strikes. The weaknesses of the techniques were all too apparent. 2 days later, Butterfly opened her eyes and struck out with a palm. Annihilation palm, she exclaimed, eager to test her current prowess. My strength now rivaled that of a peak star. Daring to contend even in the star-treading realm, Butterfly could not possibly be my match. I executed a palm strike, causing turbulent waves of energy, yet remained unperturbed while Butterfly was forced back, shaking her head with a wry smile. It's all right. This technique does not suit you. I shall assist you in finding a more powerful one in the future, I assured her, acknowledging the vast disparity in our abilities. Butterfly shot me an exasperated glance. In the ensuing days, we diligently practiced our coordination and sparred with one another. The Annihilation Squad, onward to North Ping, I proclaimed, raising my silver sword to cleave through the skies, leading the charge against the cherry blossom invaders. The rotund figure jested, behind us. Our Annihilation Squad will crush the extraterrestrial foes. Annihilation Squad, let us depart. Butterfly smiled, her lips curving with determination. 3 figures sped toward the North Ping base of Huaxia. At the Changyang base, atop the headquarters high platform, Princess Yuqi declared, we are ready to set forth to North Ping. Song Jiang, with one hand clasped against his chest, bowed in deference. Very well, let us annihilate these 5 saints. A golden-haired woman soared into the sky. Song Jiang followed suit, his wicked gaze turning as he ascended alongside her. At the Dongzhu base, on the elevated platform, Yuan Long and Yuan Feng observed, eager to witness my obliteration of the 5 saints, thus showcasing my illustrious name. Their figures soared into the air, closely pursued by Yuan Long and Yuan Feng. The cherry blossom garden lay ahead. Shall we go, my lord? Tang Xin respectfully gazed at the enchanting figure before him. Let us depart. We must not be late. The silhouette plucked a cherry blossom. At this moment, for reasons unknown, powerful warriors from around the globe were hastening toward the Beiping base. In the frigid land of northern Russia, Sheng Er, are you interested in taking a look? Mei Yi held an ice flower concealed behind her back. I have no interest. You may go. I wish to comprehend the rules of ice. The woman gazed longingly at the distant icy coniferous forest. Very well, wait for me. This flower is for you. Thank you. In the solar system, aboard the examination vessel, the general remarked. The White Cloud ship is a cargo vessel dispatched by the Sky Star Kingdom. Its cargo has been depleted. Lady Mira, might this impact the examination? The tall figure bowed to the woman. No matter. This planet is quite intriguing. General, take note, she replied with a beguiling smile. News from the Star Network. Eliminated one of the 5 saints, earning 10 blue crystals and 1 red crystal. Defeated Trell, earning 5 red crystals. The Beiping base, the largest national base in Huaxia, housed hundreds of thousands of ordinary citizens, tens of thousands of creators, thousands of controllers, hundreds of 3-star controllers, 3 terminators, and 3 of the 5 saints. The foremost of the 5 saints, Zhang Tian, the 3-star Terminator Dongfang Shui, the 3-star Terminator Lu Fei, the 2-star Terminator Jin Shi, and the 1-star Terminator Zhou Zhan. It seems we cannot hold out for long, Lu Fei lamented. I vow to protect Beiping until death, Dongfang Shui declared resolutely. I, Zhang Tian, shall not allow such a thing to transpire. Zhang Tian wielded his blade with conviction. We have hindered progress, Jin Shi glanced at Zhou Zhan. You were never concerned with enhancing your strength. There is no need for remorse, Zhang Tian reassured. They are here. Dongfang Shui soared into the sky. In a mountainous area of North Lake, amidst the forest, who placed this bounty on me? I stared at the Star Network in disbelief. Xia Luo, do not accuse your brother of treachery. The stout man's face twisted with menace. Haha, Hudai giggled. We must swiftly support Beiping. They cannot endure much longer. I stated gravely. Our current strength is sufficient to rival 3 or 4 late-stage stars. Those candidates possess little late-stage star power, so there is no need for fear. We shall crush them. Team Zhu Chun, let us rally. The 3 clapped their hands in encouragement. Above the gates of Beiping, who are you? Dongfang Shui confronted 2 women, drawing her pristine longsword. At that moment, 3 beauties faced off in the air. Colizia, declared a woman clad in golden armor. In the inner cosmos, Ling Mo Shi, announced another woman in green armor. Is this for the bounty? Dongfang Shui frowned. You underestimate us. Such a trivial reward is hardly worthy of our attention. The green-armored woman replied. We are merely here to enjoy the spectacle, haha. They flew to the city walls, leisurely snacking as they observed. Chapter 25. 1 against 6. A robust man in gray armor, with a tiger-like physique, appeared and recognized Colizia. I have met Princess Colizia, he said, clasping his fists in salute, exuding the aura of a late-stage star. Oxuo, Colizia remarked, munching on a snack. Oxuo's head was adorned with gray scales as he brandished a trident, casting his gaze towards Dongfang Shui. Dragon's roar. Oxuo thrust forward, releasing a surge of gray energy around him. I shatter. Dongfang Shui unleashed her white sword, its blade aura intercepting Oxuo's advance. Oxuo, puzzled, thought it understandable that they had managed to hold their ground for so long, yet he remained confident that they could not withstand the might of Oxuo. son of the sea god, devouring dragonblade. The world shifted ominously, a faint dragon's roar resonating in the air as the trident's brilliance sliced through the atmosphere. Dongfang Shui's gaze sharpened. She could not withstand this forceful onslaught. At that moment, Zhang Tian appeared, shattering the trident's glow with a massive cleaver. Oxuo, do you require the assistance of this lady? A voice interjected. A woman clad in pink armor emerged, greeting Princess Kelly with a respectful bow. No need for such formalities. Alice, Kelly replied, her eyes flashing with disdain as she scanned Alice's figure. I am capable on my own. Oxuo continued his fierce battle with Zhang Tian and Dongfang Shui. Finding himself at a disadvantage. I have met Princess Kelly, Locke declared, accompanied by the primordial dragon and phoenix. I have met Princess Kelly. The primordial dragon and phoenix echoed in unison. No need for formalities, Locke. Is this the formidable ally you recommended? Kelly inquired, scrutinizing the primordial duo. Indeed, Princess Kelly. Locke replied, his expression stoic. At that moment, the other 5 saints appeared, each confronting the challengers. Lord Mira is truly considerate, Locke remarked with a smile. Hands clasped behind his back. What are you pretending to be so mature for at merely 17? Kelly rolled her eyes. The battle was imminent. And Lu Fei cast a grim glance at Locke, sensing that Locke was even stronger than Zhang Tian. The primordial dragon and phoenix could contend with Jin Shi's forces. It seems we can only observe, Immortal Rain Shi commented, glancing at Song Jiang nearby. In the distance, Yin Tian arrived. I have met Princess Kelly, he exclaimed, his eyes igniting with battle fervor as he observed the fierce clash. TCH, no need for formalities, Kelly replied, turning to Immortal Rain Shi. I have met your highness. Princess Kelly, Immortal Rain Shi smiled. I have met your highness, Princess Kelly, Song Jiang remarked with a sly grin. No need for formalities, Princess Rain Shi. Kelly responded with a smile. Whoa, Kelly's sister, I finally found you. A girl in a green dress flew in, sobbing. What is it, my dear Yulo? Kelly asked, producing a small bag of snacks to offer Yulo. How shameless. He is so shameless, and that chubby one too. Yulo stammered. I pay my respects to your highness. Princess Kelly. Barbara appeared. In the distance, atop a tall building, the chubby man squinted. Why is everyone bowing to him? Who is this golden-armored figure? He pondered. It seems he holds considerable influence. We are in trouble, I remarked, patting the chubby man's back. These individuals are all top-tier powerhouses. I can see Song Jiang, I noted. Song Jiang, this fellow dares to consider surrender? The chubby man fumed. Song Jiang turned his gaze towards the distance, frowning as he continued to observe the fierce battle. This person feels so accurate. I squinted. It appeared that the primordial dragon and phoenix were clashing with Jin Shi and his allies. All but one of Jin Zhang's 4 sons have defected to the enemy, the chubby man seethed. The portly figure declared, first, you do this. And then I'll send them all flying. I observed Hu Dai and the stout man. Hu Dai, reap the rewards. With your phantasmal talent, no one can touch you. All right. Hu Dai replied with a sweet smile. We leapt from the towering edifice. Is that Charlotte truly so despicable? Kuli Xia inquired with a laugh. He is shameless. And that rotund fellow is even more so. Yu Luo pouted in agreement. I wholeheartedly concur, Barbara remarked, hands on her hips. Dongfang Shui spat blood, unable to contend with Alice. Break. Zhang Tian fumed, repelling Oxer. Dragon's roar. Oxer's face darkened. This individual before him was indeed worthy of being the foremost among the 5 saints, possessing strength nearing the pinnacle of stardom. I have met Princess Kuli. Oxer acknowledged as cherry blossoms fluttered down, with Tang San by his side. I have met Princess Kuli, Tang San bowed his head. A rabbit's courtesy. Kuli's gaze swept over Oxer's chest. Moments later, the crowd was left dumbfounded. You, Tang San. The stout man suddenly appeared at the entrance. The 4 sons of Jinjiang are all traitors, bringing shame upon our Jinjiang for 100,000 years. The crowd gasped, as if time had frozen, and the fierce battle came to an abrupt halt. Tang San furrowed his brow, his expression hardening as he looked over. Tang Pang, how did you arrive here? Star Realm? Oxer gazed at Tang San, perplexed, and the others followed suit. The stout man was undeniably anxious, struggling to conceal his fear. He could not match any of the Star Stage individuals present. You are a lackey. You are the greatest traitor of Tang's sect. He berated, pointing at Tang San. You seek death. Following Lord Oxer is the greatest honor of my life. Tang San retorted furiously. For we're enraged. Tang San, the stout man, Yu Luo, and Barbara. At this moment, Barbara was rambling nonsensically, as if her language system had faltered, while Yu Luo's cheeks flushed crimson, her green hair standing on end. Are you referring to this stout man? Kuli Xia blinked, her beauty captivating. Oxer, Eliminate this portly man, she commanded. As you wish, your highness. Oxer replied with a smile, unleashing a terrifying force with a single palm strike. Damn it, I'm going all out. Absolute dust palm. The stout man roared in fury. An overwhelming aura emerged, as if a divine being were about to obliterate the world. Bang! The stout man was sent hurtling backward, spitting blood. Yet his injuries healed almost instantaneously. The attention of the crowd was drawn to him. It is time, I thought, appearing behind them unnoticed. Save for one who reacted with remarkable speed. Beware behind you. Song Jiang shouted. Absolute dust palm. I unleashed a strike, far more ferocious than the stout man's, enveloping all present. Pinnacle of the star realm. Locke squinted, then spat blood violently. Not only Locke, but Oxer, Alice, Oxer, Immortal Yu Qi, Yin Tian, and Yuan Long Yuan Feng Song Jiang all coughed blood, leaving only a few on the city wall and the stout man unscathed. Opportunity, break. Zhang Tian slashed with his blade, severely wounding Oxer once more. Ice break. Dong Feng Shui pointed her sword at Alice, only to be easily blocked. The rest were incensed, launching attacks against me. Meteor palm. The eruption of Locke emitted a formidable aura. The fire god. The blazing heavens unleashed a wave of crimson energy. The indomitable palm. The relentless gaze of the indomitable rain fixed upon me. The European palm. The fury of Oxar was palpable. Come forth, the void palm. I invoked the second tier of return to dust, unleashing my rage. The palm seal coalesced, a murderous intent locking onto four individuals. A terrifying might of devouring energy surged forth, boiling with ferocity. Bam! The energy palm struck the four, sending them hurtling backward, spewing blood and sustaining grave injuries. In their eyes, a look of disbelief emerged. Was this the power one would expect from a native? The aftermath swept across Yuan Long and Yuan Feng, as well as Song Jiang, all of whom coughed up blood in unison. Caligio was taken aback, Linger and Moshi were stunned, Yulu's mouth gaped wide, and Barbara trembled in fear. With a sickening thud, Yuan Feng's head fell to the ground. I spared your life only because you granted me one. Suddenly, Hu Dai appeared, wielding a short blade. The power of the void palm underwent a transformative change under the absolute dust palm. This was the essence of the stellar divine technique. As I descended with my palm, intent on eliminating the formidable Locke, I noticed him swiftly retreating from his original position. Despite his poor condition, he was still at the pinnacle of stardom. Xia Luo, is it? I can recommend you for admission to the Imperial Academy. Locke spoke in a low tone. Why should I enter any academy? I furrowed my brow, launching another palm strike. With your talent, you might not lack the opportunity to enter the Starry Battlefield Academy. He effortlessly dodged. Are you delaying for time? I retorted angrily. Humph, it seems you are seeking your own demise, Locke sneered. The meteoric palm. Locke unleashed a palm strike with the same might as before. Absolute dust palm. I countered with the same attack. He was no match for me unless he were at his peak. I was knocked back several steps by the shockwave. And he too staggered, his internal energy nearly spiraling out of control. If you don't wish to die, then come at me. Locke roared in fury. The crowd began to draw their weapons, directing lethal intentions toward me. Return to dust. I released a void palm, the illusory palm shadows striking several individuals, all of whom were sent crashing to the ground, nearly immobilized. The fire god was bewildered, wondering how, in just a few days, the one he had previously trampled had now turned the tide against him. Locke's eyes turned crimson. He could not comprehend how this individual, at the initial stage of stardom, possessed such power. Caligio and Linger exchanged glances, both at a loss. They would fare no better if they intervened, would they? Today marks your demise, I declared, my voice low, as my energy neared depletion. Phantom Knight. A black-purple attack shattered my absolute dust palm. Mei Yi, Caligio exclaimed in surprise, finally understanding why the examiner had not intervened. Princess Caligio. The newcomer, adorned in striking purple, with long black hair cascading over his shoulders, exuded an undeniable charm. His noble demeanor rendered his beauty comparable to mine and Song Jiang's. Chapter 26. Winter's Serenade. Xia, might you spare them? Mei Yi inquired, directing his gaze towards me. Who are you, and why do you obstruct me? I inquired, my brow furrowing, as this individual was also at the pinnacle of stardom. I am the direct descendant of the Night Clan, within the inner cosmos, Mei Yi. In a tone devoid of arrogance, Mei Yi observed the examination candidates, each hailing from illustrious families. Should you choose to eliminate them, not only would your planet face annihilation, but the inhabitants would suffer a fate worse than death. Are you attempting to intimidate me? Quite amusing. You are indeed a clever individual, and your prowess may be formidable in this realm. However, once you venture into the cosmos, you will realize how trivial you truly are. I have nearly incapacitated them. Do you believe their allies would allow me to remain unscathed? I surveyed the crowd beneath, all of whom regarded me with cold eyes and derisive smiles, reflecting their thoughts. The only opportunity you have to negotiate is to join their Imperial Academy. In doing so, your planet may be spared, and its people saved from demise. Mei Yi waved a crimson fan. Mei Yi, why do you hesitate to strike him? Ling Mo, she suddenly interjected. Ling Er, why do you not take action? Mei Yi responded with a smile. They are of no concern to me. Ling Mo, she turned away. As you can see, I, along with this Ling Mo she, belong to the inner cosmos, Mei Yi stated calmly. All matters of the outer cosmos are irrelevant to us. I perceive you as an exceptionally talented individual. Both I and the portly Hu Dai were taken aback by his eloquence. If he could join the Starry Sky Academy, even Princess Kelly would be powerless against him. Mei Yi's lips curled into a smirk, a formidable mediator indeed. I could deal with him with merely a word, Kelly Xia scoffed. You speak wisely, Mei Yi. Do you not? I remarked with a smile. But who shall recommend me? The crowd exchanged glances, none daring to speak. Recommending him would be tantamount to courting death. He practiced the Star God combat technique. Suddenly, a figure descended from the heavens, clad in crimson and gold, with long red hair cascading down his back, a strikingly alluring man. Lucifer, how is it that you appear here? Mei Yi chuckled. Are you not also present? Mei Yi and Ling Mo she? Lucifer directed his gaze at me. From the Lucifer clan? I questioned, puzzled, recognizing them as the family that had ambushed the venerable star god of oblivion. The portly Hu Dai exchanged a glance. Their expressions icy. Star God combat technique. The crowd gasped in astonishment. He practices the Star God combat technique. In the current cosmos. Aside from a select few prominent families from the inner cosmos and the realm of aspirations, the Star God is merely a legend. Such techniques are not readily attainable. A mere native has managed to cultivate the Star God combat technique. Lucifer regarded me with a cold stare, indicating that the emergence of the ultimate seed is substantiated. Save for Mei Yi and Ling Mo she, the rest were left puzzled about this ultimate seed. You have truly irked me. I seem to deduce something. Humph. It appears you seek death. Lucifer seethed with rage. Absolute dust palm. I unleashed my full strength in a single strike. Wild path Star God, huh? Lucifer casually countered with a palm strike of his own. Both sides were sent reeling from the impact, as Lucifer smirked ominously. Return to dust, void palm. The second tier of return to dust grants combat techniques a ferocious effect. Lucifer's brow furrowed in confusion, questioning the intensity of this energy. Lucifer forcefully countered with an empty palm, repeatedly being repelled and spitting blood. How could this be? Enraged, Lucifer contemplated retrieving his weapon, feeling utterly humiliated. Lucifer, Brother Xia. Cease this at once. The situation is escalating. Maya's sword between Lucifer and me. For my sake, Lucifer. My admiration for Maya surged. My energy was depleted. And continuing this confrontation could lead to dire consequences. Maya, the ultimate seed. The energy within Lucifer surged. The existence of the ultimate seed is inherently elusive. Do not destroy this individual, Maya remarked with a smile. This person is an exceptional secondary civilization inhabitant of the Qiming Empire. He will surely ascend to the Starry Sky Academy, and then we can settle our scores. Besides, he is merely at the initial stages of stardom. Lucifer, grant me this favor. Linger, the demon West, approached. In truth, Lucifer was uncertain of my latent potential, naturally opting to descend from the precarious heights they had imposed. Xia Luo, at the Starry Sky Academy, we shall determine life and death. I grant you this concession, Lucifer sneered. A luxurious spaceship materialized, and Lucifer ascended into the cosmos. The chubby one and I scoffed, retreating like turtles. Lucifer is not as weak as you think. His greatest strength lies in his infinite cunning, Maya explained. He is currently cultivating a technique and must not sustain injuries. Linger, the demon West, said solemnly. No wonder. Such strategic retreat is indeed indicative of talent. Your palm technique resembles mine. I look forward to battling you. Linger, the demon West. Linger extended her hand, beaming with a smile. My dual-colored pupils seemed to perceive the scheme in her eyes, yet I dismissed it. Xia Luo. I reached out to shake her hand, my eyes wide open. A piercing pain surged from my hand to my feet, as if my bones were being crushed. A cry of agony escaped my lips, my face flushed. The chubby one immediately entered combat mode, while Butterfly brandished a short dagger. Linger, the demon West, laughed heartily, doubling over in mirth alongside Kelly Xia. My heart raced. This woman's strength was simply formidable. She could easily crush my palm, yet she refrained, revealing her malicious sense of humor, which reassured me about the chubby one. Here, take this. Linger, the demon West, tossed me a green pill with a grin. I swallowed it. My energy gradually replenished, and the pain subsided. Are you so easily bored? I gazed at Linger, speechless. But upon reflection, it made sense. After all, aside from the chubby one and Butterfly, none here were even 20. Do not be overly joyful. No one here can recommend you, except. Linger looked towards Xia. I certainly won't take him along, Xia retorted. Princess, you must consider the interests of the Qiming Empire, Maya chuckled. He probably couldn't even defeat me, Xia laughed. Then who will take him? Linger asked, puzzled. I shall take him. A figure emerged, causing everyone to turn pale. Sheng'er, you have arrived, Maya exclaimed, flying toward him with a smile. Before me stands a woman clad in ice blue armor, her light blue hair cascading elegantly down her back, and her pale blue eyes gazing intently at me. Dongsheng, my mind is in a daze, reverberating with disbelief. Could it truly be her? You shouldn't stare so intently at someone so beautiful, a stout fellow nudges me. But I remain unresponsive. The memory of Dongsheng lingers in my mind, her frigid visage, the striking beauty of her crimson eyes, and her light red hair against the white of her armor, all precisely as I remember, save for the coldness etched upon her features. Are you Xia Luo? She inquires, a gentle smile gracing her lips. Hey, can't you hear me? A girl named Yu Luo delivers a swift kick, sending me sprawling. Yet my gaze remains fixed on Dongsheng. Sister Sheng'er, this is just how shameless he is, Yu Luo chuckles. It's a common occurrence. No one can remain unmoved in the presence of Sheng'er, Mei Yi observes, eyeing Dongsheng with admiration. Do you not recognize me? I rise to my feet, meeting Dongsheng's puzzled gaze. The others seem bewildered. Had the two of us ever crossed paths before? Have we met? Dongsheng queries, her brow furrowing. A few months prior. Before the poisonous rain fell, I respond, my gaze locked onto her eyes. The dual-star pupils shift, undeniably confirming her identity. There can be no mistake. Months ago, I was in the realm of blazing fire, absorbing its principles. We could not have encountered each other. Dongsheng shakes her head. Mei Yi furrows her brow. Is it possible this individual is mentally impaired? My heart races. Does she harbor some reluctance to acknowledge me? So, all this time, you were speaking of her? Dongsheng? The stout fellow appears struck by lightning. Hu Dai maintains a calm demeanor, having deduced the truth. Very well, if you are unwilling to recognize me, I shall approach you step by step. I concede, realizing my misjudgment. Indeed, I was merely seeking someone to test my newfound mastery of the ice principles. Dongsheng smiles lightly. I witnessed your victory over Lucifer. Sheng'er, may I train alongside you? Mei Yi retracts her red fan. You stand no chance against me. It is unnecessary, Dongsheng replies, casting her gaze toward me. I am perplexed. How could Dongsheng, merely at the nascent stage of stardom, possibly contend with the offspring of a prominent family from the inner universe? Mei Yi? Very well. I shall face you in combat. But I have one condition. I declare with a grin. Bring along this stout fellow and this lady. Mei Yi's expression darkens. Fine, let us begin. The air around Dongsheng crackles with pale blue energy. Come forth. I launch a powerful strike, only to be forcefully repelled. Dust cleansing palm. My eyes sharpen with focus. Ice palm. Dongsheng unleashes her pale blue energy to its fullest potential, and the temperature around us plummets. The violent energy waves send all present reeling backward. The clash is evenly matched as we both stagger back a few steps. Return to dust, empty palm. I call out. Be cautious, Sheng'er. Mei Yi suddenly shouts. This fellow truly holds nothing back. Linger stifles a laugh. He cannot harm Dongsheng. Xia narrows her eyes. Chapter 27, Belief. Transforming Feather Ice Palm. Dongsheng maintains her gentle smile, exuding confidence. Boom. Energy waves scatter several individuals, while Yuan Long, Song Jiang, and Zhou suffer from frostbite. Dongsheng retreats 5 steps. While I am forced back 3. Your smile is truly enchanting. I find myself reluctant to unleash my full strength, I chuckled. You possess remarkable power. Undeniably capable of entering the Celestial Battle Academy. Dongsheng tilted her head. Behold, the first order dust-to-dust technique. The twin-star pupil whirled violently. The fiery feather palm. The temperature surged dramatically, prompting bystanders to withdraw. Energy, akin to flames, coalesced into a tangible form, delicate fingers shaping an immensely powerful shadow of a palm. Yet, inexplicably, the shadow's velocity diminished sharply. The dustless palm struck the fiery palm not far from Dongsheng. The fiery palm was dispersed, and surrounding debris was incinerated to ash. Dong was encircled by a layer of yellow energy shield. What a splendid maneuver. Your innate talent? Dongsheng's gaze sharpened. Indeed, I have discerned the nature of your talent. I stated, my expression turning grave. You are astute. Dong's smile faded. The second order dust to void palm. I exerted all my strength, realizing that without the enhancement of rage, my power fell short. The second order fiery feather sand palm. The temperature plummeted, a faint wind and sand force began to swirl around. This time, I was violently hurled back, violently expelling a mouthful of foul blood. Her strength had increased once more. A thought of utter dust. I felt a flicker of anger as I gazed upon the mocking expressions of the crowd on the ground. The second order dustless palm. I summoned all my energy for one final strike, my reserves depleted. Dongsheng's eyes transformed to a light crimson hue, her hair shifting from blue to red. The fiery feather green leaf palm. Dong's crimson pupils blazed fiercely as she unleashed a strike. Bang! She did not hit me. My consciousness waned. How could the disparity be so vast? I could not even wield my weapon. The green leaf effortlessly consumed the dustless technique. I closed my eyes and fell from the heights of the Beiping base, where ordinary people sighed in despair. Humanity had indeed been defeated. I hope Xia Luo can survive well. A middle-aged man shook his head. Does Xia Luo have a chance to venture into space? It has been her dream since childhood. A middle-aged woman wept. Huh. Those who reach space are mere pawns. Would you wish to be a pawn's father? Xia Yuxiao. Another middle-aged man scoffed. Humph. As long as he can survive, that is sufficient. The middle-aged man was indeed Xia Yuxiao. Is he well in Luoqing? Can we return? The middle-aged woman inquired. During this time, let us flee. Xia Yuxiao immediately grasped the woman's hand, heading towards the back door, escaping from Jinjiang First High School. Amidst the shattered ruins, a beautiful woman, her attire tattered, emerged from the debris. She gazed upon the desolation before her, her expression serene, yet her heart was adrift. Her crimson eyes blinked incessantly, as though she were rather dim-witted. She looked towards a distant figure clad in a red robe with flowing black hair. This woman was stunning. Both shared an identical sentiment. Awaken. The red moon pointed toward the woman's forehead. What is your name? The red moon smiled, her lips curving into a captivating arc. I am Zhu QiQi. In the absolute darkness surrounding me, I surveyed my environment. It was a realm of shadows, and my body still throbbed with pain. Does she truly not recognize me? Is it not you, the one who possesses my ultimate seed? Why does an overwhelming sense of familiarity swell within me upon seeing you? I must find my parents. I must avenge my predecessor, Jixia. I shall make you remember me. Dongsheng. Xia Luo. Captain Xia, Vice Captain Xia. For heaven's sake, wake up, fatty. The voice of the fatty emerged. Is all of this merely a dream? Must I truly awaken? Xia Luo, I am Hudy, and he is Wang Chuanxiu. Fatty is desperately shaking my body, and at this moment, my starry eyes dimmed. Has this fellow been rendered foolish by your blows? Linger, the demon of the West, glanced at Dongsheng. No, he has merely exhausted his energy. I did not exert my full strength. Dongsheng furrowed his brow. You've already transformed with the red eyes. Linger rolled her eyes. Mei Yi flew over, smiling at Dongsheng. Shall we return now? Let him awaken first. Xiao Luo, please guide this esteemed Dongsheng, Fatty instructed. Looking at me, Wang Chunqiu. Fatty fed me a green pill, which Linger had tossed to him. Not a chance. Sister Sheng. You have no idea how shameless those two are. Yu Luo glared at Fatty with gritted teeth. Even if it's just to help my sister. Dongsheng's lively eyes scrutinized Hudy. Are you Xiao Luo's beloved? Hudy was taken aback, unclear as to why Dongsheng posed such a question. No, we are merely friends. Her calm demeanor betrayed no hint of deception. How did they master the star god combat techniques? Cilicia arrived, shimmering with golden light. By mere coincidence. Hudy looked at me, collapsed in Fatty's embrace. The blue shield in the sky trembled, and a figure descended from above. Greetings, Master Mira, the Grand Mentor. Dongsheng spoke first. Greetings, Grand Mentor. Cilicia smiled. The crowd on the ground turned pale. This was the Grand Mentor of the Empire. The five saints stepped back, as this person's aura was astonishingly strong. A mere glance enough to extinguish them. Mei Yi and Linger, the demon of the West, saluted. This individual was an intermediate star envoy of the Earth Law. Mira, draped in a crimson robe, possessed a beauty that rivaled anyone present, save for Dongsheng. Have you comprehended the rules of ice so swiftly? Truly, you are the most gifted prodigy in the history of Qiming. It is the Grand Mentor's excellent teaching that has benefited Dongsheng, he expressed with respect. What brings you here? Young Master Mei Yi? Mira smiled at him. Our Dongsheng is currently 18, in the prime of his extraordinary talents. The younger generation is indeed aware. I am merely here to accompany Shenger, Mei Yi replied with a smile. Dongsheng, like yourself, possesses exceptional talent. May you both progress together. Mira turned her gaze towards me. Shenger has boundless prospects. The younger generation can wait. Mei Yi looked at Dongsheng. This individual also possesses remarkable talent, deserving of the Empire Academy's nurturing, Mira directed towards me. Linger and the Demon of the West were not surprised. Since she appeared, she surely had companions. Sheng'er, return directly. The Starry Sky Combat Academy will aid you in comprehending the rules of resilience. Mira vanished in an instant. The formidable Locke, the indomitable princess of the Star Nation, Yuki, and the prince of the Fire Star Nation, Yantian, were all drenched in sweat, overwhelmed by the immense pressure emanating from Mira, the envoy of the Earth Lost Star. Suddenly, I regained my senses, causing the rotund fellow to hurl me away in fright. Awake now? Dongsheng tilted her head. How can you be so powerful? I rolled my eyes. She truly was exceptionally strong, for she was the daughter of the most gifted prodigy from the Morning Star domain, even among the outer cosmos. No wonder you can easily defeat me, you prodigious maiden, Collegia remarked with pride. When does Brother Xiao plan to head to the Imperial Academy? Meiya flew in. Once I locate my parents, I hope you candidates will refrain from harming ordinary people, I said, casting a glance at Collegia. Harming ordinary people is a violation of the Academy's discipline, Collegia scoffed, showing disdain for harming the weak. I raised an eyebrow, questioning the Academy's management. Where are your parents? Dongsheng smiled lightly. They are in Beiping. I shall go find them, I replied. I enlisted the rotund fellow and butterfly, and the Star Network captured a photo of me with my parents. All right, the Star Network has contacted me. I shall explore the water spirit star. Dongsheng soared towards Collegia. I will join as well, Xia Luo and Linger chimed in unison. Meiya, with a gentle smile and a red fan in hand, followed suit, while the five saints vigilantly observed Locke and his companions. We shall not trouble you, old man, Oxer said, glancing at Zhang Tian. The water spirit star people are arrogant. We merely eliminated those who deserved it. Locke soared into the sky, with Yuan Long close behind. He aimed to break through to the star-pacing realm and could not afford to lag behind. The thoughts of the others mirrored his resolve. The golden-haired woman, Yuki, vanished with Song Jiang, while Oxer and Tang Xin departed. Oxer exchanged glances with Alice before leaving only Yantian behind. Yantian, meet your doom. A voice echoed. Cain, you truly are a persistent spirit. Yantian decisively activated the flame god. 3 days later, as the rotund fellow, butterfly, and I traversed the entire Beiping city. We had inquired of nearly everyone. The rotund fellow was thoroughly vexed, and Butterfly was not faring well either. My spirits were low. A middle-aged man on the ground looked up at me in terror. Charlotte, rest assured, your parents are alive and well. The rotund fellow reassured me, patting my back. Butterfly shot a glare at him and approached me. Only by becoming strong can you find them, she comforted. On Earth, billions had perished, not just one or two. I harbored a grudge against the predecessor of Oblivion and had tasks to accomplish, such as reuniting with Dongsheng. There was so much to do. I needed to cultivate a fierce and competitive spirit. My dual-horn star pupil's world. I was no ordinary individual. I was a formidable being capable of transcending realms. I was not confined to the second-tier civilization of Earth. I aspired to become a conqueror of the cosmos. I refused to be a bullied native. I yearned to be a celestial deity whom the world would revere. Chapter 28. Advancing towards the Imperial Academy. The rotund fellow and butterfly gazed at the resolute Charlotte in utter confusion as my aura surged dramatically. The energy coursed through my veins, seemingly undergoing a qualitative transformation. With a thunderous sound, a wave of energy erupted from Charlotte, pushing them back. He gazed at his hands, sensing an intangible force. This state exists only at the pinnacle of stardom. In the star path realm, the crystallized essence transforms into starlight, as energy is supplanted by this starlight, culminating in the elevation to a level 3 civilization. Remarkable, Charlotte, you have indeed transcended. The chubby one exclaimed. Midstage star, said Hudai. 2 days later, the Juqin squad reunited with Dongsheng. Earth is our homeland. I, Wang Chuanxiu, aspire to be a poet reminiscing about my hometown. The starry sky is akin to the celestial realm spoken of by ancient sages. We too shall ascend to the celestial domain. Have you two finished your chatter? Collegia remarked. Exasperated. Quite enough, Princess Collegia, the chubby one responded with a mock bow. Charlotte was speechless. This hefty fellow knew how to bow, albeit while being a guest. Where are we headed? They asked as they boarded the examiner's flying vessel, which would carry them to the Western Asia dynasty. Dongsheng revealed a spherical spaceship. Wang Chuanxiu followed Princess Xia Luo, while Hudai accompanied Barbara. They had no desire to take the exam. Collegia was only there to go through the motions. The spherical ship opened, revealing a cramped interior with 2 seats arranged front and back. The vessel was both luxurious and simplistic, and as Dongsheng and Charlotte entered, it took flight. Mei Yi wore a gloomy expression, observing Ling Er and Mo Shi, who appeared amused as she produced her own spacecraft. The chubby one and Hu Dai swapped places. Xia Luo was reluctant to share a vessel with him. Princess, this chubby fellow is shameless, Barbara lamented. On the verge of tears. Are you a plant that has just learned to speak? The chubby one retorted, speechless. By the way, are you male or female? Do plants have genders? Barbara, infuriated, covered her ears with climbing vines. Caligia's exclusive golden warship emerged and soared into the sky. Honestly, it feels no different from riding a high-speed train, Charlotte reflected from the back seat. What is a high-speed train? Dongsheng inquired. You don't know what a high-speed train is? Oh right, you are an extraterrestrial. Do you truly not remember me? I apologize, we indeed have not met before. All right then. Let's discuss the Imperial Academy, Charlotte said, crossing his legs. Shui Ling Star is one of the celestial bodies within the domain of the Wanxiang Star Nation, which serves as the regional administrator of the Western Asia dynasty. In this era, it is the Qi Ming Empire under the control of the Western Asia dynasty. The Qi Ming Empire governs the Qi Ming star domain, while the outer cosmos boasts 168 vast star domains, with Qi Ming Star City ranking among the upper echelons of strength. The universe is so vast? Charlotte exclaimed in astonishment. Indeed, there is a distinction between the inner and outer cosmos. The inner cosmos comprises 42 star domains, each dominated by a powerful family, such as the Yi clan, Shifa clan, and Imoshi clan, among others. At the universe's center lies a place known as the Land of Observation. Why is it named the Land of Observation? Charlotte inquired, intrigued. I am uncertain. Even those from the inner cosmos know only a fraction about the Land of Observation, Dongsheng replied, shaking his head. The universe is spherical, and the distinction between the inner and outer cosmos arises from the obstruction created by the spherical sea of starlight. The starry ocean is a hollow expanse, separated from the distant realms by the vastness of celestial seas. Ah, how terrifying this is. Charlotte's thoughts remain anchored in the solar system and the Milky Way. The Imperial Academy of 10 Stars stands as the pinnacle of the star domain's educational institutions, and you have encountered the distinguished students from the Star Country Academy. So, these candidates are all from the Star Country Academy. Charlotte blinked, recalling that he had eliminated 3 of them. The Imperial Academy is the gathering place for the most gifted students across the star domain. Each elite student from the Star Country, upon passing the examination, gains entry to the Imperial Academy for training limited to the youth. The requirement for graduation from the Academy is to reach the enlightenment of a Star Envoy, which corresponds to the 5th level of a novice Star Envoy, or to automatically graduate upon reaching the age of 40. Dongsheng turned back with a smile. Fortunately, I am still 18. Charlotte grinned, playfully tossing his hair. The Starry Combat Academy is where the finest young talents from both the inner and outer cosmos congregate. Dongsheng's expression reflected longing. The Starry Combat Academy, originally known as the Starry Battle Academy Continent, is, as the name suggests, a vast land. A continent? Charlotte looked bewildered. Indeed, a land that navigates the realms of the inner and outer cosmos, and there exist 6 such continents. Dongsheng chuckled. Each one is a Starry Combat Academy, with the Academy's strength defined by its title. 2 years hence, the 6th Academy will traverse the Dawn Star domain, and only through assessment will one qualify to join the Academy. I am the foremost genius of the outer cosmos. I shall be the first to join the Academy, Dongsheng declared with confidence. Then I shall be the second, Charlotte exclaimed. The Imperial Academy, I will protect you. Dongsheng laughed. Excellent. Big sister, Charlotte cheered. Within the spherical spacecraft, the two rejoiced, soon to board the examination officer's vessel. Behind them, a purple warship closely followed, where Maya pondered her thoughts. Shortly thereafter, Charlotte and Dongsheng appeared aboard the platinum examination officer's ship. General Hilk. Dongsheng greeted the tall figure before her. Indeed, I have high hopes for both of you. Hilk replied with a smile. Charlotte mused. I too have great expectations for myself and Dongsheng. Once their group boarded, the examination ship relinquished its monitoring duties and plunged into the wormhole. Shenger, are you enjoying yourself? Maya approached Dongsheng. Yes, my strength has ascended to a new level. Dongsheng replied with a gentle smile. Once you comprehend the rules of resilience, none at your level shall be your match. Maya remarked with a grin. Including those prodigies from the distant realms. Thank you, Maya. At that moment, the chubby fellow was engaged in a heated argument with Barbara, while Xia Luo and Caligia distanced themselves from the commotion. Charlotte approached Butterfly. I heard the chubby fellow mention your brother's name. What is it? Charlotte seated himself beside Butterfly. Butterfly was rubbing a crystal source in her hand, having learned from Charlotte the art of contemplation. My brother is named Hu Li, Butterfly replied with a smile. Hu Li? Your father certainly has a peculiar sense of humor, Charlotte chuckled. He is very cheerful, honest, and excels academically, but he often faces my reprimands. Huzha gazed at Jinyuan. That day, I discovered him on a date with his girlfriend, which led to a fierce argument between us. In his fury, he stormed out of the house, and I did not attempt to stop him. Soon after, a toxic rain began to fall. The last time he spoke to me was over the phone. He told me he was in excruciating pain. Sister, I hurt so much. Tears streamed down Huzha's face. Xia Luo thought to himself, this is dire. He had never witnessed such a scene before. Huzha, you are the most resilient girl I have ever known, both beautiful and gentle. Xia Luo offered Huzha a towel, but it could not shield her from the sorrow that reddened her eyes, revealing the depth of her feelings. You must remember, Shaoli has always been by your side. On another note, my father insisted that I attend the academy, but all I desired was to travel the world with Barbara. Yuluo clung to Caligia's arm. Princess Yuluo, you must grow stronger if you wish to explore the world. If you encounter danger without the ability to protect yourself, and with the king absent, wouldn't he that put you in peril? Caligia remarked with a smile. Little Yuluo, Ling Er gently pinched Yuluo's small face with her slender fingers. Ling Er, please stop pinching. It hurts. You are so strong. Meanwhile, why do you call yourself Barbara? The hefty fellow frowned at Barbara, his expression serious. And why do you call yourself Wang Chuanqiu? Barbara put her hands on her hips. You look neither human nor plant. It's rather unsettling. The hefty fellow chuckled, revealing a set of white teeth. I am human, a member of the plant-human race, Barbara retorted. Plant-human, ha ha ha. You fat fool, what are you laughing at? Barbara angrily pointed at him. I'll keep laughing unless you transform into a beauty, he smirked. Are you serious? Indeed. Not only will I refrain from mocking you, but I shall also praise you. The hefty fellow laughed heartily, finding Barbara quite amusing. Suddenly, a green light illuminated the entire room, causing the hefty fellow to squint. As the green light faded, the sight before him left him utterly astonished. A smooth, exquisite figure appeared, with fair skin, perfect curves, and a beauty that rivaled Yuluo's. Green hair cascaded behind her. Barbara, what are you staring at? Fulfill your promise, Barbara frowned. Whether human or plant, you are breathtaking, he exclaimed, wide-eyed and giving a thumbs up. Barbara was equally exhilarated. After multiple failed attempts to assume a human form, she had inexplicably succeeded this time. Was it due to the hefty fellow? Yet, she was unaware of her current situation. Yuluo burst through the door, looking at Barbara with a mix of confusion and excitement. After a moment, the hefty fellow, bruised and battered, approached Xia Luo. Oh dear, Vice Captain Wang, what happened? Did the enemy breach the logistics department? Xia Luo laughed heartily. Nonsense, just ignore it, Vice Captain Xia. It's truly been a streak of bad luck, he replied, speechless. It was clear he had been pampered by Yuluo and the others. I observed the beaming Huzha. Chapter 29. Entering the Empire Academy, Dongsheng and Mei Yi entered, taking a seat beside Xia Luo and the others. With a wave of his hand, Dongsheng transformed the ship's window into a vast screen displaying the starry sky. I gazed upon countless points of light in the darkness, surrounded by celestial bodies of great magnitude, traversing the realm of the Sky Star Nation. The Winter Song path unfolds before me. The White Cloud vessel, an ordinary cargo ship of the Sky Star Nation, was intercepted by the Undead Star Alliance, resulting in the slaughter of its crew, leaving only some crystal sources in existence. The Undead Star Alliance is regarded as the common enemy of the universe, composed of vile individuals who have inflicted harm upon the cosmos, predominantly led by a cadre of undead kings. This formidable alliance, known for its immense power, remains unassailable by all but the Apex Union. They proclaim themselves as the Eternal, Undying. This planet is named Flying Star. Winter Song pointed to a white celestial body. This planet is designated Great Character Star, the homeland of Locke. She gestured towards a massive yellow planet. This celestial body is known as Alice's Wonderland, the birthplace of Alice. Under Winter's narration, the group, led by Charlotte, unknowingly arrived at the Qiming Empire. The West Asia Divine Star is the largest habitable planet within the Qiming Star domain, serving as the home of Princess Koli. Our destination is the West Asia Satellite, where the Imperial Academy resides. The West Asia Dynasty encompasses the Imperial Academy. The Nine-Star Tower is a 9-story testing edifice, the tallest structure of the Academy. The Minter Gathering serves as the office for the Academy's instructors. The Grand Courtyard houses various facilities, including the Weapons Pavilion, Combat Techniques Garden, Star Array Pavilion, and more, allowing students to engage in self-study. The Rear Courtyard is where instructors deliver their teachings, featuring a fragrant garden and numerous perilous challenges. The Martial platform boasts thousands of small platforms, hundreds of medium-sized ones, and one formidable large platform, all constructed with unyielding strength. The Imperial Academy encompasses the entirety of the planet's architecture. The registration area for new students at the Imperial Academy features numerous pavilions, with a verdant lake below and walkways forged from white rock. A dashing young man clad in a white robe observed a figure in black robes before him. Early stage of star treading, talent, perception? You should seek out Mentor Tao. Thank you, senior. The figure in black entered, as flying within the Academy's premises is prohibited. The white-robed senior turned to another person behind him. Mid-stage of star treading? Talent, none? You may visit the mentor on your own. Early stage of star treading, talent, none? The white-robed young man lamented silently. This young lady. What brings you to register at the Imperial Academy? Senior, I heard from my father that this is the highest institution of learning. A young woman replied with a smile. You currently lack the qualifications. You should return to the Star Nation and practice more. The senior sighed, having encountered such ignorant youths repeatedly. But it was my father who sent me here. The girl in the green dress retorted, clearly displeased. Do you not recognize the daughter of the Leaf King of the Leaf Star Nation, Xia Luo? Barbara exclaimed angrily from behind. The white-robed senior was taken aback, as he had become accustomed to overlooking names and focusing solely on talent. I have seen Her Highness Princess Xia Luo. I beg your pardon for my rudeness. Please do not hold it against me. He bowed in trepidation. Xia Luo and Barbara strode confidently forward. The white-robed senior exhaled in relief, only to be confronted by a short-haired man with a scruffy face. Mid-stage of star treading? Talent, none? The man in the white robe was filled with fury. He did not recognize the name Xia Luo, and he felt he had encountered a weakling. Haha, watch how I deal with you, senior. Despite his expressionless face, he chuckled inwardly. Xia Luo's starry eyes flickered. What was this person contemplating? Step inside and seek Master Lei, the man in white snickered. Xia Luo noticed, but did not dwell on it, assuming it was merely a derision of his low cultivation level. He proceeded inside. The man in white was momentarily stunned. The individual before him was breathtakingly beautiful. Hello, Senior Dong Dong. Where is Xia Luo? Dong Sheng inquired, puzzled, as she had merely greeted other seniors before Xia Luo vanished. Xia Luo? Is he the one from just now? The man in white was taken aback. That person had been brought in by Dong Sheng? He thought to himself that it was over for him. Turning around, he found no trace of Xia Luo. Considering Master Lei's temperament, he had entered. The man wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Dong Sheng, still bewildered, did not ponder further and also stepped inside. Xia Luo walked upon patches of green lotus, surveying his surroundings. The plump figure and the butterfly had not yet qualified to enter the Imperial Academy and were assigned to a nearby Stellar Nation Academy. Xia Luo approached the lake's edge. Inhaling the fresh air, the environment was extraordinarily beautiful, with willow trees astonishingly rising from the water, along with various bizarre trees and flowers. Xia Luo wandered about aimlessly, uncertain of Master Lei's whereabouts. The Imperial Academy. An ethereal inscription adorned the stone gate, and he stepped over the threshold. Before him were scattered students, with numerous serpentine pathways on the ground, surrounded by lovely flower beds and trees, accompanied by the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. Years prior, the path to the Academy's gate had been nothing but a muddy trail. Suddenly, a girl tapped Xia Luo on the shoulder. These cobblestone paths and flower beds. Every plant has been meticulously cultivated and sown by the students. You must be a new student, right? I am Jasmine, your welcoming senior. Jasmine, dressed in a plain long robe, possessed a delicate and scholarly demeanor. In contrast, Xia Luo looked rather disheveled, clad in yellow athletic shorts and Nike sneakers. Hello, Senior Jasmine. I am Xia Luo, he replied with a smile. Jasmine cradled a book in her arms, walking alongside Xia Luo on the cobblestone path. The Imperial Academy has existed long before the West Asia dynasty, Jasmine recounted animatedly. Its creator was the most formidable being of the Morning Star domain, named Mixi, a level 30 Earth Law Star Master. Please tell me about the realms. Xia Luo gazed toward the expansive grassland. First-level civilization individuals are ordinary people who come to cultivate. Second-level civilization individuals reach the Star Awakening realm and the Starry realm. Third-level civilization individuals attain the Star Path realm and master the 5 realms of stars. Fourth-level civilization individuals achieve the initial level of Star Master, known as the Enlightenment realm. Reaching level 20 in Enlightenment allows one to break through to the intermediate Star Master, the Earth Law realm. At level 50 in Earth Law, one can advance to the Advanced Star Master, the Heavenly Path realm. Level 80 in Heavenly Path leads to the Ultra Star Master, the Unconstrained realm. After achieving the level 100 unconstrained Star Master, one becomes what is known as the half-step Star God. Following that is the mythical existence of the Star God. Senior Jasmine, what comes after that? Xia Luo spoke gravely, acknowledging that avenging Senior Jimmy's demise was a daunting task ahead. Subsequently, Jasmine fixed her serious gaze upon him. I am at a loss, she replied, and both shared a hearty laugh. However, I happened upon an ancient tome previously, seemingly passed down from the realm of vast horizons. Jasmine frowned. Within its pages lay descriptions of the celestial gods. To ascend to the beginning realm is to attain immortality. I couldn't help but raise my thumb in approval, the atmosphere becoming extraordinarily profound. Ha ha. For us, the star envoys seem exceedingly distant, Jasmine remarked with a chuckle. By the way, Junior, which mentor are you seeking? She inquired, glancing towards the courtyard. Well, someone advised me to seek out Mentor Lei, Xia Luo replied with a smile. Mentor Lei? You are quite impressive, Junior, Jasmine exclaimed in shock, for Mentor Lei was notoriously known for his foul temper. What is wrong with Mentor Lei? Is he weak? Xia Luo asked, puzzled. Not at all. Mentor Lei is a level 20 enlightened star envoy, on par with the Grand Mentor Mira. Jasmine assessed him from head to toe. But his temperament is dreadful. She lowered her voice. He hasn't taken on a disciple in years. Every student who visits him emerges severely injured. Even the Grand Mentor has 3 disciples, senior brother by Borin, second brother by Shaoqing, and senior sister Dongsheng. Xia Luo pondered, realizing that the Grand Mentor's presence during examinations was to ensure Dongsheng's safety. Moreover, but Junior, you are merely at the mid-star level, Jasmine said, bewildered. How could that little brat have deceived me? No wonder I was granted entry so effortlessly. Why didn't Dong Wang recognize my potential? I must prove my worth to her. Jasmine, please take me to Mentor Lei, Xia Luo declared, filled with eagerness. Really? Jasmine appeared uncertain. Mentor Lei's real name is Lei Qianjue, nicknamed Lei Xiao, a level 20 enlightened star envoy. He resides in a floating mountain cave, atop a mountain shrouded in trees, with stones below and a cave at its center. The mentor is located within the cave. Jasmine gazed fearfully at the mountain peak. Jasmine, you should leave first. I will await good news, Xia Luo said, thumping his chest confidently. All right, Junior, if anything happens, contact me via the star network. Jasmine departed. Xia Luo soared directly towards the floating mountain. Ignorant Junior, trespassing into forbidden territory shall incur dire consequences. A hoarse voice, weathered by time, echoed from the cave entrance. Accompanied by a fierce attack, Xia Luo raised an eyebrow, recognizing the power of a late star level. If I can withstand it, all is well. If not, I shall suffer severe injury. With a wave of his hand, Xia Luo dispelled the attack and landed gracefully, clasping his fists together. Student Xia Luo seeks guidance from Mentor Lei Qianjue. No echo responded from the cave, but rather a formidable attack from a peak star level emerged. Chapter 30. Mastery of Thunder and Lightning. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow once more, dispersing the incoming attack with another wave of his hand. Soon after, an assault, far more ferocious than before, materialized, an early star level strike. Xia Luo's lips curled into a smirk. He unleashed his full power in a wave, shattering the attack. At that moment, a deadly mid-star level attack surged forth, aimed directly at Xia Luo's body. Frowning, Xia Luo executed the absolute dust palm, dissipating the assault. The temper of Lei Qianjue is indeed explosive, as if he were wielding lethal force. Student Xia Luo called out for guidance from Master Lei Qianjue. If it were an attack from the late stage of star treading, Xia Luo would have to exert himself to the utmost. However, it remained at the mid-stage strength of star treading, accompanied by a surge of lightning power. Xia Luo's gaze sharpened, and with the red-horned, dust-dispersing palm, he shattered the lightning. Orange represents the first horn, with the talent of slowing down, while red signifies the second horn, whose talent is ferocity. Instantly, a bolt of white lightning surged from the cave. Chun Kong palm, Xia Luo bellowed, and an image of his palm manifested. The speed of the lightning was diminished, and the palm shadow dispersed the electrical charge. Xia Luo was pushed back several steps, but quickly entered a preparatory stance. Student Xia Luo, I seek guidance from Master Lei Qianjue, Xia Luo exclaimed, his eyes wide. The red lightning power erupted forth. Damn it, I'm going all out, Xia Luo shouted angrily, unleashing the full ferocity of the dust-dispersing palm. The palm shadow shattered, and the red thunder struck Xia Luo's body, sending him hurtling backward, blood gushing forth. This Master Lei is genuinely formidable. It is an overwhelming force. Student Xia Luo, I seek guidance from Master Lei Qianjue. Xia Luo continued to advance, a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. The orange lightning shot out at an alarming speed, surpassing the strength of the red thunder. A thought becomes emptiness. The violent power of the Chungkong palm was dissipated by the orange lightning. The orange bolt sent Xia Luo flying, his energy completely depleted, his mind spinning. As blood sprayed forth, in the distance, a pale man appeared. This is bad. Will he survive such intensity? The man exclaimed in panic. The second horn of the star pupil spun rapidly, and Xia Luo, gravely injured, began to regain consciousness. Not dead, the man wondered, just as he was about to rush to Xia Luo's aid. However, Xia Luo continued to charge toward the cave entrance. Student Xia Luo, I seek guidance from Master Lei Xiao. He laughed bitterly, blood seeping from his teeth. Are you trying to throw your life away? The man shouted in anger, yet felt utterly helpless. Yellow lightning erupted forth. Come on, taste my one thought, dust dispersing. With energy completely drained and consciousness fading, the last thing Xia Luo saw was the yellow lightning striking his body. He fell straight down. Alas, forgive me, Junior. The pale man flew over, attempting to catch Xia Luo's body. Get lost. A hoarse voice thundered in the man's ears. Master Lei. Bai retreated in terror and confusion, flying to a distance. An emaciated old man clad in a green robe emerged from the cave. Bai Yi's eyes widened. Having spent nearly a decade at the Imperial Academy, he had encountered all the mentors but had never seen Master Lei. Starshine cradled Xia Luo's body as the old man gazed at the starry sky. 50 years have passed since I last emerged. I, Lei Xiao, finally have a successor. The green-robed elder carried Xia Luo into the cave. Bai Yi's mouth fell agape. The sky had fallen, as the Imperial Academy now had a student of Lei Xiao. In the bustling food street of the academy, Junior sister, is that Mei Yi still bothering you? Bai Xiaochen inquired, looking at Dong Sheng with a smile. Brother, he just came to play with me, Dong Sheng replied, munching on a skewer of roasted demon beast. You must be cautious. He surely harbors ill intentions. Bai Xiaochen gazed resolutely at Dong Sheng. Is everything well? She is quite gentle. Yet she cannot surpass me. Dong Sheng handed Bai Xiaochen a skewer. Humph, can anyone be more gentle than I? My strength is formidable. Bai Xiaochen took a bite, consuming half the skewer. Xixiang Baran is even gentler than you. Dongxing's exquisite beauty erupted into laughter. He is the wildest of all, and yet gentle. Bai Xiaochen scoffed. Greetings. Xixiang Xiaochen. A black-robed female student passed by. Hello. Bai Xiaochen adopted an aloof demeanor. Greetings, Xixiang Xiaochen, Shiji Dongsheng. A tall man in yellow robes strolled past. His gaze fixated on Dongsheng, momentarily lost in thought. Shoo shoo shoo. Bai Xiaochen hastily pushed the disciple away, eliciting a sweet smile from Dongsheng. The academy's regulations dictate that freshmen address their mentors as Xixiang and students without mentors as Xuezhang, with seniority defined by the strength of the mentor rather than the duration of their enrollment. Within the cavern of Mount Lei, Xia Luo opened his eyes, his starry pupils swirling as consciousness returned. His body ached as though it had been torn apart, clad only in a pair of undergarments. The surroundings were bright, revealing a stone chamber where Xia Luo lay upon a stone bed, facing an elder in green robes seated with his back turned. Is this the mentor Lei Xiaomo? Lei Qianjue? Xia Luo squinted and struggled to sit up. I have lived for over 10,000 years. My arrival at the Imperial Academy occurred a century ago. Lei Qianjue turned, his face a mask of desolation, to Xia Luo. My lifespan wanes, seeking a worthy disciple. I have spent 50 years in slumber within this cavern. Xia Luo remained speechless, pondering the excess of words. Naturally, he could only wear a respectful expression at that moment. I must inform you. Years ago you had a Shiji who met with an untimely demise, and I have since harbored regret, reflecting for 50 years. She was merely 20 years old when she stepped into the realm of stellar masters. Alas, you have yet to reach that level. Yet you possess the qualifications to contend with them. You are worthy of being my disciple, Lei Xiao. Thank you, mentor. Disciple Xia Luo shall uphold the esteemed name of Lei Qianjue. Xia Luo's expression remained impassive, though he secretly chuckled. Did this not mean he was now a disciple? I shall not disappoint your expectations, he proclaimed respectfully. First, focus on your recovery. The cavern is rich in starlight, Lei Qianjue instructed, turning away. Mentor. I have yet to step into the realm of stellar masters, Xia Luo replied, his voice trailing off. Suddenly, a green pill was tossed into Xia Luo's hands, sparking his curiosity about its wondrous properties. Xia Luo closed his eyes, gradually mending his body. However, while he slumbered to heal, if he were to reach the advanced rank of Star Envoy, he would discover that Mentor Lei's lifespan had reached its conclusion, his powers entirely dissipated. In the moments before his powers faded, he had once been a celestial Star Envoy. Days later, Xia Luo opened his eyes, fully restored, his starry pupils swirling with energy. He leapt down, kneeling on one knee, and clasped his fists in salute. Disciple Xia Luo, injuries healed, pays respects to mentor Lei. Xia Luo bowed his head. Yet he remained oblivious to the unmoving Lei Qianjue. After waiting for some time, he could not help but glance upwards. Mentor? Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. Suddenly, a surge of energy emanated from Lei Qianjue's body, entering Xia Luo's mind. My lifespan has reached its end, came the raspy voice of Lei Qianjue. Charlotte was astonished. This was the consciousness of Lei Qianjue, the final vestige of his awareness. The old man truly had passed away. The apprentice, lacking in capability, bowed in respect. I now impart to you the seven-colored illusory thunder. You must strive to restore the illustrious name of the heavenly path, illusory thunder. The red thunder, transcending the white, embodies the ambition to soar above the clouds. The image of the red illusory thunder was deeply etched in Charlotte's mind. By grasping the principles of the thunder court, he could wield the heavenly path, illusory thunder. With his crimson pupils aglow, he had mastered the red illusory thunder. As for the orange thunder, it signifies the culmination of celestial ascension, akin to reaching the peak of one's potential. His orange pupils sparkled, though the old man's words were incomprehensible. Charlotte had nonetheless absorbed the knowledge. The yellow thunder, surpassing the red and orange, symbolizes swiftness akin to a galloping steed. The green thunder, flourishing with myriad possibilities, can unravel countless paths. The azure thunder, representing the effortless strength of the mighty, leads one into the azure skies. This is merely a fragment. I am unable to teach you the blue and violet divine thunders, sighed Lei Qianjue. Should you ever gain entry to the 10,000 thunder pool, the method of the heavenly path illusory thunder can be perfected. Master, where is the 10,000 thunder pool? Charlotte inquired resolutely. In the Starry Sky Battle Academy. Lei Qianjue's consciousness was on the brink of dissolution. The apprentice shall be admitted to the Starry Sky Battle Academy in 2 years. A smile graced Charlotte's lips. Well then, I harbor no regrets, chuckled Lei Qianjue, a frail old man. By the way, remember the grudge against senior sister Xia Luo. I shall take my leave. With that, Lei Qianjue's consciousness dissipated entirely. Charlotte felt a pang of sorrow yet also elation. His arrival had been perfectly timed. Senior sister Xia Luo of vendetta? I shall avenge you, Charlotte declared with determination, having embraced the mantle of a revenger, bound by gratitude and duty. With his starry pupils swirling, he performed a deep bow before the corpse of his mentor and stepped out of the cave. Xiao Xiao. A raspy voice echoed from the summit of the circular mountain. Charlotte was taken aback. Who was this individual? He rushed forward. Chapter 31. The Grudge of Thunder and Rain Senior. I am an apprentice of Thunder Master. My mentor has passed away. Charlotte clasped his fists in greeting. The figure emerged, revealing a middle-aged man clad in simple attire. Who might you be, senior? Charlotte inquired. Unfamiliar with the man. I am the academy head, Tianqi Xia, the man replied with a smile. Ah, esteemed headmaster, it is an honor to meet you. Charlotte expressed with reverence. If Xiao Xiao were to know her disciple was so spirited, she would surely be unable to rest in peace. Tianqi Xia remarked with a shake of his head and a smile. Headmaster, you must have been very close to my mentor, Charlotte said with a grin. Indeed. We entered the Starry Sky Battle Academy together a millennium ago and became elite graduates of the Enlightenment Star Envoy before the age of 40. However, due to various circumstances, we have not seen each other for thousands of years. One day, Xiao Xiao arrived gravely injured at the Imperial Academy I was overseeing. Utilizing the Imperial resources at my disposal, I facilitated her healing. Though her wounds healed, her lifespan ebbed away like flowing water, resulting in her fall from the Heavenly Path Star Envoy to the Earthly Law Star Envoy. She remained secluded, and I granted her the title of Lei Qianjue. Yet she only accepted 2 disciples throughout her life. One is you, and the other is Lei Yu. Charlotte remained in shock, pondering the trials his mentor had endured. The grudge stemming from the thunderstorm weighs heavily on me, and though I yearn for revenge, it is hindered by my identity, sighed Tianqi Xia. Xia Luo understood that this was the constraint imposed by his surname, Xia. Xiao Yu had seized the flower of life from the Starry Sky Academy. Yet it had caught the attention of those from the inner universe. This flower could alleviate the loss of lifespan and the fading of realms for Xiao Xiao. Upon returning from the inner universe, Xiao Yu was ambushed by the Night Clan, leaving Tianqi Xia gritting his teeth in anger. After being treacherously slain and having her bones stripped, the flower of life was taken. Xia Luo clenched his fist and struck down several trees. The Night Clan was it? At that very moment, Xiao Yu was engaged in a video call with me and Xiao Xiao, her innocent and lovely smile gradually turning cold. Tianqi Xia departed, feeling indebted to Thunderstorm for much, wishing Xia Luo would regard him as a mentor as well. Xia Luo gritted his teeth. vowing never to forget Lei Xiao and Lei Yu for all eternity. Throughout the academy, students were scattered everywhere. Has Mentor Lei taken on disciples? Is it true? In the ghostly Hope Forest, it was indeed true. This had happened several days prior. What? The mid-tier of the star rankings. You must be joking. The Silent Spirit Land cried out. Silence. Don't attract the attention of the Silent Spirit leader. Will there be more talents added to the rankings? This individual should be able to break into the top 10. The top 10? You underestimate Mentor Lei. I believe he is on the verge of rivaling Bai Burang. Get lost. Where did this naive fool come from? At the Sea of Sunset, Dong Shang, Bai Shaoqian, Xia Luo, Barbara, and QiQi Zhu sat together. A disciple of Mentor Lei? How intriguing. Bai Shaoqian gazed at the star network. Dong Shang and QiQi Zhu exchanged glances. Could it be him? I hope he is a remarkably powerful and charming gentleman. Xia Luo imagined. I hope he is not an unscrupulous scoundrel like Xia Luo, Barbara wished upon the sunset. In the Sea of Sunset, the sun never sets. The Thunder Pool, a place personally crafted by Mentor Lei for the comprehension of lightning, serves as a venue for learning the principles of thunder. Xia Luo soared to the edge of the Thunder Pool, where dark clouds rolled ominously above, white lightning flickered, and countless needle-like trees stood below. The secret of the dual-cornered star had been successfully unearthed by Xia Luo. Arriving at the center of the Thunder Pool, he found students around him grasping the principles of thunder. Xia Luo closed his eyes, sitting cross-legged atop one of the sharp trees, reciting incantations. Wherever lightning strikes, nothing remains unharmed. A type of lightning composed of starlight flickered around Xia Luo, continuously erupting in sound. The Dimension Star Nation, a powerful stellar nation located near the Qiming Empire, is ruled by a king possessing the realm of a 13th-level Enlightenment Star Envoy. Though he is a king, he also serves as a henchman for the leaders of the empire. Within the Dimension Academy, a group of children aged 14 and 15 were being chased by a rotund individual. Get lost, you fatso. A girl twirled in her little yellow dress. Old and weak. You fatso. A boy made faces at the hefty pursuer. The rotund figure, a mid-tier star, was none other than Wang Chuanqiu. Enraged, the fat man thought these were his younger disciples. Had it not been for his master's orders, he would have made these little brats cry. A 14-year-old boy stepped forward, possessing peak Enlightenment Star strength, qualifying him as a prodigy. I challenge you, he declared, pointing at Wang Chuanqiu. The rotund individual possesses an extraordinary talent for longevity, enabling him to triumph over students of the mid-stellar phase from the outer cosmos. An elderly man gazes sternly at the rotund individual, who, feeling resigned, engages him in a duel. Meanwhile, by the lakeside, a woman strolls with a butterfly, expressing admiration for her illusionary talent. Had you embarked on your cultivation earlier, you could now contend with the empire in your studies. Thank you, Mentor. I shall hasten my training, the butterfly replies. Within a modest tavern in the imperial capital of Xia, Mei Yi and Ling Er Moshi converse. Is it truly the ultimate seed? Ling Er Moshi inquires, taking a sip of her drink. Uncertain, it surfaced a decade ago, yet we have not located it. Mei Yi responds, falling into silence. 18 years ago, numerous powerful families took action, yet there was nary a whisper from the realm of the extreme horizon. I sincerely hope such a thing does not exist. In the inner cosmos, within the domain of the Shifa clan, a figure named Xia Luo stands at the Starstep realm. You best not pass the entrance exam for the Starry Academy, Lucifer remarks, tying back his long hair as he casts a cold glance towards the stars. Little road. You seem to be brimming with grievances of late. A man, strikingly similar to Lucifer, but with short hair, emerges. Have you mastered the ghost heart technique, brother? No longer in seclusion? Lucifer frowns. Staying at home is dreadfully dull. I wish to take a stroll, the man replies, patting Lucifer's shoulder before departing. At the center of the Thunder Pool, Xia Luo exclaims, Ah, I have successfully comprehended it. He ascends into the dark clouds, surrounded by red illusionary thunder. While white lightning appears to shy away in fear, an orange illusionary thunder materializes, reaching its peak. The white lightning dissipates. Yellow illusionary thunder fluctuates, striking with unmatched swiftness. All white lightning fades, hidden from sight. Satisfied, Xia Luo acknowledges that his current mastery of illusionary thunder is limited. He must elevate his realm to harness the green-blue illusionary thunder. With sufficient prowess, he shall wield it freely. Below the Thunder Pool, the students awaken, perplexed. Where's the thunder? How can one comprehend lightning without it? Xia Luo strides out of the Thunder Pool, heading towards the grand courtyard, where no structures impede his flight. I feel invigorated. Just awaiting the breakthrough to the Starstep realm. Xia Luo exclaims, moving forward at full speed. Clad in a cerulean robe, wielding a matching folding fan. and sporting a rare chicken feather hairstyle, Xia Luo presents a charming visage. It seems I, too, must grow my hair long, he muses, observing the students bustling about. The platinum-haired students, adorned in the attire of the dean's disciples, and the black-robed students of the ghostly vision mentor stand out. While none don the cerulean academy robes like Xia Luo's, leading many to speculate he lacks a mentor. Mid-stellar phase? How did you enter? A green-clad woman questions. By connections. I even saw Princess Yu Luo the other day, a beginner of the stellar phase, a man in green remarks, gazing at Xia Luo. Xia Luo turns to meet his gaze, flashing a charming smile before departing. The man is taken aback, while the woman blushes, noting that despite his weaker prowess, he possesses striking good looks. The grand courtyard is expansive, filled with various teaching buildings, including one dedicated to the history of the Morning Star domain. Xia Luo steps inside, greeted by a reception of attractive, ordinary individuals, representatives of a level 1 civilization. May I inquire where to find the history book from 50 years ago? Charlotte asked with a smile. Xian, sure, it's on the 2nd floor. Please follow me, the girl replied, adjusting her glasses. This action reminded Charlotte of pudding. She must have endured her fair share of bullying, given her nearsightedness. Thank you, what is your name? Charlotte inquired as he ascended the staircase with the girl. I am Xiao Fong, she said with a smile. Why do you refer to me as Xian Sure? Charlotte asked, intrigued. People like us cannot cultivate. You are the transcendence. Hence the title, Xiao Fong explained as they turned a corner. You may simply call me Charlotte, he replied with a grin. Which mentor do you study under, Charlotte? Xiao Fong asked, producing a rather worn book. I am an apprentice of Mentor Lei, Charlotte said, flipping open the history book to the page detailing Mentor Lei's induction. How wonderful. You may read first. I shall take my leave, Xiao Fong said, tidying the layers of books. All right, Xiao Fong. Charlotte smirked, causing Xiao Fong's cheeks to flush as she hurried away. A century ago, Principal Tianqi brought back a mentor, claiming he was recruited, Lei Qianjue. Mentor Lei's prowess was second only to Principal Tianqi, and countless seekers were turned away from his door, many of whom were dubbed the guiding stars or the foremost talents of their generation. As time passed, students began to perceive Mentor Lei as short-sighted. The number of aspirants dwindled, with only a handful of newcomers each year, all of whom were rebuffed. 90 years prior, a talented young woman entered the Imperial Academy at the tender age of 17, possessing the talent of the thunder element. She successfully sought instruction from Mentor Lei, and by the age of 20, she effortlessly defeated the principal's top disciple, the chief mentor's apprentice, and other elite students. Subsequently, she entered the Starry War Academy, wielding astonishing blue lightning from the pool of 10,000 thunder, reigning over the inner cosmos. Her victories were numerous, earning her accolades in competitions. During a battle against the undead of the 4 realms, she crossed boundaries to slay foes, earning her the name of the 6 academies, wherever the blue lightning struck. Nothing survived. In a fierce contest with a prominent family from the inner cosmos, she faced near death, yet managed to obtain the precious life flower, a rarity only found in the Starry War Academy aside from the Land of Extremes. Chapter 32, The Life Flower. She intended to present it to Mentor Lei as a token of gratitude for his teachings. However, upon her return to the cosmos, a stellar storm erupted, causing her starship to vanish into the void. Thus fell a generation's youthful powerhouse, known as Lei Yu. Charlotte clenched his teeth, vowing to avenge his senior sister. He would track down the culprits and punish them for millennia. If he could not find the offenders, he would unleash his wrath upon the entire Night Clan, ensuring they paid for Lei Yu's demise. Following Lei Yu's death, Lei Qianjue stormed into the inner cosmos, wielding the power of lightning to obliterate hundreds of Night Clan territories. The celestial power of the Star Envoy was exhausted, and he was subsequently brought back by Tianqi Xia, entering a secluded retreat for 50 years, ultimately depleting his lifespan. This was what Tianqi Xia had revealed to him. After the demise of Thunder Rain, Master Thunder was consumed by fury and anguish, vanishing for decades in search of a remedy. He returned 50 years ago, but, due to his emotional turmoil, secluded himself, allowing no visitors, each of whom returned grievously injured. Master Thunder's temper? Huh, why does he call himself Thunder Smile? Charlotte scoffed. Master Thunder lived a life of integrity, devoted to kindness, and possessed an approachable demeanor. Indeed, he was in a foul mood, eager to avenge his sister, Thunder Rain. Charlotte closed the book and descended the stairs with heavy steps. Charlotte, you? The front desk attendant, Xiaofang, looked at Charlotte with a hint of fear, noting his somber expression. Xiaofang, it's nothing. I'm leaving now, Charlotte replied, forcing a smile. Xiaofang stared blankly at Charlotte's receding figure. In the moon-watching forest, surrounded by the night, A few individuals swung gently on swings, laughter echoing in the air. In a few days, the 7-star tower will open. Junior sister, can you surpass Beijixing? Bai Shaoqian caught a firefly, surrounded by countless others that twinkled like stars. Of course. By then, you all will have to call me senior sister, Dongsheng laughed, pondering why Charlotte had not sought her out for so long. Was he truly striving to establish himself at the Starry Sky Academy? Then you will have to call me senior sister too. Celicia smirked mischievously. Hey, your highness. You underestimate me, Bai Shaoqian. He boomed with laughter. I shall surpass you as well. Yulu twirled in her green dress. So shall I. Barbara laughed heartily. You two can just forget it, Bai Shaoqian, Dongsheng, and Celicia chimed in unison, sharing a hearty laugh. Bai Yi wearily traversed the courtyard streets, finally free after the elite report. Suddenly, a young man in a blue robe caught his attention. Familiar, perhaps? He noticed the man smile at him from a distance. His eyes wide, before turning and fleeing. With his strength in the Star Master realm, Bai Yi could easily outpace him. He dashed behind a wall, glanced back, and saw nothing, breathing a sigh of relief. Just as he turned, the blue-robed man was staring at him with a grin. Ghost. Bai Yi jumped, startled by Charlotte's sudden appearance. Ghost my foot. I'm Charlotte. Charlotte retorted, bemused. This person appeared familiar, yet he ran upon seeing him. Oh, it's you. Senior. Bai Yi exclaimed, relieved. You startled me. I didn't realize it was you, Junior Charlotte. Why did you run upon seeing me, Senior? Charlotte asked with a playful smile. I was just, Bai Yi stammered, gesturing awkwardly. Thank you for introducing me to Master Thunder. I've successfully become his disciple. Charlotte patted Bai Yi on the shoulder, lightning flickering in his hand. Junior Charlotte, your talent is bound to lead to success, Bai Yi remarked, his face shifting nervously at the sight of the lightning, though a layer of the Star Master realm separated them. The name of Thunder Thousand Decisions sent chills down Bai Yi's spine. What is your name, Senior? Charlotte inquired, bemused, considering this person was indeed a Star Master. My name is Bai Yi, from the Bai family's collateral branch in the Qiming Empire, Bai Yi replied with a smile. At the age of 30, Bai Gong's disciple has reached the esteemed realm of the Starry Sky. Haven't you entered the Starry Sky War Academy? Summer Luo inquired, puzzled. When I was 20, I was already at the mid-stage of star treading, considered a prodigy, Bai Yi replied with a bitter expression. However, the War Academy does not accept many from the outer universe. It is indeed rare for individuals from such realms to be admitted. Summer Luo raised an eyebrow, realizing that his arrival was indeed fortuitous. Where can I find the Academy's resources? He asked, beckoning Bai Yi to lead the way, though Bai Yi appeared reluctant. At the Resource Center, students under the tutelage of special grade mentors receive 20 blue crystals and 2 red crystals weekly. Bai Yi headed in a specific direction. Why so little? Summer Luo questioned, perplexed. After some calculations, he understood that this amount was just sufficient for usage within a week. Excessive use would yield diminishing returns. Merely elevating one's realm without matching peers in strength, while insufficient use could extinguish innate talents. And what about your resources? Summer Luo inquired, curious about Bai Gong's provisions. 20 blue crystals and 1 red crystal, Bai Yi replied proudly, for Bai Gong is a senior mentor. But why is there 1 less red crystal? Summer Luo noted. Though red crystals are not scarce, they are particularly effective when assimilated with starlight beyond the body. You will learn more about this in the Star Institute. Is starlight beneficial for cultivation? Summer Luo asked. Everything in this universe is composed of starlight, Bai Yi remarked, casting a deep look at Summer Luo, momentarily perplexed. Do you not know this? Is there no one at home to enlighten you? Be more specific, Summer Luo replied, feeling a bit helpless, having just arrived from Earth. Starlight, scientifically referred to as starry microtransmuting light particles, abbreviated as microparticles, or commonly known as starlight particles, is not merely light. It is an infinitely minuscule particle, existing at a level of near nothingness, akin to dark matter in the universe. Starlight can form the basis of your combat techniques, such as the lightning you utilize. All of it belongs to starlight. However, those below the star treading realm cannot perceive starlight. The starlight they use is derived from the core energy of their internal powers. Did you earn your doctorate? Summer Luo asked, observing Bai Yi's enthusiastic exposition. I have mastered the arts of literature, martial, and law, Bai Yi declared, holding his head high. Blue crystals are naturally formed crystals created by the infinite compression of starlight. Literature divides into arts and sciences. The sciences encompass various studies. Bai Beijixing and Bai Shaoqian are my cousins. The patriarch of the Bai family is a level 40 Earth Law Star Master. Bai Yi revealed as he switched to a more loquacious mode. The 7-star tower is where you can surpass the winter term. What is the 7-star tower? Summer Luo asked, confused. It is the talent testing tower, a place where the elite rankings are defined. The elite list is a source of pride for the top 100 students. And where do you stand? Summer Luo queried. I am ranked 40 on the star control list. Bai said, his expression tinged with bitterness. The star control list reflects the realm of those in the star, treading 5 realms. I have already diminished my peers due to restrictions. In truth, the academy houses tens of thousands of students, and being in the top 40 is already an extraordinary achievement. Oh, look at that charming junior. Bai grinned, displaying his bright teeth as he glanced at a black-clad, golden-haired lady nearby. Summer Luo noticed her and found it strange that she had also entered. Hello, junior. What is your name? Bai greeted her with a gentlemanly bow. By family. The lady frowned, her expression darkening as she turned her gaze towards Summer Luo. Greetings, Immortal Yuqi. Is that you, Charlotte? Which mentor do you belong to? Immortal Yuqi's demeanor turned serious. Yet another princess? Why does this fellow always have princesses around him? Bai is at a loss for words. Mentor Lei? A smile tugs at Charlotte's lips. Yuqi casts a glance at Bai, who, drenched in cold sweat, nods in acknowledgement. Let us depart, Bai. Charlotte turns to leave. Princess Yuqi, Bai has been discourteous. Bai bows respectfully and exits. Immortal Yuqi's gaze is icy. She aims to surpass Charlotte and crush him. The other elite candidates gradually join the Imperial Academy. In a few days, the 9-star tower will open, and all newcomers and returning students will partake in the assessment. Except for those in seclusion. The resource department is a towering technological edifice. Upon entry, one may directly acquire resources. Charlotte has switched his star network, no longer utilizing Trier's personal network. After storing the blue and red crystals in the Void Ring, he sets off to cultivate on Thunder Mountain. Having bid farewell to Bai, 2 days later, Charlotte successfully breaks through to the late star stage, with ample combat experience. Challenging those at the peak of the star stage poses no difficulty. With a few blue crystals remaining, a smile graces Charlotte's lips as he points a finger. The Divine Ring. From the fissure, a long sword falls, which Charlotte grasps. However, it shatters upon contact, scattering into fragments. This item is of mortal craftsmanship and cannot withstand pressure, resulting in the loss of 1 blue crystal. As expected, this talent is truly peculiar. Charlotte is left speechless. Once again, a blue crystal vanishes, replaced by a fragrant, luminous yellow fruit. A kiwi, remarkable. Charlotte's eyes brighten. This is a delightful treat, albeit merely for consumption. As another blue crystal disappears, a pair of vividly colored underwear materializes. What is this? Charlotte raises an eyebrow, dismissing the underwear with a gesture, causing it to dissolve into nothingness. With the last blue crystal, divine heavens assist me. A peculiar stone, etched with runes, appears. Meanwhile, deep within the inner cosmos, in a place of boundless observation, heavenly ancestor, what troubles you? A girl of extraordinary demeanor greets respectfully. Alas, it seems I am truly aging. My vision has faltered. The decrepit elder gazes at his empty palm. On Thunder Mountain, Charlotte scours the peculiar stone in his hand. This stone is immensely hard, impervious even to his dustless palm. This stone must be extraordinary. Though its purpose eludes me, Charlotte muses. The peculiar stone, rubbed between his palms, possesses an energy capable of cataclysmic destruction, detectable by any demigod present. This energy harbors a faint consciousness. Charlotte has come to understand his own essence. The return to dust is akin to his sight. Closing his eyes renders it ineffective. Therefore, the 2-hued star eye is his true gift, with its dual colors exhibiting distinct effects. Currently, Charlotte lacks combat experience, and after respectfully bowing to Mentor Lei, he proceeds to the combat platform. Chapter 33, Charlotte, the General. In the center of the combat platform, a crowd gathers in the spectator area, observing the duel below. Guo-san is unlikely to defeat General. The man in the black robe furrows his brow. General is the foremost disciple of Mentor Bai. Nearing the pinnacle of the star stage, the man in the yellow robe appears grave. Although Guo-san is an elite apprentice of the Ghost Wang mentor, he cannot possibly rival Jiang Chun. The woman in red chuckled. A sinister black mist coalesced around Guo-san, surging towards Jiang Chun. With a mere display of his formidable presence, Jiang Chun dispersed the black mist and, with a strike of his palm, met Guo-san's attack head-on. Guo-san was forced back several steps, his spirit undeterred, yet the disparity in their strength was glaringly evident. You have been defeated, Jiang Chun proclaimed, delivering another palm strike that sent Guo-san flying off the martial platform. Senior brother Jiang Chun is so handsome. A girl in white exclaimed excitedly. Senior brother is truly remarkable. Another white-clad girl shouted. The onlookers were left speechless. Jiang Chen always brought his junior sisters along, exuding an air of overwhelming pride. Junior sisters, have you learned? This is the culmination of the time Ming Palm, Jiang Chen remarked with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the crowd, radiating an aura of invincibility. Before long, a man in green robes stepped onto the stage, clutching an unusual stone in his left hand and wielding a green fan in his right. May I challenge you now? You've been fighting for quite some time, he declared arrogantly. The crowd was puzzled. Was this man truly so reckless as to challenge Jiang Chen, who was at the stellar phase? Are you speaking to me? Jiang Chen frowned. Who else? Xia Luo answered confidently. State your name to avoid any unfortunate misunderstandings, Jiang Chen sneered, assured of his place among the top 10 in the elite rankings. Xia Luo, the man replied, furrowing his brow at the multitude of rules surrounding a mere scuffle. No one recognized him, but as a man in white appeared, the crowd bowed in respect. Brother Bai. They all acknowledged, Jiang Chen included, except for Xia Luo. Brother Bai, look at that fellow. He dares to neglect your greeting. A girl in white cast a disdainful glance at Xia Luo. How laughable that he would attempt to challenge senior brother Jiang Chen at the stellar phase, she added. Bai, incensed, was about to speak when another girl interrupted. Indeed, who does he think he is, a mere rogue from nowhere? Do not be angry, brother Bai, my junior sister can teach him a lesson. Laughed a third girl in white. Bai regarded Xia Luo with an amused expression, secretly anxious. Could he truly contend with Jiang Chen? The thought was almost unthinkable. Enough chatter, let us begin, Xia Luo declared, stowing away the stone and fan. Very well, Xia Luo, I shall make you regret stepping onto this stage, Jiang Chen replied. His hands clasped behind his back. You may strike first to avoid accusations of sneak attacks. Xia Luo frowned. This man was short-sighted, providing the perfect opportunity for him to teach a lesson. He unleashed a basic wave palm technique. Jiang Chen smirked, shaking his head as he flicked his sleeves, intending to nullify the wave with starlight. In the next moment, he was taken aback as the wave struck him directly, forcing him back several steps. Senior brother Jiang Chen is so handsome. Even at the start, he let his opponent land a hit. A girl in white blushed. Senior brother is a true gentleman. Another white-clad girl blushed shyly. Silence. Bai roared, the first time he had ever lost his temper with his junior sisters. Others may not comprehend the battle, but he did. The girls exchanged astonished glances at Bai but refrained from further comment. The students found it amusing. Finally, there was quiet. Xia Luo shook his head, realizing that his wave palm lacked sufficient power. Thus, he decided to unleash the celestial thunder technique. A terrifying aura emanated from him, as if a thunder god had descended upon the mortal realm. Crimson lightning surged forth, aimed directly at Jiang Chen. The latter's expression shifted. A sense of impending doom washed over him. What technique was this? The rules of thunder? With a swift motion, Xia Luo executed the supreme clarity palm, producing a white palm shadow that collided with the crimson lightning, resulting in a violent explosion. Electric arcs scattered, and the shockwave forced both combatants to stagger back a few steps. Astonishingly, he had managed to block it. Jiang Chen was incredulous. A smirk graced Xia Luo's lips as he waved his hand, summoning orange lightning that electrified the atmosphere. Jiang Chen furrowed his brow. This individual was far too formidable to be a mere rogue cultivator. Dressed in blue robes, who was he? Once more, Jiang Chen unleashed the supreme clarity palm. Its power amplified beyond the previous strike. He shattered the orange lightning, directing the force toward Xia Luo. In response, Xia Luo waved his hand again, conjuring yellow illusionary thunder. The yellow lightning moved with swiftness, dissipating alongside the supreme clarity palm. Are you a disciple of the Thunder Master? Jiang Chen suddenly realized. The students around them were astonished. The title of the Thunder Master's disciple had circulated throughout the academy long before, yet the individual had remained elusive. Had he finally appeared to uphold the name of Thunder in the Seven-Star Tower? The group of white-robed women exchanged surprised glances with Bai, who wore a cold smile. He had momentarily outmaneuvered Xia Luo, yet now he found himself at the beck and call of the newcomer. Unless Master Bai intervened, his fellow disciples would surely face misfortune. Since you are a disciple of the Thunder Master, you are qualified to face my full strength, Jiang Chen taunted. You shall be defeated by me. Xia Luo smiled confidently. Supreme Clarity Palm. Jiang Chen soared into the air, launching a palm strike. Absolute Dust Palm. Xia Luo mirrored his ascent, and both were sent hurtling backward by a violent shockwave. Once more, Supreme Clarity Palm. Jiang Chen's pupils turned white as he activated his innate ability. A technique? Let us see whose talent prevails. The two-horn star pupil began to spin. Void Palm. A torrent of energy surged forth, akin to the might of a collapsing star. The space around them trembled, and the shockwave repelled all three spectators, leaving the students in awe. Was this a battle between the starry realm and the stellar realm? Jiang Chun plummeted as if weightless, his expression dazed, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. How is this possible? My innate ability has failed? Xia Luo too felt the strain. His arm trembled, yet a smile appeared on his face. Had he managed to stack the illusionary thunder attack onto the void palm, Jiang Chun would not be in such a favorable position. At the very least, he would suffer a severe injury. This was the Desolation Star God Palm, a technique learnable even by those in the starry realm. What is your innate ability? Jiang Chun questioned solemnly. Who has slept with your wife? Xia Luo raised an eyebrow, inquiring about a deeply personal matter. I'll tell you if you tell me. Jiang Chun was perplexed as to why his innate ability had faltered. The onlookers were bewildered by the unexpected halt in combat. Very well, Xia Luo replied, exasperated. It seemed the truth was, indeed, quite scandalous, suggesting he had not been faithful to his wife. With a flourish of his long sleeve, Xia Luo unleashed the returning dust technique, causing Jiang Chun's gaze to turn vacant as his speed slowed dramatically. In the next moment, clarity returned to the mind of Jiang Chun, who furrowed his brow. Was it truly he who had constrained his own talents? He surveyed the crowd, noting their relatively inferior abilities, save for Bai Yi. However, he was aware that Bai Yi's talent was not on par with his own. Bai Yi frowned, perplexed by the information indicating that Xia Luo possessed no innate gifts. Could it be that the Star Network had malfunctioned? Suddenly, Bai Yi recalled the ancient bloodline talents, cold sweat trickling down his brow. For now, it was a stalemate. He still had many techniques yet to reveal, while Jiang Chun's energy was nearly depleted. Jiang Chun expressed his displeasure. No, you must believe in me. I can still defeat you with a single strike, albeit at a considerable cost. Xia Luo clasped his hands behind his back. Ha ha ha, you are far too arrogant. Jiang Chun mocked. What can I say? Even in my invincibility, I find myself helpless, Xia Luo replied, shaking his head. The outcome was clear. Xia Luo emerged victorious. Bai Yi approached, his expression calm. Why? Jiang Chun thundered, looking at Bai Yi with confusion. From beginning to end, you were the only one filled with arrogance, Jiang Chun. You are blind to everything around you. In the name of your senior brother, I confine you to seclusion for several days. You may only emerge during the testing period. Bai Yi stated coldly. I refuse to accept this. Jiang Chun dismissed both Bai Yi and Xia Luo. Xia Luo had sustained no injuries from the onset, while Jiang Chun appeared disheveled, his attire in tatters, and he bore considerable internal injuries. What do you possess to contend with him? Laughter erupted among the crowd, while the women in white robes showed signs of embarrassment and slipped away. I shall see if you can manage to secure a place in the top 10. Jiang Chun declared as he departed. Bai Yi's lips curled into a smirk, standing beside Xia Luo like a loyal subordinate. The two then left together. Xia Luo, with his left hand caressing a peculiar stone and his right hand fanning himself with a folding fan, resembled a dashing nobleman. Senior brother Xia, what is this? Bai Yi inquired, gazing at the strange rock in confusion. Just call me Xia Luo. Do you know what this rune signifies? Xia Luo held it up for Bai Yi to examine. Perhaps the rune master knows, Bai Yi replied, shaking his head, utterly baffled. The odd stone was a verdant green, reminiscent of moss, adorned with tiny red runes. And you claim to be a literary scholar? Xia Luo scoffed, shaking his head dismissively, while Bai Yi's expression darkened. Let us seek out the rune master. As they traversed the courtyard, Xia Luo became exceedingly restless, abruptly pulling Bai Yi into the air. Xia Luo, flying is prohibited here, Bai Yi exclaimed, his face a mask of horror. Unless there is an urgent matter, even the mentors must remain grounded. It is the rule. And what of the dean? Xia Luo replied with a grin. Who knows? The celestial envoy appears without a trace, Bai Yi retorted, at a loss for words. What does the dean have to do with you? Bai Yi lamented, on the verge of tears, fearing he would face punishment. The students below were bewildered, wondering who possessed such audacity. Is that a member of the Bai family? Bai Bu ran. A blue-robed man pondered aloud. I believe it resembles Dong Sheng and Bai Shao Chun, a blue-robed woman replied with a laugh. In the back courtyard, the rune master's studio awaited. Xia Luo and Bai Yi landed, gazing at the surrounding stone structures, all adorned with dense runes, with even the flowers in the garden bearing similar markings. Has the rune master succumbed to madness? Xia Luo remarked, giving a thumbs up. Bai Yi felt awkward, acknowledging the peculiarities of the rune master. Student Bai Yi, visiting the mentor, he announced, lightly tapping on the rune-covered stone door. Student Charlotte visited Mentor Fu. Charlotte attempted to knock on the door following Bai Yi's advice, but was halted. Bai Yi warned that only a gentle knock would suffice, lest Mentor Fu become enraged. Chapter 34. The 7-star tower. Charlotte was at a loss. What was the point of a gentle knock on a stone door? You fail to comprehend. Bai replied with a smug smile. This is a runic magic array. Curiosity piqued. Charlotte wished to inquire further, but the door swung open, revealing an abyss of darkness. Reminiscent of a ghostly cave, utterly foreboding. Bai shrugged and stepped into the shadows, as if consumed by a black hole. Undeterred, Charlotte followed suit. Inside, the space opened up remarkably, illuminated as if under the blazing sun, where an elderly man with white hair was engrossed in his studies. Charlotte, taken aback by the bizarre runes adorning the room, felt a shiver. Ah, Xiaoyi, you have arrived. And who might this be? The elder did not turn, continuing his work. Disciple of Mentor Lei, this is Charlotte, Bai introduced. Charlotte bowed respectfully. The elder suddenly turned to fixate on Charlotte with a peculiar expression. Mentor, might I ask you to decipher the runes on this strange stone? Charlotte extended his palm. In an instant, the rune Mentor materialized before Charlotte, eyes wide in astonishment as he examined the peculiar stone. Where did you acquire this? Found among the stars, Charlotte fabricated casually. This stone is impenetrable even to me. So hard, and inscribed with ancient red characters? The rune Mentor's fingertips glimmered with starlight as he touched the stone. Suddenly, an overwhelming aura erupted from the rune Mentor, sending Charlotte and Bai hurtling back, grievously injured. Blood splattered across the stone chamber. Mentor, Bai gasped in horror, spitting out blood. He had just deployed a magical artifact to shield himself and Charlotte. Otherwise, they would have surely perished. Charlotte, too, was enveloped in a surge of yellow lightning, but still sustained severe injuries. The stone, the rune Mentor exclaimed. Panic etched across his face as he held the strange stone in a bizarre manner. His visage flushed crimson, a mixture of terror and fury. In the next moment, a golden, gentle halo enveloped Charlotte and Bai, transporting them outside the stone chamber in an instant. Their injuries visibly began to heal, leaving them both astonished. What power is this? The dean has arrived. Bai bowed deeply. Outside the chamber, silence reigned, and the interior remained tranquil. The dean, clad in simple garments, emerged with a furrowed brow. Dean, Charlotte saluted. 20 years have passed since the last frenzy of runes. Has this resurgence anything to do with this? The dean produced the peculiar stone. Is this yours? He handed it to Charlotte. Dean, why did Mentor Fu lose his composure? Charlotte was perplexed, feeling as though he hadn't done anything out of the ordinary. The old man goes mad whenever confronted with a perplexing issue, the dean remarked, equally bewildered. Why? Charlotte queried, astonished at the notion of madness in the face of difficulty. The rune master has existed for eons, possessing vast knowledge, yet he has succumbed to obsession, believing there are no unsolvable runes in this world. Ah, I see. Mentor Fu's faith has crumbled. Charlotte lamented. Indeed, you are a wise disciple of Xiao. This time, I owe you a great debt of gratitude. The dean turned his gaze toward Bai. Otherwise, I would carry the burden of guilt for a lifetime. Bai was taken aback. His actions had merely been for self-preservation, while Xia Luo had merely forced his way in. Protecting my fellow students is the duty of a senior. Bai clasped his fists in respect. Such insight. I shall bestow upon you a treasure as compensation. The dean remarked with a smile. There is no need for such generosity, for my bond with Junior Xia is akin to that of brothers. As if we were of the same flesh and blood, Xia Luo exclaimed, astonished. In that moment, the brilliance of his literary talent shone forth. Then you may wander freely. I shall take my leave, the dean said, speechless at the eloquence of this individual. Dean, wait. Xia Luo bowed respectfully. Is there something you require, Xia Luo? The dean inquired, eager to depart. Well, it's just that walking has become somewhat cumbersome. Xia Luo scratched his head and chuckled. Haha, I thought it was something significant. Simple enough. A wooden token appeared in Xia Luo's hand. Dean, when will Master Fu be well again? Bai shouted, but the dean had vanished, leaving behind a token in Bai Yi's hand as well. Bai Yi was elated. With the token, he could navigate the academy with ease. What a tremendous advantage. He never imagined Xia Luo had such a connection with the dean. Now, as he clung to this newfound privilege, he couldn't help but smile even while nestled in his bed at night. This token seems rather fragile. Made of wood? Xia Luo remarked, perplexed. Considering the esteemed lineage of the imperial family, you do not understand. The dean is a vegetarian, Bai laughed. He has never flaunted wealth or luxury, resembling a clean and honest official. If we were given a token made of gold and crystal, I would not believe it belonged to the dean. What purpose does this token serve? Xia Luo's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Let me put it simply. With this token in my possession, the academy is as good as mine. Who else possesses such a privilege? According to historical records, only one woman had ever held such a distinction, Lei Yu. 7 days later, beneath the Seven Stars Tower, the grasslands were teeming with people. The Seven Stars Tower, a gray-purple edifice of 7 levels, presented different tests on each floor before a final assessment. There is a tale about the Seven Stars Tower. A millennium ago, the reigning Tianqi Xia, now the dean, was heralded as the strongest prodigy of the era. He was unparalleled among his contemporaries, dominating both the inner and outer cosmos. During his tenure at the Imperial Academy, he repeatedly shattered the talent records of the Seven Stars Tower, continuously surpassing himself. Even to this day, that record stands unbroken, as no such prodigy has emerged in the last 10,000 years, save for a woman who scored over 90 points 90 years ago. The current top scholar, Bai Boren, barely achieved 7 points, with an aggregate score of 72. Bai Xiaoqian managed 6 points, totaling 66. Everyone believed the current foremost female talent of the outer cosmos, Dong Sheng, would secure at least 8 points, with a total score of no less than 89. Dong Sheng, confident in her abilities, believed she would surpass the record set by Tianqi Xia. As Xia Luo listened to Bai Yi recount these tales, he too felt assured that his own talents would not pale in comparison to those of the dean. The dean was a celestial envoy of the Tao, of an unknown level. Some claimed his power surpassed even that of Xia's ancient ancestors. Bai Boren has entered. The students erupted in cheers, eagerly awaiting the outcome. Bai Xiaoqian has entered. The crowd of women blushed. Bai Xiaoqian is universally acknowledged as an elegant and refined young gentleman. Where is senior sister Dong Sheng? Voices echoed through the throng. At this moment, Dong was standing beside Mira, both clad in long robes of black and white. I have informed him. He will arrive shortly. Dong Sheng remarked with a smile. A disciple of Lei Qianjue? How intriguing. Mira responded with a charming smile, her long hair flowing in the breeze. Before long, Bai Boren emerged, a smile gracing his face, revealing his score, 78 points. This astonished the crowd. Senior brother Boren has made progress again. Dong's bright eyes swept over the score list, noting that Bai Boren ranked first. Bai Xiaoqian then stepped out, scoring 70 points, once again eliciting surprise. As he secured the second position, Hui walked out with a score of 63, claiming third place. Collegia followed, scoring 62 and taking fourth. Hu Lu then emerged with 60 points, ranking fifth, while Huang Ling scored 58, placing sixth. Gui Mia also scored 58, securing seventh place. And Jiang Chun followed with 57 points, coming in eighth. Lu Shu appeared next with 55 points, taking ninth. As more students exited, the score list continuously shifted beyond the top 10. Wow, Dong Sheng has entered. The crowd erupted in cheers, the atmosphere becoming unstable. The mentors raised their hands to suppress the excitement, their faces filled with anticipation. What would her score be? Two figures appeared in the air, one clad in blue, the other in white. The one in the azure robe held a peculiar crying stone in his left hand and a blue folding fan in his right. Bai Yi, have you lost your mind? Voices murmured through the crowd. Are these two insane? Is this really flying? Where are the mentors? The students chattered. Ahem. Bai Yi deliberately cleared his throat twice, producing the dean's token, a grin stretching from his lips to his ears. Ahem. Seeing the situation, Xia Luo also revealed his token, beaming at the crowd. Is that the dean's token? It can't be. It is real. I saw them with it 2 days ago. I have seen it too. The students gradually quieted, realizing that no mentor intervened, confirming its authenticity. Jiang Chun cast a cold smile at Xia Luo, thinking, let us see how long you can maintain that grin. Mira blinked her beautiful eyes, curiously observing Xia Luo, pondering his potential rank. Senior mentor Mira. Xia Luo acknowledged with a smile and a respectful gesture. At that moment, Dong Sheng emerged, and the score list transformed from 1 to 100. Dong Sheng, with a score of 118 points, stunned everyone present, including the mentors, who were equally astonished. The daughter of destiny, who will alter history. Bai Yi marveled. Truly the first in 10,000 years, the mentor praised. Dong Sheng is worthy of becoming a star god, Mira remarked with a subtle smile. Big sister, invincible. Xia Luo suddenly shouted, leaving the crowd in shock, instantly silencing them. Chapter 35. The setting sun. Xia Luo made a gesture resembling a gorilla, extending his arms to the side, and then bending upward into a fist. Dong Sheng giggled in response, raising a single fist in acknowledgement. The crowd stood in stunned silence, as if the one destined to save the world was indeed the most ruthless among them. Even Mira Bai Xiaoqian was left gaping in disbelief. Besides Xia Luo, Bai Yi remained frozen, as though witnessing a beautiful woman engaged in an unspeakable act. Go for it. Xiao Luozi. Dong Sheng, with narrowed eyes full of mirth, approached Mira. All right, I shall surpass you. Xia Luo soared into the 7-star tower, leaving Bai Yi speechless in his place. Junior sister, what is this? Bai Xiaoqian's expression darkened. So this is the disciple of Master Lei, Xia Luo? Bai Boren looked at Dong Sheng with a serious demeanor. Dong Sheng nodded, glancing at the leaderboard. The first layer tested bloodlines, shrouded in darkness. Was Xia Luo an ordinary person, truly of celestial lineage? He furrowed his brow as a beam of light swept across. Upon entering the second layer, the talent assessment commenced. His dual-star pupil spun, unleashing the techniques of deceleration and rampant return, yet he did not advance to the third layer. Divine Ring. A tattered book fell, granting access to the third layer. The rules were tested. The three-colored illusionary thunder of heaven illuminated the gloom. In the fourth layer, strength was examined. Xia Luo unleashed his utmost skills, merging them with his talents in a powerful strike. The fifth layer involved comprehensive assessments, followed by the sixth layer, which evaluated learning abilities. Lastly, the seventh layer tested the synergy between external objects and oneself. Xia Luo felt exasperated, having expected some high-tech evaluation, but instead encountered a myriad of nonsensical tests. He hastily retrieved all items and descended the tower. Upon exiting, he observed the crowd still wearing expressions akin to having consumed a dead fly. A sense of confusion washed over him. Had he truly been in the seven-star tower for only a few minutes? How could they maintain such a posture without tiring? Turning to Dong Sheng, he found her equally incredulous, while Bai Xiaoqian's mouth hung agape, Bai Boren's eyes widened, and Mira looked lost. 12 points. A trembling female voice emerged from the sea of people. Xia Luo furrowed his brow as he examined the leaderboard. Collegia ranked 6th, Gray Street 5th, Bai Xiaoqian 4th, Bai Boren 3rd, and Dong Sheng held 2nd with 118 points. Yet, Xia Luo's name shone at the top with 120 points. The sky had fallen. Bai Yi's face reflected sheer terror. A figure clad in plain attire appeared, a smile gracing their lips as they scanned the leaderboard, fixing their gaze on Xia Luo. Greetings, Dean, Xia Luo said with a gentle smile and a respectful bow, feeling a strange sense of anomaly. What was happening? Have you met Dean Tianqi? The students snapped back to reality, still unable to believe what they had witnessed. Dean, the instructors bowed. Xia Luo and Dong Sheng, having ascended the tower for the first time, had shattered records set millennia ago. They were not only my pride, but also the future of the Qiming Empire, and a beacon of hope for the outer cosmos. The students sat attentively, absorbing the dean's impassioned address, while Xia Luo and Dong Sheng exchanged playful glances and engaged in light-hearted banter, seemingly oblivious to the dean's presence. The dean spoke for a full 2 hours before finally taking his leave. He announced that a month later, the Grand Imperial competition would take place, with the 10-star National Academy conducting preliminary examinations. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Charlotte, Dong Sheng, Bai Xiaoqian, Bai Yi, Collegia, Xia Luo, and Barbara gathered upon the sun-kissed shores. Bai Yi, lost in a reverie, pondered the surreal nature of his company, these individuals of noble stature. Bai Yi, my brother, who once saved my life. Charlotte beamed, sketching a smile in the sand. Though we may not share the same birth date, I wish for you to paint a smile as well. Charlotte, my little rascal. Dong Sheng, with delicate fingers, drew a smile. Dong Sheng, my most cherished junior. Bai Xiaoqian followed suit, creating a smile of his own. The Imperial Academy, perhaps not as tedious as it seems. Collegia blew gently, forming a smile, declaring, Sister Collegia and Sister Sheng are the most enchanting maidens I have encountered, aside from Barbara. Xia Luo, with a resolute smile, vowed, I shall forever protect the princess. Barbara, however, crafted a smile that resembled more of a frown. Laughter filled the air, yet Bai Yi felt a tinge of restraint. He lacked an illustrious background, even being a distant branch of the Bai family. From the moment I entered the Star Awakening realm, I have been in constant rivalry with my elder brother, the prodigious firstborn of the Bai family. Bai Xiaoqian smiled faintly. His resources far exceed mine, and though I am favored by our mother, I have only ever caught fleeting glimpses of my brother's back, never managing to surpass him. The admiration of others is rightfully his. I have come to realize that such matters hold little weight. If he desires to be the brightest talent of Qiming, let him take that title. I can simply revel in the company of my friends and live a carefree life. I am the 9th princess, cherished in the imperial city. Yet I yearn to be a little princess, enjoying life quietly. Instead, they compel me to become a fierce competitor. I have fled from the Star of Awakening numerous times, only to be caught and returned, the agony of confinement unbearable. Yet, I have emerged as a princess of exceptional talent. Am I still a princess? Collegia gazed up at the starry sky. When I was but a seed, my parents bestowed me upon Princess Xia Luo, a child I have never met. The little princess, now 15, while I am but 10, has been a vibrant presence since I opened my eyes. She is my sole reason for existence, and I wish to protect her unto eternity, even to decay. Barbara's mature visage turned toward Yulaw. The gathering looked upon Yulaw, who possessed a love that could inspire unyielding devotion in another. I am Yulaw, a princess of humble strength and meager talent, often scorned by my elder sister and weary of my mother's indifference, yet cherished by my father. He frequently departs to fight for our kingdom, and I worry for his safety. I am painfully aware of my own inadequacies, and I finally comprehend the depth of my mother's unwavering love for my father. Contrasted with her cold demeanor towards me, Yulaw fought back her tears. My name is Bai Yi, a serendipitous presence within my family's lineage. I am an orphan, discovered by an elderly woman from the Bai clan, who, despite being an outsider, took it upon herself to bring me before the head of the family. Recognizing the bloodline within me, albeit only partially, the patriarch permitted my adoption. The old woman's salary soared, yet she devoted all her earnings to my upbringing. She passed away a year before my departure from the Bai household, and I buried her beneath a planet adorned with vibrant blossoms. Subsequently, I entered the Imperial Academy, facing the cold gazes of other Bai family members. I returned to visit her once a year, and my tenure at the academy stretched on for a decade. With a faint smile, I reflect on my identity as the most illustrious daughter of the outer cosmos, a title bestowed upon me by Lord Mira. Yet at 18, I had only just begun to shine. Prior to that, I dedicated myself to understanding the laws of nature, hastily honing my skills to harmonize my combat techniques with my burgeoning power. Possessing the strength to conquer an entire realm, who truly understands the hardships I have endured? Dong Sheng chuckled. I am a native of a level 1 civilized planet. Xia Luo gazed dreamily towards the sea. Bai Xiaoqian and Bai Yi exchanged surprised glances at Xia Luo. Just months ago, I was but a level 1 civilization dweller when the apocalypse struck, revealing the brutal and cold-hearted nature of humanity. I faced numerous near-death experiences and witnessed the loss of friends, all while searching for my parents. Eventually, I stumbled upon the star goddess combat techniques, gained 2 close friends, and my power surged, allowing me to triumph over the elite of the stellar nations, except for the formidable Big Sister. How is it that you surpassed Sister Dong Sheng by 2 points? Bai Xiaoqian inquired, perplexed. I'm not certain. Perhaps it's due to my innate talent. The 7 Stars Tower seems somewhat trivial, Xia Luo pondered. Could it be that possessing ancient bloodlines as an earthling grants such prowess? Your talent rivals that of Sister Dong Sheng. I am in awe. Bai Xiaoqian clasped his fists in admiration. The 7 Stars Tower has existed since ancient times. Historical texts of the West Asia dynasty describe it as a treasure from the land of extremes. Collegia, she said, wrapping her arms around her legs. Little Luo, is your talent related to ocular techniques? Dong Sheng smiled gently. Indeed, Big Sister, mine is called returning dust. Xia Luo's starry eyes twinkled. I too possess ocular techniques. I named mine feather transformation. Dong Sheng's light blue hair shimmered in the setting sun. Could you both be remnants of ancient bloodlines? Bai Yi mused, confused. That should not be the case. Xia Luo is from a level 1 civilized planet. Bai Xiaoqian responded, shaking his head. Is Xia Luo truly from a level 1 civilized planet? Yu Luo frowned. After a lengthy discussion, Bai Xiaoqian rose to gaze at the star network, as did Dong Sheng. Everyone, the Grand Tutor has commanded our departure. We shall meet again soon. Bai Xiaoqian bowed. Farewell, little Luo, Dong Sheng waved. Goodbye, Big Sister, Xia Luo replied. It is time for us to leave, Collegia said, grasping Yu Luo's hand. Where are you going? Xia Luo asked Bai Yi. I am fine either way. If you wish to train, I shall return to my cave, Bai Yi shrugged. In a cave dwelling, characterized by a plethora of forms, residential caves, lofty abodes, and rocky shelters, students found their sanctuary. Chapter 36, Thunderstorm and Charlotte. Upon arriving at Thunder Mountain Cave, Lei Qianjue remained in a meditative posture, devoid of any breath. Master Lei. Apprentice Charlotte has shattered the record of the 7-star tower set by Director Tianqi, ascending to the pinnacle of the elite list. Student Bai Yi paid his respects to Master Lei. Bai Yi was the first student to encounter Lei Qianjue in 50 years. However, upon their second meeting, they found themselves separated by the realms of yin and yang. For days, Charlotte had refrained from observing her mentor from the other side, perpetually bowing in reverence from behind. The cave was rather unadorned, furnished with stone benches and tables, accompanied by a wooden shelf that harbored a few tattered tomes and flickering candles that emitted ephemeral lightning. Charlotte and Bai Yi sat at the entrance of the cave, overlooking the 1,000-meter-high mountain, with worn books in hand. The tale of the unparalleled phantom thunder. The child of thunder, Thunderstorm. One day, A maiden clad in a white robe adorned with cloud patterns appeared at the freshman enrollment office. This enchanting girl, who had ascended to the star-paving realm at the tender age of 17, possessed the extraordinary talent to summon lightning. The laws of thunder were instinctively understood by her. With a mere wave of her hand, she could cleave the skies with lightning, obliterating all in its path. Her name was Yu, simply Yu. Naively, Yu traversed all the mentors' caves. Yet none of the lower-level mentors dared to accept her, nor did the intermediate mentors. The advanced mentors, lacking proficiency in thunder and lightning, were similarly hesitant. The exceptional mentor, Mira, and Lei Qianjue were summoned to meet her. Mira conveyed to the director that there was a girl gifted with thunder, her talent truly astonishing. Lei Qianjue and Tianqi were elated, swirling around her as Yu joyfully leaped with excitement. With a laugh, Tianqi inquired if her arrival would elicit an overwhelming joy akin to the desire to eat excrement. Get lost. Finally, my Lei has a worthy successor. Lei Qianjue playfully punched Tianqi. Yu remained speechless. Although she was not old in years, the two appeared as youthful as ever. Yu paid her respects to Lei Laugh and Lei Qianjue, kneeling and proclaiming, "In the name of thunder and lightning, I vow to honor the stars. And in loyalty and filial piety, I shall heed Lei Laugh." She bowed again. From this day forth, she took Lei Laugh as her father, Lightning as her mother. With the director as her witness, she pledged her allegiance as a disciple, bowing thrice. "Excellent. Today, I shall acknowledge you as my successor, imparting to you the way of thunder and lightning. Your name shall be Thunderstorm." Thunderstorm cherished her master's grace. Orphaned and unaware of the tribulation she had endured, Tianqi gazed upon Thunderstorm in the thunder pool. "She is now my daughter," Lei Laugh remarked with satisfaction as he observed Thunderstorm unleashing crimson thunder. "She is also my daughter," Tianqi added with a smile. "Away with you. You are so selfish. Look how filial little Yu is." Thunderstorm entered the 7-star tower, successfully claiming the top spot with a score of 96. At that time, Tianqi's disciple was known as Tianxiang Xia, now a prince of the Xia dynasty. Tianxiang Xia barely achieved a score of 72, falling short in the late stage of the star-paving realm. Under Tianqi's encouragement, Thunderstorm challenged Tianxiang Xia, inciting Lei Laugh's fury. However, during the early stages of the Thunderstorm star, Lei Yu achieved an extraordinary victory over Tianxiang Xia in the later phases of the Thunderstorm star, gradually bringing a sense of calm to Lei Xiao. As the undisputed leader of the elite ranking, Lei Yu refrained from re-entering the 7-star tower, choosing instead to dedicate himself to rigorous training. Tianqi Xia lamented the impending end of his millennium-long record. At the age of 20, Lei Yu broke through to the Star Master realm, achieving prominence within the Starry Sky Combat Academy. Before long, the name of the Blue Thunder Girl, Lei Yu, spread across the Starry Sky Combat Academy, as countless powerful beings from the inner cosmos challenged her, only to be defeated. Entering the Thunder Pool, she faced life and death trials, ultimately mastering the celestial illusory thunder technique, conjuring blue illusory thunder. Wherever the blue thunder struck, not a blade of grass would survive. With her extraordinary talents, Lei Yu soared through the cosmos. While undertaking missions in the star domain battlefield, she annihilated countless rebel humans and vanquished numerous corpse kings. Lei Yu became the center of attention, prompting the leader of the corpse kings to dispatch formidable assassins, terrifying beings from the Star Master Fourth Realm. The blue illusory thunder coalesced in the sky, shattering the void with the power of the celestial way and obliterating the corpse king. Upon returning to the Starry Sky Combat Academy, many came to know a single phrase: the unmatched illusory thunder, child of heavenly thunder, Lei Yu. In the depths of the 10,000 flowers abyss, she unveiled the flower of life, stirring the superpowered star envoys of the inner cosmos, even those on the brink of becoming star gods. She is the pride of Lei Xiao, the pride of the morning star domain, and the pride of the entire outer cosmos's 168 star domains. Alas, junior sister Xiao Yu ultimately fell victim to the symbols. Bai Yi's eyes turned crimson. Chuckling, the astrological figure Xia Luo suppressed his immense fury, casting a glance towards the Night Clan of the inner cosmos. "I shall return to my training." Bai Yi clasped his fists in farewell and departed. 120 points? That talent is quite remarkable, Xia Luo mused to himself. He opened a few tattered tomes, chronicling the daily lives of Lei Yu and Lei Qianjue, as well as Tianqi Xia. Having received 2 weeks' worth of academy resources yet to be utilized, it was time to cultivate. 4 red crystals and 40 blue crystals were sufficient for several days of secluded training. Xia Luo settled into a meditative posture, absorbing the starlight from the red and blue crystals. Soon, a sensation of pain enveloped Xia Luo. Why was there such discomfort? This perplexed him greatly. Others did not experience this during breakthroughs, and he was not even breaking through at the moment. Xia Luo gritted his teeth, enduring the agony that felt as though countless ants were gnawing at his entire being, burrowing deep into his bones. After a while, the fiery pain in his eyes began to subside, and the sensations of pain throughout his body dissipated. Your third talent is Divine Realm. A cold, familiar voice emerged, both reminiscent and foreign. It could only be Dong Sheng. Yet, there was a lingering sense that she had lost her vitality. Xia Luo's expression turned grave. To avoid a repeat of the unexpected incident during his initial use of divine might, he decided to place the blue crystal on the stone bed, taking 2 crystals with him as he exited the cave. Divine Realm, Xia Luo pointed, and a swirling black hole materialized before him. What on earth is this? Xia Luo pondered, bewildered, as the blue crystal in his hand vanished without yielding anything. Must I enter? Xia Luo frowned, questioning whether his talent could truly be harmful to him. Without further hesitation, he stepped inside. Meanwhile, on a grassy plain, 3 individuals gathered, Dong Sheng, Bai Shaoqian, and Mira. A formidable aura forced Bai Shaoqian to retreat, his expression one of astonishment. His junior sister had finally made a breakthrough. No, she had merely stepped into the pinnacle of stardom. Mira smiled. The strength of this aura was overwhelming, Bai Shaoqian marveled. Dong Sheng closed his eyes, seemingly in deep contemplation. After a prolonged moment, Dong Sheng opened his eyes. His light blue irises transformed into a deep crimson, shifting to violet, and finally to a brilliant white, showcasing yet another metamorphosis. Mira's lips curled into a smile. This is the first pride of the female champions. Bai Shaoqian cheered. At the peak of Thunder Mountain, Xia Luo found himself enveloped in an abyss of darkness, devoid of any light. What on earth? He stood upon the void, his feet grounded on an ethereal plane. In his hands flickered 4 colors of illusory thunder. His triangular star pupil whirled rapidly, yet could only illuminate his immediate vicinity. Soon after, Xia Luo was forcefully drawn into a swirling vortex of darkness. What peculiar talent is this? He materialized at the summit of Thunder Mountain, left utterly speechless. Talent is indeed enigmatic. Aside from hereditary gifts, no 2 individuals possess identical abilities. One might soar through the skies in the starry realm, that being his unique flight talent. Yet after ascending to the stellar realm, that gift becomes entirely obsolete. Another might conjure a sword from thin air without any external aid, as that sword embodies his intrinsic talent. Some individuals are blessed with remarkable talents, while others are not, but this is merely relative to the realm of cultivation. Guo Chun had reached the 3rd rank, while Xia Luo was currently endeavoring to unearth his own potential. Junior brother, unleash your most powerful strike, Xia Luo urged, observing the rotund man clad in blue robes before him. Senior brother Xiao, I seem to have done nothing wrong, have I? The chubby junior brother replied with an innocent expression. You have done nothing amiss, junior brother. Now, unleash your most potent strike, Xia Luo encouraged, giving the portly junior a reassuring pat. Senior brother Xiao, my apologies. The chubby junior swiftly repositioned himself and executed the cloud sky technique. Xia Luo's triangular star pupil whirled, employing the technique of Guo Chun. The capabilities of his eyes had indeed intensified. It was evident that the star pupil represented true talent and was likely in a phase of growth. The 3rd rank of Guo Chun served to dismantle the structural components of starlight, rendering them exceedingly fragile. Naturally, the weak would remain oblivious to the alterations in their combat techniques, as they could be easily disrupted. The 2nd rank of Guo Chun functioned to construct a structural framework for starlight, limited to oneself, thereby amplifying the potency of combat techniques. Hence its designation as a berserk effect. The 1st rank of Guo Chun allowed the star pupil's power to decelerate the transformative reactions of starlight. As the human body is composed of starlight, it could also be delayed, albeit at a tremendous cost of energy. Guo Chun, however, possesses its vulnerabilities. Its effects on the strong are negligible, and any backlash can severely compromise one's consciousness. Thus, Xia Luo's talent encompasses no less than 6 distinct facets. Returning to the cave, Xia Luo grasped 8 azure crystals. It was once again time for the exhilarating lottery segment. Holding a peculiar stone, he tossed it playfully, pointing decisively. Leaves. Ordinary withered foliage fell, and 1 azure crystal vanished. Daily conduct norms for middle school students? Xia Luo ignited it with a mere gesture, wearing an expression of exasperation. He certainly had no need for such things. Nike. Still fragrant? Xia Luo hastily discarded it, transforming it into ash with a flick. What the gun? A silver-white pistol appeared, imbued with an air of science fiction. The pistol's body featured an energy bar, emitting a laser akin to the formidable power of an ordinary stellar peak, presumably a weapon employed in the interstellar warfare of the Star City. It was an artifact of antiquity. Suddenly, a bottle of water materialized, followed by a garment and a fragment of meteorite. What on earth is this? Such a wretched talent. Charlotte was at a loss for words. In a moment of desperation, he implored the heavens for assistance, and with a pointed finger, a radiant crystal emerged, shimmering like a star. Meanwhile, in a distant realm, an elderly man, exuding an aura of decay, furrowed his brow. "What troubles you, ancestor?" inquired a young lady of exquisite features and remarkable grace, perplexed by his demeanor. "This is spatial power," the old man chuckled, revealing that even he could not discern the nature of this spatial force. In a cave, Charlotte's triangular star pupils whirled with excitement, as if he had stumbled upon a treasure of unimaginable worth. "Golden crystal," he guffawed. "I'm recouping my losses. This is definitely a return on investment." The exchange rate for the golden crystal from the outer cosmos was 1 golden crystal equating to 10 red crystals or 100 blue crystals. This crystal, imbued with potent and pure starlight, was exclusively suitable for users of the terrestrial lost star rank and above. However, Charlotte was unaware and directly sat down to absorb the golden crystal, closing his eyes in silent glee, certain he would break through to the star pedestal realm. As high concentrations of starlight flowed into Charlotte's body, the crystal source suddenly shattered. Chapter 37. The Imperial Competition by E. paced restlessly at Thunder Mountain. Having been unable to reach Charlotte, the Imperial Competition was about to commence. Both Dong Sheng and Bai Shaoqian also found themselves unable to contact Charlotte, yet they were unable to seek him out. Even Princess Li found herself in the same predicament. Bai Yi dared not recklessly enter the cave, otherwise, if Minter Lei were displeased, he might face dire consequences. Who could he turn to for justification? The dean had been traveling through the Star Garden and was not present at the academy, while Minter Bai was unwilling to provide contact information for the dean. And they lacked Minter Lei's details as well. He was at a complete standstill. Bai Yi had not seen Charlotte during the preliminary rounds 2 days prior. While all the prominent figures on the elite list were present, initially, he had assumed Charlotte was sequestered in meditation, but could something have gone awry? Bai Yi furrowed his brow and flew to the cave's entrance. "Student Bai Yi, visiting senior brother Charlotte. Greetings to Minter Lei." Bai Yi clasped his fists in respect. After a prolonged silence, he called out again, "Student Bai Yi, seeking an audience with Minter Lei." "Minter Lei is absent?" Bai Yi gasped, cautiously approaching the cave's mouth, yet still met with silence. "Minter Lei?" he called out, confusion creeping into his voice, but still, there was no response. Years of prudence had led Bai Yi to sense something amiss. As he ventured deeper, he discovered Charlotte lying motionless on the stone bed, while Minter Lei sat with his back turned, seemingly in meditation. The truth struck him. Minter Lei had long since passed. Bai Yi was taken aback, staring at Charlotte. The crystal source shattered. Bai Yi recoiled in horror, cold sweat cascading down his brow, disbelief etched across his face. He had already transcended his crystal source and understood all too well the implications of such a shattering, death. His gaze fell upon the strange red rune stone clutched in Charlotte's hand, alongside a desiccated golden crystal. Absorbing the golden crystal, Bai Yi seethed with rage, wishing he could slap Charlotte away. The Earth Law Star Master absorbs the golden crystal, suffering as if injured by it. The damage inflicted upon the Earth Law Star Master is evident. For practitioners of the Earth Law Star Master, the golden crystal is more harmful than beneficial, serving only the purpose of exchanging for red and blue crystals. How can you not comprehend this? Bai Yi was anxiously pacing. The desiccated full crystal? Bai Yi frowned. Even the Star Masters of the 5 realms, along with the Enlightenment Star Masters, cannot completely absorb a golden crystal. How has he accomplished this? As Bai Yi leaned in to observe, he noticed that Shero's complexion was as pale as that of a corpse. No, he was indeed deceased. Yet, the starlight within his body had not dissipated. Bai Yi lifted Shero's eyelid, and the triangular star pupil slowly rotated, devoid of any color. Strange red runes on the peculiar stone faintly emitted a crimson glow, which Bai Yi detected. He attempted to extract the stone, but Shero held it tightly. Bai Yi dared not exert too much force, lest Shero's fingers shatter. Starlight emanated from his fingertips, gradually approaching the stone. With a sudden whoosh, Bai Yi was drawn into a swirling black hole. In the stone chamber, silence prevailed. "What on earth? Where am I?" Bai Yi exclaimed in terror, surrounded by endless darkness. "Bai Yi, is that you?" The voice of Shero emerged, yet darkness enveloped all. "Shero, you're not dead." "No, wait, am I dead?" Bai Yi panicked. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Shero retorted, incredulous, as the surroundings remained devoid of light. "Weren't you dead?" You're the one who's dead. I'm perfectly alive. I even saw your corpse in the Thunder Mountain Cave. Master Lei has also passed away. How did you get in here? Touching that stone, where is this? I can't explain it clearly. It resembles my divine realm. It seems I've been trapped for over 20 days. You truly are Shero. That's wonderful. The Imperial Grand Competition starts tomorrow. So soon? However, I wish to exit first. How do we get out? The darkness around is terrifying. There's nothing here. How should I know? I've been trapped for over 20 days. Why did you absorb the golden crystal? Your crystal source is shattered. The two exchanged words. Their excitement escalating. No wonder I felt something strange in my body. Where are you? How can I find you? Damn it, I don't know. Incredible. In all my years of living, this is the first time I've encountered a star network without any connection. Bai Yi took out all shining objects. Yet he could only see his own form. Aren't you skilled in pupil techniques? Use them. What good would that do? I can't use them. I can't even summon lightning. Could it be that I am truly dead, and this body is merely a fragment of consciousness? Damn it, literary scholar. Think of a way. This is a blind spot in knowledge. Outside, in the courtyard of the Imperial Academy, Deputy Captain Xia appeared rather indifferent. Not coming to welcome Captain Juechen Wang. The rotund figure walked alongside Hu Dai. Before them stood the Dean of the Dimensional Star Academy, accompanied by numerous mentors. With a throng of junior disciples trailing behind. Fatty and Butterfly are contestants who achieved commendable results in the Stellar Academy competition. If they perform well in the Imperial Academy competition, they will gain direct admission to the Imperial Academy. Several fellow disciples are also participants, while others are merely spectators. There are 3 arenas: the Star Celebrity Arena, the Star Treading Arena, and the Star Master Arena. The Academy is unaware of the exact number of students, each of whom represents the finest talents of the Morning Star realm. Many non-participating students have come to strategize about the competition format and the arenas, such as Jasmine and others. Mentor, where shall we go now? Butterfly inquired, glancing at the woman beside her. To the backyard, that is where the arena is. The woman replied with a smile, as she was once a member of the Imperial Academy herself. Fatty looked around, seemingly searching for something. Is Xia Luo not interested in competing? Bai Xiaochen wondered, eager to challenge Xia Luo. Winter is determined to secure first place in the Star Celebrity Arena. Her true arena lies in the Star Treading Arena, where the majority of students reside, making up 90% of the Academy. The Star Celebrity Arena houses only 10%. Yet, it comprises thousands upon thousands of competitors, and the competition will last for an extended period, such as the Imperial Academy competition. In the void. It should be time to commence the competition. Bai Yi sat on the ground, toying with the Star Network. You have no idea how I have endured these past 20 days, Xia Luo remarked, gazing at his hands, which appeared almost ethereal. Can you hear my faint voice? Bai Yi asked. Faint what? The sound. It seems we are still quite distant. Indeed, he is a literary scholar. Let us speak softly and move slowly. And we shall meet. This place lacks the presence of starlight. Star particles constitute the universe. Without starlight, this is nothing but emptiness. Can you explain how sound cannot travel in a vacuum? Every aspect of the human body is composed of starlight. Sound, too, is a form of starlight. Your ears are composed of star particles as well. In the external world, at the Star Celebrity Arena, Dimension Star Academy, Wang Chuanxiu. Fatty clasped his fists. Fiery Star Academy. Yin Xiong. Yin Xiong reciprocated the gesture. Yin Xiong? Who is Yin Tian to you? Fatty questioned, approaching with an outstretched hand. An ambush. Yin Xiong seethed with rage, taken aback by the unexpected attack. Flame deity. Yin Xiong, bathed in starlight, retaliated with a powerful strike. Dimensional decision. Fatty evaded, dispersing the flame deity's attack with white starlight. Shameless. Barbara glared at Fatty from the audience, her expression one of disdain. Once again, little plant, Fatty waved at Barbara, who glared back with a beauty tempered by fury. Ignoring me? The flame deity's palm descended. Fatty retaliated with a decisive strike, a thought to transcend. Fatty was personally taken as a disciple by the Dean of the Dimension Academy, his strength soaring to the pinnacle of stardom. Meanwhile, on the other side, Dong Sheng faced the top expert of the Wanxiang Star Academy. I have long admired you, Wan Xian stated. You possess the qualifications to join the Imperial Academy. Dong Sheng replied with a smile. After a while, Dong Sheng emerged victorious, advancing to the next round of competition. At the Star Treading Arena, Bai Xiaochen. Look, it's him. The female spectators cheered. Bai Xiaochen faced off against Bai Yu from the Bai family, a conflict within one's own kin. A duel between the legitimate and direct descendants. Both were at the late stage of star treading, with Bai Xiaochen holding a slight advantage. Brother Chun, Mira chuckled. You has long desired to challenge you. Bai Yi responded with a smile. Brother, I shall exert only 80% of my strength. After a while, Bai Shaoqian advanced to the lower-tier competition, where he consoled Bai Yu, vehemently reprimanding those who instigated conflict. Brother Hui, Hui Yin exclaimed with a grin. Why are you here? Hui Yin fell silent. The internal strife of the Hui family, a confrontation between the legitimate and direct lines, was a source of dark amusement for some. Sigh. Tianqi Xia remarked, where is Xia Luo? The legitimate line had developed from the eldest legitimate son, while the direct line stemmed from the second son of the eldest legitimate son, also a legitimate heir. The collateral line, however, was formed through unions with outsiders, possessing only half the bloodline. A day later, all competitors entered the lower-tier contest, with the defeated facing elimination. Chapter 38, Starry Sky Battle Academy. Hey, did you hear that? The voice grew louder, yet my senses remained unresponsive. Should I unleash a wave of energy in all directions to see if I can strike you? I am merely a conscious entity. If you hit me, I might disintegrate. It cannot be that simple. An ethereal realm? In such a space, nothing exists, which implies the absence of any plane. Hence, we have no reason to tread upon solid ground. Here, either there is no space, or the space has been excessively folded. Parallel dimensions? Indeed, we currently inhabit a universe that does not belong to us. What does that imply? Perhaps we have already collided in the past. Our communication can only traverse through starlight. You mentioned it resembles your divine realm. What does that entail? My talent can only manifest if my true self appears here. Otherwise, it remains dormant. If your true self perished, the return of your consciousness would signify your ultimate demise. I see. Could it be that peculiar stone? That stone absorbs the energy of the crystal. It was that strange stone that saved you but caused my plight. What should we do? I believe it must be connected to the outside world. We should destroy that peculiar stone. Within the Thunder Mountain Cave, Tianqi Xia, Dong Sheng, Bai Shaoqian, Wang Chunqiu, and Hu Dai were taken aback. Is he dead? The portly one could hardly believe it. The crystal source shattered. Dong Sheng cast a sorrowful glance at Xia Luo's pale visage. Hu Dai grasped Xia Luo's hand, which clutched the strange stone tightly. Xia Luo is alive, otherwise I would have noticed. Tianqi Xia expressed her confusion. The power of the celestial star envoy scanned Xia Luo's entire being. Aside from his consciousness, everything else was intact, save for the shattered crystal source. This peculiar stone eludes even his understanding. Could it be that he was saved by the stone? Bai Shaoqian pondered, lost in thought. Recently, Bai Yi has also vanished. I cannot reach him. Have they all perished? The portly one's eyes glazed over. In the void space, a realization dawned. They cannot hear our conversation. Bai Yi fumed. Damn that fatso. Look at the stone. Xia Luo shrieked. In the ethereal realm of the Lei Mountain Cave, Bai Yi shook his head in disbelief. Could you hear my words before? He inquired, his eyes wide with astonishment. Indeed, I could, the student Bai Yi replied, as he sought an audience with Xia Luo, repeating his request. And what transpired thereafter? He pondered, closing his eyes in contemplation before entering. Hurry, close your eyes and reflect. What for? Bai Yi exclaimed. Just do as instructed. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation as the group sensed the stones glowing with crimson inscriptions. Hu Dai's heart sank at the sight. It appears to be somewhat true. Winter Sheng's azure pupils transformed into a stark white, penetrating the very essence of the cave. What have you disowned? Tianqi Xia inquired anxiously, feeling as though he had aged a millennium in that fleeting moment. The spatial fluctuations were exceedingly subtle, even hinting at a trace of chaotic power. Winter Sheng furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications. Chaotic power? Are we to tread upon the path of the Chaos Star Master? Tianqi Xia questioned, bewildered. Look, it flickered. The portly one exclaimed with a ghostly wail. Xia Luo, if you can hear this, cease your actions. Bai Shaoqian declared gravely. The ominous glow of the crimson inscriptions faded. As long as you live, they will shine. The faint glow began to illuminate once more. Bai Yi flickered beside you. The crimson light pulsed rhythmically. The onlookers offered their admiration to Bai Shaoqian. Xia, you are indeed alive. How I longed for your return. The portly one laughed heartily. How do we rescue you? The brilliance vanished. The faint light has extinguished. Xia Luo has perished once again. The portly one gasped in horror. Xia Luo is not dead. He and Bai Yi are trapped within. Winter Sheng asserted gravely. Subsequently, the five attempted various methods to no avail until the event concluded. The portly one and Hu Dai remained at the Imperial Academy, while Tianqi Xia secluded himself to strive for the 80th level of the Superstar Master. Within the realm of chaos. Junior sister, are you not elated to have claimed the championship in the star treading competition, especially due to Xia Luo? Bai Bu Ran inquired with concern. Elder brother, I shall enter seclusion, Winter Sheng replied silently. Very well, do not confine yourself for the sake of others. QiQi sat beside the moon lake, accompanied by the young prince Xia Luo, and Lala's sister. Why have you been so glum of late? The young prince asked innocently. You are but 8 years old, and know nothing. Luo gently ruffled the boy's hair. In the Lei Mountain Cave, a restricted area of the academy, the portly one and Hu Dai ventured forth, discovering 2 figures seated in meditation. They were Lei Zhu and Xia Luo, one cradling a box and the other a stone. A year later, the academy was managed by the vice-dean Tianmeng Xia, a master of earth law. At the age of 19, Winter Sheng retained her beauty and flawless figure. Now a mid-star treader, the 24-year-old portly one remained unchanged in stature, yet his expression bore a hint of indifference, also a mid-star treader. The 23-year-old Hu Dai remained strikingly beautiful, yet more ruthless, a mid-star treader as well. Bai Xiaochun, now 20, preserved his noble demeanor, enhanced by a newfound composure. Mastering the Star Realm, the Starry Sky Battle Academy underwent transformations, arriving a year early to the outer cosmos, preparing examination grounds in the domain of the Morning Star. The realm of the star-making was deemed unqualified to enter the Starry Sky Battle Academy. In the depths of the Thunder Mountain Cave, Dong Sheng, Bai Xiaochen, Wang Chunxiu, Hu Dai, Xia Luo, La, Mo Li, and Xiao Fong appeared, each bearing expressions tinged with sympathy and a sense of helplessness. Dong Sheng gazed tenderly at the meditating Xia Luo, her dark eyes reflecting the gentle sway of her black hair in the breeze. Through her obsidian gaze, she discerned the vibrant starlight within the peculiar stones, imbued with the essence of sentience and spatial energy. Tomorrow, the Starry Sky Battle Academy would arrive. A silence enveloping her thoughts. The crimson characters flickered, seemingly in response to her resolve. I will find a way to save you, she whispered, caressing the strange stone before departing. I will take good care of my junior sister, Bai Xiaochen assured as he left. Xia Luo, I shall visit you more often. Hu Dai and I will always be your family, he added. Xia Luo, you are my most cherished friend, he continued. Although I don't particularly like you. You are quite amusing, QiQi remarked as she took her leave. What a pitiful end, how shameless, Luo commented, gently touching the stone before departing alongside La Xia Luo. Junior, you will emerge from this, Emily declared with a smile. Luo, the only place that compels me to utter the name of a celestial being, Xiao Fong lamented, tears streaming down her face. After a long while, they departed. Each visit accompanied by offerings of numerous blue and red crystals, even golden crystals from QiQi, all absorbed by the enigmatic stone. A ritual sustained for an entire year. The first round of assessments commenced, featuring the confrontation of the sons of the outer cosmic star domains. The Starry Sky domain hosted an assembly of exceptionally talented youth, with the elite 100 and the top 100 star manipulators all eligible to participate, while the remaining candidates faced a large-scale, descending examination. This descent was directed towards those in the Star Step realm, who were above the starry threshold, yet below the celestial guardians. The Starry Sky Battle Academy would dispatch a plane of moonlight, designated as Heaven, accompanied by several stringent examiners. Candidates numbering in the thousands, tens of thousands, or even millions would vie for a chance to advance to the next round by navigating the moonlit plane. The confrontation among the sons of the outer cosmic star domains against the students of the Starry Sky Academy would determine eligibility for the subsequent assessments. It seemed daunting. Yet Bai Xiaochen chuckled. In truth, it is far from easy, with many evaluations leading to the final assessment. The battlefield assessment would entail confrontations against the border's undead chaos. A month later, over 100 prodigious youths from the outer cosmos entered the Starry Sky Academy, earning their titles as geniuses. The Starry Sky Academy only accepted individuals from the inner cosmos in its first 5 domains, while the last domain welcomed those from the outer cosmos. The disparity in numbers between the inner and outer cosmos was unfathomable. The Starry Sky Academy is indeed a vast expanse, Bai Xiaochen laughed. Perhaps Xia Luo will conquer it once again? Hu Dai pondered. I shall conquer the Starry Sky Academy in his stead. Dong Sheng declared with a smile playing on her lips. Farewell, Starry Sky Domain, Bai Bu Ran said, gazing at the celestial realm. Without the power of family, how can you contend with me? Bai Xiaochen bellowed with laughter. I am no longer a princess, QiQi declared, clad in resplendent azure armor. Shenger, I have finally awaited your arrival. Mei Yi smiled as she descended. QiQi, the verdant armored Ling heir has arrived. The enchanting presence of Mo, she graced the scene. In the distance, a pair of icy gazes swept across the scene. Chapter 39. The Long Flute of Fate. Ah, the sensation of awakening is truly delightful. A crisp voice struck Summer Luo's mind like a thunderclap. Bai instantly opened his eyes, wondering who was speaking. Summer Luo had been sealed for a year and a half, ever since the portly Dong Sheng and others had departed for the Starry War Academy 6 months ago. Few had come to visit. Even the two of them had not exchanged words for a considerable time. Outside, there was an utter emptiness. A peculiar stone in Summer Luo's hand trembled, the crimson characters gradually fragmenting. Moreover, Summer Luo himself was becoming increasingly ethereal until he began to fade away. Bai, I feel my body returning, Summer Luo exclaimed, astonished as he moved his limbs. Return to dust, heavenly Tao illusion thunder decision. Absolute dust palm. The triangular star pupils whirled, and the illusionary thunder erupted. What is happening? Can you see your body? Bai asked in surprise. My crystal source is indeed shattered, yet I am not dead, Summer Luo exclaimed joyfully. You are certainly not dead, came the crisp voice. Of course, if I were dead, how could I speak? Summer Luo responded, his face alight with excitement. Can you hear us? Summer Luo became perplexed once more. Naturally, the crisp voice mimicked Summer Luo's earlier tone. Oh my, can we finally escape? The mindset of a year-long seal began to waver in Summer Luo. The two felt nearly numb, akin to ordinary individuals imprisoned, which was even more unbearable. Were you also drawn in here? Bai lamented. Upon hearing this, Summer Luo's heart sank, leaving him speechless. This seemingly was my territory. The crisp voice carried a hint of confusion. In an instant, the two began to tremble violently, as if seized by a fit. Her territory? Could we finally be free? Overwhelmed with emotion, Bai shed tears of joy. My dear, I adore you. Please, lead us out. Bai cried out. At a glance, you are a goddess of unparalleled beauty, as ethereal as a celestial queen. Hurry, take us away. Summer Luo's triangular star pupils spun rapidly. If you manage to escape, you shall surely meet your demise, the crisp voice declared with conviction. Summer Luo's gaze faltered. Would he perish if he left? Bai was stunned, bewildered by the situation. Why would I die? The crystal source shattered? Summer Luo's expression froze. He could not remain imprisoned for a lifetime. That would be tantamount to death itself. Indeed, the only reason you are alive now is due to my spiritual essence. Who on earth are you? What is this spiritual essence? I too am uncertain of my identity. Nor do I understand what this spiritual essence is, responded the crisp voice, laced with perplexity. Bai was left speechless. Could they have been deceived? Summer Luo pondered. Is this individual mentally unstable? Is this stone space your territory? Summer Luo questioned, bewildered. It seems to have merged with something, the crisp voice replied, equally confused. My divine realm. If I utilize my divine realm, I can escape. Summer Luo exclaimed, exhilarated. You will undoubtedly perish if you attempt to leave. I am at a loss. Do you possess any means to ensure my survival? Ascend to the starry realm and unite with the star people. Indeed, Charlotte, you are on the verge of transcending to the starry realm. Bai exclaimed. But how can I cultivate when there is nothing here? Charlotte sighed. Hey, how am I supposed to practice? How would I know? Came the crisp voice, filled with confusion. What is your current state? Why do you refer to it as awakening? I do not know, the voice responded, laced with anguish. Bai was left speechless. Why was there still pain involved? He allowed himself to feel a fleeting joy and then lay down. The crisp voice fell silent for a long while, seemingly drifting back into slumber. In the Thunder Mountain Cave, the arrival of Tianqi Xia was imminent. At this moment, Tianqi Xia appeared as though he had aged millennia, his long hair now completely white. Suddenly, he noticed that the strange stone's red runes had vanished, furrowing his brow. He placed down 10 red crystals, and the bizarre stone continued to absorb starlight, albeit at a significantly accelerated pace. After a short while, the red crystals turned to ash. He placed down another 10, which met the same fate. After a moment, he resolved to set down 10 golden crystals, and the stone voraciously consumed the starlight. I have regained a fragment of my strength, the crisp voice suddenly interjected, startling the two. It's you again, Charlotte said. If I cannot leave, can you? Bai asked, voicing his most pressing inquiry. Yes, the crisp voice replied, tinged with an air of peculiarity. Then let me out. Bai pleaded. Let him out, the voice echoed. Who? Charlotte? I have tried. It's impossible. Bai retorted, exasperated that they were unable to meet. A year without touching starlight had nearly depleted the celestial energy within him, and without it, his lifespan would rapidly diminish. Is someone outside? Charlotte inquired. A small figure, aged yet timeless in appearance, came the reply. Wearing plain garments? Indeed, he just placed down 10 golden crystals when I awakened. It's the dean, Charlotte lamented, regretting his own ignorance. Can you contact him? Charlotte asked bitterly. No, came the response. Outside, the dean had left. Yet he remained perplexed by the stone. You absorbed 10 golden crystals? Are you a terrestrial star envoy? Charlotte gazed in disbelief. I am a spirit beast. A celestial creature of the cosmos, the crisp voice elucidated. Bai opened his eyes wide. He had only heard of the spirit beast from the Academy's tranquil spirit and the spirit beast sister. Do you have a way to help me cultivate? Charlotte asked helplessly. I do not, but I possess a fragment of memory. A fragment of memory? What are you speaking of? It sounds terrifying. I am so afraid, the crisp voice trembled. Show me, Charlotte urged impatiently. It seemed the spirit beast had lost its memory and knew nothing. At last, amidst the endless void of darkness, a glimmer of light emerged. It's light, Bai shouted. In an instant, the twinkling starlight pierced the minds of the two individuals. A blood-red starry sky loomed overhead, filled with shattered celestial bodies and remnants of existence, humans and colossal beasts of the cosmos. One such beast towered amidst the stars, its size comparable to the amalgamation of countless planets, glaring with a fierce countenance, exuding an overwhelming presence akin to the collapse of the heavens and the earth. Its breath shattering the void, a beast of the star god realm. Before it stood several other humans, equally formidable, belonging to the star god realm. Memories flickered like fragmented slides, disjointed and sporadic. The owner of these memories was engulfed in fear, desperately seeking refuge yet finding none. This expanse of the cosmos was a battlefield, fraught with peril. Sienna, you must return at once. A woman adorned with delicate golden blue horns appeared, igniting a surge of emotion within the memory's owner. Mother, came the trembling voice. Thick with sorrow, a devastating shadow of a hand swept forth, striking the woman and leaving her grievously wounded, blood staining the starry expanse. She transformed into a magnificent dragon. Weaving through the chaos of battle, the memory shifted. Father, Sienna, the owner of the memories was seized by terror. Sienna, return. Use your power. A majestic man with golden blue horns scanned the surroundings, his aura erupting. He was soon overwhelmed by several foes, ultimately obliterated in the celestial void. On a planet, a castle lay in ruins, reduced to drifting debris. The memory's owner was relentlessly pursued, each attack capable of rending the very fabric of the void. In an unknown act of desperation, they escaped into a vast well, where blood was used to inscribe cryptic symbols upon a moss-covered stone, leaving behind a trace of consciousness as their body faded into the cosmos. The planet exploded, shattering completely, and the peculiar stones vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, Xia Luo and Bai opened their eyes, cold sweat trickling down their brows, faces etched with fear. A fragment of memory confronted them, starkly portraying the threats of death they had faced. The feelings of helplessness, confusion, and powerlessness washed over them. At that moment, a rune appeared on the right hands of Xia Luo and Bai, formed from the life essence of the memory's owner. The crimson characters lay hidden beneath the flesh, imperceptible to the naked eye. Is this her final act before death? Bai mused in disbelief. She perished in war, at the hands of humanity, Xia Luo lamented. I am not dead. I retain a sliver of consciousness that shall not dissipate, teased Xian playfully. You are a princess, your status is exalted, and your parents are both star gods, Bai stated in a daze. Regrettably, she has lost her memory, and this life-preserving technique is likely not of great merit. Xia Luo fretted. Trapped in this predicament, who would avenge the venerable Jimmy? Who would seek retribution for senior sister Lei? What of Dongsheng? Perhaps she was merely an impostor. I cannot remain confined here. I must escape. I cannot die yet. I yearn for vengeance. I shall grow stronger. I will ascend to the realm of the star gods. With eyes tightly shut, Xia Luo ranted, his anger escalating. Xia Luo, what is wrong with you? Bai panicked, sensing something amiss. Who has affections for me? Is it Zhu QiQi? Where is she? What of my parents? Why can I not find them? Huangli perished because of me. Xia Luo awakened. Xia Luo. Bai anxiously paced back and forth. Senior Jimmy, is that you? Apprentice Xia Luo has encountered Master Lei. The dean has asked you to smile. Who are you? Sister Xiaoyu? You are truly beautiful. Dongsheng, is it you? Why did you not acknowledge me? Father? Mother? I am not Xianer. I am not. You have lost your way. Xianer, please save him. Bai pleaded. I am powerless. Xianer was bewildered. Bai kneel before you. Tears glimmered in Bai's eyes as he fell to his knees. He had conversed with Xia Luo for a year. Their bond as close as brothers. Xia Luo was his sole friend. Suddenly, Xianer's anguished cry erupted like a dragoness roar. The dread of gazing into the abyss resounding in Bai's mind. Bai knelt on the ground, dazed, listening to their voices. 10 days later, Bai Yi remained motionless like a withered tree. His gaze regained lucidity as he smiled faintly, producing a green flute, a manifestation of his innate talent, which he had never utilized before. The melodious notes rang out, clear and crisp, interrupting Xia and Xia Luo, tears streaming down their faces. Bai Yi's smile widened involuntarily, his closed eyes weeping crimson tears. The enchanting melody instantly revived Xia. This, Xia cried out. Chapter 40, a heart-wrenching melody. Xia Luo's tightly shut eyes suddenly flew open, his triangular star pupils spinning rapidly. The flute? Bai Yi, stop playing. Bai Yi. Xia Luo's sanity returned, his face contorted with rage. He did not wish to hear such a beautiful melody, as if basking in the warmth of a golden sea. Yet, this was Bai Yi's gift, the flute of fate. A heart-wrenching tune, smoke no longer entwined with the lingering sound. Bai Yi's skin clung to his bones. His flowing hair had fallen to the ground. His withered fingers grasped the final soft notes, producing the last lingering sound. Xia Luo survive. Bai Yi's hoarse voice faded with the final note. Bai Yi. Xia Luo's eyes burned with rage at his own helplessness. After Bai Yi's death, his withered bones remained, the crimson letters shifting to Xia Luo's left hand. He had transformed into a heap of bones. Xia's sobbing voice emerged. Xia, slain by humanity. Her planet destroyed by humans. Even Star City was obliterated by them, yet she harbored no hatred for humankind. Much time later, Xia, can you recall anything? Xia Luo's face twisted in agony, his teeth clenched. The crimson letters I wrote before my demise are the celestial slave technique. What is the celestial slave technique? It allows consciousness to enter the body of the heavens, becoming a slave to it. Is this stone your heaven? Even though it lacks sentience. Indeed, I can no longer be considered a spiritual beast. I am a beast slave, that stone's beast slave. However, there is an issue with that stone. Merging with my divine realm? Yes, so now I am your beast slave. Should you perish, I shall die as well. Xia Luo's gaze was vacant, pondering the immense resolve Xia must have possessed in her lifetime to submit to a mere stone of moss. Yet, since I did not inscribe it with my own hand, you cannot impose anything upon me. However, I hold the power to affect you in ways you cannot fathom. Of course, you may sever our connection. But what would be the consequence of such separation? I would dissipate into the starry expanse, and Xia would cease to exist in this world. Neither wished for this outcome, yet it appeared inevitable. Do you recall anything else? Xia Luo was engulfed in anguish. See if you can cultivate my spiritual energy, Xia stated calmly. Very well. Xia Luo seated himself in meditation, closing his eyes to attune to the energy around him. A gentle energy approached him, the celestial light of the cosmic beast. The spiritual energy was but a mere wisp, and Xia seemed to drift back into slumber. I can do this, Xia Luo exhaled, relaxing as he found no power to absorb the crystal source within him. His body was incapable of such absorption. Opening his eyes, his triangular star pupils whirled, the innate talent returning to dust, dismantling the structure of spiritual energy and reconstructing it. The energy began to flow into Xia Luo's body, and he felt a repulsion from the starlight within him. This starlight was scorching, wild, and chaotic, yet it compressed and fused with the starlight inside him, bringing forth a sensation of pain. Xia Luo maintained his composure and broke through. Before long, the aura of the star-treading realm erupted, the pain subsided, and the green-cornered star pupils emerged. A comforting sensation reawakened. Winter Sheng. Your fourth talent, divine light. Cold and devoid of emotion. The four-cornered star pupils rotated. He had not yet reached the fourth level of returning to dust, but there was a newfound perception, a perspective gained. Divine light. Xia Luo's icy visage surveyed his surroundings. A burst of multicolored radiance emanated from his being, illuminating the void. Azure thunder clapped in his grasp, coloring the void with its hue. A pile of white bones lay at Xia Luo's feet. Clenching his fist, the azure thunder propelled the bones to his chest. His expression darkened as he embraced them. Tears streamed from his four-cornered star pupils, cascading down his face and falling upon the bones, revealing a green flute nestled within. With a single wave of his hand, he exited the divine realm, feeling the surrounding starlight envelop him. He placed the bones upon the bed and knelt before Lei Qianjue, bowing deeply. Apprentice Xia Luo vows to remember the teachings of Master Si Hui, pledging in the name of Xia Luo that this grudge shall be avenged, or I shall perish. Opening the box at Lei Qianjue's chest, he discovered a photograph. It depicted a woman with a sweet smile, her long white gown adorned with dark gray clouds. Sister Xiaoyu, you are truly beautiful. Xia Luo smiled. He withdrew Master Lei into the divine realm and lifted the skeletal remains of Bai Yi, gradually making his way out of the cave. At the foot of the mountain, a young couple stood. Xiaomei, are we really going up there? The man exclaimed in terror. This is a forbidden area. Xiaozhuang, are you not a man? Xiaomei blinked playfully. All right, I'll take the blame if anything happens. Xiaozhuang boldly took flight. I love you, Xiaozhuang. Xiaomei sweetly smiled and followed. I love you too. Wait, is there someone there? Xiaozhuang gasped, spotting a young man clad in green descending from the mountainside. Heavens, he is carrying a pile of white bones. Xiaomei concealed herself behind Xiaozhuang. With a serene expression, Xia Luo advanced step by step, intent on leaving the Imperial Academy. The Imperial Academy was Bai Yi's home, and he felt a profound reluctance to part from it. Ignoring the bewildered expressions of the young men and women beside him, he was Xia Luo. Xiaozhuang's face bore a mask of desolation. Senior Xia. The junior sister did not mean to offend. Please forgive any unintentional transgression. Xiaomei hastily pulled Xiaozhuang away. Did he not perish a year ago? Silence. Lower your voice. 2 months later, amidst the vast expanse of the imperial prairie, inquisitive eyes gazed at the tranquil Xia Luo. Yu Luo and Barber appeared. Yet they did not disturb Xia Luo, their expressions complex. The headmaster had long been aware of Xia Luo's presence, observing him discreetly. Such deep emotions. I can finally rest easy, he mused, his white hair billowing gently. 2 months later, upon entering the rear courtyard, he discovered Bai Gong. I shall ensure that his remains are laid to rest honorably. Xia Luo remained composed. 2 months later, in the main courtyard, Xia Luo had reached the age of 20. The resource department granted him 30 gold crystals and 200 blue crystals, which felt somewhat inadequate. 2 months later, he stood beneath the stone gates of the Imperial Academy, departing from the Qiming satellite under the perplexed gazes of fellow students. The headmaster approached Xia Luo. Where do you wish to go? He sighed. To bury Bai Yi and my mentor at the Starry War Academy, Xia Luo replied resolutely. Indeed, with your prowess. Entering the Starry War Academy from the inner universe will be a simple feat the headmaster bestowed upon Xia Luo, a void ring. Should you require further assistance, do not hesitate to contact me. I shall be your support. He patted Xia Luo on the shoulder before taking his leave. Xia Luo cradled the bones, gazing down at the Qiming satellite, with the Qiming divine star nearby. Stepping into the cosmos to explore the universe was the means of mastering the 5 realms of stars. Xia Luo embarked upon this journey, becoming the first of his kind. The void ring from the headmaster contained an abundance of treasures, countless crystals, techniques, precious artifacts, and even a flying ship. Though Xia Luo's ascent into the cosmos was initially slow, the specialized vessel for traversing the stars significantly increased his speed, allowing him to reach Wanhua Star in less than a day. Wanhua Star was the resting place of Bai Yi's grandmother, situated within the territory of the dimensional star nation. Upon his arrival, he beheld a planet adorned with flowers of myriad forms and colors. Bai Yi had informed him of a spirit beast residing on Wanhua Star. Known as the flower spirit, the guardian of the planet. She possessed a beauty akin to a myriad of blossoms and wings resembling golden crystals. Xia Luo floated gracefully, never treading upon any blooming flower. On a plateau of Wanhua Star, several oddly dressed men, all at the Star Master level, gathered. Flower spirit, if we were to destroy this planet, would she not emerge? One spoke, having heard tales of the flower spirit's unparalleled beauty. If we present this flower spirit to the young master, would he not achieve his heart's desire in a single leap? Laughter erupted among them. Let us go. Capture her. A myriad of colorful attacks began to ravage this tranquil world of blossoms. The remnants of flowers fell from the sky like dirt, while the furious starlight surged forth. Suddenly, a graceful maiden appeared, adorned in a gown of petals and a dress of leaves, with wings resembling glistening gold. Indeed, she has emerged. Her beauty is akin to that of a national treasure. No wonder the young master pines for her day and night. Enough of the rhymes. Capture her. Humph. A bunch of insignificant pests. Seeking death. The flower spirit's wings fluttered, and her form vanished. The boundless phantom flower. Tendrils erupted from the earth, piercing through the onslaught of starlight attacks. The sands of time shattered. The crowd united in a singular technique, as starlight surged like a tide of sand. Flying leaves. The leaves pierced through the storm, striking at the throng, while a shield of sand materialized beside them. The tempest forcefully repelled the flower spirit, inciting her wrath. The radiance of 10,000 flowers. Flowers consumed the starlight, converging upon the flower elite. The art of celestial sands. A devastating attack surged forth. The yellow sands blanketed the sky. Each grain was potent enough to slay those of the starry realm. The 100-flower fist. The flower spirit grinned menacingly, charging directly at the celestial sands. With her physical form, she shattered the starlight. The celestial sands were not entirely obliterated. Instead, they reformed into a colossal fist. Like the fist of a giant, it struck the flower spirit. The 100-flower fist. The flower spirit bravely confronted the immense blow. The giant fist was obliterated. Yet the flower spirit was sent careening sideways. How dare you challenge the art of celestial sands? Such arrogance. Several figures darted away at blinding speed. But the flower spirit suddenly reappeared, landing a punch on a man who could not evade in time. With a resounding crash, his body shattered. She was feigning weakness. Retreat. Too late. The power of 10,000 flowers. The flower spirit laughed heartily towards the heavens. Several men stood frozen, their eyes glazed over, unable to move. Shatter. The flower spirit bellowed. The bodies of the men erupted like an explosion, their blood raining down like blossoms from the heavens, absorbed entirely by the flowers below. The flower spirit extended her crimson tongue, licking away the blood splattered on her face. Her menacing grin transformed into a sweet smile. Straightening herself, the flower spirit gazed towards a distant colossal bloom. Chapter 41. Stepping onto the battlefield he claimed you possess the power to annihilate him in an instant. I believe it. Xia Luo calmly regarded the flower spirit as he soared toward her. Such a tactic, if one were not familiar with you, could ensnare even me. You speak as if you are formidable, the flower spirit scoffed. Indeed, I am quite powerful. Xia Luo tilted his head. However, what right does one of the starry realm have to boast of strength? Truly, as Bai Yi remarked, your personality starkly contrasts with your appearance. He has a penchant for grandiose claims. I am convinced. He is a doctor of literature. When the myriad flowers star descended, it was discovered by the flower spirit, who possessed the ability to perceive all happenings on the myriad flowers star. She reigned as its sovereign, standing atop the pinnacle of the 5 realms. The passing of Bai Yi filled her with sorrow. Each year, she beheld him return to the myriad flowers star, where he would linger for an extended period before the grave he had constructed. The words he spoke to Granny Bai were overheard by the flower spirit. Bai Yi's talent lay in his mastery of the flute, a fact known to many. Xia Luo set down the bones. Yet he could only play once, a secret known only to us. He had rescued me on numerous occasions, and I am at a loss for how to express my gratitude. You should visit him once each year, murmured the flower spirit. Xia Luo paused, pondering if such an opportunity truly existed. His path of vengeance was fraught with challenges and dangers. Having laid Bai Yi to rest, alongside Master Lei, Bai Yi and Granny Bai were interred at the mountain's edge, symbolizing the ascent to greatness. A photograph of Master Lei and Sister Xiaoyu lay in eternal slumber atop the mountain. Every hue of the myriad flowers star was captured by divine light within the divine realm. This divine light was a manifestation of talent. Xia Luo wielded an evolved form of starlight, capable of absorbing any energy. During his time at the Imperial Academy, Xia Luo had come to understand much. Bai Yi sought to save himself, while Xia Luo teetered on the brink of madness, playing the fateful flute, a melody that tore at the heartstrings. As the smoke of memory dissipated, the gratitude owed to Bai Yi was immense. Bai Yi had endured much ridicule, mocked as the illegitimate child of the Bai family, even in the presence of the Bai patriarch. Yet, he simply wished to lead an ordinary life, occasionally indulging in carefree banter. Was that not beautiful? The crimson inscriptions on the peculiar stone vanished, transforming into a solid, ordinary moss stone. By placing the golden crystal into the divine realm to nourish the celestial beings, Xia Luo could also utilize a considerable portion for his own cultivation, absorbing the starlight contained within the golden crystal. Bidding farewell to the flower spirit, he boarded the spacecraft bound for the border battlefield of the Morning Star domain. Currently, the state of the universe leaned towards peace, prioritizing the resolution of the Corpse King and the rebellious humans. In the outer universe, conflicts were commonplace among the star nations along the imperial borders, though most were relatively peaceful. The Empire could not engage in external wars of the star nations, only intervening and managing internal disputes. Unless a grand war of the star domains erupted, then imperial conflict would ensue. Why must there be battlefields? Why war? For the sake of development. Only through prosperous growth could the star nations become stronger, leading to wealth and improved lives for their people. A war for peace. The Morning Star domain was encircled on all sides by several star domains. It stood as a bastion of strength and resources in the outer universe. While the conflict arose with the starfish kingdom of the Samo Star City, which was closer to the inner universe, with the plant leaf kingdom responding. The homeland of Yulu was the battlefield of the Morning Star domain. Both star domains ranked among the upper echelons of the outer universe, yet currently, the plant leaf kingdom appeared weakened, having lost many resource planets. The concept of a destroyed star nation does not exist. Rather, there is the act of annexation. If utterly defeated, an empire, unwilling to cede territory, will compensate with abundant resources, and the benefiting nation shall refrain from further conflict, relegating itself to a passive stance. As for the so-called eternal existence, the battlefield lies at the fringes of the cosmos, far removed from the outer universe. All these regulations have been established by an authoritative cosmic vanguard. In the outer universe, there exists a star domain known as the Eye of Heaven, while within the inner universe, it retains the same name. Beyond the extremes of perception lies a place referred to as the heart of the cosmos. They are the custodians of the universe, the leading vanguard against the indomitable eternity. Xia Luo ventured into the domain of the Leaf Star Nation, where the nebulae shimmered in enchanting shades of green, a breathtaking sight. The inhabitants of the Leaf Star Nation are predominantly half-plant, half-human, referred to as the plant people. Eager to ascertain the extent of his current prowess, Xia Luo did not linger to admire the Leaf Star, but hastened directly to the battlefield, aiming for the Sea Star Nation. In the Leaf Star Nation's battleground, the mightiest was the Sea King of the Sea Star Nation, a 13th-level Enlightenment Star Envoy. The Leaf King also held the title of 13th-level Enlightenment Star Envoy, but was no match for the Sea King. The battlefield, its distance unknown, spanned the entirety of the starry expanse, encompassing tens of thousands of planets. There existed distinctions between the Star Envoy battlefield and the Star Master battlefield. Across the starry sky, warships traversed, engaging in combat, while assaults were launched against the Star Master realms and Enlightenment Star Envoys across numerous beaded planets. These beaded planets formed a continental expanse, pivotal in determining the outcome of the conflict. Warships posed little threat to the Star Masters, thus a myriad of vessels navigated the cosmos. A single laser strike could obliterate or destroy a ship, yet these vessels possessed special energy shields capable of withstanding multiple assaults. Occasionally, a resounding explosion echoed through the starry void, illuminating vast areas with fiery brilliance. Xia Luo marveled at the scene, reminiscent of the fantastical imagery he had only witnessed on television. A platinum-hued spacecraft shone brilliantly amidst the turmoil, yet none paid heed, for the Allied Star Network would duly inform them. Swiftly, Xia Luo maneuvered towards the continent, evading a barrage of attacks. Eventually, he arrived at the logistics zone of the Leaf headquarters. "Who goes there?" a Star Master Realm man inquired, pointing at Xia Luo as he descended from the spacecraft. "I seek to engage in battle," Xia Luo replied calmly. "Huh, your battlefield lies above." The man scoffed, glancing skyward. "Where's the battlefield?" Without hesitation, Xia Luo ascended into the skies. How dare a mere star path cultivator seek death? Gold plating is not so easily acquired. The man assumed Xia Luo was merely a descendant of a prominent family seeking glory. Ignoring him, Xia Luo gazed into the distance as the four-cornered star pupils whirled, propelling him forward at great speed. Intrigued, the man followed suit. On the ground, numerous individuals sit cross-legged in repose, all of whom have recently traversed the precipice of life and death. Among them are both men and women, yet the youth are scarce. Most are seasoned veterans of the Star Master realm, retaining the youthful visages of their earlier days. Take Mira, the Earth Law Star Envoy, whose age is a mystery, perhaps nearing a millennium, yet bearing the appearance of decay typical of her kind. Some disdain youthful appearances, appearing middle-aged despite having barely crossed the century mark. The longevity of practitioners is remarkably extended, intricately linked to their prowess. Those of higher realms can discern the span of one's life with a mere glance. Especially someone like Charlotte, endowed with star eyes. The onlookers gaze curiously towards the heavens, pondering when the star-footing realm would gain entry into the Star Master battlefield. Ahead, two combatants engage in a duel. "Join the Sea Star Nation. Defeat is inevitable for you," chuckled the man clad in blue armor. "After 2 decades of struggle, you've only seized a handful of planets. What audacity you have to claim victory," retorted the man in green armor with a sneer. Were it not for King Xia's influence, the Sea King would have already purged the Leaf Star Nation. The deep blue attack surged forth with overwhelming might, while the green-clad man conjured countless flying leaves, which fell as futile as stones cast into the sea. The deep blue starlight struck the green figure with a deafening explosion. The green-clad man, as though struck by a colossal force, spewed a mouthful of blood, unleashing several shadowy palm strikes. "See God's art," he exclaimed. The concentrated deep blue starlight remained unyielding, causing the palm shadows to dissipate instantly. The green-clad man stumbled, his balance faltering as he threatened to collapse. "Perish!" The blue-armored man laughed heartily, unleashing an attack even more ferocious than before, seeking to send him to his demise. Meanwhile, the surrounding allies were preoccupied with their own adversaries, unable to render assistance. With eyes ablaze in defiance, the green-clad man gasped for breath. The deep blue assault was about to land. Suddenly, a bolt of azure lightning shattered the attack, sending shockwaves that obliterated the surrounding flora. The blue-armored man turned his gaze forward, where a young man in a blue robe appeared. Early star footing? Are you the one who disrupted my sea god's art? He asked incredulously. Charlotte regarded him calmly, the four corners of his star eyes swirling. He was of the Star Master Second Realm. Surrounded by a tempest of five-colored thunder, he resembled a deity bathed in lightning. Heavenly illusion thunder. The azure lightning surged forth, shattering the imposing Star Master energy field around him, piercing through like a dragon. Humph, sea god's art, the blue-armored man seethed, incensed that anyone would dare challenge him. The clash of blue and azure starlight erupted, the air reverberating with thunderous sounds. Lightning shattered the sea, the very fabric of space quivering, the two combatants evenly matched. In this multi-realm confrontation, the mightiest azure thunder must be unleashed. Charlotte was forced to retreat, the starlight energy field pushing him back. Yet he resolutely gathered the azure illusion thunder once more. Rain spear, the blue-armored man sneered. A multitude of long spears materialized, slicing through the air at great speed to collide with the azure thunder. Waves of oceanic force surged forth, overwhelming in their approach. Wherever the thunder travels, annihilation follows. Charlotte roared, the azure lightning radiating with unparalleled brilliance. Dark clouds descended upon the sky, shrouding the battlefield in shadows. Bolts of azure, green, and yellow lightning erupted around Charlotte. The green-armored man fled at breakneck speed, unwilling to be caught in the chaos. The surrounding crowd also retreated swiftly, creating a scene reminiscent of a celestial being navigating through a tempest of thunder. The blue-armored man wore a grave expression, unable to comprehend the techniques of his adversary. The sea shield enveloped him in layers of azure light. As crimson lightning struck, it impacted the shield yet failed to shatter it. Ha ha ha, what magnificent power is this? He laughed heartily. When orange lightning descended, the shield began to crack. There are still several layers left. The deeper it goes, the more resilient it becomes. How can you harm me? As yellow lightning illuminated the darkness, 2 layers of the shield were obliterated in an instant. The blue-armored man frowned. Was this truly his combat skill? As green lightning fell, it transformed fallen leaves into myriad machines. All the shields were completely destroyed, and the man was struck by a backlash, violently coughing and glaring with rage. As blue lightning descended, the darkness lost its hue, the void trembled, and an aura akin to a celestial deity surged forth. The blue-armored man swiftly produced a magical artifact, a harpoon. He fired it into the heavens. The dazzling azure lightning shattered the harpoon, and the man was struck by the backlash, dazed, and collapsed to the ground, severely injured. The azure phantom lightning turned him to ashes. Chapter 42. The ocean of Charlotte. A smile graced Charlotte's lips. The true power of the third tier of dust return lay in its element of surprise. The man behind Charlotte was astonished. Even he found it difficult to slay that denizen of the Sea Star Kingdom. Charlotte toyed with a stone, tossing it lightly as he sought his next opponent. In the distance, the green-leafed man stared in disbelief. This individual had actually managed to kill that person. Such lightning was formidable enough that even he would need to employ a powerful artifact to withstand it. Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the blue-robed man laughed heartily. Is it so that the denizens of the Leaf Star Kingdom are so weak? He had just slain a formidable warrior from the Leaf Star Kingdom, one who had mastered the Star Realm's third tier. He sped away, leaving destruction in his wake. I am now capable of matching those of the fourth tier. I fear not even the fifth. The man gazed at his opponent before him. The ocean? Son of the Sea King? No wonder he is so arrogant. The figure before him belonged to the fourth tier of the Star Realm. The Sea God technique unleashed a torrent of stellar energy toward the figure. Blade of leaves. Countless falling leaves sliced through the luminous energy, yet the brilliance of the Sea God technique remained undiminished. The needle-like leaves spread across the sky like birds, each capable of piercing through the stellar energy field. A tremendous explosion of starlight erupted at that location, and countless withered leaves cascaded to the ground, even drawing the attention of those engaged in the battle of the celestial beings. After a long moment, the figure fell, bloodied and defeated, utterly crushed by the Sea God technique. Another figure raced toward the scene. Is that the initial phase of star treading? The ocean observed the rapidly approaching individual without making a move. Finally, I have encountered someone slightly stronger. Charlotte's four-pointed star pupil spun, and the five-colored phantom lightning erupted. A mere ant dares to meddle in my battlefield, overestimating its own worth. The ocean waved his hand, launching an attack toward Charlotte. Heavenly Tao Phantom Thunder. The azure lightning shattered the starlight as it surged toward the ocean, who prepared to unleash the sea god technique. The azure thunder was shattered by the sea god's technique, which grinned like a colossal dragon at Xia Luo. In a fleeting thought, the void-breaking palm obliterated the sea god's might. An insignificant ant dares to withstand my relentless assaults? The ocean roared with laughter. Once again, a barrage of fierce sea god strikes descended, accompanied by an inexorable aura of lethal intent. Xia Luo sensed an oppressive force akin to impending doom. Danger was nigh. In a moment of emptiness, the void-breaking palm dismantled the sea god's technique. Yet what ensued was an endless storm of oceanic spears, each capable of annihilating an entire realm of starry beings. Dark clouds loomed, and the five-colored illusory thunder shattered the long spears one after another. A tsunami. The ocean, in a frenzy, waved its arms, and under the black clouds, the tsunami engulfed all nearby regions. This was no mere manipulation of water. It was a display of a formidable warrior's combat skill, with each droplet wielding the potency of a spear. What is the essence of grandeur and overwhelming momentum? Azure thunder and void breaking. The azure illusory thunder plunged into the tsunami, stirring the waters as if a stone were cast into the abyss. Ha ha, I shall see how you survive this. The ocean roared with laughter. Indeed formidable. Yet you cannot kill me. Xia Luo narrowed his eyes, invoking the third tier of void, diminishing the threat. He was consumed by the relentless tsunami. Onlookers lamented, for this individual had the potential to become an unparalleled powerhouse. Alas, he was led astray by his emotions. The ocean frowned, sensing it. This child was not yet dead. After the tsunami receded, a figure emerged, enveloped in five-colored illusory thunder, his body marred with wounds and blood, yet his aura remained unyielded. Moreover, the dark clouds above cast an absolute gloom over the sky. The five-colored illusory thunder radiated supreme brilliance, as if Xia Luo were the very center of the universe. Heaven descended. Xia Luo uttered a low cry, his gaze slightly dazed yet resolute in spirit. The azure illusory thunder fell from the dark clouds, striking directly at the ocean. A clever maneuver. The ocean laughed heartily, raising a hand to summon the sea shield. Thunder roared, the very fabric of space trembled, and the force of destruction shattered all barriers, bringing down the ocean. Xia Luo coughed up blood, executing the void-breaking palm. The sea god's technique sent Xia Luo hurtling away, while the ocean spat blood and soared into the sky, gazing at Xia Luo with scrutiny. Concealing his cultivation, you are far from being a mere starwalker. A spear capable of annihilating everything on a planet materialized, aiming directly at Xia Luo. The void-breaking palm. The third tier of void weakened the spear. The formless shadows of the palm descended upon the dark clouds, seemingly suppressing the heavens, an ethereal hand of the divine light. Countless colors surged into the palm's shadow. Just as the spear was about to pierce Xia Luo, it was shattered by a celestial strike, the remnants of violent starlight sweeping away all in its path. The ocean wore an expression of disbelief. Could this truly be forded? Azure thunder and void breaking. Xia Luo ascended high into the air, the dazzling azure thunder locking onto the ocean. The tsunami. Once more, the cascading starlight surged towards Xia Luo. It seemed as though each droplet of seawater transformed into a perilous, sharp spear. The power of the void-breaking palm, forged from azure thunder, was even greater than before. The second tier of void. Countless streams of azure thunder collided with the tsunami. The four-pointed star pupil whirled in a frenzied dance, while vibrant, multicolored flashes of thunder flickered around like phantoms. The ocean furrowed its brow, gesturing to amplify the starlight energy. A formidable shockwave rendered the space unstable as starlight swept across the battlefield. Azure lightning filled the sky, and the dark clouds obliterated the last remnants of light. The azure lightning flickered, coalescing into an ethereal shadow of a hand, heralding the arrival of a celestial being. I pondered how one might resist. Returning to dust. The first level of returning to dust left the ocean's once disdainful gaze vacuous. Moments later, the ocean regained its senses and summoned the power of the sea god with a wave of its hand. Yet it was too late. The ethereal hand had already ensnared the ocean seamlessly. Enraged, the ocean conjured a deep blue trident to shatter the ethereal hand, but it too suffered grave injuries. What other means do you possess, mere insect? The ocean unleashed a devastating deep blue spear of light. Charlotte, taken aback, realized that this attack had not vanquished his opponent. Despite having exhausted all his resources, the heavens descended. Azure lightning struck again, obliterating the spear's radiance. Even Charlotte found himself overwhelmed. He had to resort to combat techniques to counter the casual onslaught. The sea god stirred. The ocean laughed heartily. For only with the deep-sea trident could the true might of the sea god's power be unleashed. Countless tridents shimmered with an utmost azure brilliance, traversing the space, leaving trails of blue light in their wake. Charlotte smirked, recognizing that he must employ his trump card to eliminate this foe. In this instance, Charlotte had been overly complacent. His adversary's strength far exceeded his expectations. Divine light, celestial blood. An ancient blood-red character coalesced behind Charlotte. This character emanated an air of antiquity and profoundness, causing all starlight to cease its frenzy, trembling in awe. Confronted with the red character, it was akin to facing an ancient star deity. The red character utterly dismantled the ocean's sea god power, dissipating into the ether. How could this be? The ocean stood dazed. Yet rage compelled him to hurl his trident once more. The shattering force of the void fragmented the red character's starlight, but the trident was completely obliterated. Both combatants sustained grievous injuries. Even two beings from the same realm could slay them both. Unless absolutely necessary, I shall not resort to such actions. Charlotte's consciousness wavered. The heavenly illusion of thunder. The final azure lightning struck the ocean into ashes. The ocean perished. The son of the Sea King had fallen. As the dark clouds dissipated, the five-colored flashes of thunder in the sky vanished, and two figures soared towards them with great speed. The Sea King and the Leaf King. The Leaf King instantly shielded Charlotte, gazing at the Sea King with a smile. The Sea King was furious. This prince was worthy of contending for his throne. Yet he was slain so easily. They had been observing from a distance, and the Sea King regarded Charlotte with a face full of resentment. Why does this child employ such treacherous tactics? Ultimately, the ocean underestimated his opponent and met his demise. The Sea King summoned the sea god Trident, wielding countless spear lights. The Leaf King waved his hand, conjuring innumerable flying leaves like knives and spears, shattering the space in unison with the spear lights. In the shattered space, countless black holes emerged. Charlotte swiftly fled, having sustained severe injuries. He could not afford to be caught in such a tumultuous battle, for it was beyond his capacity to comprehend. In the logistics department, one could casually procure some golden and crimson crystals. While the golden crystal was of no use to the earthly lost star, Xia Luo was in urgent need of it to restore the strength of Xian air within the divine realm. Arriving at a secluded cave in the mountains, Xia Luo waved his hand and stepped into the divine realm. The colors brought forth by the divine light suffused the entire realm, which was already abundant in hues. Yet, the divine realm remained in a state of emptiness. It was essential to awaken Xian air to ascertain the next steps, although it was equally possible that she might possess no knowledge of how to proceed. He placed the golden crystal within the divine realm, absorbing it alongside Xian air. Through the divine light, Xia Luo could swiftly mend any external or internal injuries, as long as his organs were not utterly pulverized or his head severed. Even the gravest wounds could be healed over time within the mirror of the divine realm. In this sanctuary, no one was aware of its existence, rendering it an absolute fortress of safety. Xia Luo realized that the divine realm had saved his life, concealing even greater secrets. Months passed, and the golden crystal had irrevocably transformed Xia Luo's physique, instilling within him boundless stellar energy. Among his peers, none could rival him. As his injuries nearly healed, Xia Luo exited the divine realm. Originally, the divine realm required blue crystals to be accessed, but due to its overlap with the space of peculiar stones, such crystals were no longer necessary to maintain it. Otherwise, he could not have lingered there for so long. With his star-shaped pupils firmly defined, Xia Luo held shimmering multicolored thunder in his hand, advancing to the mid-level of star treading. Stepping out of the cave, he raised his head. Someone was approaching. The Leaf King descended, curiously surveying Xia Luo, who not only appeared healed, but had also elevated his realm. To have annihilated the three realms of the Star Master at the early stage of star treading was unprecedented. The Leaf King chuckled, clad in a green robe. His imposing demeanor bore a resemblance to Yu Luo. Esteemed Leaf King, it is an honor to meet you, Xia Luo said with a respectful fist salute and a smile. Chapter 43. The Starfish Kingdom. I am curious, are you Xia Luo? The Leaf King inquired with a smile. Ranked first on the Imperial Academy's elite list, you have shattered the record of the 7-star tower in the Apocalypse West, achieving a score of 120 over the past millennium. Esteemed Leaf King, you have heard of me. I am truly honored, Xia Luo replied. Ah, it is a pity you have not ascended to the Starry Battlefield Academy, the Leaf King lamented. A century ago, during my time at the Imperial Academy, I managed only a score of 70. It is good that Dong Sheng and the others have succeeded. I am not in a rush. At this moment, are you intending to traverse the Samo star domain to reach the inner universe? Yes, esteemed senior. I wish to seek them out. Several of Xiao Yu's beloved sisters have gone to the Starry Battlefield Academy. Yet, I feel powerless. Unable to accompany her in the royal city, nor can I bring her to the battlefield. After a lengthy conversation with the Leaf King, Xia Luo proceeded to the front lines of the battlefield. The primary focus now was on honing combat techniques. The function of the heavenly Tao illusory thunder extended beyond mere offensive capabilities, encompassing the descent of battle techniques and their fusion. The descent and heavenly blood were lethal moves, not to be unleashed recklessly. Fusion referred to the amalgamation of illusory thunder with other combat techniques, such as the dust-dispelling palm formed from azure thunder. Divine light represented a talent that could transform azure thunder into the dust-dispelling palm. The crimson character was a combat skill bestowed by Xianair. However, it could not initiate attacks and served solely as a defensive measure. The return to dust talent was superb for ambushes. Once again, Charlotte descended upon the Starfall battlefield. The thunderous sun, his name resonating throughout the fortress. Charlotte had remained on the battlefield for over 10 days, engaged in relentless combat, each day a perilous dance with death. He forged friendships with several companions, sharing heartfelt conversations just yesterday, only to find himself separated by the veil of life and death today, where the thunder passed. Not a blade of grass survived. His adversaries dispatched a master from the 5 realms to hunt him down, yet Charlotte found himself unable to vanquish this foe, forced instead to evade. Are you truly departing? A sultry beauty gazed at Charlotte with reluctance. Sisterly, I lament that I cannot share life and death with you all. Charlotte clasped his fists in salute. Why not linger a few more days? Sisterly pouted. Enough, Julie. Charlotte is merely 20, with a boundless future. How can he remain on the battlefield? A burly man chuckled. Indeed, just because you fancy Charlotte doesn't mean you can jeopardize his future, right? Another man laughed heartily. Exactly. The crowd erupted in laughter, the atmosphere lively and boisterous. Such a chatterbox. Julie shot a glance at the burly man. Julie, pretending to be youthful at over 100 years old. He sneaked a glance at her. You seek your own demise. Julie's anger flared as she struck out. Charlotte shook his head with a smirk. This was their brotherhood. The group turned their gaze towards the platinum spacecraft ascending into the sky, a moment of silence enveloping them. When they next meet, what heights will he have reached? Julie's beautiful eyes brimmed with reluctance. Will there be a time for farewell? Charlotte set forth towards the peaceful sector, a crucial thoroughfare guarded by a 10th-level star envoy formation, where conflicts were forbidden. His days of battle were not solely to annihilate the enemy's star nation, but rather to hone his own skills. After a year of silence, he returned to the human realm, his mindset steady, fueled by an unwavering belief in survival. The parting of friends would not deter his steps. Rather, it demanded a more resolute attitude. The death of brothers fortified his will, rendering him unafraid of any peril. Charlotte was no longer naive nor ignorant. Opposite the Leaf Star Nation lay the Starfish Nation, with a stretch of starry expanse serving as a vital corridor, through which all beings from various planets and star domains must pass. The other borders were battlegrounds, impassable. Nebulae adorned the starry realm, and this area housed a space station, meticulously recording the movements of countless spacecraft, preparing for entry into the nation with the necessary explanations and destinations. Meteorites floated ominously, making it impossible to forcefully breach the space station without incurring the wrath of the star envoys. Hurry, hurry, don't get caught. The captain barked anxiously at the young crew members. This ordinary interstellar cruise ship brimmed with cargo, though it was not particularly large. Captain, does the Leaf Star Nation not care about their vile actions? A young man erupted in anger. Most of the crew were at the beginning star and star realm levels, while the captain was a middle-aged man at the later stage of the Starwalker level. Forget it. Isn't our nation currently attacking them? A youth sighed in resignation. Or perhaps they are enjoying it. A young woman snapped. After all, they are the brigands of their star domain. The cruise ship glided steadily along a vital thoroughfare. Ahead of it loomed a serpentine interstellar vessel. Trailing behind were several ordinary starships, and further back, a colossal, pitch-black ship emerged, its form reminiscent of a terrifying warcraft. This vessel was known as the Interstellar Pirate Ship. Yet, even they had to undergo inspections to pass through the portal. The guardians stationed at the border were vigilant. After all, should any individual possess formidable connections, provoking them could spell disaster. Such matters were best left to the imperial authorities. Generally, interstellar pirates targeted only common resource planets. though some more formidable pirate factions pursued other ships, such as cargo vessels and cruise liners. Pirate ships were significantly swifter than conventional starships, adept at navigating through nebulae while maintaining their position with precision. Entering a wormhole meant traversing a nebula, where the vast expanse would transform into a blurred, vivid haze. Akin to a shifting tapestry of stars, this was the essence of traversal. The cruise ship from the Sea Star Nation was en route home. The captain engaged in dialogue with the space station personnel, presenting all necessary documentation and confirming no harm would come to the luminous stellar domain. Their purpose, to exchange resources with the Firestar Nation, adhering to interstellar protocols. Upon verification of no anomalies, passage was granted and the void barrier was lifted. "Captain, we are being pursued by brigands from the Firestar Nation," came the urgent plea. The captain swiftly transmitted a recording. "We are unable to manage them. Our sincerest apologies." Guests of the Sea Star Nation. The space station conducted inspections daily, encountering hundreds of erroneous vessels, rebel factions, and unlicensed ships. Please notify the Imperial authorities. The cruise ship, regretfully, continued towards the Sea Star Nation, knowing that the Leaf Star Nation would not intervene either. If they waited for the authorities, it would be too late. Who could afford to wait for their fate? Most personnel at the space station were impoverished and weak. A mere incentive could persuade them to commit heinous acts, even against neighboring nations. Once more, the cruise ship passed through the Sea Star Nation's space station for inspection, as countless ships darted in all directions. "Increase speed. Back to Sea God Star," the captain commanded, frequently glancing back. To his dismay, the ominous pirate ship had indeed followed them. Upon exiting the space station's vicinity, the pirates would launch a fierce assault, one that the cruise ship could not withstand. As the vessel entered the wormhole, the pirate ship intercepted them midway. The captain broke into a cold sweat, his fears realized. Their only hope lay in seeking assistance from passing ships. Panic struck the youth aboard. They had previously endured an attack from these marauders and had been utterly defenseless, especially with a master of the Star Master realm among them. The very notion of stepping into the void was futile against such might. "Everyone come out," echoed the voice from the pirate ship. "Captain, what should we do?" A young woman gasped in horror, having heard tales of the pirates' nefarious deeds. The captain scrutinized the star map. Only one ship was nearby, and he glared defiantly at the approaching pirate vessel. "Help!" He pressed the signal button in desperation. The hull of the ship came under attack, and a starlight shield appeared at the prow, shattering instantly. Alarms blared throughout the vessel. "You have one more chance. Will you emerge or remain hidden?" A cold voice resonated. "Captain," the girl exclaimed, overwhelmed with fear. "Alas, it's my fault that you are in this predicament. Come with me, do not oppose them." The captain, resigned, pressed the intercom button, connecting with the pirate ship. "We shall go out," he declared, his demeanor betraying a sense of fatalism as he opened the hatch. The young crew members exchanged troubled glances and donned their starry battle armor. A few figures emerged from the pirate vessel, each with shifty eyes and malicious grins. Among them was one who stepped through the void, a master of the Star Realm. "Who commands here?" the Star Realm pirate inquired. "I am Captain Zhao Shan of the luxury liner," he replied calmly. "You dare invade the territory of the Fiery Star Nation to seize resources from the Leaf Star Nation?" The pirate laughed heartily. "We were mistaken. Please spare our lives," Zhao Shan bowed. "How humble you are in your plea for survival," the pirate chief mocked, laughter echoing among the others. "Third mate, we have a lovely damsel here." A short pirate approached the girl. "Hey there, how old are you?" he asked, reaching for her visor but refraining from removing it. "Third mate, please spare our lives." Zhao Shan's anger flared. "Easy there, monkey." The third mate cautioned a taller pirate beside him. "Gorilla, search with your crew." "Yes, third mate." "Hey, Bucktooth, come here." Gorilla frowned at Bucktooth, who was circling the girl along with Monkey, their hands roaming. The girl gritted her teeth in fury, yet felt powerless. Cooperating might mean the difference between life and death, and she was acutely aware of the pirate's cruelty. The sturdy armor provided her some comfort. The boys watched with clenched jaws as Monkey and Bucktooth tormented the girl. Chapter 44. Farewell to the Four Kings. Bucktooth seized both pirates and charged into the luxury liner. Zhao Shan clenched his fists, having paid a tremendous price for the vast wealth now so easily relinquished. "You feel a deep sense of injustice, don't you? I offer you a chance to strike back," the third mate sneered. "I do not dare. I merely wish to survive." Zhao Shan lowered his gaze. "This young lady is indeed quite exceptional." The third mate lifted the girl's chin. "A teenager of the Star Realm is worthy of being my servant." "Third mate, I only want to go home. I do not wish to stay here." Tears streamed down the girl's face. "Third mate, spare her life." Zhao Shan stepped forward. "Did I say I would kill her?" "How bothersome," the third mate frowned. I do not wish to be a pirate. Pirates are thieves, scoundrels. They rebel against humanity. The girl gathered starlight in her hands. Zhao Shan thought to himself, this girl is truly foolish. But he was too late to stop her. As the third mate struck her away with a single blow. I shall kill you. Poseidon's power. Deep blue starlight descended upon the third mate. With a resounding bang, the starlight erupted, and the third mate bore a grim expression, enduring a strike. Since you do not cherish the chance to live, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. He revealed his dark teeth. One blow shattered a young man, leaving the crowd in shock, but escape was impossible as pirates surrounded them. This woman is a distant relative of the Sea King. Killing her will bring you trouble. Zhao Shan exclaimed in fury. Are you threatening pirates? The third mate laughed heartily, joined by the laughter of his crew. It seems you do not wish to let us go. Zhao Shan quietly gathered the starlight. Today, you shall all perish. Except for this relative of the Sea King. Brothers, sleep well tonight. The third mate laughed boisterously. Such mightiness. He exclaimed. I have called for reinforcements. If you do not spare us, you shall meet your end. Zhao Shan unleashed a shadowy palm of starlight, only to have it shattered by the third mate's wave. Another man disintegrating into stardust. Reinforcements? Who could possibly support you? Even if the Sea King himself arrives, I shall slay him. The third mate roared with laughter, obliterating another man with a flourish of his hand. Altogether, Zhao Shan charged forward, delivering a powerful strike. Kill. The pirates surged forward, clashing with the young men in a chaotic melee. I shall show you what fear truly is. The third mate jeered at the dazed girl. Do you enjoy toying with human nature? A cold voice emerged. Of course, I am a pirate. He laughed, then paused, bewildered. Who speaks? Not far away. A young man clad in blue glided toward them, surrounded by flickering multicolored thunder. Charlotte descended like a thunder god, enveloped in boundless lightning, exuding an oppressive aura. Returned to dust. All the pirates halted momentarily, only to be shattered by the multicolored thunder one by one. Expressions shifted among the crowd. Zhao Shan rejoiced. Is help finally here? Do you dare obstruct us? The third mate seethed, witnessing his men fall in defeat. You seek death. With a wave, he unleashed a fiery dragon toward Charlotte. One realm? Too weak. Charlotte shook his head, extinguishing the dragon with an elegant display of heavenly thunder. You have concealed your strength? The third mate sensed something amiss. Eldest brother, second brother, fourth brother. A formidable one. He directly relayed a message to the pirate ship, hoping for a powerful ally. Charlotte smiled lightly, arms crossed. The girl, still dazed, wondered if this person was her white knight come to save her. Zhao Shan, astonished, could not discern the man's power, but he was undoubtedly a reliable force. I am Zhao Shan, a merchant of the Sea Star Kingdom. I am deeply grateful for your timely rescue. Zhao Shan bowed respectfully. Should we successfully escape, I shall reward you handsomely. Merely a gesture, Charlotte remarked, glancing at the girl with a gentle smile. Upon seeing the signal, he had merely come to take a look. The girl's face flushed beneath her pink veil. Was he smiling at her? Charlotte paid little attention to her, his focus instead on the third mate, an amused expression gracing his features. The third mate was drenched in cold sweat, bewildered by the pressure emanating from this man. 3 intoxicated individuals staggered in, accompanied by a throng of fearsome pirates. Is this the boundary between realms? Not nearly enough for a challenge, Xia Luo mused. You insolent brat, what audacity is this? Merely at the mid-stage of star treading. The third chief scolded furiously. Then come and fight me. Xia Luo retorted with a smirk. Yet, the third chief took a step back. Brother, deal with him, he implored, glancing at the tallest among them. Brothers, charge. The chief drew his machete and lunged towards Xia Luo, with dozens encircling him, including 3 practitioners at the mastery level, while the third chief cowered at the rear. Hero, can you defeat them? A young girl asked, her face etched with concern. A waste of time. Xia Luo waved his hand, unleashing a burst of thunderous energy that sent all the pirates flying, gravely injured. He even set a lethal trap, granting them a fleeting chance. However, it was futile. They were pirates, bound to continue their nefarious ways. The girl gazed at him in admiration, convinced of his formidable prowess. Zhao Shan, watching from behind, felt a bead of sweat trickle down. This man could indeed bring hope. Where thunder struck, nothing remained unscathed. Xia Luo shouted, releasing a blinding flash of lightning. The deafening crack echoed as the pirates lay gasping, their source of power shattered, rendered utterly helpless. The first, second, and fourth chiefs were flung back, spitting blood, their faces painted with terror, all casting vengeful glares at the third chief, questioning why he had provoked such a formidable adversary. In an instant, Xia Luo vanished, reappearing before the third chief. Startled, the chief attempted to flee, but he was ensnared by flickering multicolored thunder. "Please spare me," the third chief pleaded, kneeling and frantically bowing his head in desperation. Xia Luo was bemused. This man had likely engaged in such cowardice before. "Why should I spare you? Were you not just about to let them be?" The third chief wore a woeful expression, looking utterly pitiful. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow, seizing the opportunity. "You speak nonsense. You never intended to spare us." Zhao Shan erupted, pointing an accusatory finger at the third chief. "Proof is in the pudding." The third chief's star network displayed an image capturing the moment the girl struck. All were left speechless. He had prepared everything. You detestable pirate," the girl shouted, furious as she approached. "Young master, look, the one who attacked has arrived." The third chief wore a forced smile, but his blackened teeth and disheveled hair made him appear ghastly, akin to a ravenous specter. "So, you are the third chief? I am called Xiaoma. Just call me Xiaoma," he exclaimed, bowing fervently. Zhao Shan was at a loss for words. This man exhibited no courage whatsoever. "Xiaoma, tell me why you deserve to live," Xia Luo said with a gentle smile. The girl was entranced. This young man was not only handsome and powerful, but spoke with an air of superiority. She found herself smitten. "I offer the resources of the pirate ship and all its crew," Xiaoma declared eagerly. "Stop smiling. It's unseemly," Xia Luo replied, though pleasantly surprised. "Xiaoma, obey." He hastily summoned the others to go below deck and retrieve supplies. "What does it mean to be a freight merchant?" Xia Luo cast a glance at Zhao Shan. "I am a cargo ship captain under the Sea Star Kingdom, while also engaging in mercantile affairs." Zhao Shan bowed. "I am a distant relative of the Sea King." "Sea fish." The young maiden blushed and bowed, frozen in place. A distant relative of the ocean? How intriguing, Xia Luo mused to himself. For he had indeed slain the son of the Sea King. "To which esteemed origin do you belong?" Zhao Shan inquired with a smile. "The inner universe," Xia Luo replied nonchalantly. "No wonder you were able to defeat the Star Master with the power of star treading." "I am in admiration," Zhao remarked. "Is he truly a person of the inner universe?" The graceful sea fish felt her heart flutter. Xia Luo observed sea fish maintaining her bowing posture, a peculiar expression adorning his face. "Third chief, do take care." A tall figure emerged from the cruise ship, exclaiming, "Hundreds of thousands of fire crystals." The third chief responded with a thoughtful hum. As the figure gazed ahead, Xia Luo's eyes widened in surprise. This person seemed somewhat familiar. The young crowd had already gathered around Zhao Shan and Sea Fish, leaving only the colossal pirate ship behind. "Gorilla, where's the third chief? Why is there suddenly a familiar young man among us?" The buck-toothed monkey and the noble youth appeared in succession, plunging the scene into silence. "We must have met before, right?" Xia Luo observed the four, patiently awaiting a response. "That guy, doesn't he resemble that foul-bearded Xia Luo?" The monkey frowned. "That shouldn't be possible. With his meager strength, could he ascend to the starry skies?" The noble youth chuckled. Upon entering the Lingnan base, they realized that Xia Luo was indeed the foul-bearded man who had assaulted their crystal source, and they discovered that Wang Chunxiu and Hu Dai were Xia Luo's accomplices. "Return the fire crystals to us," Zhao Shan stated coldly. "We are pirates. Once the third chief emerges, you shall all perish." The monkey laughed heartily. "That young man in the azure robe seems to be at the Star Master level," the buck-toothed one remarked apprehensively. He had sensed something amiss, as the group now wore expressions of amusement. "Oh, the four great kings of songmen. Ha ha." Xia Luo suddenly burst into laughter. The crowd was bewildered. The four great kings of songmen. The expressions of the four shifted dramatically. This title had been bestowed upon them 2 years prior when they were still on Earth. At that moment, the third chief made his appearance, hands raised in a flattering gesture, presenting several void rings. "Young master, all the treasures aboard the ship." The third chief glanced at the four, who were taken aback. They had never witnessed such a scene. "Quickly return the fire crystals to the captain. Hurry." Chapter 45, The Crimson Pool Star Kingdom. Xia Luo surveyed the scene, nodding in satisfaction. The cruise ship lay ahead. "Fire crystals, is it? So it truly is you, Xia Luo. Esteemed elder." The monkey rushed over, his smile radiant. "Call me young master Xia Luo." Xia Luo took out a stone, tossing it playfully. The crowd was speechless. What peculiar habit was this? "Young master Xia Luo." Song Ho has failed to recognize the towering mountain beneath his feet and has inadvertently provoked you. Xia Luo chuckled, curious as to how they had arrived. The gorilla had returned to Zhao Shan. While they were discussing matters amongst themselves, Xia Luo was reminiscing with the pirates. "When did you ascend to the starry skies and become a pirate?" Xia Luo asked, amused. "For over a year now, Earth has transformed into an ordinary resource planet, with the Celestial Empire dispatching personnel daily to oversee its management, naturally splitting the profits evenly. The transformation into a resource planet has attracted a multitude of individuals engaging in exchanges and trade, selling various goods. We acquired a standard interstellar spacecraft, subsequently finding refuge with the third chief. After the candidates eradicated all the zombie mutants, they departed. Remarkably, Earth now thrives even more than before the apocalypse, with ships filling the skies and Terminators scattered everywhere. Do you still engage in piracy? How amusing, one remarked. It is ingrained in our nature, and Earth is no exception, replied the chief with a smile. We only rob without killing, occasionally resorting to violence for entertainment. We have had a few mishaps on Earth, however. What of Song Jiang? Was he taken by the immortal Yuqi? Indeed. Following a great battle at the Beiping base, it wasn't long before Song Jiang ascended to the stars. He should currently be the leader at the Immortal Star Academy, huh? The other three also went to those academies, although it seems one named Yuan Feng has perished. The others felt a chill run down their spines, astonished by their light-hearted conversation. And what of that woman? Asked Xia Luo, curious. Which woman? The four were perplexed. The one beside Song Jiang and Song Yu in the underground caverns of the Lingnan base. They exchanged odd glances at the third chief. He understood and flew into the pirate ship. Xia Luo was puzzled. Had she become a pirate as well? That girl was Song Jiang's beloved, later following Song Yu. And after his demise, she joined us. Now, she is the third chief's lady. Xia Luo was speechless, having expected her to be someone of great significance. By the way, how did you ascend to the stars? Baya inquired, bewildered. 2 years ago, I entered the Imperial Academy alongside Dongsheng and Xia. All the pirates were taken aback, their expressions incredulous. So it was one from the Imperial Academy with whom we clashed. This time, we truly encountered formidable opposition, they lamented. The third chief emerged with a woman, a visage radiating both pride and indifference, her cold beauty sweeping over Xia Luo. Just as Xia Luo contemplated leaving, Hai Yuer approached. Young Master Xia, this is a small token of our captain's appreciation. She presented him with dual spatial rings. We have brought forth the greatest resources to bestow upon you, young Master Xia. Should it prove insufficient? Enough, enough, Xia Luo interjected, stowing away the rings. His expression calm, though his heart raced with excitement. He realized he was still quite impoverished. The four exchanged glances, sensing he had missed Hai Yuer's latter remarks. She stood beside Xia Luo, her face flushed, lowering her gaze. I will accompany you. Release them. The cold woman directed her gaze at Xia Luo. No need. You should remain with them, he replied, momentarily at a loss for words before vanishing, leaving behind a trail of vibrant lightning. The cold woman furrowed her brow at the third chief, a look of confusion etched upon her face. We admire your prowess. Let us withdraw, brothers. The third master bowed towards the direction in which Charlotte departed. He advised us to refrain from causing harm to others. The gorilla sighed bitterly. Third master. The four brothers are about to act unjustly. Lord Bo offered his respects, stating, it's not a significant issue, travel well, and may we have the opportunity to plunder again. The third master embraced them. The four gazed at the receding pirate ship, their expressions complex. Let us embark on our journey beneath the starry sky, grinned the buck-toothed one. It has been a long time since I called you big brother. Tears welled in Lord Bo's eyes. Big brother, big brother. The monkey and the gorilla embraced. Zhao Shan cast a glance at the sea fish, a flicker of disappointment crossing his eyes as he boarded the cruise ship. The sea fish lamented, pondering how someone from such a prominent cosmic family could ever be interested in him, a distant relative of the Sea King. Even the exquisite entities of the Sarmati Empire would be more fitting, wouldn't they? The young men sighed in relief, thankful that Charlotte had not taken the sea fish away. Otherwise, they would have lost their chance. Charlotte arrived at the nearest planet, which had yet to reveal any signs of civilization. Raising his hand to enter the divine realm, a smile crept upon Charlotte's lips as he poured everything out. From Zhao Shan, he received hundreds of gold crystals, thousands of red crystals, and tens of thousands of blue crystals, equating to 300 gold crystals. From the little horse, he obtained dozens of gold crystals, hundreds of red crystals, and hundreds of blue crystals. This quantity was already their utmost limit, thus emboldening them to dare to seize the cruise ship. The crystals were not essential for cultivation, but served merely as aids. Even the princess of the Star Nation would refrain from excessive use of blue and red crystals before reaching the Star Master realm. The resource department of the Imperial Academy adhered to this principle, allowing a maximum of 20 blue crystals and 2 red crystals. This quantity was deemed optimal for cultivators. Many would mistakenly believe that the more crystals one possessed, the better. Carl and Thriel, being children of ordinary families, naturally possessed few crystals. Had they targeted Collegia instead, The crystals obtained would have utterly shattered Charlotte's entire monetary perspective. The resources provided by Tianqi Xia were somewhat lesser compared to those offered by Zhao Shan and Little Horse. He placed all the gold crystals into the divine realm, retaining a portion of the red and blue crystals. Divine light gradually entered Charlotte's body, enabling both cultivation and the honing of divine light, and at last, Sienna awakened. Have you broken through? Sienna's melodious voice suddenly resonated. Indeed. I have now reached the mid-stage of star mastery. You have slept rather long, Charlotte remarked, tying back his long hair and tidying his appearance. For me, it was but a brief moment. Sienna appeared only as a voice. Where are you? Can you manifest? Charlotte inquired, gazing at the swirling colors around him. I am the essence of this space. The current power of this realm is insufficient for me to materialize, Sienna replied. When will you be able to emerge? Charlotte soared freely through the space. When you attain the Star Master realm, I should be able to, she answered. Very well, Sienna, I shall strive diligently in my cultivation. You can utilize that power to imprint the scenery and then embed it within this space. That power is known as divine light. I have now completely discerned your abilities. Charlotte exclaimed, astonished, as all his talents and combat techniques were laid bare by Sienna. Sienna casually mentioned the. However, when Summer Road pressed her for more details, she could not provide any. It seemed she spoke without certainty. Upon returning to the flying ship, Summer Road continued his journey toward the Star Sea. Currently, he still possessed 4 colors in his eyes, indicating the potential for 4 additional hues. The colors red, orange, yellow, and green, along with the phantom thunder colors of red, orange, yellow, green, and cyan, suggested a remarkable affinity with colors. The border nation of the Star Sea was known as the Red Pool Star Nation. The strategic star map indicated that traversing just 2 more transit points would lead to the borders of the Star Sea. These transit points were artificially created wormholes that accelerated spatial travel, vastly outpacing the speed of conventional spacecraft. They were not on the same level. Several fire dragons erupted in a dazzling display behind the Platinum Flyer. The cosmic nebula of the Star Sea was a deep blue, visible to the naked eye. Successfully crossing the border of the Red Pool Star Nation, the misty nebula transitioned from blue to pink. Entering the starry web, one could discover intriguing tales from the outer universe of the Samo star domain. The dominator of this domain was the Samo Empire, operating the autopilot. Summer Road curiously clicked on a news article. The headline proclaimed, "The outer universe shines with the brilliance of the age of light, a beauty rivaling the 4 celestial beings of the inner universe." She was hailed as the most exquisite being born of starlight, her beauty eclipsing all princesses and noble ladies. She embodied the pinnacle of both allure and strength, crowned the most beautiful star goddess of this era. Summer Road was left speechless. The exaggerations were becoming increasingly absurd. Scrolling to the bottom, he finally glimpsed a photograph of a woman set against an endless horizon, where aerial beasts soared freely. Underneath the pink clouds, an extraordinarily beautiful atmosphere was evoked. Adorned with gold and silver jewelry, her hair elegantly coiled, she wore a veil of golden gauze. Her delicate brows resembled willow leaves, her enchanting eyes glimmering like water, and she was clad in a princess gown, reminiscent of a celestial being descending from the heavens. Summer Road furrowed his brow, deeming the editorial too hyperbolic, clearly crafted by an incompetent editor. She paled in comparison to Dongsheng, only slightly more endowed in the neck area. However, in contrast to QiQi, she exuded a more seductive and enchanting allure, undeniably beautiful. The highest-ranking princess of the Samo star domain was Saji. She attracted the attention of princes from various star nations, as well as powerful princes from other domains, including those from the inner universe. Summer Road clicked on other articles, leisurely perusing the content. Chapter 46, Red Emotion. Indeed, the woman was strikingly beautiful. Sienna's melodious voice chimed in. No one surpasses my Dongsheng and Sienna in beauty. Summer Road chuckled. Sienna shyly smiled. It seemed she had cultivated a certain charm. Her eyes were quite peculiar. I also think so. Otherwise, how could she influence so many? Your talent lies in eye techniques, so she certainly cannot affect you. Summer Road was taken aback. Was this what the media implied? Arriving at the final transit point of the Red Pool Star Nation, Summer Road casually selected a planet. He had heard that the landscapes of the Red Pool were breathtaking, prompting him to visit for inspiration. This planet was quite advanced, yet it resembled an ancient era, eschewing heavy industrial development. This planet, known as Jingjiu, serves as a haven for residents and leisure, rarely witnessing disputes, and is vast in size. The sky radiates a pale yellow hue, adorned with fluffy pink clouds drifting lazily above. Below, towns bustle with life. where the throngs of people traverse the streets, and flying is strictly prohibited. Overseen by numerous officials and soldiers. As Charlotte gazes upon this place, a peculiar sensation washes over her, as though she were strolling through the ancient streets of the Song or the grandeur of the Tang dynasties on Earth. Can we explore the scenery more, master? I'm quite bored, chimed Xian with a clear, melodious voice. Just call me Charlotte, and I shall acquiesce to your wishes, she replied with a gentle smile. To the onlookers, it appeared as though Charlotte was merely speaking to herself. A woman clutched her child tightly, watching Charlotte as she moved further away. Charlotte felt speechless. Did she appear villainous? After all, these people were but level 1 civilized beings. As she passed a few wooden buildings, a delicate hand suddenly grasped her. Dear guest, would you be interested in entering the establishment for some amusement? A woman, heavily adorned with makeup, giggled enticingly. I'm afraid I'm not interested, Charlotte replied politely, freeing herself from the woman's grasp. The woman looked at her with a pitiful gaze. I haven't had a customer in ages. Agree to her, agree to her. Xian teased playfully. Charlotte, feeling exasperated, noticed many eyes upon her, filled with intrigue. A blue crystal appeared in the woman's hand, but Charlotte had vanished, leaving behind a flickering display of multicolored electric arcs. Clutching the blue crystal, the woman felt a mix of excitement and indignation. Did he disdain her because of her age? Charlotte swiftly maneuvered through the crowd and entered a tavern. Is this an establishment of ill repute? How terrifying, she thought, shaking her head. Such places seemingly existed in our era. Xian chuckled mischievously. Dear guest, may I offer you something to eat? Inquired a young waiter, his head wrapped in a gray cloth, as he approached with a menu. I shall have a plate of beef and 2 jugs of warm liquor, Charlotte replied casually. Sitting upon a wooden bench, with a simple wooden table beside her, the ambience was rather modest. Very well, please hold on a moment. The waiter responded before retreating to the kitchen. This ordinary life is rather pleasant, she mused, observing several tables nearby, all surrounded by patrons. After a considerable wait, the waiter returned with a plate of meat and 2 small jugs of liquor. Charlotte thought of the portly fellow and butterfly, vowing to meet them again at the tavern when the time was right. Yet for now, she must tread carefully and avoid contact with anyone, even those unaware of her continued existence. As she picked up the meat with her chopsticks, it indeed resembled the beef from Earth, albeit more delectable. She emptied her porcelain cup in one swift gulp and, feeling satisfied, poured herself another. At the entrance, a disheveled woman leaned against the wooden door, peering into the tavern, her gaze fixed on Charlotte. Charlotte raised an eyebrow, curious about the woman's intentions. The woman quietly took a seat opposite Charlotte and began to drink heartily from the jug of liquor. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Charlotte exclaimed, slapping the table, drawing the attention of several patrons. Why are you being so harsh? I merely wanted a sip of your drink. How stingy, the woman retorted, her face seemingly smeared with soot. Esteemed guest, please refrain from disturbing our patron during their meal, the waiter admonished, pointing an angry finger at the woman. Please extend apologies to the esteemed guest and provide compensation. Otherwise, we shall summon the mercenaries. The consequences may range from broken limbs to the involvement of the authorities. The woman gazed at Charlotte with a pitiful expression. Never mind, consider it an invitation. You may withdraw for now. Charlotte observed the woman with curiosity. Alas, I knew you would be most generous. The woman unabashedly grabbed a large piece of beef and brought it to her mouth. Is this not unsanitary? Charlotte regarded her with disdain. Are you particularly concerned? The woman frowned, her large eyes curving like a crescent moon. Certainly, I take great pride in cleanliness. Charlotte pushed the plate towards her, cutting her off. With a flick of her wrist, the grime vanished from her body. However, her attire remained tattered, and her hair resembled a wild bush. Speak quickly, I am pressed for time. Charlotte picked up a towel to wipe her mouth. It's nothing, merely sharing a meal. Once her face was cleansed, the woman appeared strikingly exquisite. I shall take my leave then. Charlotte stood abruptly and exited the establishment. 3 blue crystals appeared on the table. The woman swallowed all the beef in one gulp and seized the wine jug before dashing out. A golden crystal rested atop the blue ones. The woman sprinted after Charlotte, occasionally glancing back. Goodness, how audacious! Charlotte hurried into an alley. The woman suddenly appeared before him, a mix of pride and embarrassment on her face. Young sir, might I ask a favor? The woman grinned mischievously. Ahem, you are rather exposed. Charlotte turned away, unable to resist stealing another glance. Beneath her snow-white neck lay a piece of pale, tattered cloth. No matter. With another wave of her hand, she transformed into a clean and elegant figure, her legs partially concealed. Speak, what is the favor? Charlotte regarded her chaotic hair. First, promise me you will assist. The woman giggled. If you don't tell me, I shall leave. Charlotte feigned indifference and turned to depart. Do not. Young sir, I beseech you. The woman clung to Charlotte's arm, pouting. Take me away from this pink planet. Charlotte paused, gazing at her in perplexity. Let us find another place to converse. This is not safe. The woman glanced back. Seek a location with a better view. Charlotte replied casually. How delightful, young sir. Let us go to the edge of dreams. The woman seized Charlotte and they soared into the sky. After some time, a group of armed soldiers appeared in the alley. It is too late. The lady has been captured. The leader of the soldiers fumed. Continue the search. The master is quite anxious. The edge of dreams is a serene plateau atop a celestial mountain, home to a quaint village. Below lies an unfathomable abyss, while above, the bustling village is alive with activity. Charlotte and the woman landed at the edge of the precipice. It bears a resemblance to the backdrop of Saji. Charlotte gazed at the distant orb of yellow light, the sun of this realm, as pink cotton clouds danced vibrantly in the sky. Below them sprawled numerous towns. Indeed, Saji was filmed here, the woman remarked with a smile. Speak, what is it? Charlotte asked, arms crossed, gazing at the woman with a smile. I am Hanqing, a child from an ordinary family. Does a child from an ordinary family possess the cultivation of the Star Master realm? Charlotte was rendered speechless. Then your family must be relatively well off. Regardless, I find myself in a predicament now. Is the pink planet the name of this sphere? You truly do not know? You must be from another planet. Hanqing exclaimed with excitement. Is it rare for people from other planets to come here? Charlotte remained silent, having seen numerous spaceships. Not quite. They are mainly merchant vessels, primarily here for trade. Ever since the Star Gathering Festival, an increasing number of people have come to visit, leading to some destruction. The current emperor promptly canceled the tourism project, resulting in fewer visitors. Even if someone comes, they must obtain the emperor's consent to enter the pink planet. Then how did I get in? Charlotte felt a sense of unease. You barged in. Thus, only you can help me leave the pink planet. Barged in? I didn't notice. What would happen if I had been discovered? You would be hunted by the Star Envoy. The strongest here is a level 10 Star Envoy, Hanqing boasted. Charlotte was astonished, realizing that he had roamed unnoticed for an entire day. Quite impressive indeed. This place does not suit me. As a Star Master, can't you escape on your own? Would I seek you out if I could? Hanqing sat directly on the edge, swinging her legs. Then why not just stay here? I do not wish to remain here. Why not? Alas, my parents are forcing me into marriage, Hanqing said with irritation. Oh, come on, isn't it just marriage? What do you know? I dislike that person. Who? Charlotte also sat at the edge. The son of the current emperor of the Pink Dynasty, Hong Dedeo. Hong Dedeo? Ha ha ha, what a name. Charlotte laughed heartily, then paused. The son of the emperor? Isn't that a swift descent to power? I couldn't care less. I merely wish to live freely and joyfully for the rest of my life. Do you think I, a Star Master, would offend a level 10 Star Envoy for a stranger? Charlotte fell silent. Chapter 47. The Theft of the Prince's Treasury Regardless. Since you've barged in, whether you help me or not, you will be hunted, Hanqing made a face. Don't even think about escaping. Otherwise, I shall inform the authorities. The malice of a woman knows no bounds. Charlotte remained speechless. Trouble befalls those who walk the streets. Why did you have to ascend to the stars, young sir? My name is Charlotte. Do you think I could defeat you with sheer strength? Charlotte suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. I am frightened. Watch this. Hanqing suddenly leaped into the air and struck out a palm. Testing me? Charlotte's lips curled into a smile. Thunder God descends. 5-colored illusory thunder surrounded him as he unleashed a palm strike. In an instant, the outcome was revealed. Hanqing landed in astonishment, realizing she had not misjudged him. But that was merely 5/10 of my strength. Charlotte turned his back, looking at Hanqing. Big brother Xia. Hanqing clung to Charlotte's arm playfully. Please leave. I have urgent matters to attend to. I truly cannot provoke the Star Envoy, said Charlotte, raising an eyebrow. They could sacrifice my body, pouted Hanqing. Ahem. I am not that kind of person, Charlotte replied, speechless. Everyone saw you embracing the courtesan beneath the brothel. Hey, she was the one who pulled me. Irrelevant. You were still seen together. Are you truly going to stand by and watch as she suffers at the hands of those worse than beasts? Could you please speak normally? Charlotte queried. How can I assist you? Hanqing retracted her seductive smile. Charlotte was about to refuse, but Sienner whispered a word. My body. Is it not made of gold and silver? Or perhaps crystal? A divine light enveloped the entire mountain range. Even the clouds above could not escape its grasp. What is this? Hanqing exclaimed in shock. A photographic technique. Charlotte interjected. Next time I enter the divine realm, I can install it directly. Charlotte and Hanqing departed from the dream's edge. In a tavern in the western town of the imperial city, Charlotte asked, Have you been starving since childhood? As she tossed a stone into the air, I have grown accustomed to it. Haha, Hongqing laughed, devouring several plates of beef like a ravenous wolf and downing jars of liquor as if they were mere water. My father is a level 7-star envoy, the king's daughter, yet utterly lacking the grace of a princess, instead resembling a wild girl. Charlotte shook her head. I inherited my mother's traits. She is very gentle and considerate. And the prince? That useless prince, 30 years old and still a mere star. I have no desire to marry him. If I can ascend to the Star Master level, what is he? He is a prince, enjoying immense resources. The royal residence's guards are all Star Masters. Patrols comprised of level 5-star envoys. The household servants are below Star Master level. The steward is a level 3-star master. And the guardian of the treasury is a level 5-star envoy. The ancestral guardian, a level 7-star envoy, is in slumber. Tonight, my father is not at home. Truly, it is only second to the rosy planet in the red pool. That night, atop a courtyard building in the prince's residence, Hongqing exclaimed, "Phew, we have finally entered." Dressed in a black bodysuit that accentuated her alluring figure, she remarked, "This guard is rather unimpressive." Charlotte, clad in her dark battle attire, warned, "Be careful of the patrolling star envoys. Their strength is formidable. What shall we do next?" Hongqing whispered, "I will contact my mother via the star network and have her unlock the treasury," Charlotte replied. "Do you truly have confidence in dealing with 2 level 5-star envoys?" Charlotte frowned. "Just trust your sister Hongqing." The two moved gracefully across the rooftops like nocturnal creatures, passing over a series of buildings. "Mother, we can proceed. Your daughter's future depends on you." Hongqing sent a message. "All right, you must be cautious." Beneath them, the servants of the prince's residence moved about. "Sigh, the young lady is truly inconsiderate," one remarked. "Indeed, she has put us on edge day and night." "Silence. Is the young lady someone you can discuss?" the steward interjected. Charlotte and Hongqing were furious. It was indeed an inappropriate moment for him to appear like a foolish dog. The steward glanced around, commanding the outsiders. After a while, he departed with a smile, hands clasped behind his back. "Let us go. We are almost there." Hongqing tugged at Charlotte's sleeve. The treasury lies beyond the back mountain. Soon within sight, a woman, adorned like a noble, approached the entrance of the treasury. "Good evening, madam," greeted 2 guards. "By the command of the prince, we are here to inspect the treasury's security and its gains and losses." The noblewoman replied with a smile. "I have been entrusted by the prince to carry out this task. I am afraid you cannot serve me. Do you not trust me?" She smiled again. "We dare not. Madam, recently, the prince, under pressure to find the young lady, has been most cautious. It is of no concern. I will take responsibility should anything occur." The noblewoman maintained her cheerful demeanor. "We kindly request you to exercise caution." The guards exchanged uneasy glances. As the stone door creaked open, the noblewoman and her companions entered. Charlotte moved. Hongqing quietly descended, pressing against a wall while observing the distant guards. They had closed the door and were engaged in hushed conversation. Charlotte stealthily approached the other side, incapacitating a maid carrying a water basin, which fell to the ground. "Open the door," the noblewoman's voice echoed from within. At the moment the guards opened the door, they momentarily froze, and Hongqing appeared. The guards instinctively halted their movements, only to be struck on the forehead by Hongqing's palms. Starlock Needle, a high-grade treasure, purchased at an exorbitant price by Hongqing, capable of immobilizing anyone below the 10th level for half an hour. Charlotte transformed into a flash of lightning, darting into the treasury, sweeping past the noblewoman. The entire mountain was filled with various resources. A surge of greed welled up, and Charlotte collected everything into the divine realm, reappearing as lightning at the cave's entrance. "Hurry, Charlotte. The ship," Hongqing urged anxiously. Patrols emerged from all directions. Each a star envoy. "Rob the treasury. Show no mercy." The star envoys acted in unison. "Protect the madam. Inform the prince." A dark cloud loomed, and 5-colored lightning descended from the heavens. Charlotte and Hongqing leaped into a platinum ship, vanishing in a blur. "Unfilial child. It's fine. Go boldly and play." The 5-colored lightning could only slightly hinder the star envoys, while the imperial ship soared into the starry sky simultaneously. The star envoys moved swiftly, appearing in the cosmos, relentlessly assaulting the platinum ship. Charlotte was drenched in sweat, continuously employing 1st and 3rd-tier techniques, his head throbbing with strain. "Charlotte, keep going. You can do it." Hongqing cheered from beside him, fists pumping. "How can the imperial ship be inferior to the Star Nation's vessel? I refuse to believe it." Charlotte activated the shuttle, knowing that once he entered the transition point, even a star envoy could not pursue him. Numerous pink starships chased after him, unleashing beams of starlight. The star envoys, furious, found their attacks inexplicably slowed and weakened. Martial prowess. The star envoys flew alongside the platinum ship, delivering heavy blows to its hull. A shield materialized. The Imperial vessel was not so easily destroyed. Before the treasury, the prince descended, shattering the star lock needle. By royal decree, we are doomed. The guard knelt directly on the ground. Hongi, it is my fault. The noblewoman approached the prince. Madam, you are not to blame. I hope Qinger lives happily. The prince wore a smile. The two guards exchanged glances, puzzled. Could this have been orchestrated by the prince himself? Their confidants were unaware. Those valuable items? They rightfully belonged to Qinger. The platinum flying ship's shield was on the verge of exploding, but was also approaching the transit point. The transit point was under the management of the Star Nation's ruler, and these individuals lacked the authority to shut it down. Let you experience the might of divine light and celestial blood. The voice thundered in the ears of the star envoys. Above the flying ship, a crimson character radiated an intense red glow. All star envoys' attacks instantly stagnated. Every flying ship lost control. An ancient, weathered aura seeped into the minds of the star envoys, evoking profound fear. Whoosh! The red character vanished, and the star envoys regained their senses. However, the platinum flying ship had already disappeared into the transit point. With other ships in pursuit, the expressions of the star envoys turned grim as they retreated. At that moment, the Pink Empire was in uproar, launching a nationwide manhunt for Xia Luo. Even the Star Network issued a bounty. The prince's treasury had been plundered, and his daughter abducted, leaving the prince's reputation in tatters. The current emperor was furious, and the prince, wielding a crimson blade, was filled with rage, wishing to flay Xia Luo alive. The vendetta for his wife would undoubtedly be avenged. Xia Luo and Han Qing had already entered the territory of the Samo Empire, soon to reach the Star Sea. Blood dripped from the corner of Xia Luo's mouth, having overexerted his abilities and suffered a strong backlash, leaving his mind in disarray. Chapter 48. The Divine Star of Samo having long left those warships behind, Han Qing appeared exhilarated. They casually descended upon a civilized planet, currently in the midst of exploring its neighboring celestial bodies, soon to transition into a post-apocalyptic cultivation civilization. Xia Luo regarded the exuberant Han Qing with a grim expression. You may leave, the transaction is complete. Pleasant cooperation, brother Xia. Han Qing leaned in to plant a kiss on Xia Luo, but he evaded her. TCH. Tend to your injuries first. I'll take a stroll. With that, Han Qing soared away, and Xia Luo entered a cave, waving his hand to access the divine realm. The quantity was overwhelmingly vast. The prince could never have anticipated that Xia Luo would hoard it all for himself. Thousands of golden crystals. Siener, QiQi struck it rich. Immensely rich. Xia Luo laughed maniacally. With a single wave of his hand, he replaced the illusory divine realm with the dream's edge. Hiss. It's identical, terrifyingly so. The houses remained, yet the entire village was deserted. With no blue crystals in sight, Xia Luo dismantled bamboo on the mountainside to construct a rudimentary bamboo house. He scattered all the crystals on the ground, allowing him to gradually absorb the vast starry energy flowing into his body. Days later, Xia Luo advanced to the late stage of star treading, with the stellar energy within him as solid as stone. Numerous golden crystals remained for Siener's cultivation. Xia Luo now felt that if he were to confront the ocean again, it would be a one-sided massacre. Exiting the divine realm of Dream's Edge, he waved his hand for the divine ring. A pair of glasses fell, disintegrating into azure lightning ash. He soared above the city, searching for Hong Qing's silhouette. In this moment, Hong Qing, with her long hair cascading over her shoulders, donned a casual athletic outfit that accentuated her figure remarkably. Indeed, she embodied the essence of a princess. Aside from her demeanor and eating habits, she displayed her qualities with striking clarity. A young man gazed vacantly at the beautiful girl before him, who was devouring her food with enthusiasm. Might I add you on Microsoft? He inquired politely, performing a gentlemanly gesture. I only add Xingwang, replied Han Qing. A smile gracing her lips, her mouth smeared with fragrant oil. What is this Xingwang? The young man asked, puzzled. Xingwang is an interstellar communication wristband, she explained. At that moment, Xia Luo appeared, tossing a stone. Who are you? The young man frowned, scrutinizing Xia Luo's peculiar cerulean robe and the silver-white wristband that mirrored Hong Qing's. I am a celestial being, Xia Luo declared. What a lunatic. I am the son of the manager of the chicken tower, the young man retorted. This lady is the daughter of the Pink King from beyond the stars, Xia Luo added with a smile. Hong Qing shot a glance at Xia Luo, astonished to discover that he had achieved a breakthrough. Do you two know each other? The young man inquired, his brow furrowed. Brother, I have taken a liking to her, he said, pulling Xia Luo aside. Then tell her, Why are you telling me? Xia Luo replied, exasperated. In an instant, he vanished, leaving behind a spectrum of electrical arcs. Hongqing collected her food into a spatial ring and soared into the sky, leaving the young man in a state of bewilderment, his eyes wide with disbelief. A celestial being? Xia Luo, wait for me. Hongqing called as she flew to Xia Luo's side. I merely came to bid you farewell. Xia Luo smiled gently. Where are you headed? Hongqing gazed at him with her large, sparkling eyes. To the inner universe, to the Astral War Academy. Why venture into the inner universe? It's perilous, she exclaimed. To grow stronger, to seek vengeance. The inhabitants of the inner universe disdain those from the outer universe. Entering the inner universe through the star sea is exceedingly troublesome. Fear not, I have my methods, he reassured her. Then I shall accompany you. She insisted. No, you've just said it's dangerous. I cannot have you dragging me down. But it's quite unsafe for me to remain alone in the Samos star domain. Fine, I will assist you once more with those several thousand gold crystals. After we enter the inner universe, our paths shall diverge. Is that how cold you are? Very well. The platinum-hued spaceship glided through the cosmos, navigating through various transit points. The expanse between the outer universe and the inner universe is a vast star sea encircling the entirety of the inner universe. This star sea, a shimmering ocean of starlight, solidifies within its depths, much like water forming a sea. The terrestrial beings who fall into the star sea struggle for survival, while those beneath its surface are doomed without exception. This is the nature of the star sea. Within the star sea reside unique, monstrous creatures, devoid of intelligence, yet possessing terrifying power. Even the celestial beings must tread carefully. The starlight of the star sea cannot be absorbed. Attempting to do so leads to certain death. Surrounding the inner universe, the outer universe consists of 30 star domains, each with a singular passageway leading directly to the star sea. Within the star sea, one cannot traverse freely but must proceed cautiously. The passage through the star sea necessitates a specialized transport known as the celestial ship. In each star domain, there exists but a single celestial vessel, and only the prominent families of the inner cosmos possess such ships. The outer cosmos is graced solely by the Eye of Heaven star domain. These celestial vessels are colossal, serving as one of the means through which the inner cosmos acquires resources from the outer realms. In the Samos star domain, the illustrious family behind it is the Nanhu family, whose celestial ship is poised to launch in the near future, currently stationed within the inner cosmos. Xia Luo and Hongqing arrived at the divine Samos star, the heart of the empire, where streets were teeming with practitioners of the arcane arts. Common folk were engaged in the pursuit of starlight, yet the majority were at the star master realm. Even the vendors along the roadside were of this caliber. This was their second visit to Samo, and Hongqing's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Upon entering the main star, they were identified by the overseers as thieves from the pink star. Yet they were merely met with stern admonitions and warnings against causing disturbances. Such matters were of little concern to them. The capital imposed strict bans on aerial travel, flying objects, and excessive speed. Within the main star, transactions were conducted using blue, red, and gold crystals as standard equivalents. Xia Luo and Hongqing's modest background became glaringly apparent amidst the affluent scions and daughters of nobility populating the streets. Several prominent families in the royal city jointly dominated the main star, their statuses immensely exalted. Make way. The young master of the D family is out for a leisurely stroll, so be considerate and step aside. A few enforcers cleared the throngs as if herding livestock, creating a stark path down the street. It was the young master Di Luo. The crowd hurriedly parted to grant him passage. Di Luo sauntered behind, basking in the admiration of onlookers, a satisfied smirk gracing his lips. Clad in flowing white attire and wielding a white fan, he exuded an elegance reminiscent of the illustrious Bai Shaoqian. Xia Luo and Hongqing found themselves jostled into the sea of people, frowning as they cast glances at Di Luo. Step aside. Do you not comprehend? One enforcer glared at a woman surrounded by several others, all veiled in red silk. The young master of the D family is passing through. Clear the way. Another enforcer gathered starlight in his hand. The group of women, draped in crimson robes and adorned with red veils, narrowed their brows. Clear the way. What gives you the right to demand that of us? One of the women chuckled. As Di Luo drew closer, his eyes widened in surprise. It turned out to be the sisters from the Mei family. The dog raised by young Luo seems to lack understanding. My apologies. Di Luo offered a bow. The enforcers exchanged anxious glances, bewildered at the presence of the Mei family. What a grand display by young Master Di. One of the women tilted her head. You've truly left my sisters in shock. Laughter erupted among the women as they humiliated Di Luo. Xiao Jia, Xiao Yi, apologize for your transgressions. Di Luo turned, his expression icy. My lord, this. The two knelt uneasily on the ground. The women exchanged glances, their scornful gazes sweeping over Di Luo. Suddenly, Di Luo's eyes blazed with a fierce yellow light. And with a swift motion of an ancient golden blade, he severed the right arms of the two enforcers. They screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground as blood splattered across the path. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Was this the infamous sword technique? Might I implore the esteemed sisters of the Mei family to cease their pursuit? Di Luo inquired with a smile. The Di family's swordsmanship is indeed fearsome. One of the women frowned. To them, mere ants, the prowess of the esteemed sisters pales in comparison. With a shake of his head, Di Luo expressed his disdain. Today, my esteemed sisters have witnessed much. I implore you, dear Mei clan sisters, to take your leave. Summerlo exchanged a glance with Han Qing. Recognizing the cold-hearted hypocrisy of the man before them, Di Luo aimed to showcase his swordsmanship and craft a persona, yet he did not seek to belittle others. Arrogance was not his intent. Summerlo furrowed his brow, pondering the implications of Di Luo employing a member of the Mei clan to sever his own ties. Intending to reinforce the discipline of the Di family rather than merely display youthful bravado, Han Qing remarked, the swordplay he just demonstrated was beyond my comprehension. Only the starry-eyed could perceive its trajectory. Di Luo was indeed a shrewd individual, and Summerlo wondered if their paths would ever intertwine. As they wandered the vibrant streets, teeming with peculiar sights that encapsulated the opulence of the night, the illumination was nothing short of enchanting. On the serene lake, small sailboats glided gently, their hulls graced by countless fireflies, illuminating the scene. An elderly man, withered yet content, sat quietly aboard a sailboat, fishing with a wooden rod. Seemingly at peace with the world, many worried for the old man's safety, fearing the boat might capsize or that he might be assailed by the fish. But such concerns were unwarranted. He was, after all, a celestial envoy of fate. Chapter 49, The Tournament of Marriage Proposals. The celestial vessel is set to arrive in the Sumo Empire in a month, so Summerlo felt no urgency. Accompanied by Xiener and Han Qing, they traversed nearly the entire capital city, their destination being the martial arts arena within the imperial city, where numerous grand and intimate competitions took place, vibrant and exceedingly entertaining. The imperial city, in comparison to other capitals, boasted superior economic and martial prowess, serving as the stronghold of the Sumo dynasty, the realm's present sovereign. Upon their arrival, they encountered an exciting event, a marriage proposal tournament hosted by a noble of the empire. Any participant under 30 years of age and above the stellar realm could enter without the need for combat tickets or spectator passes. The victor would earn the right to join the noble family in matrimony. Both men and women were eligible to compete, as the noble had a son and a daughter. The winner would receive a prize of 500 gold crystals and a promise of marriage on a chosen day. This noble hailed from the Di family, albeit a collateral line, yet held considerable standing. An audience member remarked, "This competition truly offers us commoners a chance. The autumn noble is not aligning with the great families." Another countered, "Not necessarily. It could be a ruse, and there may well be signs from prominent families participating in secret." A third voiced, "I believe the noble will not. He is a man of simple desires, focused on the dynasty rather than familial alliances." As Summerlo and Han Qing listened to the lively discussions around them, he grew impatient and began to engage with the Star Network. Today's tournament of marriage proposals is organized by the esteemed General Dixiusi, a recognized hero of the empire. The host soared onto the stage, announcing, "Master Di Zhu, renowned for his appearance on the imperial rankings, embodies courtesy and virtue. Miss DCC, also highly ranked, exemplifies both elegance and extraordinary grace. The rules of the arena are as follows. Combat shall be restrained, and any malicious intent will result in immediate capture by the royal guard of the celestial envoys. The victor shall be determined by sunset, granting them an audience with the noble heirs." A smile graced Summerlo's lips. At last, it is about to commence. The stage is set for a grand contest, delineating the distinction between male and female participants. "Will you compete?" "Absolutely not," I retorted, fully aware of the reasons behind my escape from my homeland. In the lofty pavilion, Dixiusi presides, flanked by his son and daughter. "Think of it. She is merely 18. Such haste is unwarranted," remarked Diecht. "With no one to guide you at home, I cannot help but worry. Is it not beneficial to have someone who can restrain themselves and possess self-love?" Dixiusi chuckled. "Father, I have no desire for marriage at this moment." Chio Sisi replied with resignation. "Listen well, Sisi. This is your mother's wish, and I must see it through," Dixiusi stated, a smile gracing his face. It is all your fault for altering Mother's perspective. She is not even 40 yet. Cece, this is your father. Deke frowned. Haha, it matters not. Came the laughter from below as the competition commenced. Shui, age 28, an initial stage of star treading. A man ascended the stage. The admission criteria for the Imperial Academy dictate that those under 20 years old in the star treading realm have their foundational training evaluated separately. The Star Nation Academy requires those under 15 in the starry realm to have their foundational training assessed similarly. As for the candidates from Earth, the emphasis lies in solidifying their foundational strength, promising greater prowess at higher realms in the future. The portly fellow and Hu Dai entered the Star Academy through dubious means. Dong Wang, at 18, yet in the mid-starry realm, represented an anomaly, one who grasped the rules without rigorous cultivation. Had she focused on her training? With the resources of Master Me, achieving the star-treading realm by 18 would have been effortless. Water Pillar, age 25, initial stage of star treading. Another man took the stage. After exchanging greetings, a fierce battle erupted, showcasing an array of extraordinary techniques. Sheets of paper transformed into blades, shooting towards a cascade of water. Yet, the paper fell into the river like mud, failing to stir even a ripple. Before long, the torrents of water sent Shu Yi tumbling from the stage. Water Pillar wins. Another contender ascended. Mu Yuqian, age 26, mid-star treading. The man clasped his fists. Mu Yuqian. Laughter erupted from the crowd, leaving the man visibly displeased. Does his father go by the name Mu Yubrain? Xia Luo guffawed. How do you know? A middle-aged man, resembling Mu Yuqian, appeared bewildered. Are you his father? Is your name truly Mu Yubrain? Hong Qing inquired, perplexed. Is there a problem? My father is named Mu Yuling. Must I be named Mu Yubrain? The crowd roared with laughter, yet soon turned their attention back to the arena, where Mu Yuqian had already secured victory. Shui Zizai, age 23, mid-star treading. A man clad in blue robes took the stage. I fight for the water element. Fallen wood. Mu Yuqian bellowed, conjuring several sharp wooden spikes in the air. Water tornado. Shui Zizai effortlessly shattered the spikes with a single wave of his hand. He is indeed from the Imperial Academy. The crowd erupted in cheers. Shortly thereafter, Shui Zizai, with overwhelming force, sent Mu Yuqian flying, who, in a fit of anger, exited the arena. In the pavilion, Deke frowned. This individual was not particularly strong. Ranking in the mid-lower tier, Luo Ji, age 19, mid-star treading. A man in black robes ascended the stage. Greeted by the cheers of the crowd, another talent from the Imperial Academy. The black mist utterly shattered the water vortex, and after several exchanges of palm techniques, Shui Zizai was defeated. Among the audience were older individuals, all nodding in approval of Luo Ji. Luo Ji glanced up at the top of the pavilion, a grim face breaking into a smile. Father, he disapproves. DCC wore a dark expression. Be patient, we must wait until nightfall. The crowd was filled with excitement. With an estimated tens of thousands present, and media broadcasting live, the best performances were yet to come. Li Sideo, 20 years old, in the mid-stage of Star Walker. A handsome man with sword-like eyebrows stepped onto the stage. In such circumstances, one could not take the stage without a degree of confidence. Shortly after, Luo Ji achieved a consecutive victory. On another side of the arena, two women were engaged in battle. Di Ju, known for his charm and formidable strength, had countless admirers. Though the competition was not as fierce, Ma Rong, 29 years old, in the early stage of Star Walker, confronted, how dare you compete with me, you yellow-faced hag? Wu Li, 28 years old, also in the early stage of Star Walker, claimed a victory. Xiang Shi, 25 years old, in the mid-stage of Star Walker. A talented woman from the Lotus Leaf Star Kingdom, triumphed. A woman clad in black robes took to the stage. Luo Xiao, 20 years old. Also in the mid-stage of Star Walker, a prodigious talent from the Imperial Academy. The crowd was intrigued. Both Luo Wen and Luo Xiao had entered the competition. What were their intentions? Soon, the contest's realm reached the stage of Palm Star. Zhong Yi, 28 years old, in the realm of Palm Star, swept through the competition, achieving 6 consecutive victories. Ma Baohua, 29 years old, in the realm of Palm Star, soon collapsed after spitting blood, claiming that Zhong Yi had launched a sneak attack, violating the principles of martial ethics, and was subsequently pulled from the stage. Ao Fei, 25 years old, in the realm of Palm Star, made her entrance, astonishing the crowd. Though she had failed to gain admission to the Starry Sky Academy, she was still one of the most gifted young women from the Imperial Academy. No one dared to dispute this. As expected, with Ao Fei's appearance, none of Di Ju's admirers dared to step onto the stage. A smirk danced on Ao Fei's lips. Though her appearance was unremarkable, her talent was exceptional. qualifying her to be my wife. Zhu remained indifferent. Brother, can you, at 22 years old in the realm of Palm Star, rival her? Xiao Cixi teased. Hui, 25 years old, in the realm of Palm Star, sent Zhong Yi flying from the arena, leaving the audience in shock. It was no wonder such a spectacle was hosted by the royal family. It had been ages since anyone had witnessed such a scene. A group of women even dared to ignore the royal city's restrictions and soared towards the top of the pavilion. After a while, the host stood on stage to announce an important matter. Though the host wore a smile, beads of cold sweat cascaded down. The champion would accompany Princess Satsi into the inner universe for a tour. The nation was shaken. What right did the royal family have to offer such an opportunity? By whose authority? The orders came from the daughter of the Nanhu family in the inner universe, Nanhu Qiyu. Nanhu Qiyu? No wonder she could command such authority. The three individuals atop the pavilion gazed at Nanhu Qiyu with reverence. Miss Qiyu, is it truly so? Zhu inquired with a smile. It is limited to the young talents of the prominent families from Samos Star, Nanhu Qiyu replied calmly. After the announcement, all the talented individuals from the Imperial College were in an uproar, swiftly making their way toward the Imperial City. Those who would not be competing were instructed to withdraw, leaving the battleground open. Charlotte and Hongqing exchanged glances, both utterly perplexed by the situation. I intend to compete, Charlotte stated, her gaze fixed on the star network. The Samos Star domain had closed the celestial passage, a directive from the Nanhu family. It appeared that the spots were reserved exclusively for these exceptional talents. Hongqing shook her head. You are merely at the late stage of stellar ascendance. Do you truly have confidence? I have confidence, but I fear it may lead to trouble. Charlotte replied with a smile. Utilizing my hidden cards does not guarantee that they won't be defeated. Perhaps we should explore other star domains? There are 30 available. They are all closed. I cannot wait that long. Are you truly determined to compete? You won't end up severely injured, will you? Do you not trust me? Then I must take decisive action. Shortly thereafter, the Imperial City was filled with these youthful contenders, each exuding formidable strength. The representatives from various regions were present to maintain order. In Chapter 50, Charlotte Macian wondered if there would be any Enlightenment Star Masters under 30 years of age. The thought sent shivers down her spine. Di Qianwan, age 28, held sway over the 4 realms of stars. Wassili River, aged 27, commanded the same. As they made their entrance, the atmosphere crackled with anticipation. Phoenix, aged 29, also ruled over the 4 realms of stars. Mei Xian, also 29, possessed similar prowess. Even the locals participated, which was quite perplexing, as they already had opportunities to board the celestial ships. However, some elders understood that their appearances were merely to attract the attention of the Nanhu family. Zhao Fei commanded the 5 realms of stars. Di Qianwan frowned, realizing he could not possibly rival Zhao Fei. The heart-piercing blade, Gujin's long sword danced through the air, while the long spear advanced with ferocity. Zhao Fei wore a smile as the silver-blue spear steadily pushed back the golden long sword. Both were prodigies from prestigious families, specializing in martial arts, swordsmanship, and spear techniques. Brother Qianwan, defeat is inevitable. Di's expression grew solemn. Mei Xian had already achieved 8 consecutive victories. Did she possess sufficient star power? DCC was left dumbfounded. Such profound techniques were worthy of the title of the second most prominent family in Samos Star City. Sa Bufan, master of the 5 realms of stars, was greeted with cheers as the prince made his entrance. With a deep voice, Sa Bufan proclaimed, Xia Luo, the deity. Golden starlight enveloped the arena, even engulfing the opposite platform. The celestial brilliance erupted in the sky, and after withstanding several attacks, Zhao Fei was ultimately defeated. Charlotte had longed to take the stage, yet others had always beaten her to it. However, this time, a slender man made his way to the forefront. His starry eyes twinkled, hinting at his extraordinary nature. How daring of him to challenge Sa Bufan. All the young talents were left in confusion, wondering who this individual was. No one present recognized him. He was a master of the 5 realms of stars, and his unimpeded entry indicated his qualifications to ascend the stage. Yet, could he truly contend with Sa Bufan? Tangula, the slender man, smirked. Meanwhile, on the balcony, Nanhu Qiyu furrowed her brow, realizing who he was. Xia Luo, the deity. The starlight enveloped the arena. Yinqing. Tangula waved his hand. All the golden starlight dissipated. A surge of emerald-hued mist enveloped the surroundings, leaving everyone astounded. Could it be that this individual has shattered the divine presence of Sao? No shadow. Sa Bufan vanished. It was a technique of footwork. Towering. A hand coalesced with the essence of the celestial stars. Yinqing. Tangula smiled lightly, delivering a punch that sent Sa Bufan reeling. You are quite formidable. Sa Bufan pondered heavily, astonished that this person could so effortlessly track his movements. You are rather average, Tang Gula taunted. You, behold my hand. Sa Bufan fumed, unleashing his full strength. Nianqing. Yet, with a casual flick of his hand, Tang Gula repelled Sa Bufan once more. Cat and mouse. The onlookers exchanged apprehensive glances at the two. Xia Luo felt the weight of the situation. This opponent would not be easily subdued, undeniably a powerful foe. What are you doing here instead of contending in the First Academy? A voice resonated from the loft. Very well. It appears I need not even lift a finger for you to recognize me. Tang Gula retracted his smile. Spare his life. Very well, severing just an arm should suffice. Right? Tang Gula's expression twisted into a grimace. Severing emotions. With a single hand, he struck down. Sa Bufan's right arm was brutally severed, blood splattering the ground. A hush fell over the crowd. They were utterly confounded by the incomprehensible technique displayed. Sa Bufan collapsed in agony, cold sweat cascading down, within the same realm. No one had ever brought him to such a state, not even those heirs from prominent families. Begone. Do you wish for me to exit the stage first? Tang Gula frowned. Within the imperial city, Prince Sa seethed with fury. Was his son subjected to such humiliation? The terrifying aura of the celestial star envoy rippled through the imperial city in an instant. What does this mean? Tang Gula glared at the loft. Brother Tang, your actions are quite ruthless. This is the outer universe. A voice echoed from above. Very well, I shall grant you some grace. Tang Gula's wicked smile resurfaced. Get off the stage. Tang Gula howled. Moments later, a golden figure streaked across the sky, whisking Sa Bufan away. The entire star domain fell into silence. Could this individual be from a prominent family within the inner universe? No wonder he displayed such arrogance, as if defecating upon the emperor's head. Shock and fear gripped everyone. What monumental background did this entail? Even the celestial star envoy had to swallow his pride. Brother Tang, descend now. I shall escort you to the celestial ship. Thank you. Miss Zhu QiQi. Tang Gula soared toward the audience, seating himself like a lord, while those around him distanced themselves. Shall we continue? I shall not intervene. Tang Gula chuckled. Please, talented individuals, continue the battle for Zhu and QiQi. Zhu QiQi remained composed. After a while, a man in a blue robe, armed with a thrown boulder, ascended the stage, astonishment etched upon his face. At this moment, Xia Luo grasped the meaning of tyranny, the essence of dominance. This is the nature of those from the inner universe. The crowd was once again puzzled. Had this individual lost his mind? The starry realm? What purpose did he have in ascending the stage? Tang Gula observed with keen interest, fixated on Xia Luo. Is there no one else? Xia Luo surveyed the crowd. Nightfall approaches. I must apologize, celestial ship, he. In a peculiar gathering. Was this young man's aim truly the celestial vessel? On the pink-hued planet within the imperial city. There he stood. How audacious of him to appear. The red blade was furious. Silence. A deep voice resonated from behind him on the martial stage. Haixing Nation, Haixin Star. It was the young master. He had actually taken to the stage. Haiyu's face was one of infatuation. Even the recent Tangula had failed to stir her heart. Young master, do you fancy QiQi? Asked Xia Luo, a smile gracing his face, exuding an air of nonchalance as he tossed a stone. Luo, aged 20. Master of the Star Realm. Luo ascended the stage, appearing relaxed. Is it you? How intriguing, Xia Luo remarked with a subtle smile. Have we met? Luo queried. Bewildered. Make your move. Let us conclude this swiftly, Xia Luo responded calmly. Luo, the direct descendant of the Qiu family. One could sense the arrogance as the ancient gold blade emerged, its strike capable of shattering the heavens. This was Luo's prowess. A mere dagger, Xia Luo retorted, flicking his wrist as the five-colored illusionary thunder erupted, deflecting the long blade. Heavenly slash. Luo unleashed his family's unique combat technique with all his might. Aware that Xia Luo was no ordinary opponent, a piercing golden light flashed from his eyes as the overwhelming yellow blade radiated towards Xia Luo. Yet, Xia Luo's countenance remained unchanged. With a single hand, he summoned orange illusionary thunder to dismantle the blade's brilliance. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This was Luo, wielding the Qiu family's ancestral combat skill. Tangula's eyes darted, pondering silently. Up in the loft, Zhu QiQi expressed surprise, acknowledging this individual as a genius. QiQi furrowed her brow, observing Xia Luo, still tossing odd stones. Nearby, the chief constable of the Star Law wondered, convinced that stone was utterly ordinary. Are there even more formidable techniques? Xia Luo inquired with a smile. Endless edge. Multiple blades surged towards Xia Luo. Behold the thunder. The yellow lightning effortlessly shattered the blades. What is your name? Xia Luo landed, sheathing his ancient gold blade. Thundercloud, Xia Luo replied, his starry eyes twinkling as he smiled at Xia Luo. Brother Thunder, I am no match for you. I concede. Your aura is overwhelmingly powerful. Perhaps only my elder brother could defeat you. I admit defeat. Xia Luo clasped his fists and gracefully withdrew from the stage. The crowd was incredulous. Had Xia Luo truly surrendered so easily? Was that individual concealing his true strength? Thundercloud? That name rings a bell, Tangula mused, deep in thought. Next, Xia Luo crossed his arms, still clutching the stone. My Shanti, master of the Star Realm's second tier. Make your move. Xia Luo exuded confidence. Mei Luo. My Shanti ascended into the air, showering countless blossoms. The verdant thunder resonated with vibrant life. Xia Luo chuckled, waving his hand. The green lightning reduced all the flowers to ash, saturating the air with starlight. Fallen leaves transform into myriad mechanisms, embodying the essence of life. Xia Luo proclaimed. The starlight above morphed into green lightning, propelling Mai Shanti away. The Maishan family's techniques failed to touch Xia Luo. Next, Xia Luo gazed at the gradually dimming sky. Mei Xian, master of the Star Realm's fifth tier. A woman landed across from Charlotte, her face adorned with a smile. You've taken a wrong turn, haven't you? This is a male arena, Charlotte frowned. I shall make a name for the plum blossom. The red-veiled plum fairy ascends. Countless plum blossoms cascaded down like hail. A smile crept upon Charlotte's lips. Her green thunder was the nemesis of such techniques. Upon witnessing Charlotte finally stow away the stone, the crowd grew serious. Green thunder enveloped her, radiating an intense emerald glow. Heavenly Tao's illusory thunder. Charlotte cried. The green thunder erupted from above, scattering all falling blossoms. Plum blossom fist. The plum fairy descended from the sky. Dustless palm. With a single palm strike, Charlotte forced the plant fairy back, retreating a few steps herself. The more blossoms fell, the more green thunder surged. In close combat, I fear no one, Charlotte exclaimed, exhilarated. Plum blossom fist. Countless petals descended. A testament to the plum fairy's utmost effort. Vacuum palm. All the fallen blossoms transformed into green thunder, bombarding the plum fairy. Bang. The shockwave sent everyone staggering back. The earthly star master hastily stabilized the space. Even Tangula and Nanhu Qiuyu wore expressions of astonishment. The plum fairy, incredulous, pondered the source of such power. Spitting a mouthful of blood, he suffered internal injuries. Charlotte tilted her head. Is this all you can withstand? The green thunder relentlessly forced the plum fairy back. 10,000 flowers pilgrimage. The plum fairy gritted his teeth and soared skyward. A powerful column of destructive energy shot straight at Charlotte. It won't be so easy, Charlotte thought gravely. Was it time to unleash the blue thunder? Return to dust. Charlotte's green thunder surged from her palm to collide with the energy column. Yet, the green thunder faltered slightly, being pressed down in front of Charlotte. Heavenly Tao's illusory thunder. The blue thunder manifested, shattering the energy column and striking the plum fairy directly. Blossoms danced around the plum fairy for defense, yet inexplicably turned into green thunder attacking him. The blue-green illusory thunder instantly brought the plum fairy crashing down, causing him to spit blood, staining the red veil completely. Charlotte hadn't even exerted her full strength. Otherwise, the plum fairy would have been gravely injured. Thundercloud. 3 consecutive victories. The arena fell silent. Chapter 51. Charlotte D. Zhao. Next, a stone reappeared in Charlotte's hand. The crowd remained silent. Nanhu Qiuyu frowned. Is this person from the inner universe? Could he be from the Thunder Clan? DCC's gaze sparkled with intrigue. What is this person up to? Playing the fool? Di Gingxin declared, master of the 5 realms. Zhao Zilong, master of the 5 realms. 2 extraordinarily poised young men materialized simultaneously before Charlotte. You go down. I shall ascend first, Di Gingxin remarked, frowning at his companion. No, you go down. I'm going first, Zhao Zilong retorted. Charlotte found their names somewhat familiar. You go down. Don't force my hand. Di Gingxin brandished an ancient golden long knife. You go down. Who's afraid of whom? Zhao Zilong brandished a silver-white spear. Enough talk. Both of you come at me together, Charlotte said, exasperated. Arrogance, behold my blade. Di Gingxin unleashed a powerful strike towards Charlotte, proclaiming, heavenly slash. With another flourish of his radiant blade, he declared, heavenly illusory thunder. Charlotte, bearing a grave expression, recognized that his previous victory over Mei Xian was facilitated by the green thunder, and defeating these two would not be an effortless task. The blue thunder erupted, an endless cascade of 5-colored illusory thunder blanketing the sky. The azure lightning extinguished the blade's radiance, unleashing waves of starlight in its wake. The two engaged in aerial combat, their auras commanding the entire arena. An infinite sharpness. The ancient golden blade danced through the air, resembling a colossal dragon with bared fangs and claws. Return to dust, absolute dust palm. Charlotte bellowed, as their immense powers collided, causing the very fabric of space to tremble. The palm shadow, birthed from the blue thunder, shattered the yellow dragon, sending both combatants reeling from the backlash of their own might. The residual starlight surged forth like a tsunami, engulfing all. Tanggula's eyes sparkled with intensity. This individual was no mere denizen of the outer cosmos. Return to dust. Void palm. An invisible palm shadow manifested in the sky, descending with force. Limitless heavenly slash. Beijixing's visage contorted as he unleashed the full might of his heavenly strike. Bam! Space fractured, birthing a black hole that consumed all remnants of starlight. The earthly star envoy appeared, waving a hand, causing the black hole to vanish. Beijixing, perplexed, pondered the source of such immense power. Was it sheer mastery of combat techniques? Both warriors felt the weight of the encounter. Charlotte realized his peak strength was on display. With all his trump cards laid bare, capable of contending with a half-step star envoy, yet knowing he could not triumph over one. With a wave of his hand, dark clouds coalesced in the sky, obscuring all light. The illusory thunder enveloped Charlotte, soaring into the air, radiating the utmost five-colored brilliance amidst the darkness. Is the thunder god descending? Tanggula exclaimed with excitement. Beijixing was drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed by the oppressive presence. The aura itself dominated the battlefield. Zhao Zilong could no longer contain himself. It was time to take action. All spears heed my call. A voice like that of a celestial being reverberated in the air. Countless silver-long spears shimmered, piercing through the void towards Charlotte within the thunder pool. Divine light descended from above. The five-colored illusory thunder fell from the dark clouds, each bolt capable of shattering the long spears. A multitude of ancient golden blades appeared, radiating the most resplendent golden light, slicing towards Charlotte. An ancient golden giant tore through the starlight, shining with golden brilliance. The colossal golden figure stood upon the void, aiming a strike directly at Charlotte. The blade's radiance surged forth with unstoppable force. Zhao Zilong floated in the air, emanating a brilliant silver light that illuminated the world. A massive silver long spear materialized, exuding an aura that rivaled that of the ancient golden giant, hurtling towards Charlotte with the power of a storm. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Was this the renowned family heirloom technique showcased by a top prodigy? What could this person possibly use to defend against it? Nanhu Qiuyu and Tanggula gazed wide-eyed. Filled with anticipation, could he withstand this onslaught? Charlotte, bathing in the pool of five-colored illusory thunder, smirked. Divine light, heavenly blood. His voice resonated deeply as the thunder roared. An ancient blood-red rune materialized above Charlotte, radiating a dazzling crimson light amidst a myriad of glimmers. The four corners of the starry pupils whirled violently as a single hand descended. In the backdrop of darkness, one side bore Charlotte's multicolored thunderous light and the sanguine glow of celestial blood, while the other showcased Beijixing's numerous blade auras and the colossal golden figure, accompanied by the silvery divine light emanating from Zhao Zilong, surrounded by countless long spears. The crimson light of celestial blood appeared to possess a potent corrosive nature. Zhao Zilong's silver spears shattered, transforming into specks of starlight that dissipated into the void. Countless blades conjured by Beijixing were extinguished by the red radiance, and the ancient golden giant was instantly fragmented under the blood light's illumination. In the darkness, the ancient blood-red rune shimmered, exuding an aura of antiquity, while the multicolored thunder continued to flash, accompanied by the resounding thunderclaps. The red characters gradually faded, the illusionary thunder calmed, and the dark clouds dispersed. Charlotte crossed his arms, emerging in the thunder pool, quietly observing the severely wounded Beijixing and Zhao Zilong, who lay amidst a pool of blood. The invincible stance of Charlotte was immensely satisfying, akin to striking a dog on the head. Both men, continuously spitting blood, struggled to rise for another battle, yet disbelief clouded their faces, their eyes filled with confusion. How could this be? He had merely stepped into the late stage of the stellar realm, leaving everyone astonished. Bathed in the last remnants of celestial light, the Samo star vanished into the night. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of applause echoed as it appeared in Tanggula's hands. Brother Thunder, you must be of the Thunder family. Tanggula soared upwards, a wicked grin on his face. Your power truly baffles me. Charlotte, bewildered, pondered the intentions of this individual. I cannot comprehend your thoughts of Qing and severed emotions either. The victor is the thundercloud. The host flew to Charlotte's side, glancing towards the loft. A group descended from the top of the loft, comprising Di Xios and his children, along with Nanhu Qiyu and her sisters. You have triumphed, Thundercloud. Nanhu Qiyu said as she approached Charlotte. You are Nanhu Qiyu? Charlotte's eyes sparkled with intrigue. The woman, clad in simple yet elegant attire, resembled a talented lady from Jiangnan. Her beauty unparalleled. Indeed, young Master Thunder, this is your spoils of war, Nanhu Qiyu's sister declared, holding a shimmering ring. Di Xios, accompanied by DCC, approached with a friendly smile. DCC appeared slightly flustered in front of Charlotte, her beautiful eyes blinking rapidly, seemingly at a loss. Charlotte frowned, wishing to forget the matter. Only recalling the celestial ship and golden crystal, troublesome indeed. Is young Master Thunder dissatisfied with Cece's beauty? Qiyu raised an eyebrow. Elder D. Thundercloud's true intention is for Miss Cece aboard the celestial ship. I shall leave the opportunity to those who cherish her. DCC cast a bewildered glance at Charlotte. Was he truly unimpressed by her beauty? Brother Thunder, I think you two are quite suited. An additional one is neither too many nor too few. Tangula chuckled. Young Master Thunder, this is the wish of the Nanhu family. You may certainly accept it. Nanhu Qiyu smiled. If you find it displeasing later, simply part ways. Di Zhu shook his head, realizing the situation had spiraled beyond their control. Dixius cast a glance at Decisai, his expression marked by an air of resignation, yet devoid of any palpable regret, even tinged with a hint of anticipation. This thundercloud might very well be a denizen of the inner cosmos. The thundercloud young master, perhaps? Decisai, a woman of her word, was also astute enough to discern her course of action. Though this thundercloud was audacious, he was not ignorant. He possessed a profound strength, a handsome visage, and a demeanor of courtesy. She found him not entirely unacceptable, and her previous conviction against marriage began to falter with his arrival. At this moment, although Charlotte maintained a calm facade, his heart was in turmoil, especially with the chaos instigated by Xian proclaiming that the thundercloud already had a wife. Suddenly, a thought struck Charlotte, causing a stir among the young onlookers, while Tangula furrowed his brow. What worthy gentleman was not entitled to multiple wives? Decisai could easily assume the role of a secondary consort. Tangula stated gravely. Decisai, what is your perspective? This decision bears significant weight on the reputations of both Nanha and the D family. Nanha Qiyu regarded Decisai with a tranquil gaze, prepared to honor her choice without reproach, for the competition had shifted due to her influence. Decisai understood that any discontent towards Nanha Qiyu could spell misfortune for her family and potentially implicate the main household and other clans, even the Sa family. Dixius remained composed, yet Di Zhu's brow furrowed. Decisai seemed willing to accept the Thunder young master as a suitor. Chosi laughed lightly. Charlotte thought to himself that this was indeed a matter set in stone. He must orchestrate a performance with Hongqing. But would she acquiesce, given her temperament? If she were to agree, Charlotte would truly be in dire straits. Charlotte's uncomfortable gaze swept across the warm, inviting glow of lights in the night. Very well. He sighed in resignation. However, it must be with the consent of my wife. The crowd gasped, questioning whether this individual's wife belonged to a prominent family as well. Must a concubine have the approval of the primary wife? Is Brother Lei under the thumb of his spouse? Tangula inquired curiously. Where is the wife of the Thunder young master? Nanha Qiyu frowned, sensing a hint of deception in Charlotte's words. Others were not oblivious to this either. Decisai's eyes glistened with a hint of crimson. I agree. A voice descended from above. It was Hongqing, clad in a form-fitting black combat attire, gracefully landing with an air of confidence. Her hair cascaded over her shoulders, adorned with a mischievous smile. Her exquisitely delicate features rivaled those of any noblewoman present, even those celebrated in the royal city. The gathering was perplexed. Did he truly have a wife? Yet, this woman seemed vaguely familiar. Was she not the daughter of the prince from the Pink Planet who had been abducted? At this moment, in the palace of the Pink Planet, the prince laughed heartily, a noblewoman beside him sporting a pleased expression. Within the royal city, Hongqing wielded her great blade, seething with indignation. On the ocean god star, Haiyu furrowed his brow, pondering whether this was indeed his wife. Truly, she was a sight to behold. Decisai regarded Hongqing, contemplating that perhaps she was not so inferior after all. Charlotte compared the three women. All had flowing black hair, perfect figures, and tall statures. You are the legitimate wife of the Thunder young master? Nanha Qiyu inquired calmly. Yes. My name is Hongqing. I heard he intends to take a concubine, and I have given my consent. Hongqing replied with a playful grin. I wholeheartedly approve. Tang Gula cheered. Zhu departed, heading to the women's arena with his wife. Xios wore a broad smile, his intentions unmistakable. Xia Luo cast a silent glance at Hongqing, inwardly cursing her numerous times for being foolish. Yet, she was still touched by her willingness to intervene. Hongqing grasped Zhu QiQi's hand and, with a forceful tug, drew Xia Luo's hand into theirs, compelling them to hold hands. Chapter 52. Satsi's birthday celebration. The crowd was speechless. Was she truly coercing her husband into such matters? Xia Luo felt resigned, realizing that she must continue to play her part in this charade. Seizing the golden crystal, QiQi led Xia Luo and Hongqing back to the base. The prospect of being an outsider was out of the question. Xios shared this sentiment, believing that pursuing opportunities in the inner universe would be far more advantageous. Xia Luo and QiQi strolled hand in hand beneath the bright streetlights, the crowd having long since dispersed. Hongqing occasionally teased the pair, laughing exuberantly and striding about with an unrefined air, devoid of any princess-like demeanor. QiQi appeared somewhat bashful. Did he indeed favor such a spirited girl? Yet, observing his expression, he seemed troubled. Was it due to her presence? Do you dislike me? QiQi raised her gaze to Xia Luo with a pitiful look. They were both tall, Xia Luo at 182 centimeters and QiQi at 176 centimeters. Slightly shorter than Hongqing. Not at all, Xia Luo replied, puzzled as he contemplated what to do over the next 20 days. Certainly not. With such good looks, he would be enamored with you. Hongqing quipped mischievously. Hongqing purchased 3 skewers of candied fruit, distributing one to each person. Young Master Lei, are you from the inner universe? QiQi inquired with curiosity. Xia Luo frowned, wondering if admitting the truth would lead to trouble. They all presumed he belonged to the inner universe, and even Tang Gula was convinced of his connection to the Lei family. Meanwhile, Hongqing pretended not to hear. Certainly. A voice echoed from behind. It was Tang Gula, holding a red lantern. Don't look at me like that. I did not follow you 3. I merely happened upon you. Tang Gula chuckled. Why are you so certain I am from the Lei family? Xia Luo asked, intrigued. Inadvertently, he released QiQi's hand, immediately summoning a stone to occupy himself. The surname Lei, with its unique lightning-based combat skills and ancient lineage, excels in battles beyond their level. Tang Gula squinted. To claim you are not from the inner universe is absurd. Who would believe such a thing? He laughed. Perhaps you hail from the land of infinite views. Hongqing's enchanting eyes blinked playfully. QiQi and Tang Gula gasped in astonishment. Haha, I was merely jesting. Hongqing made a silly face. Phew, my sister-in-law truly has a knack for humor. Tang Gula sighed in relief. QiQi cast a shocked glance at Xia Luo, only to realize he seemed quite ordinary. Xia Luo regarded Tang Gula calmly, his starry eyes swirling. He was exceedingly youthful, yet undeniably perilous. The 4 walked along the street. The throngs of people diminished compared to the early hours. They entered a tavern, which was nearly empty, preparing to close for the night. They fortuitously gathered around a table, and the waiter approached. For plates of kiwi fruit and 4 jugs of monkey head wine, Tang Gula ordered through the Star Network. The waiter appeared bewildered. What are you saying? Our tavern only serves cocoa fruit and ordinary white liquor, he replied respectfully. The individuals before me exude the unmistakable air of nobility. Their demeanor markedly distinct. Tang Gula furrowed his brow, suddenly recalling that they were in the outer universe. Let us indulge in the finest dishes, he proclaimed, gesturing as several golden crystals appeared in the hands of the waiter. Charlotte's eyes sparkled with intrigue. It seemed this man was indeed a figure of authority. Just moments ago, he had deposited 500 golden crystals into the realm of the divine, yet there was little reaction. He had faced considerable challenges from the celestial envoy, making his path of cultivation exceedingly arduous. Hongqing commenced a hearty feast, unabashedly revealing her wild side. The 3 companions fell silent, particularly QiQi, who found herself perplexed. How could Lei Yun, so courteous and refined in manners, be enamored with such a boisterous and carefree woman? A peculiar smile crept across Tang Gula's face. He believed that Lei Yun's choice of a primary spouse stemmed from a martial contest. His taste lay in such competitions. Charlotte, feeling somewhat awkward, exchanged knowing glances with Hongqing. Yet her attempts were met with indifference. After a prolonged period, Tang Gula parted ways with the trio, making his way towards the D residence. The Xios family was a collateral branch of the D clan, not permitted to reside alongside the direct lineage. The royal mansion was vast, surpassing the scale of the prince's estate on the Pink Planet, with an abundance of servants. Miss, the multitude of maids and footmen greeted, before dispersing to attend to their respective duties. Following QiQi, Charlotte shook his head in resignation, recognizing the need to be tactful. When shall we wed? DCC turned to inquire. Let us first venture to the inner universe, Charlotte replied, scratching his head. When the time comes, I shall simply make my escape. After all, you are unaware of my origins. Very well, DCC said, continuing through the estate towards her courtyard. A young noblewoman appeared, accompanied by several maidservants. Mother, DCC exclaimed, rushing to embrace the noblewoman. Is this your ideal match? The noblewoman inquired, casting her gaze upon Charlotte. Indeed, he has won the heart of the esteemed DCC. She released her hold. And who might this be? She asked, turning to Hong Qing. I am Lei Yun, and this is my wife, Charlotte replied, raising an eyebrow. Greetings. Madam, Hong performed a courteous bow. Wife? The noblewoman questioned, her brow furrowing. Let us escort them to my private courtyard. Mother, I will seek you out shortly. DCC grasped the hands of Charlotte and Hong Qing, and after bowing to the noblewoman, they departed. Soon, they arrived at Cici's courtyard. A picturesque setting filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of flowers, complemented by a babbling brook and a quaint bridge. This is my abode. Indulge yourselves while I seek my mother, DCC announced before dashing off, leaving Charlotte and Hong Qing to exchange glances. You ought to meet your mother-in-law, Hong Qing teased. I am uncertain of your intentions, Charlotte retorted. You have truly bewildered me, Miss Hong. I am merely aiding your predicament. If you do not express gratitude, at least refrain from glaring at me like a rival. Moreover, is this lady not beautiful? Why the disdain? There is but one who occupies my heart. I spare not a glance for others, Charlotte declared, crossing his arms. Do not feign ignorance. I witnessed you in a tender embrace with a courtesan. How is it that I can love but one person, and yet my affections deepen so? Charlotte mused, lost in thought. He had merely met Dong Sheng a handful of times, yet he found himself consumed by thoughts of her. Perhaps it is a mission, murmured Sienna. In the darkness of night, Xia Luo and Hong Qing stood together on a small bridge, gazing down at the river below. The courtyard of QiQi was vast, boasting numerous rooms, and Xia Luo casually chose one to recline upon the bed. Fatty, Hudai, how have you fared? Raising his hand, a divine ring slipped, revealing a blue crystal. He retrieved Bai Yi's green flute, caressing it gently. Opening Dong Sheng's profile, he noted the scant information within. Her avatar displayed a smiling visage. Sweet and endearing. Peeking at beauties, are we? Hong Qing suddenly appeared, tapping Xia Luo on the shoulder. What? How did you get in? I was about to sleep. Xia Luo hastily closed the star network. TSK. One can be so entranced by a beauty that they remain oblivious to my entrance. Hong Qing chuckled mischievously. Your flute is quite exquisite. It's my friend's, a very dear friend, Xia Luo replied, closing his eyes. I have a flute too, though I am rather inept at playing. Hong Qing frowned. How annoying, I'm leaving. She turned and exited the room. Just outside, DCC, returning, caught a glimpse of her, wearing a complex expression. On the second day, DCC was already reciting poetry beneath a tree, pacing back and forth with a book tucked behind her waist. Hong Qing was browsing the star network on the bed, while Xia Luo declared his seclusion, urging no disturbances. He raised his hand and entered the divine realm. Numerous golden crystals transformed into fine ash as Xia Luo sat at the edge of the dream's verge, gazing at the pink sky. Sienna, I wish to grow stronger. After absorbing these golden crystals, he could reach the pinnacle of star treading. Will there be a breakthrough? Sienna replied, I fear it may not be that simple. Xia Luo felt lost. Xia Luo, what of your conviction? Thank you for the reminder, Sienna. He closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Days later, Xia Luo successfully reached the pinnacle of star treading, yet his innate talent remained unchanged. Exiting the divine realm, he found two women who had also remained indoors throughout the days. Young Master Lei, DCC exclaimed, setting down her book. You finally emerged. Have you truly reached the pinnacle of star treading so swiftly? Hong Qing appeared, clad in black. Xia Luo looked skyward, a wave of comfort washing over him. Today is Princess Sa Jing's 19th birthday. Shall we attend? DCC displayed the star network. What a coincidence. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. Fortunate to coincide with his emergence. Many have gathered. It seems princes and princesses from various star nations are in attendance. Are you eager to participate? Hong Qing laughed heartily. Xia Luo felt compelled to attend, lest he offend the noble Xios and DCC. When shall we depart? Xia Luo inquired with a smile. Right now? Princess Sa Ji has already commenced the festivities. Then let us be off. Hong Qing led the two outside the courtyard. Miss Hong Qing. The servants bowed. Xia Luo walked awkwardly behind them, feeling somewhat out of place yet curious. Was he finally to meet Princess Sa Ji? Soon after, They arrived at the royal palace. The Mo Palace was exceptionally grand, its architecture magnificent. The ambience exuded the essence of a royal abode. As I walked upon the crystalline tiles of the palace, I felt an overwhelming sense of elegance and nobility. Chapter 53, Satsi. Surrounding me were armed soldiers, members of the royal guard, each embodying the stature of star emissaries. Numerous gifted scholars and talented individuals engaged in conversation nearby, all hailing from prestigious families. Miss Cece, the crowd bowed in respect. Cece, having ascended to the lofty branches of the inner cosmos through her association with Xia Luo, possessed an aura that seemed to eclipse even that of the legitimate heirs. Though Cece was merely the daughter of a noble, previously known more for her literary pursuits than her connections with prominent families, this sudden display left her feeling somewhat bewildered. Hello to you all, Cece said with an awkward smile, quickening her pace. The palace was vast, filled with plazas and soldiers. A man clad in a brass-hued ceremonial gown approached. Brother Lei, Miss Cece, Miss Hongqing, Luo greeted with a beaming smile and clasped fists. Young Master Luo, Xia Luo responded likewise. Brother Lei's strength is commendable. I never imagined even my elder brother teaming up with Zhao Zilong would fail to defeat you. Luo remarked. It was merely luck, Xia Luo waved his hand dismissively. Brother Lei is too modest. Your prowess is truly exceptional. Luo laughed. Xia Luo was left speechless, pondering the intentions of this individual. Upon witnessing him now, it was clear that Brother Lei's strength had indeed ascended to a new level. Young Master Luo's capabilities are already unmatched at this level, he continued. Haha, Brother Lei, this is a token of my esteem for our first meeting. To atone for not recognizing you the other day, Luo presented a golden chest, which he opened to reveal a dazzling display of gold crystals. Xia Luo maintained a calm demeanor while secretly chuckling, fully aware that this was merely a small stratagem of the man before him. If he were from the inner cosmos, he would undoubtedly scorn such golden crystals. However, those from the outer cosmos would undoubtedly react differently. Xia Luo frowned and glanced at Hongqing. Since this is a gift from young Master Luo, I must graciously accept it. Let us proceed. Farewell, Cousin Cece bowed. Luo watched the trio depart with a furrowed brow, his expression shifting uncertainly. Then, a group of individuals clad in red robes and veils approached. Lady Mei, Cece bowed. Young Master Lei has also arrived? Mei Xian inquired, her brow arching gracefully. Miss Mei, are you content with your defeat? Xia Luo inquired with a smile. Initially, I was dissatisfied, but upon witnessing your defeat of Di Gingxin and Zhao Zilong together, I have come to terms with it, Mei Xian replied calmly. Fallen leaves transform into myriad mechanisms, such as the profundity of the green thunder. After a considerable time, Di Gingxin arrived. Brother Lei, I shall never forget the final technique you executed, Di Gingxin expressed solemnly. What was that golden giant all about? Xia Luo inquired, tossing a stone. It is a magical combat technique of the Di family, known as the ancient brass sovereign, Di Gingxin replied with a smile. Such a formidable name. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. The ancient brass sovereign is the earliest combat technique established by the ancestors of the Di family. Brother Lei, are you familiar with the brass star domain? I am not, Xia Luo responded honestly, shaking his head. Long ago, in the era of the brass star domain, which is now known as the sumo star domain, the revered brass sovereign wielded formidable martial techniques that rendered him invincible against all foes in the outer cosmos. Owing to the adaptability of these combat skills, Charlotte was astonished to discover that this individual was also a descendant of an ancient emperor. After all, I witnessed a giant employing the very same heavenly severing combat technique as yours, Charlotte remarked with a smile. Yet, it still pales in comparison to Brother Lei's unparalleled martial prowess. Di remained relaxed, his expression unfazed. What of Zhao Zilong's technique? It seems to share a certain resonance. He added, Indeed, Brother Lei, Zhao Zilong's use of the heavenly spear technique also traces back to the era of the brass sovereign. And the ancestral figure of the Zhao family was a brother disciple of the brass sovereign. Brother Lei, I eagerly anticipate your confrontation with the divine warrior of the Sa family. With that, Qiu took his leave, and the trio furrowed their brows as they pressed on. The royal palace was now teeming with the youthful talents of various noble families, an ideal setting for forging friendships and alliances. Hai Gong, donned in a deep blue battle robe, strode ahead, accompanied by several kin. This Lei Yun is certainly not from the inner cosmos. Hai Gong's expression was as dark as the depths of the ocean. I shall avenge the grievances of the sea. The master of the starry realms is no match for me. What of the star envoy? Your Highness, we have yet to uncover his background. A member of the Haixing clan replied with respect. There are few who wield lay-style combat techniques from the outer cosmos. It is perilous, another young lady remarked. QiQi, you have witnessed the devastation of the ocean. Why do you take this so lightly? Hai Gong frowned. Little fish, let us amuse ourselves, Brother Wang. We shall take our leave, Hai QiQi said, tugging at her companion's hand as they departed. Once the two young ladies moved away from Hai Gong, they arrived at the edge of a jade-ringed lake. Are you certain you did not mistake Lei Yun? QiQi inquired, gazing into the lake's surface. Princess, young Master Lei claims to be from the inner cosmos. I believe he would not deceive me, Hai Yu responded with a smile. Hai Yu's father was merely a minister under King Hai Wu of the Haixing Kingdom, a title inherited from generations past, and he had never utilized this connection for any purpose. Allowing his daughter to attend Princess Saji's banquet was his first request to the king. After Hai Yu had endured an attack by pirates, her father aged overnight, yet upon her safe return, he felt immense gratitude towards Lei Yun. However, he refrained from advising the king against Lei Yun, who had killed a prince. In the imperial court, royal servants pushed carts laden with an array of delicacies. As the treats were complimentary, Hongqing eagerly indulged, oblivious to the astonished gazes of those around her, many of whom glanced at Charlotte with an unspoken question. Have you never offered a morsel of food to your wife? Charlotte awkwardly directed his gaze towards them, his forced smile rendering him speechless. DCC regarded Hongqing, contemplating whether she ought to learn from her. At long last, the night fell, and the palace radiated a dazzling brilliance. Countless tall edifices adorned with banners shimmered with golden inscriptions, while balloons floated abundantly. No, they were vibrant bubbles, bobbing up and down. The ground, unbeknownst to them, had sprouted fresh flowers, swaying as if bursting with life. Listen, the flowers are laughing. Each attendant donned formal attire, akin to the angelic wings of a maid adorned with pristine white feathers. What a breathtaking and enchanting birthday celebration this is. No one had ever witnessed such a grand royal banquet. This is indeed the realm of Satsi. Nanhuk Chuyu remained in her elegant gray gown, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she cast her gaze upon the palace below. Beside her stood her sister, Satsi, crowned with a red jade tiara, her golden locks elegantly pinned up, with two strands cascading down her cheek. The vivid red of her eye makeup contrasted sharply against her porcelain skin, while beneath her moonlit brows sparkled the golden essence of her angelic eyes. Her crimson lips remained sealed, yet she smiled radiantly at the crowd. Draped in a red dragon robe, adorned with a sapphire chain around her delicate neck, her slender fingers embellished with glimmering red bracelets and gold-accented nail art. She held a scepter with poise. This is Satsi. Beneath the throng, golden chairs began to rise. Charlotte settled in, as if sinking into a plush sofa, utterly comfortable. Welcome to my birthday celebration. Satsi's voice resonated through the assembly. Cheers erupted, for this is the epitome of beauty from the outer cosmos. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the Nanhuk family and Miss Chuyu for gracing us with their presence. Satsi shall forever cherish this moment. Nanhuk Chuyu raised her hand, permitting Satsi to continue. Esteemed princesses and princes, you hail from the vast territories of my Samo star domain. You are the pride of kingdoms, star nations, and empires. You are the future of the Samo star domain. Charlotte furrowed her brow, perceiving a lack of emotion in her speech, almost robotic in nature. Sienner, can you discern the issue she possesses? Indeed, her enchanting abilities were evident, yet Charlotte could not ascertain her current state. The crowd erupted in fervent cheers. Behind the allure of her golden eyes lay an infinite coldness. She undoubtedly harbored something amiss. Hongqing gazed at Satsi with a seemingly entranced expression. Tongu La had appeared at some point, his unwavering attention fixed upon Satsi. Though Dissy wore a bright smile, she appeared rather dazed. It was as if the minds of those surrounding them were ensnared by an invisible force. What are her intentions? Thousands of young souls in the venue succumbed to her enchantment. Charlotte, frowning with rapid movement in his starry eyes, remained unaffected. Return to dust, he commanded softly. Suddenly, Hongqing's dark pupils constricted, her consciousness restored, yet filled with panic. Stay calm. Charlotte placed a firm hand on her shoulder. However, Hongqing immediately dove into Charlotte's embrace. Holding on tightly, Charlotte, she exclaimed, tears streaming down her face as she clung to him with all her strength. Charlotte was at a loss, uncertain of her condition. Has she lost her mind? He mused, lightly tapping her forehead. At that moment, Satsi glanced over, her brow slightly furrowed, appearing somewhat perplexed. Nanhuk Chuyu's face was rigid, her eyes vacant, yet no one seemed to notice. Would you all like to accompany me to the inner cosmos for a journey? A hint of seduction crept into Satsi's voice. Has she amplified her effects? Charlotte scoffed inwardly, contemplating her attempts to manipulate him. Impossible. We wish to go? We shall follow Princess Satsi to the ends of the universe. The crowd roared in unison. We vow to follow the epitome of cosmic beauty, conquering the starry sky, bestowing everything upon the most exquisite princess. Ha ha Lei Yun. Were you startled? Hongqing released her grip, and Xia Luo took several steps back. I thought you were merely pretending. You wretched woman. Even if you call me a wretched woman, does that strip me of my status as your lady? In truth, I was not pretending just now. Chapter 54. The 13 Heavenly Decisions. Xia Luo was perplexed, and at that moment, Hongqing had fully regained her senses. Although her eyes still brimmed with terror, her mischievous nature prevented her from displaying it outwardly. What is the matter with you? Xia Luo squinted. It seems I was under control. I can sense it distinctly. It is Saji. Xia Luo pondered why she would seek to control everyone. Even Nanhu Qiyu had been ensnared. Did she not fear the Nanhu family discovering this? The Samo star domain, one of the mightiest realms in the outer cosmos, is abundant in resources and vast in territory, naturally supported by the inner cosmos. Saji turned her gaze towards Xia Luo and Hongqing. The Nanhu family serves as the formidable backing of our Samo star domain. And the enchanting lady beside me is none other than the esteemed Miss Nanhu Qiyu. The crowd continued to cheer, blissfully unaware of their own subjugation, perhaps even preferring it. The four-corner star pupil turned, and Xia Luo focused intently on DCC and Tengu La, attempting to discern their states and the nature of their control. A remarkably concealed special force flickered in Saji's golden eyes, and an invisible power subtly manifested upon the attendees. This force is referred to as Qi, essence, and spirit. Her ability to dominate everyone present indicates that her Qi, essence, and spirit have reached a truly terrifying level. Xian'er stated calmly. Is this power truly named Qi, essence, and spirit? How extraordinary. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. Qi, essence, and spirit is also an intangible means of attack. Its applications are beyond your imagination, Xian'er chuckled. This woman, controlling merely the star realm, possesses such formidable Qi, essence, and spirit. It seems related to her seductive combat skills and innate talent. Of course, it is also possible that she has a remarkably strong backing. Xia Luo wondered who her benefactor might be. It couldn't possibly be the Nanhu family, for she had also ensnared Nanhu Qiyu. Why would she dare to manipulate others at a birthday celebration? Did she not fear being discovered by top-tier powers? Did she not worry about those who might notice something amiss? No, for no one capable of discerning a master of seduction would pay her any mind. Even the most elite have their own affairs. She is, after all, merely a minor figure. Xia Luo, possessing the innate talent of eye techniques, could see through her, and Xian'er, a top-tier powerhouse, could perceive it as well. Yet even the celestial Tao envoy might not be able to uncover it. Her beauty is celestial, attracting numerous suitors, and thus few harbor any suspicions. Her control over the crowd stems from her desire to cultivate her own Qi, essence, and spirit. Xia Luo scoffed. Her intentions were undoubtedly nefarious. What would happen if she informed Nanhu Qiyu? Saji was aware that Xia Luo had not been controlled. She was curious to see how Xia Luo would respond. Simultaneously, Xia Luo was eager to uncover Saji's intentions. Without interrupting the conversation between Daisai and Tangula, even Charlotte failed to discern any loss they had incurred. Shortly thereafter, Saji's speech concluded, as she continued to present herself before the crowd. The audience remained ensnared in her influence. Revealing her machinations was not an option. There was no evidence to substantiate such claims, Charlotte remarked gravely. Indeed, her legion of admirers was overwhelming, not only from the Sumo Star domain, but also from others, making any exposure of her actions likely to render her a pariah in the cosmos. Hongqing furrowed her brow. She spoke truthfully. I share your sentiment. Xian'er chimed in with a smile. It was only after Saji departed from the crowd's line of sight that they gradually began to regain their senses, oblivious to the fact that they had been manipulated. The birthday celebration featured numerous games, including the Imperial Arena, which had been commandeered by Saji for her purposes. Charlotte and Daisai pondered the situation, while Daisai's curiosity was palpable, and Tangula gazed at Charlotte with a grin. Have you noticed anything amiss? Charlotte inquired, redirecting her gaze towards Tangula. Should I have noticed something? Tangula appeared perplexed. Young Master Lei, what occupies your thoughts? Daisai asked. I might be overthinking it. Princess Saji is simply enchanting. Almost akin to you, Charlotte replied with a chuckle. When might you shower me with such compliments? Hongqing retorted, speechless. Daisai blushed with a shy smile. Let us venture to the western arena. The surrounding youth began to make their way towards the west. The Western Arena was currently hosting a game pitting the young against the imperial soldiers. The youth, all formidable scions of influential families, faced off against imperial soldiers of corresponding ranks. The Star Mirror and Step Star Mirror served as operators of standard warships, possessing commendable combat experience. The Star Master Mirror soldiers were the main infantry, representing various age groups and forming the backbone of the military. The Star Envoys were pivotal in determining the outcome of battles. The Star Master Mirror soldiers were no weaklings. They frequently engaged in warfare, their physical prowess and mental fortitude far surpassing those of the inexperienced youth, who would undoubtedly struggle to prevail, Daisai remarked. Her routine involved reciting poetry and military theories each morning. However, certain prominent families emphasized rigorous training for their descendants, akin to the examinations held in kingdoms and star nations. Hong Qing added with a smile. These young warriors could easily best the older generation of soldiers. While talented graduates from star nations might hold their own against ordinary war soldiers, imperial prodigies could effortlessly defeat them. Upon hearing this, Tang Gula scoffed. As a denizen of the inner cosmos, he found it inconceivable that one could be outmatched by a nation's soldiers. Those from the inner cosmos were all prodigies, a reality closely tied to their prestigious heritage. Daisai cast a glance at Charlotte, then at Tang Gula, acknowledging that they had been raised in privilege, endowed with superior resources, advanced combat techniques, and unique hereditary traits exclusive to the inner cosmos. The young prodigies of the inner cosmos are significantly more formidable than the typical practitioners of the same realm. It is a common occurrence for those from the inner cosmos to triumph over their opponents from the outer cosmos. Tang Gula furrowed his brow. This was indeed the case. Yet the true manifestation of such prowess was highlighted in a monumental event that transpired 30 years prior, which resulted in the emergence of the esteemed Heaven's 13 warriors among the younger generation. The advent of the 13 warriors elevated the status of the youth dramatically, giving rise to individuals whose abilities far surpassed those of their predecessors. Young Masters Lei and Tang Gula exemplified this phenomenon. DCC chuckled as the four of them approached the martial arena, where a particularly large audience had gathered around its perimeter. Above the arena, vibrant and dazzling lights illuminated the scene, creating an exquisite and dreamlike atmosphere. The arena, adorned by the meticulous efforts of royal servants, resembled a princess's toy, evoking delight. In the center stood a motionless golden-armored soldier, a seasoned veteran praised by generals, who had endured numerous battles both in the starry sky and on the ground, claiming countless lives. Opposite him was a refined young man named Qi Shang, a talented scion from a prominent family in the Tiana Star Nation and a top student at the Star Nation Academy, currently at the peak of the Star Master stage. Qi Shang clasped his fists together in greeting as the match commenced, announced by the royal steward, who wore a broad smile. With a wave of his hand, Qi Shang summoned the starlight from the heavens, conjuring a torrent akin to the Yangtze River. The old soldier remained expressionless, perceiving this assault as mere child's play, especially considering he was clad in the Empire's cosmic battle armor, more than capable of withstanding attacks from the Star Master realm. To afford Qi Shang some semblance of dignity, the veteran unleashed a barrage of pure starlight, transforming it into lasers that struck the flowing river of energy. The sky erupted in a brilliant display of exploding starlight, creating shockwaves that resonated throughout the arena, a clash of equals. Qi Shang smirked, for this was merely an ordinary attack. Should he employ his family's combat techniques, would the soldier still stand a chance? The veteran, unperturbed, felt no need to hold back, planning to defeat his opponent decisively after a few exchanges. The onlookers gazed at the veteran with serious expressions. His tranquility and casual strikes were unnerving, while the young contenders at the Star Master level regarded Qi Shang with a sense of amusement. Heaven's Palm. Qi Shang unleashed the most potent martial technique of the Star Nation, aiming to deliver a crippling blow to the soldier and subsequently claim victory. The veteran's eyes shimmered with a hint of color as he concentrated starlight upon his palm and reciprocated with a powerful strike. With a resounding crash, both combatants were forced backward. Qi Shang frowned, perplexed. How could the soldier withstand such an attack? After several more strikes, Xia Luo shook his head, declaring Qi Shang to be arrogant and undoubtedly no match for the soldier. Beside him, Tang Gula frowned, questioning the relevance of such a battle. Hong Qing looked on with disinterest, her gaze wandering. However, DCC's eyes sparkled with intrigue, perhaps discerning the soldier's leniency. Ultimately, Qi Shang was sent flying off the martial stage by a single blow from the veteran. The soldier emerged victorious. The announcer beamed with glee. The audience turned to the visibly distressed Qi Shang, erupting in laughter at his expense. This soldier possesses extraordinary combat prowess. Dare you challenge him? Qi Shang exclaimed, disheartened as he took his seat in the audience. The Red Pool Star Nation, adorned in crimson garments, a woman clad in a red robe descended upon the martial platform. It is she. Hong Qing's face lit up with surprise. Chapter 55. The Rendezvous at the Pavilion in the Lake. The Red Pool Star Nation? She is Princess Hong Shang. DCC's lips curled into a smile. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow, recognizing that Hong Qing was also from the Red Pool Star Nation. The pink-hued planet was second only to the Red Pool Star, and their acquaintance was quite natural. What abilities does she possess? Lay brother. Could she possibly have any connection to my sister-in-law? Tang Gula pondered curiously. On the martial platform, countless blood-red silks surged forth like serpents toward the veteran soldier. The old warrior furrowed his brow, a glimmer of caution flickering in his eyes. He had to take this seriously, for Hong Shang was from the Imperial Academy. Starlight erupted from the old soldier, a powerful and overwhelming energy dispersing the crimson silks. Sumo palm. The veteran's deep voice resonated, as formidable starlight coalesced in his palm. Truly, it is a powerful martial technique derived from the sumo lineage. Hong Shang chuckled, her exquisite visage captivating a multitude in attendance. However, it cannot withstand the might of the red heavenly pool. Countless red silks, transformed from starlight, surged forth towards the veteran. The crimson glow scattered across the sky, yet it paled in comparison to Xia Luo's divine bloodlight. The sumo palm was completely countered by the red heavenly pool, leaving the old soldier with no recourse. He possessed no additional techniques, and could only rely on the sumo palm and sumo shield, utterly incapable of contending with the red heavenly pool. Do you know the red heavenly pool? Xia Luo inquired of Hong Qing. Of course, I do, my dear husband. Hong Qing replied with a smile, glancing at Hong Shang. Xia Luo was at a loss, feeling somewhat helpless, but upon reflection, he realized he had little to lose, despite a twinge of guilt toward Dongsheng. Yet, what did it matter in relation to Dongsheng? His thoughts drifted to Mei Yi, who undoubtedly harbored feelings for Dongsheng, constantly lingering around her, instilling a sense of urgency within Xia Luo. Lucifer appeared to be affiliated with the Starry Sky Combat Academy, though his exact location on the continent remained uncertain. If he were in the sixth realm, then the chubby fellow and the butterfly could be in peril. Shortly thereafter, the veteran was knocked off the stage by Hong Shang, who smiled at Qi Shang, whose face was blank, prompting another round of mockery from the crowd. Princess Hong Shang prevails. She gracefully left the stage, and another middle-aged soldier, a Star Master, ascended. His presence was far more imposing than that of the previous veteran, for he was a master of the 3 realms of Star Mastery. Many Star Masters were present, yet none dared to be the first to step onto the platform, for this soldier exuded the aura of a formidable warrior. Still, no one stepped forward until a certain individual arrived, igniting excitement among the crowd. Saji made her entrance, alone. We pay our respects, Your Highness. The Crimson Dragon in golden armor, wielding a jade staff, regarded the audience. From the Battle Armor Star Nation, the warrior Zhan Wushuang, donned in distinctive battle armor, leaped onto the stage. Another prince, the youngest son of the Battle King, Zhan Wushuang, was a master of the 3 realms of Star Mastery. DCC chuckled and turned her gaze towards Saji. Zhan Wushuang turned his gaze towards Satsi, his eyes ablaze with fervor, brimming with passion. He felt an overwhelming urge to demonstrate his prowess. The endless blade. Zhan Wushuang's obsidian longsword cleaved through the air, a surge of dark radiance striking the soldiers. The soldier's lips curled into a smile. Unlike the indifferent veterans before him, he would not show mercy. He aimed to extinguish the youthful vigor of these aspiring talents. Sasmo palm. The soldier's entire being shimmered with starlight, a single palm imbued with cataclysmic energy. The clash of palm shadow and sword light erupted into a dazzling display of stellar aftereffects. Sweeping across the spectators, the light of Sasmo. The soldier soared high into the air, powerful starlight coalescing into a golden pillar of destruction, aimed directly at Zhan Wushuang. After all, Zhan Wushuang was a prince. Defeat would not come easily. Extreme armor. Zhan Wushuang braced himself against the Sasmo light, his battle armor manifesting a shield of exceptionally concentrated starlight. Charlotte raised an eyebrow, while Tang Gula squinted with intrigue. This was a clever combat technique. Sasmo light. The soldiers shouted fiercely, unleashing an even more potent beam of blinding golden light that forced Zhan Wushuang back several steps. The audience was left dumbfounded. Was this the might of an imperial soldier? Each one seemed invincible, even against a prince. How could they possibly withstand such power? My lord, what do you think? Hong Qing laughed, equally astonished by the soldier's prowess. Zhan Wushuang was no match for him. Charlotte stood with arms crossed, acknowledging the truth. Indeed, even without employing any combat skills, he could not rival the soldier. Tang Gula chuckled, a devious smile on his face. This soldier, known as the unbeaten general, is a young commander of our army. Satsi approached the four, pausing beside them. They exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what her intent was. DCC and Tang Gula's eyes began to glaze over. Charlotte waved his hand, dissipating the aura of Satsi, preventing it from infiltrating Hongqing's mind. Princess Satsi. Charlotte regarded the figure adorned with a red jade crown and a golden robe emblazoned with dragons. Hongqing's expression hardened. Her fondness for Satsi had evaporated entirely. The others looked on in confusion as Satsi approached, each harboring jealousy. Young Master Lei. Satsi inclined her body in a respectful bow. Zhan Wushuang on the martial stage stood in shock. Why was he bowing to that individual? At that moment of distraction, the young general unleashed a devastating Sasmo palm, sending Zhan Wushuang flying. The unbeaten general prevails. The host exclaimed with a grin. Does the princess seek my counsel? Charlotte furrowed his brow. I have heard that young Master Lei has successfully claimed the title in the martial arts competition arranged by King Di. Satsi's lips curved upward. All eyes turned to Charlotte. Nearly igniting with fervor, DCC blushed, astonished that the princess would pay her any mind. Miss Nanhu Qiyu praises young Master Lei as a valiant and strategic individual, possessing grace and ambition. Satsi's golden eyes sparkled as they fixed upon Charlotte. Oh, is that so? Please convey my gratitude to Miss Nanhu Qiyu. Charlotte remained speechless. He had little faith that Nanhu Qiyu would advocate on his behalf. Nanhu Qiyu appeared to be the epitome of a pure, scholarly maiden, yet, in truth, she was an extraordinarily perilous figure. This, indeed, is the Star Eye. However, Nanhu's autumn reign remains under the control of Satsi, along with Tangula, indicating that Satsi is no ordinary individual. In fact, she may very well be the most deeply concealed person of all. Her pursuit of strength through the cultivation of spirit and vitality is not without its flaws. Her actions, benefiting herself at the expense of others, are justifiable to some extent given her royal status. While it merely alters people's perception of her, one must ponder the implications if her ambitions were to extend beyond that, perhaps even towards a rebellion against humanity. The anti-stellar alliance beckons. Thus, I humbly invite young Master Lei to indulge in a conversation on Heart Island. If you would be so kind, Satsi remarked with a smile. The crowd was utterly bewildered. What was happening? What was the situation? Zhan Wushuang, witnessing this scene, coughed up blood and fainted. Tangula merely observed Satsi with a serene smile, remaining silent, which was uncharacteristic of him. He was under a form of influence. In truth, it was not so much control as it was an alteration of his cognitive faculties. Xia Luo's starry eyes turned, discerning no abnormalities, and thus he readily acquiesced. Miss Hongqing, Miss Cici, young Master Tangula, please do not hold it against me. Satsi addressed the trio. Young Master Lei, please follow me. With that, Satsi ascended into the air, and Xia Luo reassured Hongqing and the others before following suit. As they soared through the palace, countless envious gazes were cast upon them. Under the vibrant, warm hues, they glided towards Heart Island, the very nucleus of Yuhuan Lake, where a quaint pavilion named Heart Pavilion awaited. Upon landing at Heart Pavilion, nestled far from the shoreline, yet boasting a more exquisite view, Satsi invited, Young Master Lei, please take a seat. Xia Luo, unreserved, settled upon a stone cylindrical stool, facing an octagonal jade platform, presumably a place for the palace's nobility to engage in leisure activities such as chess. What brings Princess Satsi here? Xia Luo inquired, narrowing his eyes with a smile. Young Master Lei has triumphed over the Star Master of the Five Realms at the late stage of the Star Treader. Your strength is truly remarkable. Satsi fluttered her eyelashes. Xia Luo found amusement in her words, realizing she still sought to exert influence over him, testing his resolve. See if you can control yourself, he thought, remaining motionless and simply observing her. Do not waste your efforts. Your charms are ineffective against me. It appears young Master Lei can indeed discern my talents, Satsi replied calmly. Talent? How extraordinary. Xia Luo chuckled. Charm, coupled with the influence of spirit and vitality, such cannot be merely talent. With Xiener's extensive experience and knowledge, this is no talent, but rather a peculiar combat skill. Indeed, my talent lies in an invisible allure. Satsi's lips curled into a smirk. Xia Luo scoffed. While she was undeniably beautiful, it did not warrant universal admiration, and her self-proclaimed charm seemed far-fetched. Princess Satsi, you are not unaware of spirit and vitality, are you? Xia Luo queried with a smile. Young Master Lei is aware of spirit and vitality? Satsi gazed into the distance. Her silhouette was breathtaking, yet it failed to sway Xia Luo. Princess Satsi, cease your pretense. He replied with a stoic expression, vaguely anticipating her next words. Since one can perceive the essence and spirit, it stands to reason that the ability to control has also been discerned, does it not, Lei Yin? Or shall I address you as Xia Luo Saji? She turned her gaze back, her face radiating an extreme chill. Chapter 56. The scheme of the Sea Palace. Saji's golden eyes no longer held allure. Instead, they were icy, her somber visage devoid of expression. Do you know me? Xia Luo inquired, bewildered as to how she had uncovered this knowledge. Xia Luo was merely a youth, and during his time at the Imperial Academy, he should not have attracted excessive attention from formidable individuals. Nevertheless, there were indeed those from the Samo Star domain, acting as undercover agents, and that was his interpretation of the situation. Is it difficult to investigate you? Heh. Among those present, only I am aware of your origins from the Morning Star domain, Saji replied coldly. I am aware of your secret. Are you not afraid I might reveal it to the Nanhu family? Nanhu Qiyu has fallen under your control, Xia Luo remarked with a smile, entirely unfazed. You won't disclose it, Saji turned away. You are astute and cunning, though your true intentions elude me, Xia Luo observed her retreating figure. To reveal one's secrets to another, who would find joy in such a revelation? I am the most exquisite beauty of the outer cosmos. She endeavored to conceal her aims, hoping to mislead you into believing that you were aware of her secret and that it angered her. Sienna remained composed. She, too, was quite clever. Despite her playful nature and the loss of most of her memories, her assistance to Xia Luo was invaluable. What is your purpose in controlling them? They shall not be harmed. I merely wish to enhance my essence and spirit, Saji replied with a smile. If Xia Luo were to inform Nanhu Qiyu, he would incur endless troubles without lifting a finger, even if he resided in the inner cosmos, for his seductive arts were unparalleled. What do you perceive as my purpose? To me, you are but a mere insect. I shall not take any action against you. I merely find you intriguing and hope you seize your opportunities, she laughed, then soared away, leaving Xia Luo frowning. She has not regarded me at all. Is this her confidence? Is she mocking me, Xia Luo? He gazed placidly at the surface of the lake. Director, my identity has been exposed. Xia Luo activated the star network. Who uncovered it? It is the exquisite princess of the Samo Star domain. Is it her? Not surprising. I have a friend in the Samo Star domain who has investigated this woman. Besides her royal status, she possesses a unique background, though he could not ascertain the details. It appears she also wields an exceedingly peculiar ocular technique. Concluding his conversation with the director, Xia Luo approached Hongqing and DCC. My lord, what matter does Princess Saji seek with you? Hongqing inquired curiously. Could she have sensed that I can perceive her seductive arts? It is nothing. We merely discussed martial techniques, Xia Luo replied, glancing at DCC. Is it regarding young Master Lei's lightning techniques? DCC smiled. With Lei's lightning techniques, shattering the god of falling sands should not pose a challenge. Tengu La remarked cheerfully. The four continued to wander about, and DCC appeared to be enjoying herself immensely. While Tengu La kept a watchful eye on Xia Luo. Young Master Tengu La, please reveal your intentions, Hongqing inquired with a playful smile. My husband is not accustomed to having a man constantly by his side. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow, admiring Hongqing's astuteness in posing such a pivotal question. Sister-in-law? What purpose could I possibly have in following Brother Lei? I merely find him intriguing. He is a kindred spirit, Tengu La chuckled. Xia Luo was at a loss for words. How was he in any way similar to him? Birds of a feather flocked together, and did that not make one fear solitude? Tengu La maintained a poised posture despite his frail physique. At that moment, Xia Luo pondered whether to disclose his true identity as one from the inner universe. What would Tengu La's reaction be if he revealed it? What of young Master Tengu La's wife? DCC inquired. He, at home, Tengu La tilted his head. What brings you to the outer universe? Xia Luo asked. The ultimate seed, Tengu La replied instantaneously, without a moment's contemplation. You too are of the ultimate seed? Xia Luo questioned, puzzled. Indeed, you are from the inner universe, a member of the Lei family. Tengu La exclaimed joyfully. What if I am not? Xia Luo responded, feeling exasperated. Only the prominent families of the inner universe are aware of the ultimate seed. Brother Lei, I comprehend. So have you found it? No, certainly not. It is far too elusive to be located, Tengu La frowned. Having spent over 2 years in the outer universe, traversing numerous star domains, he had yet to unearth a single clue. Had he remained at the Starry Warfare Academy for those 2 years, perhaps he could have achieved the status of the 14th decision-maker. Could it be that Brother Lei has discovered it? Tengu La gasped in astonishment. Naturally not. Xia Luo replied calmly. It had been quite some time without anyone seeking trouble with him. That Saji would certainly not expose him. And he had no intention of courting trouble, as his strength did not permit it. Ensuring a safe entry into the inner universe while minimizing complications was undoubtedly advantageous. Only 20 days remained until reaching the Tianquan of the Nanhu family. Within the palace, there existed a courtyard known as the Royal Sacred Courtyard, a clandestine venue for high-ranking royal officials to manage internal affairs, while grand state matters were addressed in the court. Nanhu Qiyu glanced at the alluring Saji, adorned in a crimson dragon-patterned golden robe. Princess Saji, what did he say? Lei Yun claims to be from the inner universe, she remarked, her eyes glimmering with mischief. Indeed, it was the Lei family. Yet, considering the long-standing enmity between the Tang and Lei families, why were the two so closely aligned? Nanhu Qiyu felt perplexed. The Tang family is inherently treacherous and cunning. He is undoubtedly being manipulated, Saji laughed. Should we inform the Lei family? There is no need. 2 days later, the grand revelry finally came to an end. Many bid a reluctant farewell to Saji, returning to their respective homes, academies, and star nations. The four of them strolled through the streets of the imperial capital, indulging in a variety of culinary delights and enjoying the diverse regional cultures. DCC walked quietly beside Xia Luo, as if she had already assumed the role of his beloved. After the introductions at the birthday celebration, Zhu married a woman, a princess from a distant star nation. Although she did not harbor affection for him, her desire to enter the inner universe compelled her to accept the union. Zhu, indifferent to such sentiments, was solely focused on his ambition to grow stronger, aspiring to surpass Luo and Gingxin. Meanwhile, QiQi and Yuer walked side by side down the street, both wearing expressions of concern. The plans of the Sea Palace had commenced, and they were worried for Xia Luo. In a mere few days, he had advanced from the early stages to the later stages of the star path, and he was still able to defeat opponents of higher levels. It was truly a pity that such a prodigy had perished. QiQi shook her head. Is there truly no way out for the princess? Yuer pleaded. As you can see, I cannot interfere with my elder brother's decision, QiQi replied calmly. If he can survive this crisis, he will undoubtedly be an unparalleled genius cultivator in the universe. Xia Luo gazed at an elegant man clad in a white robe before him. Are any of you interested in treasure hunting on Thunderstar? The man in white asked with a smile. What significance does treasure hunting on Thunderstar hold? Xia Luo inquired. The man's sudden proposal to seek treasure on Thunderstar raised questions. What were his intentions? I see you are also a practitioner of lightning-based combat techniques. Hence the invitation. The white-robed man's hand crackled with ordinary, white lightning rules. Does the young master of thunder require someone with such rudimentary combat skills? Tang Gula frowned. Xia Luo, however, was astonished. Aside from his divine light and the domination of the star god, he possessed no other combat techniques. The heavenly path illusionary thunder he practiced was merely a rule of lightning, not particularly formidable. The heavenly path illusionary thunder belonged to the category of fusion techniques, integrating illusionary thunder with other lightning combat skills. Shall we go and have some fun? Xia Luo suggested, glancing at the three of them. He genuinely wished to evade Tang Gula, yet this individual clung to him like a leech, no matter how he tried to shake him off. Hong Qing had exhausted all her efforts, leaving them both helpless. DCC, the one closest to Xia Luo, found herself in a state of confusion. What treasures are there to be found? Tang Gula asked the man in white. Some immensely powerful lightning combat techniques. According to ancient records from the Star Nation, Thunderstar is where powerful beings have relocated from the inner universe, the man replied. Xia Luo regarded him with a calm expression, as the enlightened star envoy. He found it peculiar that this man sought out someone at the star path level. Had it not been for Hong Qing and DCC, Xia Luo would have been disinclined to go, as fortune rarely favored him. However, with Tang Gula present, he felt indifferent. He was certain that Tang Gula would not wish him harm. Although Tang Gula mastered the star path across 4 realms, as a denizen of the inner universe, his formidable star power and combat skills could easily contend with an ordinary level 5-star envoy from the outer universe. With such an ally, why not seize the opportunity? Nevertheless, it was also possible that he would not lend assistance. Moreover, Xia Luo found himself lacking in lightning combat techniques. He had previously deemed the ordinary techniques at the Academy unworthy of his attention, yet Thunderstar, arriving from the inner universe, might perfectly complement his heavenly path illusionary thunder, who possesses the capability to relocate a planet across star domains. Hong Qing pondered. To my knowledge, the heavenly path star envoy can, as can certain technologically advanced civilizations. DCC replied. This remains unknown, It is uncertain whether young Master Lei is willing to accompany Mr. Lai. The man in white chuckled. Why not indulge a bit? After all, it is rather dull. Xia Luo glanced at the trio. The white-clad man wore a faint smile, yet within, he was elated, his heart blooming with triumph. Chapter 57, Extreme Realm. The man in white, named Lai Yu, was an ordinary cultivator from the Sumo Star domain, lacking any significant family background. And achieving the Enlightenment Mirror was quite remarkable in itself. The four of them followed Lai Yu into the starry expanse. DCC, not having reached the Star Master level, had to don a cosmic battle suit that perfectly accentuated her figure. Even Xia Luo could not help but commend her. Brother Lei truly deserves the title of an invincible powerhouse, defeating foes of higher levels and traversing the cosmos even before reaching Star Master, Tang Gula exclaimed in astonishment. Even Lai Yu, standing beside them, wore an expression of disbelief. What kind of prodigious opponent had he found? Was it truly worth the effort to scheme against him? However, the four paid little heed to Lai Yu's expression. Lai Yu summoned a spaceship from the Void Ring, revealing a standard interstellar vessel. How far is Dala Star from Sumo Star? Tang Gula frowned, unaccustomed to such a rudimentary craft. In the southern center of the neighboring five-star nation. We will arrive in just a few hours, Lai Yu replied with a smile. Are you jesting? It takes that long to reach a neighboring star nation? Tang Gula laughed, conjuring an exceptionally sleek spacecraft. An advanced cosmic ship. DCC gasped. Look at your naive expression, Tang Gula remarked, eyeing Lai Yu, whose countenance darkened. What kind of adversary had the Sea Palace found? Did they expect him to act? Dream on. Who would dare oppose the inner universe? Besides you, foolish Sea Palace. Who else? The five boarded Tang Gula's advanced cosmic ship, which boasted remarkable speed. The classifications of cosmic vessels are as follows: low-grade, mid-grade, high-grade, special grade, and legendary, including warships. The mightier the Imperial Star Nation, the higher the grade of warship it employs, as the vessel's classification can often be a decisive factor in combat. Soon, they entered a state of warp travel, akin to slipping through a point of transit at incredible velocity. This is the essence of an advanced cosmic ship. Even the ship of Tianqi Xia was only mid-grade. Naturally, as a celestial envoy, he would not rely on a vessel, as his own speed was akin to warp travel. The ship was merely a relic from long ago, as they navigated through the nebulae. The colorful clouds of the Sumo Star domain were even more resplendent than those of the guiding star domain. The nebulae of the Red Pool Star Nation were composed of various shades of red, while the Star Nation of the Sea Star exhibited a spectrum of blue hues. And so forth. This is the Sumo Star domain. Besides the five of us, who else is there? Xia Luo inquired, casting a glance at the astonished Lai Yu. Xia Luo understood that he could not be the only one. He was undoubtedly being directed by others. Questioning him was merely a test to see if there were any useful tidings. There are a few more, all of considerable strength. They are all star envoys. Lai Yu replied calmly. All star envoys. Intriguing, Charlotte mused. I must ascertain who has stirred such a commotion. Shazai would never slap her own face. If it were her, she would have long perished under any arbitrary charge from the royal family. The might of royalty is unfathomable. Do I harbor any grudges in the Samo Star region? If so, it would likely be against the red dagger from the pink planet and the treasure trove of the thief prince. For there are indeed numerous star envoys who could be involved. If not, then it must pertain to the Sea Star Kingdom. A cold smirk crossed Charlotte's face. Contemplating the Sea King and the ocean, should the Sea King take action personally, I would have to keep my distance. However, it is impossible once the Sea King departs. The Sea Star Kingdom would undoubtedly face defeat on the battlefield of the Zhiyi Star Nation. Li Jia, can the Sea King be present on the battlefield? Charlotte inquired, opening the star network. Before long, the advanced spacecraft ceased its traversal, having arrived at the southern region of the five-star nation's center. The big thunder star lay not far off, a violet planet shimmering with lightning. Where are they? Charlotte glanced towards Lai Yu. They should have gone up. Let me contact them, Lai Yu responded, beads of cold sweat forming. It was indeed a planet pulsating with the essence of lightning rules. Tang Gula squinted. Brother Lei, this individual claims that Big Thunder Star is a celestial body of the inner universe. Can you discern any clues? The four-cornered star pupil rotated, revealing that the starlight of Big Thunder Star was filled with ferocity and resilience. Although the lightning emitted was purple, it paled in comparison to the strength of illusory thunder. This Big Thunder Star indeed presents a fundamental difference from other celestial bodies. In my view, it is genuine, Charlotte remarked with a smile. This star exhibits remarkable starlight. Brother Lei is truly impressive. The occurrence of such phenomena here surely indicates the presence of something. Tang Gula laughed heartily. Young Master Lei, could this star be perilous? DCC expressed her concern. This area has been designated as a forbidden zone by the five-star nation, prohibiting entry into Big Thunder Star. Dearest Cece, fret not. Who are these two? Hongqing laughed. One is among the most distinguished descendants of the Tang family from the inner universe, and the other is the spokesperson of Heavenly Tao Illusory Thunder. What could they possibly fear? Charlotte raised an eyebrow, realizing that Hongqing was increasingly attuned to her thoughts, understanding that she could not afford to be without Tangula at this moment, for he was a person of great utility. Tangula laughed heartily, lavishly praising Hongqing's words, though his eyes betrayed a flicker of contemplation. Young Master Lei, young Master Tang, as they are on Big Thunder Star, should we rendezvous with them? Liu inquired. Charlotte subtly shook her head, pondering what actions this individual would take upon achieving their objectives. Let us go. What is there to fear? There are no ambushes awaiting us. Charlotte boldly charged ahead. Accompanying DCC felt genuinely unsafe, as her own strength was rather lacking, and Hongqing had only just grasped the Star Master level, which would undeniably hinder their progress. However, there was no alternative. They were resolute in their decision to proceed. At the late stage of the Star Step, Charlotte could contend with the pinnacle of the Star Master level, thus at the peak of Star Step. It should at least allow her to engage with those at the early stage of Enlightenment. The Enlightenment Mirror Star Envoy is classified from levels 5 to 19. This level of differentiation essentially reflects the extent of one's cultivation, which can also be regarded as a realm, albeit not overtly apparent. It is quite normal for an individual at level 8 to triumph over one at level 9, just as it is for a level 9 to best a level 10, and even a level 10 to contend with those at levels 13 or 14. This classification merely crystallizes the concept of realms. The disparity is not as pronounced as it may seem. Undoubtedly, a level 5-star user would struggle against a level 20 Earth Law Star user, and even a level 19 Enlightenment Star user would find it challenging to confront a level 20 Earth Law Star user, despite the difference being merely one level. The magnitude is not comparable. Perhaps, in the future, Charlotte will be capable of such feats. Given Charlotte's current prowess, overcoming a level 5-star user is undoubtedly within reach. If not a level 6, or even 7, it is likely that Tangula possesses the strength to confront a level 5-star user as well. The 5 individuals surged into the thunderous realm of the Great Thunder Star. Tangula enveloped himself in a green halo and scathed, while Liu shimmered with white lightning, albeit subtly suppressed by purple lightning. Charlotte effortlessly subdued the purple lightning using only red lightning. This is the illusory thunder, which transcends mere lightning-based principles. The red lightning encased Disi and Hongqing. As the 5 descended upon the Great Thunder Star, the ground lay barren and desolate, while the sky was shrouded in endless dark clouds. Yet the relentless lightning illuminated the land, rendering the concept of night non-existent. Even the winds that swept through imparted a tingling sensation. The Great Thunder Star is home to numerous beasts that harness lightning-based rules, making it one of the primary hunting grounds for the 5-star nation's thunder beasts, albeit perilous. Rumors speak of Enlightenment mirror beasts dwelling here. Floating in the air, the 5 first surveyed the terrain. Tangula employed a unique power, unleashing an invisible starry light that blanketed the expansive land, akin to a tactical observation technique. This was the extreme field. Liu appeared bewildered. The extreme field is a peculiar force. It resembles a technique, yet is not one. It is a power unique to its wielder, amplifying their senses infinitely. Within the confines of the extreme field, one is acutely aware of all movements. This is the essence of the extreme field. Moreover, the extreme field is not solely about sensory enhancement. It possesses its own levels. The higher the level, the more potent and versatile the extreme field becomes. Cultivating the extreme field signifies a qualitative transformation in a cultivator's strength. However, it is notoriously challenging to master, with even the brightest students of the Imperial Academy potentially unable to achieve it, as the extreme field demands a specialized cultivation environment and innate understanding. Without these, it remains unattainable. Disi gazed at Tangula in awe, and Hongqing mirrored her astonishment. Charlotte's eyes narrowed. Should he master the extreme field, his technique's accuracy would significantly improve. The esteemed predecessor of Oblivion had achieved remarkable mastery in the extreme field, rendering him nearly invincible. Tangula smirked, relishing the admiration reflected in their gazes, his black pupils seeming to pierce through the void. Here, nothing existed save for the oblivious insects scurrying about. Tangula squinted, akin to a sharp sword locking onto Liu with a playful expression. Sea Palace. For heaven's sake, eliminate them. Liu cried out. In the distance, several figures shot towards them at an astonishing speed. Chapter 58, The Sea Palace. Following Lai Yu's roar, the approaching figures swiftly reached the front of Xia Luo and his companions. DCC's face turned pale with fear. They were all star envoys. She had only just begun her journey in the star realm. How could she possibly confront such formidable opponents? Hong Qing furrowed her brow, pondering whether Xia Luo and Tangu La could hold their ground. Xia Luo raised an eyebrow, knowing from Tangu La's words that they would undoubtedly stand together against this threat. Did you expect otherwise? Lai Yu sneered. Those who are surprised are fools. Xia Luo shook his head. Lai Yu was taken aback. Could it be that he had already foreseen this? Did he possess the confidence to challenge multiple star envoys? Humph. Xia Luo, we of the Sea Star Nation shall avenge the grievances of the ocean. The Sea Palace declared angrily. Tangu La, the person beside you is not from the inner universe. Lai Yu chuckled coldly. He hails from the outer universe. His true name is Xia Luo, from the domain of the morning star. DCC was stunned. Could this person truly be from the outer universe? But how could he be so powerful? Do you intend to confront him? Tangu La frowned. Indeed, those who know their place should step aside. The prince's orders are as heavy as a mountain. A middle-aged man in a red robe remained silent. Tangu La, you are of the inner universe, while Xia Luo belongs to the outer universe. There is no need for you to join forces with him against us. The Sea Palace's eyes were fixed intently on Xia Luo. Are you certain you can kill me? Xia Luo raised an eyebrow. I care not whether you know my identity. Your demise is all that matters. Brother Lei, though I cannot ascertain the truth of their words, I genuinely admire your character. Tangu La exclaimed excitedly. Young Master Tangu La, this is a matter I must handle myself. They seek revenge? Let them come. I will show you what it means to wield the unstoppable force of thunder. Xia Luo propelled himself into the sky. Kill him. The Sea Palace unleashed a divine sea technique aimed directly at Xia Luo. The attack he faced was the most powerful he had encountered thus far. Lai Yu retreated in alarm. He had no desire to fight. The middle-aged man in the red robe was a general from the Pink Planet royal family, invited by the Sea Star Nation to ambush and eliminate Xia Luo. Additionally, they sought to bring back Miss Hong Qing. The others were merely their subordinates and friends. Red Sky Pool. The middle-aged man in red launched a strike. The sky erupted with five-colored illusory thunder, contrasting the profound dark ocean with brilliant red light. Xia Luo remained calm, sweeping down a hand in a gesture of divine light descending. Blue lightning flashed and roared, colliding with the divine sea technique and red sky pool. Xia Luo's full-power divine light descending compelled even the star envoys to tread carefully. The reverberations spread, unleashing layers of violent starlight. All present were left in shock. How could he withstand the assaults of multiple star envoys with his mere peak star realm cultivation? The Sea Palace's eyes widened in disbelief. How could he possibly block their numerous star envoys' attacks? Xia Luo was powerful. He understood that the more levels he surpassed his opponents, the more he knew. Yet he was unaware that he might not be their match either. The middle-aged man in red frowned, perplexed by the unfolding events. Did someone shield him from the attack? The crowd stood in stunned silence. Tangu La trembled with excitement as a momentous revelation unfolded in his mind. DCC was taken aback. Was this truly Xia Luo's combat prowess? Hong Qing's lips curled into a smile, her exquisite visage radiating unwavering confidence in Xia Luo. Here, on the Great Thunder Star, the sky was shrouded in a canopy of starry darkness, rendering Xia Luo's own efforts unnecessary. The azure phantom thunder could even control the purple lightning. Xia Luo's four-cornered star pupils whirled as boundless multicolored lightning coalesced in the atmosphere. However, the star envoys were not easily dealt with, especially since Xia Luo was separated from them by an entire star mirror. A tsunami. The deep voice of the Sea Palace resonated. Blue starlight condensed into a dark ocean, overwhelming the parched earth. The red heavenly pool. The middle-aged man in a red robe swung his hand, summoning crimson ribbons that struck at Xia Luo like fiery serpents. Divine light, heavenly blood. Xia Luo chuckled coldly. An ancient blood-red rune emanated an overwhelming crimson glow from behind him. A sense of antiquity surged forth, shattering both the tsunami and the red heavenly pool completely. Dust vanishing palm. Xia Luo raised his hand, delivering a decisive blow. Before the red radiance dissipated, the dust vanishing palm, seemingly drenched in blood, surged forth with a cataclysmic force that struck towards the crowd. Tangu La furrowed his brow. Even he must withstand this strike. Unable to discern any weaknesses in the rune, the onlookers were astonished as their martial techniques transformed into mere specks of starlight, questioning the nature of this formidable skill. Enduring the dust-vanishing palm unleashed by Xia Luo, who stood at the pinnacle of star stepping, was no trivial matter. Both the Sea Palace and the man in the red robe were level 7 star envoys, while the others had just embarked on their journey of enlightenment. They happened to be the two who were forced back, while the rest were sent flying, spitting blood. My husband, splendid, Hongqing exclaimed, clenching her fist as she produced a green flute. This green instrument bore an uncanny resemblance to Bai Yi's whimsical death flute, yet Xia Luo remained oblivious. Brother Tang, lend me your strength to vanquish them. Xia Luo turned to Tanggula. His intention was to gauge how Tanggula would respond, while also seeking insights into his martial techniques through his four-cornered star pupils. Tanggula's eyes, as clear as the bright moon, glimmered with determination as he soared skyward. The blood-red rune dissipated, and the crowd regarded Xia Luo with a mix of anger and astonishment. Tanggula, are you certain you wish to oppose us? The man in the red robe thundered. The moment you uttered those words, you sealed your fate, Tanggula retorted with a cold smile. As a scion of a prestigious family from the inner cosmos, how could he be threatened by someone from an outer cosmic planet? Even without his protector, he did not believe he was incapable of confronting the star envoys of the outer cosmos. With a wave of his hand, a green aura illuminated the sky, rivaling the divine light emanating from Xia Luo. Divine light, descend from the heavens. Xia Luo's four-cornered star pupils revolved rapidly as azure lightning locked onto the sea palace. The sea goddess halberd materialized, and with a flick of his wrist, he unleashed the sea god's technique, the crescent blue blade slicing through the air. The azure lightning erupted, continuously amalgamating with the halberd's brilliance, reducing them to mere dust. The green light engulfed the red heavenly pool with ease, and Tanggula remained unfazed, embodying the prowess of a great clan's combat technique. The pink-skinned extraterrestrials collectively launched an assault on Tanggula, while the sea palace incessantly unleashed the divine powers of the sea. Liu observed from a distance, his expression shifting constantly. Suddenly, a series of flute notes resonated through the air. It was Hongqing. The crowd fell into a stupor, including Charlotte and Tanggula, as if time itself had paused amidst the battle. Miss Hongqing's performance bewildered DCC. The mournful flute melody echoed like a forlorn wolf's howl. How dissonant. It was clearly mere cacophony. The crowd was speechless. How could such a beautiful woman possess such poor flute-playing skills? Unfazed by their astonished expressions, Hongqing urged, keep fighting. Their essay boost. Charlotte and Tanggula furrowed their brows, questioning how this flute sound could enhance their combat prowess. In an instant, azure lightning flickered, shattering the endless divine powers of the sea. The mournful flute notes transformed into red starlight, merging with the azure lightning. The red starlight flowed into Nianqing, rendering the red heavenly pool as fragile as paper. Charlotte was left speechless. His azure lightning had indeed ascended to a new level. The sea palace's gaze turned furious, as it sought to tear apart Charlotte and Hongqing, while the other denizens of the Sea Star Kingdom fought valiantly against the azure lightning. The azure lightning, under the influence of Hongqing's flute, boldly withstood the assault of a level 7 star envoy and several level 5 star envoys. What sorcery is this? A smirk crept upon Charlotte's lips. No wonder Hongqing displayed no fear in the face of these star envoys. She possessed unwavering confidence in her flute and in Charlotte. Ha ha ha, my beloved. This is my innate talent. Did you forget? Hongqing's eyes gleamed mischievously. Charlotte was taken aback. Was her talent also related to the flute? Bai Yi's talent was the fateful long flute. A bunch of fools, daring to kill me? Ha ha. Tanggula burst into laughter. Yet, the expressions of those present grew grim. A sense of foreboding looming overhead. A long sword radiating an endless black glow materialized. It was the Sea Palace. At this moment, the Sea Palace's countenance was one of fury, akin to a wrathful deity, its aura surging violently. It cast aside the divine halberd of the sea, its dark visage emanating a sense of annihilation, obliterating all azure lightning and Nianqing. The sheer force of its presence pushed back Charlotte, Tanggula, and the denizens of the Sea Star Kingdom. Are you a traitor to humanity? Tanggula furrowed his brow. A traitor to humanity? The crowd gasped in shock. Not only was Charlotte bewildered, but the denizens of the Sea Star Kingdom were also perplexed. How could their prince be a traitor to humanity? This dark power belonged to the indomitable lineage of the Corpse King, an eternal force. The eternal undying, rarely seen in the outer cosmos, was merely an inferior form of the Corpse King, a failed evolution of alien starlight, having little relation to the indomitable. Thus, few in the outer cosmos recognized this power. The eternal undying, the force of humanity's rebellion. DCC's pupils constricted. This energy was the most potent aura she had ever encountered. The power unleashed by a level 7 star envoy was comparable to her ancestral powers. Even greater, The man in the red robe was perplexed, unaware of the unfolding situation. Charlotte, a voice filled with terror yet crystalline in its clarity, emerged from Sienner. Chapter 59, The Power of Eternal Suffering. Is the eternal breath and indestructible forever? Charlotte was bewildered. It was the first time he had heard such fear in Sienner's voice. Even when she had witnessed the annihilation of her family, the extinguishing of her life, and the deaths of her loved ones, she had never displayed such dread. This force penetrated the depths of Sienner's spiritual realm. The indestructible eternity is not a realm accessible to those of lesser stature, for the outer universe remains oblivious to the essence of such eternal existence. Moreover, Tangula could not fully comprehend it, as his own existence had not spanned long. The reason they identified this energy as that which rebels against humanity was due to its intensity. A being from the outer universe could not possibly possess such a formidable and terrifying aura. The starlight resembled a form of dark energy. Perhaps it was not starlight at all. Today, none shall escape alive. The eyes of the sea palace glowed crimson, a wicked smile curling at the corners of his lips. His body contorted unnaturally, leaving everyone in a state of confusion. Is Sea Palace affiliated with the Anti-Stellar Alliance? Charlotte furrowed his brow at the people of the Sea Star Nation. How dare you consort with members of the Anti-Stellar Alliance? Han Qing seethed with rage, glaring at the individuals in red robes. Regardless of whether it was Charlotte's group, the people of the Sea Star Nation, or the inhabitants of the Pink Planet, even Lai Yu in the distance, all were engulfed in bewilderment. Those present had seldom encountered members of the Anti-Stellar Alliance, at most facing some lowly human rebels or mutated cultivators from the planet and the Corpse Kings. Far away, two pairs of beautiful eyes remained fixed on the battlefield, Hai QiQi and Hai Yuer. What is happening to the prince? Hai Yuer's face reflected sheer terror. The dark energy that seemed to consume all even reached beyond the planet. What is this power? So terrifying? Hai QiQi shared her confusion. Rebels against humanity? What defines my identity? Sea Palace laughed heartily. The Black Sea God technique surged towards everyone like an unstoppable tide. It not only encompassed Charlotte and Tangula, but also targeted the people of the Sea Star Nation and the Pink Planet. The prince. What is this? The people of the Sea Star Nation were perplexed, yet they instinctively activated their combat skills to resist. Sea Palace, restrain this force. A man in a red robe shouted in anger. A mere Star Treader and Star Controller need not resort to their trump cards. Clearly, the man in the red robe was unaware of Sea Palace's circumstances. Could it truly be, as that person said, a rebel against humanity? If Sea Palace were indeed a rebel, then aligning oneself with such a being would be an egregious crime. If he were to eradicate them all at this moment, no one would learn of his association with Sea Palace. Such were his thoughts. He waved his hand, channeling all his strength into the red heavenly pool to disperse the Black Sea God technique. However, the star envoys from the Pink Planet suffered the consequences, as they were swallowed by the black ocean like ants, utterly powerless to resist. Divine light descended from the heavens. Charlotte's expression grew grave as he activated the 4-point star pupil. The sky was engulfed in azure lightning clashing against the obsidian ocean. The azure bolts, intensified by the haunting melody of the crimson flute, were still unable to withstand the might of the dark sea. Red's expression darkened as she cast a menacing glance at the man in the crimson robe, her heart brimming with disdain. The obsidian ocean shattered the multicolored thunder pool surrounding, sending him hurtling backward from the tremendous impact. The emerald starlight collided with the dark sea, resembling two bulls vying for a mate. Yet even could not resist the overwhelming force of the obsidian ocean. His eyes sparkled with determination as he swiftly vacated his position, reappearing at a distance. In conjunction with, unleashed a powerful strike, shattering the obsidian ocean that engulfed and, wiping the blood from his lips, he realized the truth. His power was still too feeble, and his combat techniques were far too few, insufficient for the battle. Despite their nearly invincible nature, S face twisted in terror. He had to escape. The danger was palpable. This Sea Palace had gone mad, even attacking its own. Remaining here could spell doom. Sea Palace, I shall slay our enemies with you, to avenge the blood-soaked grudge. The man in the crimson robe shouted toward the palace. Huh, do you think I still need you? The Sea Palace scoffed. This power, while unwelcome, is far too formidable. It stood unmoved as the black energy erupted. This may pose a problem, remarked, glancing at. You've noticed as well? No wonder you hail from such a prominent family within the inner cosmos, replied with a smile. What is happening? How can you still find amusement? Was at a loss for words. The flute's melody had ceased. Continue playing. Our only chance to defeat him relies on you, urged, shrugging. Enraged, the Sea Palace realized these individuals dared to disregard him. It activated its trump card, unleashing a torrent of black tidal waves that surged from the darkness. Divine light, descend. Under the haunting notes of flute, their attacks, though seemingly trivial compared to the tidal wave, would not falter against it. The sea palace wore a smug expression, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, its sea god's spear resting by its side. Princess, should we descend? Asked anxiously, glancing at, lost in uncertainty. He won't heed my words, and I sense he has changed, replied with a frown. At that moment, produced a spacecraft and propelled it upwards. A mere insect. The sea palace sneered, raising a hand as an even more powerful spear of light shot skyward. After a brief interval, a radiant force field erupted across the starry sky, be reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, and struggled to withstand the tidal wave, suffering significant backlash. They exchanged glances. I am sorry. S beautiful eyes glistened with tears, her hands fidgeting restlessly. It's all right, miss, reassured her with a smile. The middle-aged man in the crimson robe remained motionless, having lived for over a century, unsure of how to respond. Neither striking nor fleeing seemed viable as he helplessly watched Liu's spacecraft reduced to ashes. The sea goddess art. The sea goddess spear danced, unleashing a series of immensely powerful attacks that nearly tore the fabric of the void apart, severing emotions. A glint of brilliance flashed in Tanggula's eyes, the power of the extreme field. It shattered the sea god's art in unison with Charlotte's return to dust. The sea palace found it inconceivable that this could be countered. Even a level 10-star envoy might not withstand it. What manner of extraordinary beings were these two? He leapt through the air, wielding the sea god's spear, charging directly at them. Die. Let the ocean be your grave. The others retreated relentlessly, with DCC drenched in cold sweat, never having faced such peril. Hong Qing gazed at Charlotte, the flute's melody growing increasingly intense. What other means do you possess? Charlotte exchanged glances with Tanggula. There is more. Tanggula's figure shifted, his aura suddenly surging. His realm ascended as effortlessly as quenching thirst. The setting sun melted gold. The evening clouds converged. Where was the human? Divine light, heavenly blood. Charlotte snorted coldly. The formidable starry brilliance clashed with the sea palace. Heavenly blood was sufficient to withstand any force that did not deliver an instant kill. Even the heavenly blood alone could only withstand a single strike from the sea palace. Such was the terrifying prowess of the sea palace. Tanggula emerged bathed in golden radiance, his hands aglow with dazzling starlight, unleashing countless shadowy palm strikes. The flute's melody intensified, amplifying the power of the golden light. Stimulated by the blood-red runes, they clashed head-on with the sea palace. Each encounter between the pitch-black sea god's spear and the golden palm shadows generated an immensely expanding starry force field, creating a gaping chasm in the desolate land. With the space trembling and fracturing, the five-colored illusionary thunder rained down relentlessly upon the sea palace, while the middle-aged man in the crimson robe stood agape. Such a battlefield was one he dared not approach, even with his level 7-star envoy status. To even brush against the residual might would evoke a profound sense of lethal intent. His strength would not last much longer. Charlotte felt the weight of the formidable pressure. At this moment, Tanggula's eyes sparkled with endless golden light, leaving him uncertain whether they could endure against the sea palace for much longer. They could not sustain this state indefinitely. Even Charlotte himself was finding it increasingly arduous. The ordinary star-paving mirror could not unleash such terrifying starry energy, and Charlotte had already surpassed reasonable limits. The divine mirror within him continuously absorbed golden crystals, supplying him with an unending stream of starlight, yet it was not infinite. He could not possess boundless starlight. Before long, the aura of the sea palace had surged to an extreme pinnacle. It was the most potent aura Charlotte had ever sensed, surpassing even that of the former Leaf King and Sea King. This aura was one of battle, of death, of lethal intent. Although Charlotte had encountered several celestial star envoys, he had never witnessed their strikes, and the illusions could not fully convey the depth of his powerlessness. The blood-red runes dissipated, and Tanggula was sent flying by the devouring force of the sea god's spear. Chapter 60. The star-patterned eyes, I have recalled it. This power is known as eternal calamity. Sienna exclaimed in terror. Eternal calamity is the very black starlight energy wielded by the sea palace. Even the offspring of the great families from the inner cosmos and the blood-red runes of Charlotte could not withstand eternal calamity for long, especially with the haunting melody of the crimson flute augmenting it. Cough. Tanggula spat out a mouthful of dark blood. Charlotte was not in a better state. His azure robe was on the verge of shattering, his body riddled with injuries from the backlash and the ensuing chaos. Such formidable power does not exist in the outer cosmos. Tanggula wiped his mouth with a cold smirk. You all shall perish here. The gaze of the sea palace glowed a fierce crimson. Charlotte looked into the eyes of the sea palace, and it felt akin to gazing upon a corpse king. After dragging this out for so long, are you not concerned that we have already reported to the administrator of the Samo Star domain? Hong Qing furrowed her brows. She and DCC had long since taken refuge in a distant location. Indeed, although the great thunder star reverberated with thunderous roars, it did not completely muffle the starlight emitted during their conversation, allowing the others to still hear. The sea palace, seemingly oblivious, continued to condense the potent power of eternal calamity, ceaselessly unleashing it. At that moment, the great thunder star was riddled with cracks, unfathomable in depth. If this continued, the great thunder star might erupt in destruction. This is the might of the star envoy. Unbeknownst to them, the battlefield had shifted to another region of the great thunder star. It was a sea of flickering purple lightning. Indeed, the heavens and the earth were filled with explosive starlight energy. This might very well be the epicenter of the great thunder star. It was said that the heart of the great thunder star's lightning sea was home to countless immensely powerful beasts. Over the years, many cultivators had ventured forth in search of the legendary invincible lightning techniques, yet many had perished at the hands of these unknown beasts. The sea palace was not untroubled by the administrator of the Samo Star domain, yet at this moment, he had already lost all semblance of reason. The power of eternal calamity was something he could barely harness a fraction of. Sienna smiled. Her smile indicated that the threat was no longer significant. However, Charlotte's consciousness was nearly fading, and Tangu La's expression was grim. Sienna, how much longer can my starlight endure? Charlotte clasped his arms, exerting every ounce of strength to fend off another strike. The overwhelming force of eternal calamity swept across the battlefield, shattering the dark clouds above and stirring the lightning sea. Die for me. The sea palace charged forth like a rampaging beast, severing emotions. Tanggula gritted his teeth. The power of the sea palace was the strongest he had ever encountered. In the sky, a palm imbued with formidable destructive power descended, capable of cleaving through everything on the great thunder star. Heaven's descent. Charlotte roared as the lightning sea erupted beneath him, unleashing countless azure phantom snows that struck towards the sea palace. The battlefield was suffused with the power of eternal calamity and the residual starlight waves. Has this not lured out the beasts? Qiu Cixi anxiously gazed into the distance. Hong Qing's complexion was exceedingly grim. Had she still been an ordinary person, the piercing melody of the flute would have claimed her life countless times over. The flute may seem insignificant, yet it was precisely the flute that allowed them to barely withstand the sea palace. At this moment, in another part of the Thunder Sea, Hai QiQi and Dao Yuer descended. The beastly creatures would no longer emerge. Hai QiQi furrowed her brow as she gazed at the star network, which displayed a message. After a century of silence, perhaps he had long been slain. Your Highness, is it not certain that the young Master Lei must perish? The prince's formidable power brought tears to Hai Yuer's eyes. Though I do not harbor any fondness for him, I cannot possibly accuse him of being a member of the Anti-Stellar Alliance. Hai QiQi frowned, despite his strength surpassing even that of the king. What qualifications did he possess to join the Anti-Stellar Alliance? Several spear-like flashes descended, and Charlotte, gravely injured, fell into the Thunder Sea. Is your power fading? Laughed Tanggula with derision. It is sufficient to kill you. A bloodthirsty glint flashed in the eyes of the sea palace, resembling the aberrations from the water spirit star. The eternal motion force formed a massive fist, striking directly at Tanggula. Charlotte, merely at the star-treading realm. Joining a level 10 star envoy's battlefield was akin to courting death. Yet, he could not afford to falter, burdened as he was with a mission, his journey just beginning. Opening his eyes, the star pupils rotated. Tanggula conveyed to Charlotte, through the extreme field, that there were no beasts in this Thunder Sea, for he sensed no presence. And remaining dormant under such combat conditions was nearly impossible. Charlotte dove straight to the seabed, where five-colored illusory lightning flickered beneath the Thunder Sea. Fairy, he exclaimed. It truly exists. Above the Thunder Sea, Tanggula was imprisoned by the force of eternity, unable to move, despite employing every means at his disposal to no avail. Hong Qing and Qiu Si anxiously dodged, knowing that without Charlotte's overwhelming assault, Tanggula could not withstand for long. It is unbearably noisy. The black spear of the sea palace shot toward Hong Qing with lethal intent. Sea God technique. A beam of eternal energy that consumed a portion of the Thunder Sea struck directly at Hong Qing. She could not endure the sea palace's assault like Charlotte or Tanggula. If Hong Qing were struck, she would be reduced to starlight scattered across the cosmos. Red sky pool. Hongqing waved her hand, yet the notes of the green flute upon her lips still erupted with a deafening sound. It must be blocked. There is no way to evade. How could the fragile red heaven possibly withstand the sea god technique under the might of the eternal force? Congealing the air, she summoned a blood-red robe, a treasured artifact. Blood robe of the Red Emperor? How did it come to be in her possession? A middle-aged man in the distance was taken aback. The sea god technique collided with the blood robe, unleashing a multitude of residual forces of eternity and starlight. Tanggula remained expressionless, yet he puzzled over why the sea palace had yet to terminate him. The sea god technique and the blood robe dissipated together, and Hongqing abruptly spat out a mouthful of blood. Not everyone can withstand attacks beyond their level. Miss Hongqing. DC hurriedly supported her. Die for me. The sea palace surged forth, accompanied by an immeasurable force of eternity. A strike unleashed with the might to cleave heaven and earth. The sky was obscured, shrouded in dark energy, even pushing beyond the great thunder star. Time seemed to stand still as Hongqing faced a cataclysmic sense of oppression. Closing her eyes, a figure appeared in her mind. The scene flickered incessantly, a tapestry of memories shared between her and Charlotte, despite their brief acquaintance. Lady Hongqing, why do you lack even a trace of princess-like grace? Charlotte, would you forsake the enchanting Hongqing? Take me to the inner universe for a playful adventure. I am aware of the dangers, she implored. Hongqing sensed the chilling, oppressive force of the eternal calamity surrounding her. A melody that rends the heart. Where can one seek a sound like hers in this vast expanse? Hongqing smiled, the corners of her mouth curving into an exquisite arc. As the spear's brilliance surged, the space around Hongqing shattered into fragments. Has she evaded? The sea palace furrowed its brow. An exceptionally powerful azure thunderbolt severed the dark energy binding Tanggula, causing the sea palace to lose control over him. Tanggula gazed ahead in astonishment, spotting a bare-chested man smiling at him, cradling a terrified QiQi and the tear-streaked Hongqing. Charlotte. The pentagram pupil spun, emanating the aura of a star master, a breakthrough achieved. At that moment, both the thunder sea and the dark clouds disintegrated, and Charlotte promptly propelled everyone towards the starry sky. The middle-aged man in crimson robes sensed impending doom and summoned all starlight to transform into the red heavenly pool, hurtling skyward. The great thunder star shattered. Zhu QiQi frowned, hastily grasping Hai Yu's hand to distance themselves from the vicinity of the great thunder star. Don't think you can escape. The sea palace, drenched in blood, appeared gravely wounded. Is this the end of the road for you, Prince Hai? Charlotte remarked with a smile directed at the sea palace. Hongqing and QiQi exchanged blank stares. Listening to his tales, he seemed to be a man capable of miracles. Tanggula furrowed his brow, sensing that Charlotte's aura did not surpass his by a significant margin. Could he be a contender? Has he stabilized his realm to engage in battle? Could it be that he has been suppressing his own cultivation all along? Charlotte felt the immense starlight energy within him. This was the power of the golden crystal, having undergone countless compressions and transformations within the divine mirror, resulting in an overwhelming abundance of starlight energy. The pentagram pupil world. Heavenly Tao illusory thunder. Tsunami. The force of eternal calamity collided with the five-colored illusory thunder, creating a dazzling spectacle of darkness and illusionary lightning across the starry sky. The resplendent five-colored thunder illuminated the heavens. The great thunder star quivered intensely beneath their feet. Such magnitude was visible across the starry expanse. The great thunder star was on the verge of shattering. This was the battlefield of a level 10 star envoy. Ordinary planets could not endure for long. The starlight force field surged forth like crashing waves in all directions. Return to dust, absolute dust palm. Charlotte ascended from his position, unleashing the power of the absolute dust palm, a particularly ferocious and potent attack, yielding greater effect the more reckless it became. The golden palm shadow enveloped the starry sky, hurtling towards the sea palace. The sea palace's pupils contracted sharply, releasing the sea god's trident into the air. The power of eternal calamity is not infinite. You shall perish, Charlotte declared with a smile. The pentagram pupil did not exhibit as pronounced a talent as the previous angles, but the azure angle was not merely for show. Through the sea palace's body, Charlotte perceived the internal state. The power of eternal calamity was nearly depleted. Eternal calamity? Tanggula gazed at the relaxed figure of Xia Luo, a frown creasing his brow as he contemplated something profound. The void returning. Emptiness palm manifested faint crimson lines upon Xia Luo's bare, muscular form. An intangible shadow of a palm emerged from the colorful thunder of the starry skies, seemingly devoid of any lethal threat or terrifying aura. Hai Gong, enraged, could not fathom falling in such a place given his innate talent. He had ascended to heights where he could contend with the cosmos itself, and he would one day stand upon the pinnacle of the universe. The invisible palm shadow descended, shattering the void and dispersing the power of eternal calamity entirely. The vibrant thunder gradually faded away. DCC and Hongqing were about to speak when, to their astonishment, Tanggula had not perished and rejoined the group. Chapter 61. The Palm Star and the Five Realms Not Dead? Are you jesting? Hongqing wiped the blood from her lips. I witnessed him turn to ashes with my own eyes. DCC was bewildered. Xia Luo furrowed his brow. He had only seen the emptiness palm descend, after which Hai Gong vanished, and the power of eternal calamity dissipated. To utterly eliminate Hai Gong seemed unlikely to be so straightforward. Yet, where had he gone? Or who might have rescued him? However, possessing such strength and yet managing to rescue someone silently before Xia Luo and the others was unfathomable. Even the pentagram eyes could not discern it. The administrator is coming. We must flee. DCC glanced at the star network, hastily grasping Xia Luo's wrist. Why must they arrive at this exact moment? Hongqing scoffed. The four departed from the impending cataclysm of the Great Thunderstar. Upon descending at Sumo Divine Star, they entered a tea house. Should I address you as Brother Lei or Brother Xia? Tanggula took a sip of tea. DCC also turned her gaze towards Xia Luo. Hongqing's eyes darted, uncertain of the implications. Either is fine. I am called Lei Yun and Xia Luo. Xia Luo replied nonchalantly, sensing no malice from Tanggula. I am but an ordinary cultivator, perhaps slightly stronger. Brother Lei, you are far too humble. You surpass me by leagues, Tanggula chuckled. With your prowess, you might yet contend for the title of the Decider. DCC and Hongqing exchanged astonished glances. The 13 Deciders of Heaven? Oh, that is precisely my intention, haha. Xia Luo gazed at the star network. When a blue rhombus appeared among the four-pointed star eyes, it seemed to harbor a formidable vitality within Xia Luo's gaze. Yet, he was uncertain of the significance of the green and blue angles. How did you break through to the Palm Star realm? Hongqing inquired, perplexed. At that time, she had witnessed Xia Luo being struck into the Thunder Sea by the power of eternal motion and believed him gravely injured, also worrying that the Thunder Sea or its monstrous inhabitants would take advantage of the moment. Little did she know he had unexpectedly seized an opportunity to break through. I was indeed gravely injured and sank to the depths of the Thunder Sea. The Thunder Sea, as the name suggests, is a flowing ocean of lightning composed of thunderous rules. It is the heart of the Great Thunder Star and the birthplace of countless formidable beasts. Then why have we not encountered a single one? Tanggula pondered. I felt the same way. You informed me that there were no life forms in the sea. Xia Luo said as he raised his teacup. As I employed my thunderous combat skills, I stumbled upon an astonishing revelation. The vast ocean of thunder was entirely at my disposal. The celestial illusion of thunder transcends ordinary lightning by countless tiers. The three of us were taken aback, questioning how such a phenomenon could exist. How immense is the Great Thunder Star that it is solely yours to wield? How is this possible? I discovered a fearsome orb of lightning energy lurking at the depths of the thunderous sea, an orb of thunder. Tanggula immediately stood, his eyes darting towards the West Zhou. My apologies, esteemed guests. I have lost my composure. He retook his seat, contemplating his teacup. Xia Luo gazed at the shimmering multicolored arcs in his palm. What is this orb of thunder? Hongqing furrowed her brow. The orb of thunder is a crystallization of the stellar energy inherent in the rules of the thunder system, Dissy expressed, equally puzzled. It contains potent thunderous starlight, typically utilized for formations, breakthroughs, and the like. In ancient times, orbs of thunder were quite common. However, due to extensive plundering, they have become exceedingly valuable, with scarcely any sightings in the last century. In the outer cosmos, orbs of thunder are virtually non-existent. Xia Luo observed the smile that graced Dissy's lips. She was not only naturally beautiful, but also remarkably intelligent, a fact he could discern. Clad in simple attire, her features were delicate, and her smile was effortless. Thus, the Great Thunder Star indeed originates from the inner cosmos. Dissy remarked with a grin. Xia Luo, have you absorbed the orb of thunder? Hongqing inquired curiously. Tanggula also turned his gaze toward Xia Luo. How could a mere star walker absorb an orb of thunder? How could you even locate such a treasure? Xia Luo knew that he could not have discovered it on his own. It was Xianer who had unearthed the orb of thunder and absorbed its power. It was merely placed within the divine realm, where it was drawn upon to swiftly restore Xianer's strength. Indeed, I absorbed it, but it merely allowed me to break through to the Star Master realm, Xia Luo replied with a wry smile. Noticing the expressions that flitted across Tanggula's face, it was clear he harbored his own intentions. An orb of thunder could not simply result in the breakthrough to a single Star Master realm. This Xia Luo was undoubtedly extraordinary. Sir Shui, there's no need for such humility. Were it not for your absorption of the orb of thunder, we might have perished on the great thunder star. QiQi laughed, simultaneously breaking into a cold sweat, realizing they had narrowly escaped death. Thank you, Sir Xia. Hongqing suddenly leaped into Xia Luo's embrace, her tone peculiar, tears streaming down her face. Ahem. Xia Luo's expression darkened, while Dissy appeared elated. Sir Lei, I believe this matter is of great significance. Especially since we have encountered individuals from the Anti-Stellar Alliance, Dissy stated. They are the enemies of the cosmos. I must report this to my father. She rose to her feet. Sir Lei, Sir Tang, Sister Hongqing, I shall take my leave. Very well, Dissy. Farewell, Xia Luo replied, waving his hand. After a brief curtsy, Dissy exited, her cheeks flushed. Xia Luo, exasperated, held on to Hongqing as she clung to him. The power of perpetual motion. This force is named the power of perpetual motion. Tang Gula proclaimed as he conjured an ethereal green light in his hands. The outer cosmos is their most fervently advocated realm, yet it has surprisingly infiltrated the Star Kingdom. This matter is certainly no trivial affair. Well, young Master Tang, do enlighten us about your intentions. Xia Luo turned her gaze towards Tang Gula. Lei Yun, I have long discerned your true identity as a member of the Lei family, Tang Gula remarked with a sinister smile. As a member of the Shui family, one cannot be oblivious to the intricate relationship between the Lei and Tang families. Initially, I intended to position you within the Lei family as a ticking time bomb, to give them a taste of sweet fruit. However, today, I have been thoroughly enlightened. Your prowess is on par with that of any esteemed scholar. You wish to exploit him? Hongqing furrowed her brow. Indeed, I do wish to utilize him, for his command over the Lei system is remarkably potent. How could a mere practitioner of the Lei arts capture my attention? Brother Lei is destined for greatness. Tang Gula, with a spirited demeanor yet unwavering resolve, truly embodies the essence of a scion from a prominent family. A single Thunderlight Pearl is sufficient to inflict grave damage upon the entire Lei family. Young Master Tang has only lived a mere decade or two, and yet he harbors such animosity towards others? Xia Luo chuckled. Such are the family rules. I am the future of my clan. Star Network News. The incident of the Prince of the Sea Star Kingdom in the outer cosmos betraying humanity. The administrators of Sumo have sealed the entire Sea Star Kingdom, halting all external transactions, warfare, and transport, confining the Emperor of the Sea Kingdom. A nationwide manhunt has been launched for Prince Haigong. Xia Luo's lips curled into a smile. She had not anticipated the severity of the situation. Yet, it is a fortuitous turn of events, halting the war with the Xie Star Kingdom, allowing it to fully restore its pre-war economy. While the Sea Star Kingdom is truly doomed. Returning to DCC's quaint courtyard, dusk had settled, and she was leaning against the railing of the bridge, reciting poetry. I yearn to dream of Wu and you, soaring across the Mirror Lake's moonlight in a single night. Suddenly, my soul stirs, startled awake. I long for the past's misty splendor. This exemplifies the formidable influence of the Sumo family's legacy and DCC's cunning. She appeared as a talented maiden from the water's edge of Jiangnan, her hair elegantly coiled, with willow-like brows and a radiant smile. Her affectionate gaze fell upon Xia Luo. The tender feelings of a blossoming girl are eternally pure and innocent. A wave of emotion surged through Xia Luo as he reminisced about that year at 18. The shadow by his bedside that night. Dong Sheng, how are you? Fatty, who die, wait for me. I shall join you soon. The everlasting dustless squad. Closing the door behind him, Xia Luo hastily returned to his room, exchanging only brief farewells with the two. May we converse? Cece gently inquired of Hongqing. Xia Luo arrived at the dream's edge. He gazed at the sky, where pale yellow and pink clouds danced, and a sense of tranquility enveloped him. Xiener, I have grown stronger, Xia Luo declared with a smile. Not yet enough, Xiener's voice echoed. Indeed, not yet sufficient. Xia Luo closed his eyes, solidifying his foundation while suppressing the tumultuous starlight within. The Star Master realm, known as the 5 realms of Star Mastery. With each ascension to a new realm, one undergoes profound transformations. Strength is a qualitative leap. The 5 realms of Star Mastery are the realm of void, the realm of life, the realm of arms, the realm of illusion, and the realm of death. In the realm of the Star Master, the domain of the void, the transformation of starlight ushers one into the 4th civilization, where one can traverse the ethereal void and the starry skies. In the 2nd realm of the Star Master, the domain of life, practitioners wield their cultivated starlight with greater agility, enhancing the intimacy of their combat techniques. The 3rd realm, the domain of weaponry. signifies a true foundational threshold into the studies of weaponry and formations. The fourth realm, the domain of illusion, offers a preliminary sensory comprehension of the cosmic universe. The fifth realm, known as the domain of death, represents the pinnacle of the Star Master's journey. It is termed the domain of death due to the stark differences it reveals between the realms beneath it. Transitioning from the fifth realm to the enlightened Star Envoy requires an abundance of diverse experiences, knowledge, opportunities, and qualifications. The passage into the enlightened Star Envoy from the fifth realm is exceedingly arduous. It demands not only immense postnatal effort, but also a modicum of fortune to achieve the status of Star Envoy, necessitating the endurance of trials. These trials manifest as calamities. Many linger at the threshold of the fifth realm, mere steps away from becoming a Star Envoy, yet they remain unable to break through, hindered by these calamities, which cannot be summoned at will nor evaded. This, indeed, is the calamity of the Star Envoy. The dream's edge is exquisite, and the celestial being even more so. Hasten your pace. Soon, I shall behold the celestial being. In the courtyard, Qiuxi and Hongqing exchanged glances as they sat at the stone tea table. The lotus leaves on the lake shimmered with the soft glow of diminutive creatures, seemingly engaged in silent discourse. Is his name Xia Luo? DCC's beautiful eyes flickered. Miss DCC, do you harbor regrets? Hongqing inquired with a smile. The two appeared entirely unscathed from their previous injuries. No, I hold great affection for him. Despite his origins not being from the inner cosmos, DCC replied, shaking her head. Chapter 62, The Celestial Vessel? What do you mean? Hongqing squinted. The exposure of Xia Luo is neither entirely beneficial nor detrimental. He never desired CC. Your attitudes towards him stem from the belief that he is a descendant of the Lei family, rather than being influenced by his formidable prowess, which may seem trivial in the eyes of your esteemed families. Am I correct, Miss Qiu? Indeed, but my sentiments towards him are unique, as are yours. Under the schemes of the Sea Palace, Sun CC had not actively participated. She resembled a frightened lamb, darting about. Xia Luo's triumph amidst adversity in vanquishing the Sea Palace truly captured her heart. This is the essence of youth. The two conversed for a considerable time before reluctantly retiring. Hongqing perched atop the roof, gazing at the moonlit stars, her green flute in hand, lightly quivering. In the days that followed, Xia Luo rarely ventured out, leaving Hongqing restless as she played her flute in the courtyard. Miss Hongqing, do you have a fondness for the flute? Qiuxi gently inquired. This flute is my innate talent, Hongqing replied with an awkward smile. Its melodies seem to amplify the strength of others, Hongqing mused, furrowing her brow. With her perspective, this was all she could perceive, yet it indeed possessed such an effect. Does young Master Lei play the flute? DCC suddenly asked. Hongqing was taken aback. Ah, does he know how to play the flute? Perhaps he could teach me. She recalled the words he spoke that fateful night. A heart-wrenching melody echoed in her mind. Where in this vast world can one find a kindred spirit? The passion had departed. Days later, a multitude flocked to the Sumo Star Domain, for today marked the arrival of the celestial ship. Many wished to behold its grandeur. The illustrious descendants of the Sa, Zhao, Mei, and Di families congregated by the cosmic river, as they were the primary patrons of this celestial vessel, guided into the inner cosmos by the Nanhu family for a day of revelry. The future of the Wine Star Domain was present. Numerous talented scholars from the Imperial Academy were also in attendance, making it a gathering of the most exceptional minds. Before them lay the boundless expanse of the cosmic river, a shimmering tapestry of starlight enveloping the night sky. Within this river, the starlight shimmered with a perilous allure, capable of inflicting harm upon those who dared to touch it. The slightest contact could result in varying degrees of injury, while the more adept individuals, such as the 10th level Enlightenment Star Envoys, could fish in these waters. The river was teeming with exquisite aquatic flora and fauna, known for their delectable taste and their capacity to aid in cultivation. Many sought to fish for these creatures, as some were rumored to yield methodologies for combat prowess. Wherever there is a river, there is a bank. The banks are zones of activity, teeming with life. The cosmic river expels certain substances, like the remains of fallen beasts and rare pearls, often sought after by those of lesser cultivation. Thus, it is not uncommon to see individuals scavenging along the riverbank, despite the stringent oversight by imperial authorities. Nonetheless, the allure of potential wealth lured many, including pirates, to partake in such ventures. Brother, why does it feel like there are so many people today? Asked Bo Xiao, as he surveyed the throngs near the river. A group of gifted individuals stood under the stars, eagerly awaiting the celestial vessel's arrival, as if a spaceship were about to emerge from the waters. Stop your chatter. Lend a hand. The monkey barked, pointing at the two. This starlight flying fish is worth a fortune, said Baya, seemingly oblivious to the crowd in the distance. The monkey, slender and wiry, hoisted a radiant fish with wings, exuding a golden glow. The starlight flying fish, a low-level beast of the cosmic river, was notoriously difficult to catch, yet its flesh was exquisite, and its bones were sturdy, fetching no less than 100 gold crystals in the market. Who cares about the ship? Boss, if we eat this fish, we can all break through to the Star Master realm. A deep, resonant sound emanated from the river, akin to the friction of celestial bodies or the roar of a colossal creature, instilling a profound fear of the abyss in all who gazed into the river's depths. Miss Nanhu Chiuyue, we are eternally grateful, Zhao Zilong proclaimed, standing tall before her. No need for such formality. This matter is but a beautiful melody in my heart. Nanhu Chiuyue replied with a smile, her attire still elegant, with 2 long braids framing her lovely countenance. Celestial ship, come. Saji, her eyes shimmering like golden sands, gazed toward the cosmic river, clad in a resplendent red dragon robe. Gradually, all eyes shifted from Saji to the river, as light danced upon the surface. The cosmic river appeared limitless, stirring waves of anticipation.